From a Stronghold NPC to the final boss chapter 195 to chapter 243. When he entered the martial inheritance hall, Ox Demon Lord was still in a daze. It was not because of any other reason. It was because he had encountered too many auras along the way that made him tremble. He had thought that he was not the leader of a force but a weak calf. He had known that the Origin sect had many experts. However, perception was perception. He could only truly feel the shock when he saw them face to face. Experts were as numerous as clouds, experts were as numerous as rain, any one of them could probably annihilate the demonic Ox Cave. When he saw Xianxia face to face, Ox Demon Lord immediately bowed like the other humans and said, "Ox Demon Cave Overlord, Ox Demon Lord, greet Sect Master Qin. Brother Ox, why have you come to the Origin sect these days instead of resting in the Ox Demon Cave?" Xianxia said with a faint smile as he looked at Ox Demon Lord, who was standing respectfully below. This big green ox, his senses were not bad. Although he was a little afraid of death, he had good judgment. He knew when to advance and when to retreat. He understood the situation. When Xianxia looked at him with his spirit eye, he discovered that he was already at the 3rd level of the true martial realm. The last time he had seen him, he had only been at the 10th level of the basic martial realm. In just a few months, he had broken through to the 3rd level of the basic martial realm. Then, he would be able to break through to the 3rd level of the true martial realm and reach the inner aura realm. He would be considered an expert in the true dominion. Ox Demon Lord could not help but stroke his ox horns when he heard that. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "Recently, many mutants have been slaughtering the beast clans of the Lion-Tiger Plain. These mutants are not weak and have attacked the Ox Demon Cave many times. Although I am not afraid of these mutants, there are indeed some tough ones among them. If this goes on, I am afraid that the Ox Demon Cave will not be able to protect itself. Therefore, I came here to ask Sect Master Qin for help to save the Ox Demon Cave." For some reason, he always felt an inexplicable chill when he stood in front of Xianxia. It was this chill. Thus, the Ox Demon Commander didn't dare to speak nonsense, and told the truth in full detail. Mutant? It was only then that Xianxia remembered that the number of Yuan sect players had been increasing recently. The demonic Ox Cave was such a huge target. It would be impossible for any player to stop themselves from farming the Green Bull. However, if the Ox Demon Lord hadn't come to explain, he might not have remembered this. After all, as the Sky Origin sect grew stronger and stronger, Xianxia no longer placed the demon Ox Cave in his eyes. When I was poor in the past, he would still remember the 3,000 taels of protection fee. As for now, forget it. Looking at the respectful Ox Demon Lord below, Xianxia said in a low voice, "I can give you some pointers regarding the Inhumans, but you have to understand that it is very difficult to restrain the Inhumans. Perhaps the majority of the Inhumans would obey on the surface, but there was no guarantee that no one would secretly make a move against the demonic Bull Cave. After all, there are those who can be thieves for 1,000 days, but there is no such thing as guarding against thieves for 1,000 days. Then what should I do?" The Ox Demon Lord scratched his ears and cheeks, looking anxious and impatient. He was really afraid of those Inhumans. Not only were they not weak, but they were also very difficult to deal with. If this went on, the Ox Demon Lord believed that the demonic Bull Cave wouldn't last until next month. However, Xianxia's words were not without reason. He couldn't ask the other party to send an expert to oversee the demonic Bull Cave at all times. Then, he wouldn't have the final say in the demonic Bull Cave, and the demonic Bull Cave wouldn't be able to afford to hire an expert. Xianxia said, "Now that the demonic Bull Cave occupies the Lion-Tiger Plain and gives the Sky Origin sect tributes every year, it won't be a problem for the Sky Origin sect to lend a hand during a critical moment. However, this is the true dominion after all. A power without a physical invulnerability realm cultivator overseeing it is ultimately too weak. If the demonic Bull Cave lacks an inner invulnerability realm cultivator, then there is no need to say more. The Sky Origin sect can protect it for a while, but it can't keep an eye on the Lion-Tiger Plain all the time. After a long time, if an accident really happens." In the end, he paused and didn't speak. The Ox Demon Lord, who was beside him, stood rooted to the ground. His boorish face was full of impatience, hesitation, and struggle. In the end, he seemed to have made some kind of decision. Then, he cupped his fists respectfully and said, "If the demonic bull cave is willing to merge with the Sky Origin sect, would Sect Master Qin be willing to take us in? Be carefree and be an overlord, or live on." The Ox Demon Lord obviously chose the latter. He still had a long life and a bright future ahead of him. He couldn't lose it just like that. The demonic bull cave is willing to submit. Do you accept? Looking at the message, Qin Shujian could also understand that the Ox Demon Lord was probably really scared of the players. He silently chose to agree. Qin Shujian smiled and said, "Since Brother Ox has already thought it through, the demonic bull cave will officially merge with the Sky Origin sect. For this reason, the Sky Origin sect will open a demon lineage. You will be the demon lineage elder, and your position will be the same as that of the other lineages. As for the territory, you can still stay in the Lion-Tiger Plains or choose a mountain within the Sky Origin sect's territory to be the base of the lineage." "Thank you, Sect Master." The Ox Demon Horde leader immediately felt the aura on his body become a little stronger. In the blink of an eye, he understood that this was due to Yuan Zhong's influence. Immediately, he chuckled and said, "This old ox is still used to the Lion-Tiger Plains. I hope that Sect Master can agree." "No problem. Later on, I will announce to the whole sect about Elder Ox." Qin Shujian nodded. Then, he looked at Ox Dolly's attributes. This Ox Demon Lord's identity was already gone. Instead, it was replaced by the two words Elder. As for his realm, it had changed from the original one to the current two. As for his loyalty, Qin Shujian secretly nodded again. 90 points. This loyalty wasn't low. This also proved that Ox Dolly really didn't have too many crooked thoughts. As for the annexation of the demonic bull cave, Qin Shujian could also feel that the Sky Origin sect's luck had increased slightly. But to upgrade from a 4th grade sect to a 5th grade sect, it was still too far away. Even if he threw in more than 10 points of luck, it didn't cause any waves. According to his estimation, a 1st grade sect might only have the effect of 1 point of luck. If it was possible, Qin Shujian hoped that when he broke through to the Spirit Martial realm, he could upgrade the sect to a 5th grade sect. If that was the case, the strength of the Sky Origin sect would undergo a huge leap. It wouldn't decline when it became a sect of the spirit domain. After Ox Dolly left, Qin Shujian immediately announced that the demonic bull cave would officially join the Sky Origin sect. Ox Dolly would become the inner sect elder of the Sky Origin sect. The demonic bull cave would also officially become a member of the Sky Origin sect. Instantly, the players who were still preparing to attack the demonic bull cave all looked as though they had lost their parents. "I was wondering who that guy with horns on his head was. Now that I think about it, it's definitely that Ox Demon Lord," Lu Dazhong said angrily. After entering the game, the small monsters were easy to kill, but the boss was hard to defeat. Now that he understood the strength of the Ox Demon Lord, he was prepared to lead people to clear the dungeon in one fell swoop. In the end, the other party surrendered. It wasn't a simple surrender. It was a complete surrender. When he thought about how he had to greet Ox Dolly when he saw him in the future, Lu Dazhong suddenly felt as though he was forced to eat hot shit. It wasn't just Lu Dazhong. Even the other players who were preparing to attack the demonic bull cave had interesting expressions. But so what? The demonic bull cave joining the Sky Origin sect was a fact. Unless they really wanted to betray the sect. Or else, they definitely couldn't attack the demonic bull cave. Betraying the sect for a dungeon's experience, not many players would do such a thing. So, the players could only give up on the idea of attacking the demonic bull cave. However, not only did their massacre of the Lion-Tiger Plains not stop, it became even more intense. "Yes, your demonic bull cave is now part of the Sky Origin sect. We can't touch you. But there are so many beasts and mutated beasts in the Lion-Tiger Plains. They can't all belong to the demonic bull cave. What does it have to do with the demonic bull cave?" With this kind of mentality, the players vented all their anger towards Ox Dolly on these ordinary beasts. But soon, Ox Dolly, who returned to the demonic bull cave, announced that the demonic bull cave was completely abolished. From now on, it would become the demon vein. In addition, all the beasts in the lion-tiger plains would belong to the demon vein. Suddenly, the players who were originally slaughtering the beasts were stunned. Then, there were players who gritted their teeth and laughed in anger. What a good elder ox. We've formed a grudge over this matter. If there's a chance in the future, I'll properly settle this account with you. After saying that, he turned around and left. The other players also left with gloomy expressions. They originally wanted to vent their anger. In the end, Ox Dolly's decision made them feel that not only was their anger not vented, it was accumulating more and more. Finally, the Lion-Tiger Plains, this treasure land for farming monsters, finally became a thing of the past. The remaining players had no choice but to shift their gazes away from here and look towards the endless mountain range. If one were to talk about where the monsters were the strongest, that was definitely the endless mountain range. However, there were too many powerful beasts there. Even if the players formed a team and headed there, they were often in danger of being wiped out. If they weren't sufficiently prepared, very few players would set foot in there. After all, it was because although there were true martial realm players appearing one after another, there were still too few of them. After the Liang Mountain True Dominion leveled up, the endless mountain range became stronger. There were more and more powerful true martial realm beasts there. There was no lack of physical invulnerability realm beasts. Previously, there was a small team made up entirely of true martial realm first stage players who went to explore the endless mountain range. In the end, they encountered a physical invulnerability realm beast and were directly wiped out. For the players, each death would cause them to drop a level. If they died a few more times, their level might directly drop to a certain level. Therefore, it was best to avoid the punishment of death as much as possible. Since entering the game, the experience required to level up cultivation techniques had been increasing. Leveling up was also getting slower and slower. If they died a few more times, then there was really no point in playing. However, there weren't many places in the Liang Mountain True Dominion where they could farm monsters. Therefore, no matter how dangerous the endless mountain range was, they could only explore there. Rumbles seemed to be coming from heaven and earth. Surging heaven and earth spirit chi swept in all directions, soaking the entire true domain of Mount Liang. In the nine-leaf ordinary realm, at this moment, there was also a huge amount of heaven and earth spirit chi that was constantly flowing in. As time went by, the density of spirit chi increased steadily, gradually surpassing the level of the ordinary realm. At the same time, many cultivators who had reached the 10th stage of the martial initiation realm suddenly realized that the shackles that had blocked their cultivation realm had quietly disappeared. Such a sudden change. Immediately, some people thought that perhaps another expert had broken through the shackles of the ordinary realm and become a protectorate lord. However, very soon, some people abandoned this thought. If someone had really broken through the shackles, it was impossible for there to only be such a small commotion. Soon, regardless of whether it was the living beings of the ordinary realm or the players, they all received a message similar to the heavenly Tao or the system. Contaminated by the true domain of Mount Liang Spirit Chi, the nine-leaf ordinary realm has officially been upgraded to a true domain and merged into the true domain of Mount Liang. Boom, this news directly caused the entire nine-leaf ordinary realm to be shocked. Some players who had stayed in the nine-leaf ordinary realm to break through the shackles and become a protectorate lord had to say something in their hearts. F***ck, I didn't even go to the true domain to break through the shackles and become a protectorate lord. Now you're telling me that I'm automatically promoted? I didn't expect this to happen. F***ck, many players cursed angrily. However, no matter how much they cursed, it couldn't change the fact that the nine-leaf ordinary realm no longer existed and had been renamed the true domain of Mount Liang. Instantly, some players who wanted to break through the shackles left. They couldn't stay here any longer. They could only go to other ordinary realms. Ever since Peng Qing broke through the shackles and became a protectorate lord, the players understood that becoming a protectorate lord was no longer unattainable. As long as they had enough strength, there would be a day when they would become a protectorate lord. To the players, becoming a protectorate lord didn't necessarily have many goals. Perhaps it was just for the reputation. To have the title of a protectorate lord. That was definitely one of the best among the players. Inside the Yuan sect, Qin Shujian was also shocked. When the heaven and earth spirit qi had skyrocketed just now, he had mistakenly thought that something had happened. But then, as the protectorate lord, he had also received a notification from the system. It was only then that he realized that the spirit qi of the neighboring ordinary realms had been contaminated by the true dominion of the Liang Mountain and integrated into the true dominion of the Liang Mountain. Logically speaking, it would take at least a few years for the other ordinary realms to level up due to the spiritual energy interference. However, less than half a year had passed since he had ascended from the true dominion of the Mount Liang true dominion to the nine-leaf ordinary realm. He thought for a moment. Qin Shujian could only blame it on Yuanzong. After all, there were many experts in the Essence sect. More than 1,000 inner astral realm cultivators breathed in and out the heaven-earth spirit qi. The spirit qi produced by this was much more powerful than the true dominion that had just been advanced. Under the condition of inhaling and exhaling the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, the spirit qi density of the entire Liang Mountain true dominion was slightly higher than that of an ordinary true dominion. In this way, it wasn't impossible for it to speed up the advancement of the neighboring ordinary realms. Subsequently, Qin Shujian stopped thinking about it. Although the Liang Mountain true dominion had absorbed an ordinary realm and doubled its original size, these ordinary realms still had their own division of power. If Yuanzong wanted to take over these ordinary realms directly, it wouldn't be easy to decide. Therefore, it wouldn't be too late for him to make other plans after the expansion of the true dominion calmed down. The Oxfiend Cave had submitted. Apart from the endless mountain range that couldn't be touched and the immortal plain that had turned into a forbidden land, the chaotic stone forest, the Xining plain, and the lion-tiger plain had all come under Yuanzong's control. As the branches were established, these few ordinary realms were firmly under Yuanzong's control. Ancient trees covered the sky and the sun, and mountain ranges rose and fell one after another in the ordinary realms. From time to time, shocking beastly roars could be heard. Faintly, the ground was trembling, as if something huge was fighting. Every time I come to the endless mountain range, I feel an indescribable pressure. This place isn't suitable for humans. Wang Jiu looked at his surroundings as if he had entered a primeval forest. Beside him was Lu Dazhong and a group of Yuanzong's inner sect disciples. After they stepped into the first stage true martial realm, the basic martial realm monsters could no longer provide much experience. Originally, they could still farm on the lion-tiger plain. However, the cowardly ox demon lord had surrendered and become their elder, so they could no longer farm on the other beast clans. They had no choice. They could only go through the endless mountain range. Lin Kuanyong was constantly vigilant of his surroundings. Then, he looked at Lu Dazhong and said, "Lu Dazhong, you have been here many times. Don't hide anything you know. Tell us directly. Let's discuss and see if we can get some experience before we leave." Upon hearing this, everyone else's gazes landed on Lu Dazhong. Although his reputation wasn't very reliable, his strength couldn't be underestimated. If anyone in the Yuanzong had entered the endless mountain range many times, it would probably be Lu Dazhong. Furthermore, although he had died so many times in the endless mountain range, his cultivation level was still stable at the first stage true martial realm. Based on this alone, they knew that he couldn't be underestimated. Lu Dazhong said in a low voice, "I haven't explored the endless mountain range too much. However, I know that there is a wolf pack about 10 miles ahead. The Wolf King in the lead is probably at the third stage true martial realm. It also has a pack of wild wolves above the sixth stage martial realm. There are about 300 to 400 of them. In addition, there are 2 wild wolves at the first stage true martial realm. With our current strength, we can conquer this wolf pack. A Wolf King at the third stage true martial realm. 2 elite leaders at the first stage true martial realm. Together with 300 to 400 ordinary wild monsters at the sixth stage martial realm." Wang Jiu silently calculated. Including himself, there were 13 players at the first stage true martial realm. Thinking of this, he immediately nodded and said, "If that's the case, with our strength, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with the wolf pack. I'll lead the way." Lu Dazhong said first. Seeing this, the others didn't object. Then, the group of people changed their direction slightly and walked forward. Not long after, Lu Dazhong stopped and looked at the dark brown feces not far ahead. Suddenly, he walked closer and observed for a while. Then, he turned back and said, "This is the feces of the wolf pack. We've now stepped into their territory. With their sense of smell, I'm afraid that they've already detected our presence." Instantly, everyone else's expression turned solemn. Then, they each observed the surrounding environment, always paying attention to any movement that might happen at any time. In such a cautious manner, the group continued to walk forward. Soon, everyone's expression gradually turned solemn. Because they had already smelled the smell of blood in the air. Were the wolves hunting, or did something happen? Not only the others, but even Lu Dazhong was a little confused. When they walked forward for a while, their field of vision seemed to widen a lot. They saw the bodies of wild wolves lying all over the ground. Some of them had their bellies cut open and some were even directly crushed into meat paste. A huge wolf with silver hair, no smaller than the ox demon lord's body, was lying on the ground. Its eyes had already lost the spirit it should have. This is the body of the Wolf King. Lu Dazhong's face also changed at this moment. Looking at the hole in the Wolf King's head, it looked more like it had been killed with a single blow. Even the others' faces changed at this moment. If the Wolf King of True Martial Realm Level 3 could be killed with a single blow, then the attacker was probably not just an inner or a warrior. And, looking at the corpses all over the ground, Wang Jiu took a deep breath and said, "The corpses haven't respawned yet. This should have just happened. I wonder if the thing that slaughtered the wolves has left. If it's still nearby, it's probably hard for us to deal with it, given that it's at least an outer or a warrior." Swish, there came the sound of something breaking through the air. Then, a huge black shadow appeared. Lu Dazhong and the others suddenly looked up. They saw a huge bird with 3 heads and 6 eyes, a wingspan of 50 feet, and long greenish-black feathers all over its body swooping down. Its pair of sharp claws were like curved hooks, flashing with chilling coldness. "Run!" Without thinking, the group of players turned around and ran. As for the idea of fighting, it had never occurred to them. How could they fight it? Just by looking at its body, one could tell that it was at least 10 meters tall. Its wingspan was even more impressive. The aura emanating from it made these True Martial Realm Level 1 players tremble. The two sides had only met face to face. Lu Dazhong and the others knew that they weren't on the same level as the other party. Fortunately, the mountain range was filled with towering trees. Although the gaps between the trees weren't small, they definitely weren't large either. If the monster wanted to swoop down, it had to cut down the trees. Otherwise, it could only watch from the sky. "Does anyone have the art of insight? Let's see what this monster is," shouted a player hurriedly. The wind stirred up by the falling trees behind them was already very close. Hearing this, Miao Yuqing turned around and casually cast the art of insight. Her body didn't stop at all. The art of insight can't detect it. This monster's strength is probably not as simple as an outer or a warrior. F***ck, don't tell me we're in such big trouble on our first trip out. Hearing this, many people were speechless. Even the art of insight couldn't detect it. It was very likely that the monster's strength was too strong for the detection to fail. Boom! Suddenly, Wang Jiu turned around and slashed out with his long saber. A terrifying saber aura burst out and collided with the sharp claws that were about to touch his face. In an instant, the saber aura disappeared. The long saber that was comparable to a 7th grade refined weapon broke into several pieces as if it had collided with something terrifying. Then, a terrifying gust of wind erupted. It directly sent him flying out. There was no time to be shocked. Wang Jiu took advantage of the gust of wind that sent him flying to forcefully twist his body and dashed out of the endless mountains. In this kind of situation, no one cared about each other anymore. Everyone who could escape was one person. Not only did his full-strength attack not hurt the monster at all, but his long saber, which was a 7th grade refined weapon, was also shattered. Wang Jiu completely extinguished the thought of fighting with it. This wasn't a fight at the same level at all. Let's go quickly. The monster won't walk out of the endless mountains. As long as we rush out, there won't be a problem. Another player also roared angrily. He turned around and struck out with his palm. His true essence seemed to have turned into roaring flames. However, he didn't even pause for a moment. He directly fled into the distance. At this moment, the endless mountain range was in chaos. Lu Dazhong and the others were being chased by the monster, but along the way, they encountered more players who entered the endless mountain range. So, after organizing a group of dozens of true martial artists to fight the monster together, and after more than half of them were burned to death by the monster's flames, the rest began to flee again. Not only that, other beasts felt the monster's aura. At this moment, they were all frantically fleeing as if it was some terrifying existence. For a time, whether it was humans or beasts, they were all fleeing in the same direction. And when they were close to the border of the endless mountain range, these beasts finally stopped fleeing and turned to crawl on the ground, trembling, not daring to make any movements. As for the players and the others, when they saw the scene in front of them, they were all overjoyed. Quick, the exit is in front. No matter how fierce this thing is, it shouldn't go out of the endless mountain range. We'll be safe once we get out. For a time, all the players were full of energy and rushed out of the mountain range. Lin, a player, looked at the fierce monster that was chasing them. When he stepped out of the endless mountain range, he turned around and threw a black ball-like thing at the monster. Immediately after, the black ball hit the monster and suddenly exploded into a cloud of greenish-black mist. It fell on the monster's feathers and made a sizzling sound, but it didn't cause any damage. An unbearable stench spread out. At this moment, it completely angered the monster. It was still lingering at the border of the mountain range and seemed to be afraid of something. At this moment, its 6 eyes were bursting with terrifying killing intent, and it immediately rushed out. F***CK. The people who had just escaped the mountain range and didn't have time to catch their breath suddenly felt a terrifying aura coming from behind. When they turned around, they happened to meet the monster's cold eyes. Their faces immediately turned green. Didn't they say that they wouldn't come out? What was the situation now? However, the monster was already above their heads. There were no towering trees in the mountain range to block it, so it was completely unrestrained. In an instant, many players were massacred. Liang Mountain. Qin Shujian, who was originally cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. Just now, he noticed a powerful aura erupting in the area of Liang Mountain. This aura was fierce and tyrannical, making him frown. There was no hesitation. Qin Shujian immediately got up and headed towards the source of the aura. As for the other experts in Yuan's sect who had sensed it, just as they were about to move, they heard a voice. "Don't worry about it. I will take care of this matter." Hearing this, they had no choice but to give up. On the other side, the monsters were still chasing after the players. At this moment, its ferocious nature was completely aroused. Boom! A gigantic palm strike pierced through the air, and the monster instantly sensed the threat. The middle head of the 3 heads immediately spat out a burst of flames, eliminating the palm strike. But because of this, its killing motion also paused for a moment. Sect Master. When the fleeing players saw Qin Shujian flying through the air and facing off against the monster, they felt much more at ease. It was true that monsters were scary. However, in their opinion, he was definitely no match for their sect master. After all, the reputation of Mount Liang's camp master was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Qin Shujian didn't pay any attention to these players. His attention was now completely focused on the monster in front of him. As his spiritual eye flashed, the monster's attributes also appeared in his eyes. Name, 3-headed green feather kite. Title, identity, affiliation, faction level, realm. Other than the name, all the other attributes were blank and invisible. 3-headed green feather kite? Qin Shujian's face was a little solemn. Rather than a name, it was better to say that it was the race of the 3-headed monster in front of him. As for the other attributes being invisible, it meant that the strength of the 3-headed green feather kite was definitely not as simple as the true martial realm. At the moment when his spiritual eye probed, the 3-headed green feather kite seemed to have been provoked by something and instantly became furious. Immediately, it ignored the other players and charged towards Xianxia. Its gigantic body swooped down fiercely, stirring up a terrifying gust of wind along the way. Xianxia remained motionless in the air, and a layer of light blue protective shield suddenly appeared on his body. Physical invulnerability adept, external release of protective chi. Those iron hook-like claws that could easily shatter grade 7 weapons landed on the protective shield of protective chi. However, it only caused the shield to crack and didn't shatter it directly. Evil creature. Xianxia blasted out a seal with one hand, and a terrifying burst of true essence instantly turned into the shadow of a mountain, which then heavily bombarded the three-headed green feather kite. Great Wilderness Demon Suppression Seal, Moving Mountain Seal. Chirp. Roar. The three-headed green feather kite let out a cry that sounded like a bird's chirp and a beast's roar. Under the bombardment of the mountain, its gigantic body was forced back in the air, and it desperately flapped its wings to stabilize its body. Xianxia took another step forward, and his body suddenly became a head taller than the three-headed green feather kite. With one hand, another moving mountain seal fell, directly suppressing the three-headed green feather kite's broad back. Chirp. Roar. With another mournful cry, the three-headed green feather kite's gigantic body could no longer maintain its flying posture under the suppression of this force and fell toward the ground. Boom! The gigantic body fell to the ground with a loud bang, and a shallow pit formed directly under the three-headed green feather kite. It suffered 2 powerful attacks in a row. Furious, the three-headed green feather kite suddenly raised its 3 heads. Immediately, one head spat out cold ice, one head spat out flames, and the last head spat out green poisonous smoke. When the 3 gathered together, not only did they not have the slightest restraint, but they complemented each other and swept toward Xianxia in an instant. Xianxia did not dodge. As his hands formed a seal, a terrifying aura brewed, and immediately, a faint outline of an illusory body appeared in the void. As the seal fell, the terrifying body also pressed down with a palm. The vast and terrifying power immediately suppressed the three-headed green feather kite's attack, and the remaining force continued to fall downward. Bang! As the terrifying palm fell, the three-headed green feather kite let out a mournful cry. Its gigantic body suddenly exploded, and more than half of its greenish-black feathers were gone. Blackish-red blood dripped from the wound to the ground. Then, it corroded the ground, creating one pit after another. The next moment, the three-headed green feather kite rose from the ground and fled toward the endless mountain range without looking back. Even though it was not very intelligent, it finally knew fear now. On Xianxujian's body, the three-headed green feather kite felt a fatal threat. That feeling, it should not have appeared in the true dominion, but the truth was right in front of its eyes. Instinctively, it had no choice but to escape. Xianxujian did not move in the void. Instead, he spat out a word like a lotus flower. Slash! The 1,000-mountain blood was suddenly unsheathed, and an endless sharpness burst forth from the scabbard, instantly slicing the surrounding heaven-earth spirit chi into pieces. Then, a saber sound was heard, causing the three-headed green feather kite's body to tremble slightly. Then, a flash of cold light suddenly appeared, accompanied by a shocking thunderclap that exploded in the void. When the crystal saber slashed across, the three-headed green feather kite's 3 gigantic heads suddenly fell to the ground, and a large amount of blood spurted out. Its body, which was originally flying in the void, could no longer maintain its balance and fell heavily. Meanwhile, the 1,000-mountain blood was already in the scabbard. Everything that had happened just now seemed like an illusion. Only the gigantic corpse falling to the ground showed what exactly had happened. The players watching the battle from afar were shocked when they saw this scene. They knew that the three-headed green feather kite was no match for Xianxujian. However, they had never thought that it would be such a one-sided situation. From the beginning to the end, the three-headed green feather kite did not even have the strength to resist before it was suppressed by the other party. That valiant strength made people feel apprehensive. This was especially so when the Dao weapon was unsheathed at the end. They did not even have time to see the situation clearly before they saw the three-headed green feather kite's corpse being separated from its body. Just as the players did not know whether to advance or retreat, Xianxujian landed beside the three-headed green feather kite. When he saw the 3 bird heads, he immediately put them into his storage ring. You have the head of the three-headed green feather kite. Then, his gaze fell on the corpse again, and he left after taking a few more glances. The reason why he took the 3 heads was because he saw that the other party could spit out ice, fire, and poisonous fog. He felt that it was a little strange, so he did so. As for the remaining corpse, Xianxia could not see any value. It was also because the storage ring had a lot of space that he simply did not care about it. After Xianxia left, the onlooking players immediately rushed toward the 3-headed green feather kite's corpse. Before the corpse was refreshed, then they collected and cut it up, taking away all the things that they thought were valuable. Such a powerful monster, even if it was dead, the corpse was definitely not something that ordinary things could compare to. On the other side, Xianxia had already returned to Yuan sect. The huge commotion just now had actually attracted the attention of many people. However, when they thought of the previous words, the experts of Yuan sect suppressed the curiosity in their hearts and did not go forward to check it out. At this moment, when they saw their sect master return, their hearts that were originally hanging in the air were also put down. Xianxia had returned. That powerful aura had disappeared again. Combined with the commotion just now, it was not difficult to guess what exactly had happened. After returning to Yuan sect, Xianxia directly found the Cosmos Bow, then threw out the head of the 3-headed green feather kite and asked, "Do you know what this thing is used for?" If the Cosmos Bow could transform, it would definitely be dumbfounded at this moment. Looking at the head of the 3-headed green feather kite that had died with its eyes wide open, it hesitated for a moment and said, "In my opinion, this should be the head of some powerful monster. What's the use of it?" "I don't know." Hearing that, Xianxia's face darkened slightly. "I don't know why you are hesitating. This is not a waste of time." The 3-headed green feather kite. To the Origin sect, this was just a small episode. Although many players had died, there were no irreparable losses. However, this time, Xianxia had made a move. It also made the other players understand that there was still a big gap between them and this big shot. Although everyone was in the true martial realm, when they really fought, the difference was like heaven and earth. A 3-headed green feather kite had killed many players and forced them to flee. Even the top first stage true martial realm players could not withstand a single blow from dozens of people. More than half of them were burned to death. This was also a powerful monster. However, it could not withstand a few blows from Xianxia before its 3 heads were chopped off. Such strength, the 3-headed green feather kite was not the only thing that was crushed. The mentality of many players was also crushed. Soon, this time, the video was also uploaded to the forum by the players. Nowadays, the forum was filled with all kinds of videos uploaded. However, there was one thing that was certain. As long as the words Liang Mountain Fort Master were mentioned in the video, it would definitely not disappear. The Liang Mountain True Dominion expanded. After a slight commotion, it quickly calmed down. Soon, the forces that belonged to the original 9-leaf Ordinary Dominion and were now integrated into the Liang Mountain True Dominion sent representatives to the Origin sect to pay their respects to the strongest force in the Liang Mountain True Dominion. In the free time, Xianxia also met the leaders of these forces. To be honest, the 9-leaf Ordinary Dominion had just been integrated. The people of these forces were at most in the 10th stage of the basic martial realm. There were even people in the 8th or 9th stage of the basic martial realm. Such cultivators were a dime a dozen in Yuan sect. If he was not so bored, he would not have met these people. Another half a month passed. During this period, the Liang Mountain True Dominion was relatively peaceful. However, the entire Great Zhao was in turmoil. Marquis Qianshan rebelled. He even set up the terrifying heaven-sealing earth-locking array, which directly imprisoned more than half of the 1,000 Mountain Prefecture's territory. They could not use the teleportation array at all. No one had expected that Marquis Qianshan would set up such a huge array without anyone noticing. It was only at the last moment that it shocked the world. The teleportation array was sealed. For the vast Great Zhao, the difficulty of moving troops had increased exponentially. When it was time for the Great Zhao to gather its troops, Marquis Qianshan had already finished reorganizing the cities that he had conquered. He had formed a straight line in front of him, and he could only defend against the attacks of the imperial court. The two sides had fought several times, and both sides had suffered losses. In this way, this also gave others the opportunity to see the weakness of the imperial court. Hence, the other vassals who had the intention of rebelling also took this opportunity to raise their troops and rebel. The pressure on the rebels, who were already under siege by the imperial court, was greatly alleviated. Regarding the situation of the great Zhao, Qin Shujian was not completely clueless. Now that Yuan sect's influence was not small, it was impossible for him to let the people of Yuan sect live in peace. Until now, there were already many Yuan sect disciples who had gone out to train. These people had traveled all over the surrounding True Dominion and even further. Other than that, Qin Shujian had even asked some people to set up shops in various big cities and even other True Dominion areas. They were specifically used to sell the spirit herbs and ores that sect disciples had submitted in exchange for contribution points. Although they were working with the carrier trading company, all eggs could not be placed in the same basket. Now that Yuan sect's influence was growing, it naturally had its own industry. Because of this, some Yuan sect disciples who had gone out to train would pass on the relevant information to the shops under Yuan sect. Then, it would be passed up through the ranks and eventually landed in the hands of Qin Shujian. Based on this reason, this also allowed Qin Shujian to obtain a lot of information even if he did not step out of his house. However, although he did not step out of his house, his strength was growing every moment. When he had killed the three-headed green feather kite, the great desolate devil-suppressing seal had been raised to the point of perfection. Now, by relying on his own cultivation, the great dream spirit capture technique had broken through to the 5th level of the true martial section. The players were getting stronger and stronger. The life force source that he harvested was also increasing. And now, in just half a month, the life force source on the attribute panel had reached the level of 110,000 points. And as the life force source reached 100,000 points, apart from the 2 Dao entry-level martial arts, all the other martial arts techniques had an additional plus behind them. Among them, this included the Wisdom King prison-breaking saber that had reached the unity of heaven and man level. This was a mid-grade true-level martial art. Qin Shujian rarely used it anymore. Most of the time, when facing strong enemies, he would use the mid-grade divine-level Great Desolate Devil suppressing seal. If facing an ordinary opponent, he could easily suppress them with his own true essence. So, speaking of which, the Wisdom King prison-breaking saber was not very useful to him. However, the Wisdom King prison-breaking saber at the unity of heaven and man level is still in the category of martial arts. However, the Wisdom King prison-breaking saber at the entry level will definitely undergo a transformation. If I can raise it, it might allow me to have a more thorough understanding of the saber Dao. After obtaining the Great Dream Spirit Capture technique, Qin Shujian realized that the spirit martial arts realm seemed to involve the level of the mind. If he could raise it, perhaps it would have a lot of benefits in the future. Looking at the pulsating life force from time to time, he finally decided to raise the Wisdom King prison-breaking saber. It was not a big deal. It was just a waste of 10 or so innate life force. The loss was not too big. Anyway, even if all these life force were to be used on the Great Dream Spirit Capture technique, it would not be able to raise it to the level of perfection. With a thought, 100,000 life force disappeared in an instant. The Wisdom King prison-breaking saber also directly rose from the unity of heaven and man level to the entry level. When the martial art was raised, Qin Shujian only felt that the scene in front of him changed, and in an instant, he was already in a netherworld hell. The ground was cracked, and rolling magma could be seen everywhere. In the sky, there was a blood moon, and smoke covered the clouds and the moon. There were also vengeful spirits wailing and fighting, and the magma swallowed all the creatures that fell in. It was as if this was not a world, but a world that was on the verge of destruction. This was a hell that should not have any creatures. Immediately, a huge body climbed up from the purgatory, holding a long saber burning with red flames, and directly slashed at the ground. This slash seemed to have split the entire earth, and terrifying magma surged, swallowing all the creatures. This slash seemed to have broken some kind of restraint. The entire hell began to tremble. Endless Taoist rhymes turned into a long saber that reached the heavens and the earth. It directly scattered the smoke in the sky, pierced the blood moon, and caused a ray of gentle light to be directly projected into the hell. Everything was melting away. Only the huge body stood proudly in the hell, and no matter how much the magma swept, it could not swallow even a little bit. The long saber in the hand was still burning with flames, as if there were red lotuses looming in it. Soon, the scene was broken. But the first slash that cut through the hell was deeply engraved in Qin Shujian's mind. His original understanding of saber intent had deepened a lot at this moment. Because you have two entry-level martial arts of the same kind, you have automatically fused to obtain a new ability, saber intent. Qin Shujian was startled by the sudden system message. Then, he directly checked his own attributes. The Black Tiger Saber technique and the Wisdom King Prison Breaking Saber, which were originally in the martial arts section, had disappeared at this moment. In the special ability section, behind the spiritual eye, there was an additional word, saber intent. Special ability, saber intent, 20%. 20% saber intent? Looking at the words above, Qin Shujian thought to himself. After comprehending the Wisdom King Prison Breaking Saber technique, the saber intent was only 20%. Then, before comprehending it, the saber intent might only be 10%, or even less. When he recalled the two martial arts in his mind again, he realized that although the two martial arts had disappeared from the attribute panel, every move and style was still deeply engraved in his mind. However, after obtaining 20% saber intent, Qin Shujian had a different understanding when looking at the two saber techniques again. Especially for the Wisdom King Prison Breaking Saber technique. Just like when he looked at the Black Tiger Saber technique, he was no longer restricted to every move and style. Instead, he had the illusion that he could use it easily. Although his realm did not increase, Qin Shujian knew that his strength was stronger than before. When he opened his eyes, a ray of terrifying light burst out from his eyes like endless saber radiance. There was a faint tearing sound in the air. The bow of heaven and earth was silently absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At this moment, the entire bow suddenly trembled. Just now, it seemed to have felt a terrifying saber radiance pass by, which made the bow of heaven and earth, which was comparable to a middle-grade spiritual weapon, feel a strong threat. After seeing Qin Shujian come out of the cultivation state, the bow of heaven and earth flattered at the right time, 666. Congratulations to the sect master for achieving great success again. From now on, you will be invincible in the world. Okay, stop flattering me. Every word I said was from the bottom of my heart. There is no exaggeration at all. Qin Shujian was in a good mood now. Every time his strength increased, he would feel a sense of fulfillment. At this moment, the bow of heaven and earth's flattery was very pleasing to his ears. He was quite satisfied with this spiritual object that did not have great abilities but was very pleasant to hear. After that, Qin Shujian's gaze fell on the cloud-piercing arrow and said, "According to your estimate, how long will it take for the cloud-piercing arrow to be completely repaired?" "It should be completely repaired in a month's time." "Okay." Qin Shujian nodded slightly. In his sight, the cloud-piercing arrow no longer looked like it was broken in two. He did not know when the two broken parts of the arrow had grown back together. However, there were still obvious cracks on the arrow body, which made people understand what kind of damage it had suffered. But in his perception, as the spiritual qi of heaven and earth continued to replenish, the cracks on the cloud-piercing arrow seemed to be decreasing bit by bit. However, this process was extremely slow. If one did not observe carefully, it would be difficult to notice this subtle change. While Qin Shujian was silently cultivating, his strength was steadily increasing. A piece of news. It caused him to withdraw from his cultivation state. In the courtyard, under the nourishment of the spirit energy, the osmanthus tree grew much faster than it did in other places. Unknowingly, the flowers on the tree had already bloomed, and a refreshing fragrance filled the courtyard. Qin Shujian sat on a stone bench, under the shade of the tree, and held a letter in his hand. The letter was sent by a member of the Yuan sect. However, the person who wrote the letter was not from the Yuan sect. It was Lin Wanyu, the manager of the Profound Void True Domain of the Carrier Trading Company. Forget it. After staying here for so long, I'm going to get moldy. It's not a bad idea to go out for a walk. Even if I don't gain anything, I'll just take it as a distraction. After burning the letter with his true yuan, Xianxia stood up. The ashes dissipated in the wind. Level 10 Yang Fire. The aura attached to the true yuan could easily melt steel. It was even easier to burn a small piece of paper. Perhaps it was because of the influence of the movies in his previous life, but Qin Shujian now directly burned any letter he received after reading it. He did not have the habit of keeping it. Although the information in the letter was not important. However, he definitely did not want to one day, so and so would hold a letter saying that they knew the secret of his relationship with so and so. After leaving the courtyard, Qin Shujian gathered the few elders of the Yuan sect and told them about his trip. After assigning some things, he left Liang Mountain. However, just as he left the Liang Mountain village, he looked at his source of life, and with a thought, he instantly raised the great dream-capturing spirit technique, which he had not been able to raise after many days of bitter cultivation, to the 6th stage. He felt the true yuan increase in his dantian. Qin Shujian sighed with emotion. After all, bitter cultivation is not as fast as using the source of life to raise one's dantian. However, he only sighed with emotion for a while before he noticed the changes in his body. As the great dream-capturing spirit technique advanced to the 6th stage of the true martial technique. Originally, his dantian was already filled with quintessential essence. Now, it was overflowing. Qin Shujian also felt that he was getting closer and closer to that mysterious limit. The Liangshan True Dominion was separated from the Mystic Void True Dominion by the Xianxia True Dominion. However, for Qin Shujian, who had stepped into the path of Tao with his footwork, Qin Shujian had no way to defeat him. The boundaries of the two True Dominion were not that far apart. Back then, he had followed the carrier trading company's fleet and spent half a month or so to arrive at Baifeng City. But now, with Qin Shujian's strength, it was impossible for him to defeat Qin Shujian. Even though they didn't fly in such a high-profile manner, it only took them 2 days to reach this place. Because there was no guide. When Qin Shujian entered the city, he also paid the entrance fee of 3 copper coins. As for this, he didn't say anything, and he didn't feel the anger of someone who was stopped by a domain lord or a sect master. After all, it was impossible for him to show off his identity and say that he was Qin Shujian, Yuan Zong, and so on just for a mere 3 copper coins. In front of a large crowd, Yuan Zong's reputation would probably be completely destroyed. Candy figurines. Beautiful and delicious candy figurines. 2 for 1 copper coin. Rouge and face powder. Walking in Baifeng City, he could hear all kinds of hawking and shouting. Besides the shops on both sides of the street, there were also many small stalls and vendors selling their wares. There were people coming and going all around, creating a lively and peaceful atmosphere. The last time he had come to Baifeng City, he had sat in a carriage and left in a hurry. Speaking of which, Qin Shujian hadn't really seen what Baifeng City looked like. This is, the Liangshan Stockade Master? There were many players in Baifeng City. When they saw Qin Shujian's face, some of them, who had seen the video before, were stunned. Instantly, when the other players heard this, their gazes landed on Qin Shujian. The Liangshan Stockade Master, this was a famous big boss. Many people had only seen him on the forum. This was the first time they had seen him in person. If they remembered correctly, the Liangshan True Dominion was quite far away from the Xuanxia True Dominion. The other party didn't stay in Yuanzhong but suddenly came here. Some of the players couldn't help but feel puzzled. At Qin Shujian's level of cultivation, even close gazes couldn't escape his senses. When he shifted his gaze, he happened to meet the eyes of the players who were staring at him. In an instant, those players looked away hurriedly as if they had encountered something terrifying. There was no such thing as a safe zone in this game. What if this big shot was unhappy with him and stabbed him in the back? That would be too much of an injustice. TSK, this batch of players is a little timid. Seeing this, Qin Shujian shook his head secretly and no longer paid any attention to him. Very soon, he arrived in front of the mansion of the Qingyun Trading Company. Although there were guards in front of the mansion, they didn't stop him from entering or leaving. This was because the doors of the trading company were open for business. It was impossible to ask for the identity of every person who came in. Unless it was a really important place inside, there would be special personnel to stop him. After easily entering the room, Yi Zichen looked at Yi Zichen. Qin Shujian went directly to the lobby opposite the door. Although it was called a lobby, it was no different from a shop. There were many things on the counter and many customers were choosing from them. When he entered, immediately an attendant came forward and asked respectfully, "Welcome, esteemed guest. May I know what you need? I may be able to help. I want to see Lin Wanyu, Chief Steward Lin. Tell him that Yuanzong, Qin Shujian is here to visit." Yuanzong. The attendant was shocked at first. Then, he came back to his senses and became even more respectful. "Esteemed guest, please follow me. The chief steward has already instructed that if Sect Master Qin comes, I will bring you directly." "Thank you. Sect Master Qin, please." The two of them left the place one after the other. Then, they turned left and right and gradually came to a secluded place. In the main hall, the attendant said, "Sect Master Qin, please take a seat. I will go and report to the chief steward." After speaking, then, he turned and left. It didn't take long for a servant to serve tea. Qin Shujian sensed a familiar aura approaching. Soon after, he heard a voice and saw a figure appear. "Haha. When I heard that Sect Master Qin was coming, I couldn't wait to rush over. May I know if Sect Master Qin is coming in?" His voice was heard before he arrived. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Wanyu had already stepped into the main hall with a warm smile on his face. Qin Shujian cupped his hands slightly and said with a faint smile, "Chief Steward Lin, you are very busy. It is my honor to be able to come personally." If someone else had said this, I would have silently agreed. However, Sect Master Qin, you are too modest. After sitting down, Lin Wanyu looked at Qin Shujian and said with a smile, "Sect Master Qin's reputation is very well known in the Baiyun Manor. It was impossible for it not to be well known. He had destroyed 7 sects in a few days and established his position as the overlord of the True Dominion. The sects in the True Dominion were terrified when they heard the name Yuanzong. They didn't dare go against him easily. Even in the Spirit Protectorate and the lands above the Spirit Protectorate, Yuanzong's reputation spread. After all, as long as such a person didn't die midway, he would definitely become a true expert one day. Therefore, if he didn't want to attract attention, that was completely impossible. Therefore, the importance that the carrier travel trading company attached to Yuanzong increased exponentially. After all, even though the carrier travel trading company was spread throughout the 13 prefectures of the Great Zhao, the Baiyun Manor also had many businesses. The Baiyun Manor also had a considerable share of the True Dominion. Although Yuanzong hadn't officially announced anything, all the sects in the True Dominion had tacitly acknowledged his position. If they wanted to develop steadily in the True Dominion, it was necessary to have contact with Yuanzong. As the chief steward of the Mystic Void True Dominion, Lin Wanyu's status was comparable to that of a sect master. In the past, he had been on equal footing with Qin Shujian. However, now, in front of Qin Shujian, his status was unknowingly lower by a notch. Qin Shujian responded to Lin Wanyu's flattery with a smile. Then, he changed the topic and said, "I received a letter from the chief steward and came directly to Baifeng City. However, I wonder if the matter mentioned in the letter is true." Upon hearing that the other party was talking about serious matters, Lin Wanyu's face also turned serious as he said, "Some time ago, a disciple from a fallen sect came. He wanted to auction off his sect's cultivation technique and martial arts in exchange for cultivating resources. Before that sect was defeated, it used to be quite reputable. Its alchemy and blacksmithing techniques were also quite famous. But it was a pity. Even though the sect's alchemy and blacksmithing techniques were not weak, their strength was not high. In the end, their enemies came knocking on their door. Hundreds of years of foundation were destroyed overnight, and only a few people managed to escape. Unfortunately, their enemies still pursued them relentlessly and swore to eliminate them completely. Now that they couldn't hold on any longer, they wanted to sell their sect's cultivation technique and martial arts. They wanted to increase their cultivation level in exchange for a chance to survive. Upon hearing this, Qin Shujian could roughly understand the situation from the other party's words. What price does he want to sell it for? The other party doesn't intend to sell it directly, but wants to auction it. When will the auction start? It should have started earlier, but because Sect Master Qin has not arrived, the Chamber of Commerce has been holding back. Now that Sect Master Qin has arrived, the auction will start tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Qin Shujian also nodded. Tomorrow was just what he wanted. There was no need to waste too much time. Then, he opened his mouth and said, I would like to meet the person from this sect. Is that possible? The Chamber of Commerce has a rule that the matters of the guests must be kept confidential. If the item hasn't been auctioned yet, it will inevitably cause unnecessary trouble. Lin Wanyu was a little hesitant. He shook his head and said, I suggest that Sect Master Qin should wait until the auction is over and get their sect's cultivation technique and martial arts in your hands before asking to meet the buyer. In this way, I can deal with it. Then I'll do as Steward Lin said. In this regard, Qin Shujian did not insist too much. After all, the other party said so. Then everything would wait until the auction was over. It was nighttime. Qin Shujian was resting in his room. Originally, he had intended to stay at an inn, but Lin Wanyu had strongly invited him, so he decided to stay at the Qingyan Trading Company. Knock. The door is not locked. Please come in. Clang, the door opened, and Lin Wanyu walked in. Looking at Qin Shujian, who was meditating cross-legged, he could not help but praise him. Sect Master Qin is so hardworking. It's no wonder that you are a top-notch expert of the true dominion at such a young age. You are so talented and hardworking. You make me blush with shame. But I have nothing to do. Even if I don't cultivate, I have nothing else to do. Qin Shujian shook his head in response to Lin Wanyu's words. While they were talking, he had finished his cross-legged state and sat down at the round table in the room. Then, he poured 2 cups of tea and said, Chief Steward, please. Thank you. Lin Wanyu thanked him first. Then, he looked at Qin Shujian and said with a smile, Sect Master Qin, you haven't walked around by Feng City much, right? I saw some when I entered the city. It's rare for Sect Master Qin to come here tonight. Why don't we go out for a walk? I'll bring Sect Master Qin to see what Baifeng City looks like tonight. At this point, Lin Wanyu's eyebrows twitched. Then, he smiled ambiguously and said, Baifeng City's pink brothels are famous. Anyone who comes here will definitely experience it. Looking at his expression, combining his words, Qin Shujian was a little confused. However, he instinctively felt that things were not simple. Pink brothels, after muttering this word a few times in his heart, he suddenly understood. When he looked at Lin Wanyu's expression again, he felt strange no matter how he looked at it. I treat you as a friend. You actually want to bring me, cough, cough. After coughing twice, Qin Shujian shook his head and rejected him. I feel that my cultivation technique has reached a bottleneck. I'm prepared to cultivate properly. I'm afraid I can't accompany you. We'll talk about it again in the future. He did not seem to be lying. Lin Wanyu also looked a little regretful, but he couldn't force it. He immediately got up and said, everything should be focused on cultivation. Since Sect Master Qin is about to make a breakthrough, I won't disturb you anymore. Take care, Chief Steward. Goodbye. After walking out of the room, Lin Wanyu looked at the closed door and shook his head, intending to leave. However, after walking for a short while, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. If I remember correctly, Master Qin should be at the 10th level of the martial realm. The 10th level of the martial realm, above that was the spirit martial realm. However, the shackles of the true dominion still existed. How could he break through without heading to the spirit dominion? Then, he thought of the other party's words and expression. He had a rough understanding of the situation. I didn't expect that a top-notch expert of the true dominion would still be a virgin. Lin Wanyu shook his head and laughed, but he couldn't turn around and expose anything. Some people like women. Some people, however, love to cultivate. As for the true experts, most of them were the latter. Thinking about it this way, it wasn't completely incomprehensible for the other party to have achieved so much. On the other side, after Lin Wanyu left, Qin Shujian immediately started cultivating. The next morning, due to the auction, Lin Wanyu had to preside over some matters. Therefore, he asked the attendant to knock on the door and remind Qin Shujian to prepare to attend the auction. After a simple freshening up, Qin Shujian followed the attendant and walked around before arriving at the shop that he had entered the day before. Then, he walked up the stairs to the third level and entered a room. The room wasn't big, but one could see what was outside through the window screen. Looking down through the window screen, one could see a few rows of seats below and an auction stage in front of him. At the moment, someone was already standing on the stage. The attendant beside him said, "Sect Master Qin, this is the auction venue. When the auction starts later, different treasures will be auctioned off. If you have an item that you like, you can bid directly. If you don't have enough cash, the chief steward has instructed that you can make up for it after the auction. Thank you. Also, the window screen can only be seen from the inside. It can't be seen from the outside. I'll wait outside the door. If Sect Master Qin needs anything, please let me know." After the attendant finished speaking, he respectfully left the room and closed the door. At this moment, Qin Shujian retracted his gaze and looked around the room carefully. Although the room wasn't big, the decorations were extremely exquisite. There were fruits and snacks on the table and, smelling the fragrance of the tea, he could basically conclude that it was spirit tea. Regarding this, Qin Shujian was quite satisfied. Disregarding everything else, the Qin Transport Company had done a good job in terms of etiquette. Even the attendants and servants, it was hard to find any fault with the etiquette. Sitting down, while drinking the spirit tea, he looked down at the auction venue through the window screen. At this moment, people had arrived one after another. The few rows of seats were no longer empty. Then, Qin Shujian's ears twitched slightly. He heard a slight sound from the side. It could be inferred that someone else had entered the other rooms. From the attendant's words and the size of the auction venue, there shouldn't be too many rooms. They should only be reserved for those who could afford the price or had a distinguished status. For the latter, Qin Shujian, on the other hand, agreed more. After all, he was the sect master of Yuan sect. Those third-rate sects couldn't compare to him. I'm very honored that everyone can attend the auction of the Qin Transport Company today. I won't say much. I'm sure everyone is waiting anxiously. Now, the auction officially begins. Below, a slightly hunchbacked old man in brocade clothes stepped forward. His voice was as loud as a bell. As the other party's words fell, two beautiful women in light muslin clothes worked together to carry a long brocade box up. With the appearance of the two women, the atmosphere in the auction venue seemed to warm up. Level 10 Basic Martial Realm and Level 4 True Martial Realm? Qin Shujian scanned with his spiritual eye. He had already seen the attributes of the other party. The auctioneer was Yu Shihong. He was at Level 4 True Martial Realm and had just reached the Inner Invulnerability Realm. As for the two beautiful women, they were also at Level 10 Basic Martial Realm. Just from these 2 points, it could be seen that the strength of this branch was quite strong. At this moment, Yu Shihong had already opened the brocade box, revealing a silver-long spear. He immediately said in a deep voice, "The Tongxian ice-breaking spear is a weapon made of top-quality materials and forged by skilled craftsmen. It's a second-grade refined weapon. The starting price is 30,000 taels of silver. Each increment must be no less than 1,000 taels of silver." As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately shouted a price. 31,000 taels of silver. 32,000 taels of silver. 41,000 taels of silver. In a short time, the price directly soared from 30,000 taels of silver to 41,000 taels of silver. And it showed no signs of stopping as people continued to bid. In the room, Qin Shujian sipped his spirit tea, ignoring the intense emotions of the crowd below. To put it bluntly, a second-grade refined weapon spear was simply not enough to enter his eyes. Even for Yuan Zong, there were many weapons of this level. Rather than spending money to buy it, it was better to go to other sects when he was free. Qin Shujian immediately suppressed the thought that popped up in his mind. This was an auction, and everyone was competing with money. It was not the time to compete with their fists. Soon, the Tongxian ice-breaking spear was bought by one person at the price of 73,000 taels of silver. For this price, Qin Shujian also thought it was reasonable. After all, the price of a second-grade refined weapon was around 50,000 taels of silver. The Tongxian ice-breaking spear was obviously stronger than the average second-grade refined weapon and could be regarded as a fine product. Although 70,000 taels of silver was a little premium, the difference was not big. When an item was sold, soon, the bidding for the second item began. Next, Qin Shujian was in a state of watching the show. He did not participate in the bidding for any item. It was not because he had no money. It was simply because the items being auctioned were not good enough for him. However, Qin Shujian also noticed something. That was, until now, the people who were bidding were the people below. No one in the surrounding rooms made a sound. "Come in!" Qin Shujian shouted. The attendant waiting outside immediately pushed the door open and asked respectfully, "Sect Master Qin, what are your orders?" "I would like to ask, how many items are there in this auction?" "There are a total of 53 items in this auction." 53 items? But if Sect Master Qin wants to know the specific items, you can only look at the illustrated handbook on the table. "I have no right to know." The attendant replied respectfully. Illustrated handbook? Qin Shujian's gaze stopped on the table for a while before he finally saw a small booklet on the side. "Then there is nothing else. Then I will go out first." The attendant did not say anything more and left respectfully again, closing the door behind him. Subsequently, Qin Shujian picked up the booklet on the table with an embarrassed look on his face. He miscalculated. Just now, his attention was on the auction and the items on the table were attracted by the spirit tea. He actually neglected this booklet. Opening the first page of the booklet, what came into view was the newly auctioned mystic ice-breaking spear. There was a detailed introduction of this weapon, as well as the starting price. After glancing at it briefly, Qin Shujian continued to flip through the booklet. As for the auction going on below, he temporarily ignored it. When he was seriously flipping through the booklet, he found that the items auctioned this time were not simple. At the beginning, the mystic ice-breaking spear was the worst. Later, there were even first-grade refined weapons and low-grade spiritual weapons. Low-grade spiritual weapon. Seeing this, Qin Shujian was slightly stunned. After reading the introduction of the item, he found that this was different from the low-grade spiritual weapon he imagined. It was different from the spiritual weapon that the sect suppressed and finally entered the spiritual weapon grade. The low-grade spiritual weapon in the booklet was man-made. Although its power was not much worse than the spiritual weapon that suppressed the luck, there was still a big difference in essence. The former could only kill the enemy. The latter could improve the sect's luck. In terms of preciousness, naturally, the latter was several times better than the former. The auction went on. As more and more precious items were auctioned off, more and more people competed for them. Even the people in the side rooms were no longer watching. At this point, they were no longer watching from the sidelines. Instead, they started to bid one after another. Qin Shujian finally found what he was looking for on the 38th to 39th page of the booklet. The Foundry Ancestral Canon, the Celestial Light Alchemy book. The booklet was categorized as an auxiliary martial art. However, the grade surprised him. The former was a low-grade spirit level, the latter was a middle-grade spirit level. Any martial art that touched the spirit level was extremely precious in the true dominion. However, the starting price of these two martial arts left Qin Shujian a little dumbfounded. It was not too high. It was too low. The starting price was 50,000 taels of silver. One had to know that the price of a low-grade true-level martial art was around 50,000 taels of silver. A better martial art could reach 70,000 taels of silver or even 100,000 taels of silver. In comparison, the starting price of the two spirit-level martial arts was 50,000 taels of silver. That was a little too low. Qin Shujian flipped to the back of the booklet. There were more precious items at the back of the booklet. For example, there were high-grade true-level cultivation techniques, low-grade spirit weapons, and even exotic flowers and fruits that could enhance one's cultivation. However, there were no exceptions. The starting price of these items was higher than that of the 2 spirit-level martial arts. This time, we are auctioning a long sword called the Long Abyss Sorrowful Swan. It is currently a half-step spirit weapon. However, it has been appraised by the Foundry Master. If it can be nourished with quintessential essence day and night, there is a chance that it can be upgraded to a low-grade spirit weapon. The starting price is 200,000 taels of silver. Each bid must be at least 10,000 taels of silver. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately bid 300,000 taels of silver, 350,000 taels of silver, 370,000 taels of silver. Without any pause, the price soared all the way to 500,000 taels of silver. At this point, Qin Shujian also secretly clicked his tongue. A half-step spirit weapon was so expensive. It was beyond his expectations. However, he could understand it on second thought. A half-step spirit weapon might not be that precious. However, when the other party said that there was a chance that it could be upgraded to a low-grade spirit weapon, the price soared. It was different from a sharp weapon. Any weapon that entered the ranks of spiritual weapons could not be mentioned in the same breath. 700,000 taels. A voice slowly came from the side room. But after a long time it was drowned out by other voices. 750,000. 770,000. 800,000. The price continued to rise, and soon it was close to 1 million taels of silver. At this time, the bidding slowed down significantly. After all, it was only a half-step spiritual weapon and not a true spiritual weapon. Even if there was a slight possibility of it being upgraded, no one could be sure how long it would take. Spending a few 100,000 taels to gamble was already the limit. The higher the price, the higher the premium. That was not worth it at all. In the end, the price of this half-step spirit tool stopped at 1,130,000 taels, and the person in the room got it. They're all rich. Qin Shujian sighed with emotion. Right now, the amount of silver that Yuanzong could take out was less than 2 million. Now, a single half-step spirit artifact had practically taken out all of Yuanzong's assets. At first, he thought that he was quite rich. Now that he made a comparison, he suddenly realized. So, he was still a poor man. Looking at the 1 million taels of silver in the storage ring, Qin Shujian was a little uneasy now. Originally, according to his plan, this amount of silver was more than enough to buy the 2 martial arts. But looking at the current situation, if a rich man intervened, it was still a problem whether the 1 million taels of silver would be enough. After the successful auction of a half-step spirit artifact, the auction had entered a new climax. With the auction of one item after another, the prices were sold again and again. Qin Shujian only felt that his heart was also being attacked by the rich people all the time. At last, he came to a conclusion. Among the people present, if it was a competition of poverty, no one was a match for him. After the auction of one item, Qin Shujian was suddenly refreshed. His eyes looked through the window screen, watching the movement in the auction room. He saw that another woman in gauze handed over a sandalwood box of about 1 foot in size. After Yu Shihong took the box, he immediately said in a clear voice, "As we all know, except for the spirit artifacts that are bred by heaven and earth, only a master of forging with superb skills is qualified to forge a peerless spirit artifact. Now, I have a forging method in my hands, and its grade is as high as the low grade of the spiritual level. Anyone who gets it has a chance to become a master of forging. Now the starting price is 50,000 taels of silver, and each bid must not be less than 10,000 taels of silver." The scene suddenly became silent, and there was no passion at all. Yu Shihong smiled, but he was a little embarrassed in his heart. If it was other martial arts of the low grade of the spiritual level, not to mention 5 taels, even if it was 500,000 taels of silver, there would definitely be a large number of people scrambling to bid. But, this was a martial art of forging. Anyone could know. Forging and alchemy were 2 big pits in the cultivation world. To achieve something, one must continuously invest resources, and such investment was far from the value of 1 or 2 martial arts could replace. Even a family or a sect may not be able to cultivate a master of alchemy and a master of forging even if they exhausted all their resources. If they could not become a master, Even if they were cultivated, it would be of no use. There was once a sect that spent tens of millions of taels of silver, and in the end, only managed to cultivate a middle-grade alchemist who could only refine pills suitable for the basic martial realm. In the end, that sect directly declined, and until now, it had already disappeared into the crowd. Similar to such an example, it was everywhere in the cultivation world. Therefore, a forging method was not a problem of 50,000 taels of silver, but after bidding for it, one would need to spend a lot of money to fill this big hole. Just as Xianxia was about to open his mouth to break the silence, a voice directly broke the silence of the scene. 60,000 taels. When the voice came out, many people looked at the position of a certain wing room. They all wanted to know which force was so confident that they dared to take down a big pit in the cultivation world. Unfortunately, with the window screen blocking, they could not see anything. 60,000 taels once. 60,000 taels twice. Sold. Xianxia saw that no one was bidding anymore, and he simply ended the bidding. Then he began to auction the next item. In the wing room, Xianxia's mouth revealed a smile. 60,000 taels of silver to buy a low-grade spiritual level forging method. He had to say that it was completely beyond his expectations. He also did not expect. No one wanted this kind of thing at all. Looking at the storage ring, he could still use more than 900,000 taels. The next celestial light alchemy tome would not be a big problem. Then, Xianxia also began the auction of the next item. The starting price of the celestial light alchemy tome was also 50,000 taels, perhaps because of the mid-grade spiritual level. This time, not long after the auction began, someone called out a price. Xianxia sat still, letting others call out a price bit by bit. When it was about time, he directly opened his mouth and said, 100,000 taels of silver. 150,000 taels. Soon, another voice drowned out his bid. 200,000 taels. Suddenly being overshadowed by someone, Xianxia's expression was not good. Looking through the window screen, the voice came from another wing room. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that no one wanted the forging method, but now someone wanted to compete for the alchemy method? Looking at the silver taels in the storage ring, Xianxia's heart settled and continued to call out, 210,000 taels. 300,000 taels. 310,000 taels. 400,000 taels. Bang! Xianxia's face was filled with anger as he heavily slammed his palm on the table. What was the meaning of this? Clearly, they were using money to suppress him. Thinking about how he, Sect Master Qin, had been in the cultivation world for so long, he had never been despised in terms of money. In the other wing room, a middle-aged man and an old man were sitting there. The middle-aged man's clothes were luxurious, and each of his thumbs was wearing a thick jade ring. He laughed at the old man beside him. Old Gu, you can rest assured. Whether it is money or strength, the Nine Rivers sect has never been afraid of anyone. This time, the Celestial Light Alchemy Tome will definitely be in our pockets. With Sect Master Li here, this old man naturally believes. Old Gu's face also had a faint smile. At this moment, in the other wing room, Xianxia forcibly suppressed his anger and continued to call out, 410,000 taels. 50, I am Sky Origin, Xianxia. Are you willing to give me some face? Sect Master Li and Old Gu's faces stiffened. They originally planned to continue to call out the price, but they stopped. Sky Origin, Xianxia. Now, Li Fei had an impulse to turn around and leave. Just now, he had boasted in front of the other party that he would definitely be able to obtain the Celestial Light Alchemy Tome. But now, he felt as if something was stuck in his throat, and he couldn't call out the price no matter how hard he tried. Not only him. Even Old Gu's face was ugly. In the end, he shook his head and sighed, forget it, Sect Master Li. We don't need the Celestial Light Alchemy Tome. Then we will do as Old Gu says. Li Fei immediately took advantage of the situation, but at the same time, there was still some lingering fear in his heart. What kind of person was Xianxia? He was the kind of person who would bear a grudge if there was a little dispute. Many people had already found out the reason for the destruction of the 7 sects. It was just that when they were exploring the treasure land, there was a fight over the spiritual item. Then, after Sect Master Qin got the spiritual item, he went back and led the experts of the sect to destroy all the sects that participated in the fight. If they were to be hated by Qin Shujian because of the competition for an alchemy method in the auction. Li Fei thought of this. His heart trembled slightly. Then he would really be sorry to the ancestors of the Nine Rivers sect. At this moment, not only Li Fei and the others, but the entire auction house was silent. The simple sentence just now had given everyone a great shock. No one expected. Even Sky Origin sect master was here. After a friendly negotiation, Qin Shujian bought the Celestial Light Alchemy book at the price of 410,000 taels of silver. Indeed, being angry will only lead to a lose-lose situation. Only a friendly negotiation can lead to a win-win situation. After sighing with emotion, he shouted and the attendant outside the door immediately came in. Do you know? Who's in that room? Sect Master Qin, the identities of the guests in the room are confidential. I don't know either, the attendant replied respectfully. That's all. I'll take my leave. The attendant retreated. Qin Shujian's gaze landed on the room where the voice had come from. For a moment, no one knew what he was thinking. Meanwhile, after the auction of the Celestial Light Alchemy book ended, the next round of auction immediately began. However, Qin Shujian's words made many people feel uneasy. Origin sect, although he had not done anything else after the 7 sects had been annihilated, this did not mean that they had forgotten the existence of this colossus. On the contrary, the more Origin sect remained silent, the more the other powers guessed and thought about what Origin sect would do next. After all, this was a power that was already an overlord of the True Dominion. No matter what they thought, it was unlikely that they would be willing to stay in a remote place like the True Dominion of the Liang Mountain. If Origin sect was determined to leave the True Dominion of the Liang Mountain, then, who would he point his blade at? Now that Qin Shujian had come to the Mystic Void True Dominion, could he have set his sights on this area? For a moment, many people made wild guesses in their hearts. Very few people bid for the next few auction items. Basically, they stopped when it was about time. When Yu Shihong saw this, he immediately waved his hand to get someone to come up and whispered something in his ear. Very soon, then, he saw a jade green box being carried up. Perhaps it was because the box made entirely of jade had attracted attention or for some other reason, but everyone, who had been a little distracted, now focused their gazes. Yu Shihong was quite satisfied with this effect. Then, he said loudly, the item being auctioned this time is the low-grade spirit artifact, the Wangqing sword. It belonged to the spirit martial realm cultivator, Dao Lord Wangqing. After Dao Lord Wangqing passed away, the Wangqing sword disappeared without a trace. Now, after many twists and turns, it was finally obtained by someone else and finally appeared in the auction. The starting price is 2 million taels, and each bid must be at least 100,000 taels. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's emotions were ignited. The fear that had been brought about by Qin Shujian also disappeared completely under the bombardment of the low-grade spiritual weapon. Low-grade spirit weapon, it was a treasure that could be used to guard a sect or clan. Even if these man-made spiritual artifacts did not have the effect of suppressing fate, the power of the spiritual artifacts alone was enough to protect the continuation of the sect and the safety of future generations. In the True Dominion, a spiritual weapon was more terrifying than a cultivator in the 10th level of the martial realm. In the spiritual realm, only a portion of spirit martial realm cultivators could use spirit weapons as weapons. It could be said that spirit weapons were considered priceless in the True Dominion. Even if you had the money, you might not be able to buy it. Occasionally, a few spirit weapons would appear at the Qingyun Trading Company's auction. However, every time they appeared, many factions would fight over them. The auction had been going on for so long. Many forces had participated in the bidding, but none of them had actually made a deal. They had done so because they wanted to preserve their strength and compete for the ownership of the spiritual artifacts. When the jade box was opened, a sinister chill instantly filled the entire venue. Everyone's eyes were burning with passion as they started bidding crazily. As for Qin Shujian, he was now just watching the show. Half of the silver he had brought had already been used up. The remaining silver was not even enough to cover the starting price of the spiritual artifacts. Therefore, he could only watch. However, he was already satisfied that he had been able to obtain the 2 cultivation techniques. As for the rest, there was no need for him to participate. However, Qin Shujian looked at the faces of the people who were bidding fiercely and memorized them. Then, he looked at the other rooms through the window screen and silently observed the people who were bidding fiercely and were richer. When he had the chance, he also wanted to find out where these people were from. There was no other reason. He just liked to be friends with rich people. Although the origin sect was poor, its strength was not bad. It would not be too degrading to be friends with rich people. By the time the auction ended, Yi Zichen had already made his decision. Someone knocked on the door. After receiving permission, someone immediately came in and brought the 2 martial arts techniques that Qin Shujian had obtained from the auction. After seeing the 2 martial arts techniques, Qin Shujian did not open them immediately. Instead, he waved his hand and threw out more than 400,000 taels of silver from the storage ring. Then, the room was filled to the brim with silver. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned and stood rooted to the ground. No one expected that silver would appear out of thin air. Even more so, they did not expect that Qin Shujian did not bring banknotes. Instead, he brought more than 400,000 taels of silver. Fortunately, the quality of the room was good. Or else, this pile of silver alone would probably crush the floor of the room. Seeing this, Yu Shiheng quickly recovered from his daze and said with a smile, "Sect leader Qin is so straightforward." He was able to host the auction and naturally had a lot of experience. Although the storage ring was precious, it was not very rare for the Qingyun Trading Company. Qin Shujian said, "I only brought cash with me." "You can count it." "There's no need to count it. We naturally trust sect leader Qin's reputation." Yu Shiheng stepped forward. The ring on his ring finger flashed slightly and more than 400,000 taels of silver were immediately collected into it. A storage ring. Seeing this, Qin Shujian was not too surprised. The Qingyun Trading Company was a big business. It would be strange if they did not have a storage ring. After the money was settled, Qin Shujian continued, "I would like to meet the person who auctioned these 2 martial arts techniques. I wonder if your company could introduce me to him. I can ask on your behalf. However, I can't guarantee the details. It's best if this matter can be done. It doesn't matter if it can't." "That's good. Sect leader Qin, please wait here for a while. I'll be back soon." Yu Shiheng heard this and immediately stood up to leave. Qin Shujian did not stop him. Instead, he returned to his original position and looked at the 2 martial arts once again. Celestial Light Alchemy Scroll, Ancestral Book of Casting. After making sure that no one was watching, he directly opened the 2 martial arts techniques. "You've learned Celestial Light Alchemy Tome of Spiritual Class. You've learned Celestial Light Alchemy Tome of Forging." Suddenly, a large amount of knowledge appeared in his mind. However, it seemed to be suppressed very quickly. Only a small part of it remained. Then, Qin Shujian looked at his own attributes. Under Martial Arts, there was a new column. Special Martial Arts, Celestial Light Alchemy Tome, Celestial Light Alchemist, Ancestral Tome of Forging, Celestial Light Alchemist, Celestial Light Alchemist and Celestial Light Alchemist. When Qin Shujian recalled the contents of these 2 special martial arts techniques, he realized that he could only view the contents of Celestial Light Alchemist and Celestial Light Alchemist. Moreover, he seemed to have memorized them and practiced them thousands of times. When he wanted to view the contents beyond Celestial Light Alchemist and Celestial Light Alchemist, he realized that he could not do so at all. It seems that special martial arts techniques are somewhat different from normal martial arts techniques. I need to improve and unseal them step by step before I can fully master them. However, now I can be considered as an alchemist and Celestial Light Alchemist. Qin Shujian felt the knowledge about alchemy and Celestial Light Alchemist and Celestial Light Alchemist. Although he could only get a part of the initial content. However, he was not too worried. As long as he had enough life source, he would not be afraid of not being able to improve the level and unseal the content. The only thing he had to consider now was how to find the right person for these 2 martial arts techniques. After all, as a sect master, it was impossible for him to not do business every day and just stay in the sect to refine pills and refine weapons. That was impossible. All of a sudden, Qin Shujian looked at the position of the door. He sensed two auras approaching, but none of them belonged to Yu Shihong or Lin Wanyu. In fact, they didn't even belong to anyone who had just appeared. There was no knock on the door. Subtle footsteps finally stopped at the door. Then, a respectful voice came, Nine Rivers Sect Master Li Fei and Elder Gu Xing have come to pay respects to Sect Master Qin of Yuan Sect. Nine Rivers Sect's Li Fei, just by hearing the other party's voice, he knew who it was. Come in. A faint voice came out. Li Fei and Gu Xing, who were standing at the door, looked at each other, then pushed the door open and walked in. When they saw Qin Shujian sitting there, they cupped their hands and said politely, Greetings, Sect Master Qin. I don't remember having any interaction with Nine Rivers Sect. Why did the two of you suddenly come to visit? Previously, I did not know that it was Sect Master Qin who bid. In addition, Elder Gu is also an alchemist, so he bid for the Celestial Light Alchemy Scroll. In order to avoid any misunderstanding, we came to apologize. Li Fei's words were sincere, without the slightest arrogance that a sect master should have. Gu Xing, who was standing at the side, had the same attitude. Qin Shujian looked at the two, pausing on Gu Xing for a while. Then, he smiled and said, It's just a misunderstanding. I am not a petty person. Sect Master Li, you don't have to take it to heart. In the end, it's my fault. I've caused Sect Master Qin to lose hundreds of thousands of silver. While speaking, Li Fei took a step forward and placed a thick stack of silver notes on the table, then retreated. This is 500,000 silver to cover the cost of the Celestial Light Alchemy Scroll. The remaining tens of thousands of silver is for our first meeting. I specially gave it to Sect Master Qin. This, I'm afraid it's not good. This is Nine Rivers Sect's and Li's goodwill. I hope Sect Master Qin will not refuse. Fine. Qin Shujian reached out and took the silver notes, then put them away. The smile on his face became more sincere. Since it's Sect Master Li's goodwill, it would be ungrateful of me to refuse. I see that Sect Master Qin has other things to do, so we won't disturb you any longer. In the future, if Sect Master Qin has time, you can come to Nine Rivers Sect at any time. I will definitely welcome you. After speaking, Li Fei and Gu Xing bid farewell and left. It was as if the two of them came here just to give him money. Originally, Qin Shujian had planned to find an opportunity to inquire about the identity of the person who bid against him after the auction ended. When he was free, he would pay a visit to the other party's sect. But Li Fei was so tactful now. On the contrary, it made it difficult for him to make a move. After all, it was normal to compete with each other in an auction. The other party had even personally delivered 500,000 taels of silver. So in comparison, not only did he not lose anything in this auction, but he also earned 2 special martial arts and 30,000 taels of silver. One doesn't hit a smiling person. A dignified sect master can do this to this extent. Li Fei knows when to yield and when to stand tall. It's a good thing that the Nine Rivers Sect has such a sect master. Qin Shujian shook his head and decided not to find trouble with the Nine Rivers Sect for the time being. A person like Li Fei who was so tactful. Now, there wasn't much left. He sat there and continued to study the Celestial Light Alchemy Amulet and the Ancestral Book of Casting. Not long after, he felt 3 auras approaching. One of them was more familiar. It came from Yu Shihong. They're here. Qin Shujian ended his study and waved his hand to open the door with his qi. Yu Shihong, who was standing at the door, raised his hand and was about to knock on the door, was slightly startled. Behind him stood a young man and a young woman. Seeing this, they were also somewhat surprised. But Yu Shihong reacted quickly and led the two into the room. He then introduced, This is Sect Master Qin of the Nine Rivers Sect. Then he said to Qin Shujian, These two are the people Sect Master Qin wants to see. Shen Yuqing of the Alchemy Sect greets Sect Master Qin. Shen Yuhua of the Alchemy Sect greets Sect Master Qin. The young man and woman also cupped their hands and bowed. Yu Shihong said, Take your time, I won't disturb you. After that, He retreated and closed the door of the room. Please take a seat. Thank you, Sect Master Qin. Xin Yuqing and Xin Yuhua glanced at each other slightly and then sat down somewhat cautiously. After all, the person opposite them didn't look much older than them. But when it came to identity, it was far from what they could compare to. The Origin sect was now an overlord power in the True Dominion. The sect master of the Origin sect even had the title of the #1 expert in the True Dominion. Even though this title was only acknowledged by a small number of people, there was still a lot of exaggeration. But no matter what, this meant that the other party's current position was unshakable. After the two of them sat down, Qin Shujian's spiritual eye also moved, and the other party's attributes appeared in his eyes. Name, Xin Yuqing. Title, Identity, Affiliation, Realm, 5th level of the Martial Realm. Name, Xin Yuhua. Title, Identity, Affiliation, Realm, 5th level of the Martial Realm. Both of them were at the 5th level of the Martial Realm of Internal Gang. But besides that, everything else was blank. According to Qin Shujian's conjecture, the Pale Cauldron sect should have already been annihilated. Hence, their faction no longer existed. Thoughts flashed through his mind. Qin Shujian looked at the two of them pleasantly and said with a faint smile, I wonder what level the two of you are at in terms of alchemy, blacksmithing, and blacksmithing? The young man, Xin Yuqing, cupped his hands and said, I am not talented. I am only a middle-grade blacksmith. However, I will be able to break through and become a high-grade blacksmith in the future. Although his tone was calm, it couldn't hide the hidden pride in his voice. He was already a middle-grade blacksmith at such a young age. He would be able to become a blacksmith master in the future. He would be considered a genius in the Pale Cauldron sect or anywhere else. Xin Yuhua, who was sitting on the other side, replied in a crisp voice, I am already a high-grade alchemist. A high-grade alchemist. Qin Shujian's eyes narrowed. His expression also changed slightly as he looked at Xin Yuhua. If a middle-grade blacksmith wasn't enough to catch his attention, then a high-grade alchemist was not bad. You can refine elixirs of the spirit martial realm? I just broke through, so I can only refine level 5 elixirs. I still need some time to refine level 6 elixirs, Xin Yuhua said as she shook her head. Hearing this, Qin Shujian wasn't too disappointed. Level 5 elixirs were also of great help to physical invulnerability cultivators. As for level 6 elixirs, they were already at the level of the spirit martial realm. Even if she could refine them, for the current Yuan zone, they were not as useful as level 5 elixirs. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip of the spiritual tea. He looked at the two and said, You two belong to the Pale Cauldron sect. However, it is said that the Pale Cauldron sect has been destroyed. I will not beat around the bush. If you are willing to join my Yuan zone, I can set up 2 halls of alchemy and blacksmithing. You two will be the elders. As for the people who are chasing you from behind, I will also take care of them. What do you think? Hearing this, Xin Yuqing and Xin Yuhua were both stunned. Then, the two of them looked at each other. They didn't expect Qin Shujian to be so straightforward when Qin Shujian wanted to see them. In fact, the two had some vague guesses in their hearts. However, they didn't dare to be sure. Now that the matter was out in the open, they were a little surprised. Xin Yuqing didn't agree immediately. Instead, she asked tentatively, Don't you want to know who the enemy behind the Pale Cauldron sect is? Could it be the Imperial Court? No, Qin Shujian immediately waved his hand and sneered, Since it's not the Imperial Court, what does my Yuan zone have to fear? Even if it's a big sect of the spirit domain, it has to kneel in front of me. It was a simple sentence. However, it showed Qin Shujian's strong inner confidence. Except for the Imperial Court, Yuan zone didn't fear any sect. This was the confidence of a level 4 force. It was also the confidence of having a Taoist artifact. As the lord of a domain, it was the confidence that he should have. Xin Yuqing and Xin Yuhua were suddenly speechless. Qin Shujian's powerful confidence made them unable to say the words they wanted to say in their hearts. The two of them looked at each other. Finally, Xin Yuqing said, If Sect Master Qin's words are true, then we will join Yuan zone. I never speak nonsense. Xin Yuqing, Xin Yuhua, greets the Sect Master. The two of them immediately got up and bowed. Qin Shujian sat there motionlessly, waiting for them to finish their greetings. Then, he smiled and said, "Elders, please take a seat." Hearing this, the two of them sat down. When he looked at them with his spiritual eye, Shen Yuqing and Shen Yuhua's attributes had already appeared in his eyes. The former's loyalty was 75 points. The latter's loyalty was 78 points. This kind of loyalty wasn't very high. However, it was good that they had just joined Yuanzong. It proved that Yuanzong's name was deeply rooted in people's hearts. Subsequently, Qin Shujian found Yu Shihong and said, "I would like to purchase some spiritual tea." "What kind of high-quality spiritual tea do you have?" "There are 7 levels of spiritual tea. Now we have some 3rd-level spiritual tea. The price is 50,000 taels of silver per tael. It will be of great help to the cultivation of the real martial realm." "Then give me 5 taels." As he spoke, Qin Shujian felt his heart ache. 5 taels of spiritual tea. It was equivalent to 250,000 taels of silver. Even if it was tea, it was clearly drinking money. However, he had already asked. As the sect master of Yuanzong, he couldn't buy 2nd-level spiritual tea. Moreover, he would feel too shabby if he bought less. Hearing this, Yu Shihong smiled and said, "What sect master Qin wants is just right. We only have 5th-level, 3rd-level spiritual tea left. If you want more, I can't take it out." Immediately after, Qin Shujian asked Shen Yuqing and Shen Yuhua what they needed to refine pills and forge. Then, he spent hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. Finally, when he looked at the storage ring and saw that there were less than 200,000 taels left, he didn't want to talk anymore. However, these were all necessary expenses. Needless to say, spiritual tea. The rest of the things were necessary for refining pills and forging. Otherwise, even an upper-grade alchemist couldn't refine pills out of thin air. After arranging for Shen Yuqing and Shen Yuhua to rest temporarily, Qin Shujian set off to find Lin Wanyu. "Sect Master Qin, did the auction go well?" "Not bad." Speaking of this, Qin Shujian was also in a good mood. This time, he got the martial arts he wanted and also roped in 2 special talents. Subsequently, he continued, "This time, I came to find Chief Steward Lin because there is one more thing I need your help with." "What is it?" "I want to collect some yuan-eroding bone powder." "Do you have any way to do it?" "Yuan-eroding bone powder." Lin Wanyu was also obviously stunned for a moment. Of course, he knew what yuan-eroding bone powder was. After being stunned for a moment, he immediately frowned and said in a deep voice, "Yuan-eroding bone powder is formed after the death of the evil spirit. The evil spirit that was born today has long been killed or sealed. The yuan-eroding bone powder that was left behind has probably drifted away with the wind." After all, Sect Master Qin also knows that although the yuan-eroding bone powder is extremely poisonous, it has no other use. Very few people would collect this thing. I naturally understand this. If there is news of the yuan-eroding bone powder, Chief Steward Lin can send a message to the Origin sect or help to offer a high reward. Alright, when there is news, I will naturally inform Sect Master Qin. Thank you very much. After inquiring about the yuan-eroding bone powder, Qin Shujian chatted with the other party for a while more and then got up to leave. After bidding farewell to Lin Wanyu, he then called for Shen Yuqing and Shen Yuhua. Then, he left Baifeng City and headed in the direction of Yuan sect. Originally, with Qin Shujian's speed, it would only take 2 days to return to the Origin sect. However, although Shen Yuqing and Shen Yuhua's strength was not bad, their speed was not fast. It took them more than a day to enter the boundary of the Blue River True Dominion, on a road with few people. However, there were 5 people blocking their way. Qin Shujian looked at the 5 people in front of him indifferently. When his spirit eye swept past them, their cultivation levels appeared in his eyes. 3 10th-level True Martial Realm cultivators, 2 8th-level True Martial Realm cultivators, they were all cultivators at the physical aura realm. Seeing this, his eyes flickered. 5 cultivators at the physical aura realm was a powerful force in the True Dominion. Furthermore, there were 3 10th-level True Martial Realm cultivators among them, who were enough to determine the sect master of a sect. When he saw the power that the 5 of them belonged to, Qin Shujian was slightly surprised. The Celestial Sect, in his memory, there was no sect master called the Celestial Sect in the North Cloud Mansion's true dominion. Furthermore, there was no sect that had so many experts at the peak of the true martial realm. Based on the change in Xin Yuqing and Xin Yuhua's pale faces, the situation was basically clear. Xin Yuhua took a small step back and said in a trembling voice, "Sect Master, these are the people sent by the power that destroyed the Elixir Tripod Sect." Xin Yuqing's face was also pale. At the same time, she secretly activated her quintessential essence, preparing to unleash a deadly attack at any time. Qin Shujian had said that he was not afraid of the power that destroyed the Elixir Tripod Sect. However, what was the real situation, they couldn't be 100% sure. If Qin Shujian turned around and betrayed them in the face of pressure from the Celestial Sect, they would have no one to cry to. "I am Luo Jiang, an outer sect. Elder of the Celestial Sect in the Fallen Dust Spirit Protectorate. Greetings, Sect Master Qin of the Origin Sect." The leader of the 5 people was a middle-aged man in yellowish-brown clothes. His cheeks were slightly sunken, and he cupped his hands. After he finished speaking, the scene was silent. Qin Shujian just looked at him indifferently and didn't say a word. A haze flashed across Luo Zhang's eyes. Soon after, he cupped his hands together and said, "Sect Leader Qin, the 2 people behind you are wanted by my Celestial Sect. I hope that you can return them to us. I will be extremely grateful." Xin Yuqing and Xin Yuhua are already elders of the Origin Sect. No matter what grudges they had with the Celestial Sect, no one can touch them after they enter the Origin Sect. Upon hearing this, on the other hand, Xin Yuqing and Xin Yuhua were visibly more relaxed. Luo Zhang's face was ugly as he said in a low voice, "The Celestial Sect has no intention of becoming enemies with the Origin Sect. Why do you have to make things difficult for the Celestial Sect for 2 mere remnants of the Elixir Tripod Sect? If it had been someone else, he would have already taken action." However, the person standing in front of him was Qin Shujian, the sect master of the Origin Sect. Hence, Luo Jiang did not completely fall out with him. If it had been in the Spirit Protectorate, the Celestial Sect would not have been too afraid of a sect that only had a peak true martial realm expert, even if it had a Dao artifact guarding the sect. However, in the True Dominion, the Celestial Sect had no choice but to treat a True Dominion overlord like the Origin Sect with caution. "Are you threatening me? Please don't misunderstand, Sect Master Qin. I'm just stating a fact. The Origin Sect is also an overlord in the True Dominion. Why should we offend the Celestial Sect for 2 mere remnants? You should know that the Celestial Sect also has a Dao artifact guarding the sect and many experts of the Spirit Martial Realm. My sect master has heard of your name and wishes to befriend you. Why don't you hand over the 2 of them? Our 2 sects might even be on good terms. It seems like you're indeed threatening me." Qin Shujian nodded his head. The next moment, the expression in his eyes changed abruptly. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted. The vast quintessential essence condensed into a solid palm aura that suppressed Luo Jiang and the others. The moment he attacked, Luo Jiang and the others' expressions changed drastically. They were all peak true martial realm experts, but they actually felt a huge threat from this palm. They did not dare hesitate. The 5 of them unleashed a powerful attack. The terrifying quintessential essence condensed together and collided heavily with the palm aura. In an instant, a terrifying gale spread and engulfed everything in the surroundings. After one exchange, Luo Jiang immediately shouted, "Let's retreat." They had always heard that the Sky Origin Sect was domineering. Therefore, Luo Jiang considered their strength and avoided a direct confrontation with them. In the end, the other party was indeed as domineering as the rumors said. After hearing the name of the Celestial Sect, he had no scruples at all. Instead, he attacked directly. Moreover, Qin Shujian's strength was also far beyond their imagination. That palm just now. Luo Jiang knew that the 5 of them were definitely not a match for him. That terrifying strength. It was even comparable to a strong practitioner of the spiritual martial realm. "Come and go as you please." Qin Shujian's face was cold. He made a seal with one hand. The vast vital essence directly exploded the air and turned into a shadow of a mountain. The terrifying power instantly spread in all directions. A fatal attack. A terrifying power. Luo Jiang and the others had no choice but to turn around and defend. As soon as they released their vital essence, they were directly crushed by the moving mountain seal. Then the mountain fell. 2 physical invulnerability practitioners of level 8 of the martial realm were directly shaken until their bones and tendons were broken and they collapsed on the ground. Even Luo Jiang and the other 2 practitioners at the peak of the martial realm were shaken to the point that the vital essence in their dantian collapsed. They kept coughing up blood. One move of the moving mountain seal. All 5 physical invulnerability practitioners were seriously injured. Shocked by Qin Shujian's strength, Luo Jiang saw that the other party was about to attack again. He immediately shouted, "The celestial sect can no longer arrest them. Please stop. It's a long journey back to the Luochen spirit field. Let me send you on your way." Divine level martial arts, Great Wilderness Demon Suppression Seal, Moving Mountain Seal, Overturn the Sea Seal. Qin Shujian didn't hold back at all. He used 2 more moves of the seal. The power beyond the peak of the martial realm was released and directly drowned Luo Jiang and the others. The earth trembled, several deep pits were left on the ground. Around them were broken corpses and bloodstains all over the ground. Dead. Xin Yuqing and Xin Yuhua, who were standing at the side, still hadn't completely recovered from the shock since Qin Shujian attacked. Until Luo Jiang and the others were defeated. It didn't even take 10 seconds. 5 physical invulnerability realm cultivators were directly killed by the other party. When Qin Shujian used the Great Desolation Devil Suppression Seal just now, the terrifying power made them feel that the person standing in front of them was not a physical invulnerability cultivator, but an expert in the spiritual martial realm. "Let's go." A calm voice sounded in their ears, bringing them back to their senses. "Oh," she subconsciously replied. When she saw Qin Shujian walking in front of her, she hurriedly followed him. His heart, which had been hanging in the air, was now completely at ease. Walking behind Qin Shujian, Xin Yuhua couldn't help but ask, "Sect Master, was that a spirit rank martial art you executed earlier?" Divine ranked martial art, Great Desolation Devil Suppressing Seal. Divine ranked martial art, Great Desolation Devil Suppressing Seal. Xin Yuhua was obviously shocked. Qin Shujian tilted his head and looked at the 2 of them. "Why? Have you heard of it?" No. Xin Yuhua shook her head. His sense of belonging to Yuanzong had risen exponentially. Possessing divine level martial arts, and a Dao artifact, if there was an expert at the spirit martial realm, it would undoubtedly be a large sect of the spirit protectorate. Qin Shujian didn't care about what Xin Yuhua was thinking. When he had used his spirit eye just now, the loyalty of the 2 of them had already broken through the barrier of 80 points from the original 70 points. Obviously, the scene just now had caused a huge impact on them. This gave them a huge psychological impact, causing them to feel a sense of belonging to Yuanzong. The reason Qin Shujian had killed Luo Jiang, it was because he wanted to silence them. Unless he handed over Xin Yuqing and Xin Yuhua, it was inevitable that he would become enemies with the celestial martial sect. As for Luo Jiang's last words of help, they couldn't be taken seriously. Thinking about it from another perspective, if he was the sect master of the celestial martial sect and there was a sect in the true dominion that dared to defy the wishes of the celestial martial sect, that sect would definitely be dead. Therefore, from the moment Luo Jiang and the others had stopped them, there was already no room for negotiation. As for letting the tiger return to the mountain, this wasn't Qin Shujian's style at all. Instead, he had killed Luo Jiang and the others. The celestial martial sect might not even know about this. Even if they did, they wouldn't be afraid of the celestial martial sect in the Liang Mountain True Dominion. Furthermore, Xin Yuqing and Xin Yuhua were very useful to Yuanzong. Or else, if Luo Jiang and the others spoke politely, it wouldn't be a problem to hand them over. However, what Yuanzong lacked now was such special talents. Otherwise, if the materials collected by players and others were sold directly, the profit would be too great. Furthermore, if a sect didn't have its own alchemy and casting methods, Qin Shujian would feel that something was missing. Apart from the small accident with Luo Jiang and the others along the way, the rest of the journey didn't have any twists and turns. After about 2 or 3 days, Qin Shujian finally brought the two of them back to Yuanzhong. The construction of the city had already begun to take shape. Thousands of odd job workers were working in full swing. It was also a rather grand scene. Among them, there were inner energy cultivators and other sect members helping to transport the materials. When he saw this scene, he was shocked. Xianxia was shocked as she asked uncertainly, "This is building a city?" "Yes." Qin Shujian made a soft sound of acknowledgement, which could be considered as an answer. Instantly, Xianxia's heart trembled again. Building a city, that was something only a true sect had the qualifications to do. Or else, any random sect building a city would only be a joke to increase the number of people. When the Elixir Tripod sect was at its peak, it also had its own city. Unfortunately, after the Elixir Tripod sect fell, the city gradually became abandoned. When the two of them stepped onto Liang Mountain, they were shocked again. The dense spirit qi in the air made them feel as if they were going to a spirit domain sect and not a true dominion sect. Sect Master. Disciple greets Sect Master. Along the way, all the disciples of Yuanzhong who saw Qin Shujian stopped in their tracks and bowed. Very soon, Qin Shujian arranged for the two of them to stay first. The next day, he formally gathered all the elders in the inherited martial hall. Xianxia and Xinyuhua were among them. Looking at the two unfamiliar faces that had suddenly appeared, many people revealed puzzled expressions. When Qin Shujian arrived, everyone stood up and bowed. "Greetings, Sect Master. Sit down." After Qin Shujian sat down on the main seat, he looked at Xianxia and Xinyuhua and said, "This time, when I went to the Mystic Void True Dominion, I met two experts who are proficient in alchemy and forging. Therefore, I specially let them enter the Yuanzhong and hold the position of inner sect elder. At the same time, I opened 2 halls for alchemy and forging, which will be presided over by Elder Xianxia and Elder Xinyuhua." After he finished speaking, the two of them immediately stood up and cupped their fists towards the crowd. "I am Xianxia, Xinyuhua. Greetings, elders." Elder Yuqing, Elder Yuhua, is too polite. Everyone had already cupped their fists in return. Although they did not know much about alchemy and forging. Since the two of them could make Qin Shujian pay so much attention to them, they must have their own unique points. Moreover, the two of them were inner energy realm cultivators and could not hide from their eyes and ears. Coupled with their young faces, even if they were not proficient in alchemy and forging, they were still cultivation geniuses. Soon after, Qin Shujian also introduced the situation of the Yuanzhong to Xianxia and Xinyuhua. After choosing 2 places in Liang Mountain as the locations for the alchemy and forging halls, this matter could be considered to have come to an end. Very quickly. There were a few new missions in the mission hall. One was to recruit alchemy apprentices for the alchemy hall. The other was to recruit alchemy apprentices for the forging hall. These 2 missions were naturally issued by Xianxia and Xinyuhua. Whether it was alchemy or forging, it was not something that could be done easily by one person. Recruiting alchemy apprentices was something that was inevitable. Moreover, Qin Shujian also revealed it. He hoped that the two of them could recruit some alchemy apprentices and nurture them. These 2 missions also attracted the attention of many players. After all, alchemy and forging were simply too rare. Very few players would be involved in these 2 areas. However, very few would be involved. It did not mean that the players had never heard of it. Therefore, when the 2 missions were issued, many people immediately accepted them. 5 days passed. Another piece of news shook the entire Yuanzhong a few times. That was, using contribution points, one could exchange for the corresponding alchemy. After taking it, one could increase one's cultivation level and break through to the next realm. This is the legendary Yuan increasing alchemy. Zhao Hua looked at the alchemy that he had spent 500 contribution points to exchange for and was shocked. Yuan increasing alchemy, this was also known as the experience pill among the players. Actually, many alchemy pills that could increase one's cultivation level could be considered as a type of experience pill among the players. However, the Yuan increasing alchemy was the most famous. However, the price to pay for the alchemy was too high. Any player who wanted to obtain the alchemy could only spend a large amount of money to buy it from the trading company or other places. Zhao Hua had only heard of the name of the alchemy. To actually obtain it, this was the first time. Without hesitation, after swallowing the yuan-increasing alchemy, a powerful force suddenly erupted from within his body. The progress bar of Yuan Dian's cultivation method on the attribute panel also rose rapidly. Very quickly, it reached a critical point. Boom! A powerful aura suddenly erupted but then disappeared without a trace. Looking at Yuan Dian, who had steadily stopped at the 10th level, Zhao Hua's face revealed a carefree smile. 10th level of the basic realm. 1 yuan increasing alchemy almost raised an entire realm. As expected of the experience pill. If he could obtain a few more yuan increasing alchemy, he would definitely be able to break through to the real martial realm. In the current group of players, the real martial realm was the mainstream and also the peak. However, looking at the contribution points that were already close to single digits, Zhao Hua's smile gradually disappeared and became somewhat helpless. The yuan increasing alchemy was good. It was just that the contribution points were a bit useless. After working so hard for so long, the 500 contribution points that he had saved up were all gone in one mouthful. The only thing worth rejoicing about was, his strength had increased. Then, the chances of obtaining contribution points in the future would be greater. At this moment, many people in Yuan Zone were like Zhao Hua. When the alchemy pills appeared, they directly bought them and consumed them. For a time. However, everyone who consumed the alchemy pills had their strength increased by a lot. Returning to Yuan sect, Qin Shujian changed the mission reward of finding the demon disaster. He increased the original 50 contribution points to 200 points. At the same time, he added another mission to the list. That was, find the sealed evil demon. If he wanted to obtain luck points, he had to destroy the sect and steal the sect's spiritual item. Or he had to enter the new ordinary realm and obtain the connate spiritual item. And finally, kill the evil demon. The first method was obviously not feasible. Now that the Great Zhao was in turmoil, the Baiyun prefecture was still stable. Marquis Baiyun would definitely not cause chaos in the Baiyun prefecture. If Yuan sect wantonly destroyed the sect and caused panic, the imperial court would probably come and talk to him. Yuan sect was powerful. But it was not as powerful as the imperial court. Qin Shujian was well aware of this fact. Furthermore, he did not have any thoughts of going against the imperial court. It was good to enjoy the shade under a big tree. If De Zhao was safe and sound, then Yuan Zone would be able to develop steadily and increase his strength step by step. But if the Great Zhao was in turmoil and even fell apart, the entire Great Zhao 13 prefectures would be in turmoil. Yuan sect wanted to stay out of this. But there was no possibility. However, according to Qin Shujian's estimation, Marquis Qianshan should not be able to shake the foundation of the Great Zhao. As for the rebellions of the other Marquis, it was just a small matter. As long as Marquis Qianshan was dealt with, then the other problems would be just a small problem. Lingchuan Ordinary Realm. A group of 5 or 6 players walked in a large canyon. Occasionally, rocks would roll down and crows would cry. The faint fog above the canyon blocked the sunlight, making this place even more eerie. Are you sure it's here? Xiao Jingyi looked at the environment in front of him and turned to ask another player. Wang Gang nodded and said, that should be it. According to the situation on the forums, evil demons generally live in dangerous environments. Moreover, the NPC who gave me the quest should be the evil demon spokesperson mentioned on the forums. Evil demon spokesperson, this was the title given by the players themselves. The reason was, there was a mysterious NPC who would often issue quests to unseal evil demons. Anyone who accepted this quest would be killed by the evil demons that broke out of their seals. Following that, the evil demons were born, causing a demonic calamity that harmed a large number of players. Over time, the NPC who had issued the quest was hung up by other players. When he died, it immediately attracted a lot of victims. Gradually, just like that, the title of Devil spokesperson spread. At this point, the first thing all players who encountered the demon spokesperson did was not to accept the quest, but to think of a way to eliminate the demon spokesperson. This was to prevent other brainless players from accepting the quest and releasing the demon. It was a pity. The devil's spokesperson was terrifyingly strong. It was fine if the players didn't make a move, but the other party wouldn't reveal any tricks. But as soon as he made his move, no matter how many players came, they would all die. In the past, there had been players from other novice villages. They had gathered all the players in the 7th stage of the martial realm and above from other novice villages in the ordinary realm. There had been over 10,000 people besieging the evil demon's spokesperson. In the end, all of them ended up being wiped out. Ever since then, everyone who met the devil's spokesperson would keep a respectful distance from him. At the same time, some players had discovered a problem. The devil's spokesperson seemed to only appear in the ordinary realm. No one in the True Dominion had ever encountered him. Previously, when Wang Gang had gone to other ordinary realms to kill monsters, he had met the devil's spokesperson by chance. However, he hadn't intended to accept the quest at the time. Therefore, he had turned and left. Although the Origin sect still had a quest to find the demonic calamity. The reward for the quest was only 50 contribution points. If the evil demons were released, they would be able to create a demonic calamity. However, they would have to bear the risk of being killed by the evil demons that broke out of the seal. This wasn't worth it. 50 contribution points were quite a lot. However, as the realms of the current players gradually increased, the price of dying once was also very serious. Using the risk of losing a level in exchange for 50 contribution points was not worth it no matter how he thought about it. However, this time it was completely different. The contribution points for finding the evil demons that were sealed were as high as 500 contribution points. Furthermore, they had to find the evil demons that were sealed. They didn't need to release the seal. They only needed to find the location of the evil demons that were sealed. This way, the danger of the evil demons breaking out of the seal would no longer exist. The ordinary realm where the devil's spokesperson appeared must have a place where the evil demons were sealed. In the entire Lingchuan ordinary realm, only this place is the most strange and dangerous. Wang Gang looked at the surrounding environment and said as he walked, "There are many powerful monsters ahead. If it weren't for my lack of strength, I wouldn't have asked you guys to cooperate. You alone aren't strong enough. However, with the help of the few of us, it won't be a big problem. 500 contribution points are enough to exchange for 1 essence strengthening elixir. After obtaining the reward this time, I should be able to break through to the true martial realm." The other players were in a good mood. Ever since elixirs had existed, the value of contribution points had skyrocketed once again. After all, cultivation techniques and martial arts required time to cultivate and didn't require frequent comprehension. However, elixirs were definitely considered daily consumables. Regardless of whether they were used to heal injuries, they could also increase one's cultivation level. These were all things that the players needed. As the few of them chatted, their footsteps didn't slow down. They gradually walked deeper into the canyon. All of a sudden, there seemed to be the sorrowful cries of crows and the whistling of the wind. Immediately after, a group of dense black shadows flew over from afar. A rotten aura hit them in the face. "Be careful. These are the monsters in the canyon," Wang Gang shouted in a low voice. His expression also became serious. Previously, he explored the canyon. It was because he encountered these things that he had no choice but to forcefully retreat. Just a bit more. At that time, he had completely died in the hands of these monsters. Hearing Wang Gang's words, the others' expressions also became serious. When they looked at the group of black shadows, as the black shadows approached, they finally saw their true appearance. Bats, a group of bats whose bodies had been corroded and looked like corpses. Profound Insight Technique. Immediately, one of the players used the Profound Insight Technique. The attributes of the bats immediately appeared in his eyes. It was a necessary method to kill monsters. Many players had already learned the Profound Insight Technique. However, in any team that formed a team to kill monsters, there would be a player who learned the Profound Insight Technique. The purpose was to investigate the attributes of the monsters. Ghost bats. Their strength is mostly between the 3rd and 5th stage of the martial realm. However, there are too many of them. I can't see all of them clearly. Kill. After receiving the message, Xianxia and the others no longer hesitated. They had already unsheathed the weapons in their hands. Cold Xianxia exploded in an instant as they charged towards the incoming ghost bats. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Sword light and saber light flashed. In an instant, many ghost bats were torn apart. Their bodies exploded into layers of dark green mist, which made Xianxia and the others change their expressions. Quick, take the poison prevention pill. After saying that, Wang Gang took the lead to take out a poison prevention pill and consumed it. His originally somewhat dispirited aura also recovered in an instant. Immediately after, the others also took out poison-repelling pills and consumed them. Then, they waved their swords and charged at the ghost bats. The poison avoidance pill was divided into 2 tiers. The former was worth 5 contribution points. The latter cost 20 contribution points. What they were consuming now was a Tier 1 poison prevention pill. In the canyon, the killing continued. The ghost bats were generally not strong, but the teammates that Wang Gang found this time were all in the 10th stage of the basic realm. Logically speaking, it should not be a problem for them to deal with the ghost bats together. However, there were simply too many ghost bats. No matter how they killed, the number of ghost bats did not decrease at all. There are too many of these ghost bats. Let's continue to push forward. Let's break through first. Xianxia suddenly shouted. As he broke through, he took the time to look at his attribute panel. Damn, the cultivation method progress bar barely moved. It should be noted that there were at least dozens of ghost bats that had died in his hands, if not hundreds. Looking at it this way, the amount of experience points that the ghost bats could contribute was shockingly low. Hearing Xianxia's words, the other players did not object. Then, they all worked together to break through the ghost bats. After 20 minutes, a gap was finally created in the dense swarm of ghost bats. Xianxia and the others looked at the ghost bats that were gradually disappearing behind them. Their originally anxious hearts finally relaxed a little, but they were still panting heavily. Damn it. There are too many of these ghost bats. One of the players wiped the sweat off his forehead and complained helplessly. The 20 minutes just now was like purgatory. If he had not taken 2 or 3 energy recovery pills, he would have died in the hands of those ghost bats. Although the 10th stage of the martial arts realm was powerful, their strength was not infinite. Moreover, although the ghost bats were generally not strong, their attacks were extremely fierce. Even if one had copper skin and iron bones, they could not block their attacks. Now that they had rushed out of the swarm of ghost bats, almost everyone was injured. No one was unscathed. Fortunately, these ghost bats did not have the intention to chase after them. They attacked them because they were blocking the path of the ghost bats. After a short rest, the few of them continued to move towards the canyon. After the previous experience with the ghost bats, everyone's face was solemn. They did not dare to relax at all. If they encountered the ghost bats a few more times, it was very likely that they would all be wiped out. After all, the amount of energy recovery pills that they had prepared was limited. Once they were caught in the endless attacks, they would be exhausted and die. What monsters are there ahead? Xianxia tilted his head and asked. Wang Gang shook his head and said, I don't know. Last time, I was forced to retreat by the ghost bats. As for what comes after the ghost bats, it depends on luck. Damn. After cursing in his heart, Xianxia did not say anything more. As they continued to go deeper, the danger that they had anticipated did not appear. It was as if in the entire canyon, there was nothing but this swarm of ghost bats. In the depths of the canyon, a broken 7-star array was carved on the ground, as if it had existed naturally. 7 ancient bronze pillars stood on the 7-star array. A desolate and ancient aura filled the air. This should be the place where the demon is sealed. Wang Gang looked at the tall bronze pillars and the 7-star array carved on the ground. There seemed to be traces of dark brown blood that could not be wiped away. You have found a mysterious altar. Meanwhile, everyone received the system's prompt. Xianxia was slightly shocked when he saw the 7-star array. Then, he said happily, the mysterious altar is where the demon is sealed. It seems like this is the place. We can go back and submit the mission now. After a short moment of shock, Wang Gang smiled. Finding the mysterious altar was equivalent to finding the sealed demon. Based on this alone, it was enough for them to go back and submit the mission. No one had thought of releasing the demon. Compared to the 200 contribution points for discovering the demon disaster, obviously, the 500 contribution points for finding the sealed demon were more worth it. Plus, there were no risks. After memorizing the location, the few of them immediately rushed back. At the origin sect, Qin Shujian was cultivating peacefully. His life force source was increasing every second. His strength was also increasing steadily. As time passed, he was getting closer to the limits of the true dominion. The shackles of the true dominion that existed in the unseen world had almost materialized. When he looked at it with his spirit eye, a black net gradually formed in the sky. 20,000 points of life force source had been consumed. The Great Dream Spirit Capture technique had been upgraded to the 7th level of the True Martial section, and his quintessential essence had increased slightly. His Dantian was now overflowing with quintessential essence. The amount of quintessential essence that could be increased with each level of the cultivation technique was not as much as before. However, every time it was upgraded, his Dantian trembled a few times, and his liquefied quintessential essence seemed to undergo some subtle changes. Qin Shujian had originally planned to cultivate the Great Dream Spirit Capture technique to the 10th level of the True Martial section in peace. However, someone had submitted a mission to find the sealed demon, so he had no choice but to stop cultivating. Have you found the location of the demon? In the Qinggu Hall, Qin Shujian looked at the few people standing before him and asked in a deep voice. Wang Gang lowered his head and cupped his hands, reporting to Sect Master, "We found a mysterious bronze altar in the depths of the Lingchuan Ordinary Realm Grand Canyon. If I'm not wrong, it should be the place where the demons are sealed." Beside him stood Xiaojuni and the others. Standing in front of Qin Shujian at such a close distance, they were also under a lot of pressure. There was no other reason. It was only because Qin Shujian's cultivation had become increasingly profound that he would faintly emit some aura. "All right." Qin Shujian nodded and said, "Give me your mission tokens." "Yes." Wang Gang and the others were overjoyed. They took off their mission tokens and handed them to Qin Shujian. He glanced at their ID badges. They were all inner disciples. With a thought, Qin Shujian added 500 contribution points to each of the 6 people's identity badges. He then returned the badges. Seeing Wang Gang and the others leave with happy faces, he had a faint smile on his face. Originally, a mission only gave 500 contribution points. Moreover, it was limited to 5 people submitting at the same time. Wang Gang and the others had a total of 6 people, so one of them should not be rewarded. However, Qin Shujian was in a good mood after receiving the news about the demon. He simply gave them more rewards. Subsequently, he went directly to the peak of Mount Liang. Now, this place had become a cultivation treasure for the heaven and earth bow and cloud-piercing arrow. The spirit stones buried below were slowly changing the concentration of spirit energy in Mount Liang. However, it was not effective in a short period of time. It needed to be done slowly and subtly. Noticing Qin Shujian's arrival, the heaven and earth bow immediately stopped absorbing spirit energy. An old voice came from the bow, "Sect Master. Let me ask you, if you want to release the demon, what do you need to do?" The heaven and earth bow thought it heard wrong. Release the demon, what was its Sect Master doing? Seeing the heaven and earth bow fall silent, Qin Shujian's expression turned ugly. He said coldly, "Don't. Tell me you don't know how to break the seal and release the demon?" His cold tone made the heaven and earth bow's heart tremble. At this moment, it did not dare to hesitate and immediately replied, "Although the demon's seal is very strong, it is also very weak. As long as we collect the blood of living creatures, the seal can be broken. However, the stronger the seal, the more blood of living creatures is needed. Of course, if we have the blood of an expert, we can break the seal directly. If we use the blood of others to break the seal, what will happen to the person who contributed the blood?" "Ah?" The heaven and earth bow was obviously stunned. However, it still replied truthfully, "That person should not have any other problems besides losing some blood." Hearing this, Qin Shujian understood in his heart. He did not forget that the demon broke the seal on the immortal plains. However, at that time, the Mount Liangtru dominion was only an ordinary dominion. Therefore, the blood used to release the demon was not likely to belong to an expert of the true martial realm or above. This also meant that, back then, only the blood of basic martial realm experts was used to break the seal. The blood of a basic martial realm cultivator could break the seal. Therefore, the blood of a real martial realm cultivator must be more powerful. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian asked again, the yuan corroding bone powder is extremely corrosive. What can be used to store it? The yuan corroding bone powder corrodes things with spirituality. If you want to store the yuan corroding bone powder, you can use the silver in the hands of mortals. Although the yuan corroding bone powder is strong, it cannot corrode silver. Silver? Qin Shujian nodded slightly. He thought that to store the yuan corroding bone powder, they would need to use some precious treasure. If they only used silver, then it would not be a big problem. How is the piercing cloud arrow recovering? It is almost done. The heaven and earth bow's tone was somewhat happy. The piercing cloud arrow was about to recover. Thus, its usefulness was even greater. Very good. Qin Shujian also had a bright smile on his face. In the Grand Canyon, Qin Shujian looked at the huge 7-star formation in front of him, as well as the 7 erected bronze pillars. His eyes were also filled with amazement. Entering the Lingchuan ordinary realm. Although his strength was suppressed to the 10th level of the basic martial realm. With his powerful perception, even if it was suppressed, he could still feel the power of the mysterious altar in front of him. When his eyes looked over, he could only see a hidden light floating above the 7-star formation, but he could not see any demonic aura. Shortly after, Qin Shujian activated his true qi, and his spiritual eye flashed once again. Immediately, in his eyes, he could only see a vast and terrifying demonic aura wreaking havoc below the 7-star formation. That demonic aura seemed to have sensed that something was spying on it, and immediately became berserk. However, under the suppression of the 7-star formation, it was unable to create any waves. However, it was only for a moment. Qin Shujian withdrew the true qi gathered in his spiritual eye, and a carefree smile appeared on his face. Such a dense demonic aura, this place is indeed suppressing an evil demon. Then, a bow and arrow suddenly appeared in his hand, and he asked, you said that as long as I pour my blood into the 7-star formation, the seal will be broken and the evil demon will be released? Yes. Yes. The heaven and earth bow wanted to cry, but no tears came out. It regretted saying that the cloud-piercing arrow was almost repaired. It had never expected that Qin Shujian was really going to release the evil demon. Furthermore, in the end, he still brought it along. As an innate spiritual object, and an antique that had lived for thousands of years, the heaven and earth bow was very clear about the terror of the evil demon. It was merely a middle-grade spiritual artifact. Even if it added a cloud-piercing arrow, it would still be no match for an evil demon. There was a greater possibility. It would be directly captured by the evil demon, and then devoured and turned into a part of the demonic aura. In the heaven and earth bow's memory, innate spiritual objects were also very tempting to the evil demon tribe. Devouring them might even increase their cultivation. However, although the heaven and earth bow was afraid, it did not dare to say anything to stop him. After all, Qin Shujian looked like he was going to do it no matter what. It was afraid that if it tried to stop him, it would be destroyed in the next instant. Stopping him meant death. Not stopping him meant death. However, the former was definitely going to die, while the latter still had a slight chance of survival. The heaven and earth bow could only place its hopes on Qin Shujian. It believed that if he was confident in releasing the evil demon, he would definitely be confident in dealing with it. However, there was one thing it still did not understand. Why did he have to release the evil demon for no reason? Was it purely for the pleasure of killing the evil demon? Just as the heaven and earth bow was letting its imagination run wild, Qin Shujian had already walked to the front of the 7-star formation. Then, he took out a large jar that was half the height of a person from his storage ring. There was something inside. It was the blood of inner aura cultivators. There were so many inner aura cultivators in Yuan sect. A little blood from each of them was enough to make a large jar. And it would lose a little blood. It would not have much effect on inner aura cultivators. Pulling out the stopper, a thick smell of blood mixed with a faint spiritual energy spread out from within. The blood of inner aura cultivators already contained a lot of spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Then, Xianxia tilted the jar. Dark red blood flowed out from the mouth of the jar and gathered in the 7-star formation. Buzz. The blood entered the 7-star formation, causing the entire altar to tremble violently. The 7 huge bronze pillars seemed to be faintly dyed with the color of blood. At this moment, the entire 7-star formation was dyed red with blood. The entire canyon seemed to be trembling at this moment. Crack, in the sky, purple lightning danced like wild snakes. A vast heavenly might and a terrifying aura of destruction were brewing within. Sect Master, it's best to retreat. The birth of the evil demon is not tolerated by heaven and earth. If you get too close, you may be affected by heaven's wrath. The heaven and earth bow's voice sounded at the right time. There was no need for it to say anything. The moment the lightning appeared in the sky, Xianxia had already retreated a considerable distance. Then, he took out the 1,000 mountain blood. At the same time, he released the restrictions on the heaven and earth bow and the cloud-piercing arrow. When the evil demon comes out, shoot him directly. Thunder rumbled in the sky. Demonic chi surged within the 7-star array, causing the entire canyon to tremble violently. Boom, an inhuman palm suddenly broke through the barrier of the demonic chi and the altar, appearing in the outside world. Crack, lightning struck from the sky. Demonic chi exploded, the terrifying lightning struck the demonic chi. The demonic chi tumbled violently as if it was facing a terrible threat. Then, the sky was filled with thunderbolts. They gathered together like a sea of thunder, completely enveloping the altar. Xianxia stood in the distance, watching this scene. The destructive aura overflowing from the lightning made his expression solemn. Lightning was a new life, but it was also destruction. He didn't think that lightning could destroy the evil spirit, but he didn't take the opportunity to attack. Because the evil spirit hadn't completely appeared. Lightning was falling from the sky. If he attacked now, he would be targeted by the sky, and then he would be struck as well. Xianxia wasn't afraid of being struck by lightning. But if he was targeted, it would definitely be troublesome. Rumble, lightning continued to fall. However, the demonic chi underground seemed to be endless. It constantly swarmed up from below and eroded the surrounding land. Even the lightning couldn't completely penetrate the terrifying demonic chi. All of a sudden, a hand directly penetrated through the demonic aura and grabbed the thunderbolt that was descending. Immediately, it shattered it. Buzz, a terrifying and vast aura burst out in an instant. As if meeting a king, the demonic chi surged wildly, and the entire 7-star array was completely shattered. Through the demonic chi, a terrifying figure could be seen crawling out of the seal. Lightning crazily struck from the sky, but it couldn't do anything to the demonic chi at all. A bleak and ancient voice rang out, accompanied by endless bloodlust and evil. I'm finally back, kill. As soon as the iron-blooded voice fell, the power of the 1,000 mountain blood in the sky surged. The Thunderbolt Dao seal appeared, encircling the crystal blade with terrifying lightning. Then, an unparalleled thunderbolt blade directly cut through the layers of demonic chi and slashed toward the huge figure. Dao artifact. The evil spirit's expression suddenly changed. Looking at the thunderbolt blade that destroyed the demonic chi, it was shocked. But soon, another cold light that pierced through the void appeared. The Qianquan Bao also shot out a cloud-piercing arrow when Xianxia slashed out with his blade. Meanwhile, Xianxia stepped into the air, and his hand suddenly made a gesture. The vast true qi in his dantian was instantly emptied, and a body that seemed to have existed since ancient times condensed in the void. When the seal fell, the ancient body also pressed down with a palm. That aura that seemed to have transcended the ages directly bombarded the demonic qi, causing it to dissipate. Then, it fell on the evil spirit. It only took a moment. Xianxia unleashed all of his power. The terrifying attack completely engulfed the evil spirit, and one could vaguely hear the evil spirit's unwilling roar. It was as if an instant had passed. It also felt like a long time had passed. the lightning and the sky suddenly disappeared. The surging demonic chi seemed to have lost its main body. It suddenly calmed down and slowly dissipated. You killed the demon. You have received 10 luck points. The system's message made Qin Shujian's originally serious expression immediately relax. Xianxia's Dao seal, which was hanging in the sky, retracted and returned to the scabbard on his back. As for the demonic chi, a cold light also rolled back, and when it flew back, it turned back into the cloud-piercing arrow. Dead. The Qianquan Bao was still in a state of confusion. It was not that it had never seen how terrifying the evil spirit was. Even if the evil spirit had just broken out of its seal and was suppressed by the ordinary realm, it should not be underestimated. After all, in the same realm, the evil spirit was not invincible, but it was definitely difficult to deal with. As a result, in less than one exchange, or rather, the evil spirit did not even have a chance to show its face, and it was directly blasted into pieces. Looking at the scattered yuan corroding bone powder on the ground, the Qianquan Bao thought that it was in a dream. Qin Shujian took out a silver box and went forward to put a part of the yuan corroding bone powder in it. At this time, the demonic chi had no master. It was spreading and spreading little by little. Qin Shujian took out Xianxia's Dao seal, and the Thunder Dao seal expanded greatly, enveloping all the demonic chi that was spilling out, and then dissipating it at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. A moment later, the canyon was clear and bright. Even the fog that had been lingering in the sky all day long had dissipated at this time. The sunlight poured down, and directly dispelled all the darkness. The place where the evil spirit was originally born, the 7-star formation had long been broken, and the 7 bronze pillars had also collapsed, leaving behind a bottomless pit. At this time, the dried-up true chi had also slowly recovered. Looking at the pit below and the broken appearance of the altar, Qin Shujian directly used true chi to bombard the surrounding mountain walls, and then used a Dao artifact to slash, directly causing the mountain walls on both sides of the canyon to collapse. Rumble. The rocks and soil that rolled down covered all traces of the battle. Including the small part of the land that was contaminated by the demonic chi, it was also buried. After Qin Shujian left, about more than half an hour later, people came one after another, and when they saw the mess in front of them, they all looked at each other, not understanding what had happened. The scene of the thunder before. Many people in Lingchuan Ordinary Region saw it. Some knowledgeable people thought that Lingchuan Ordinary Region's evil spirit had also broken out of the seal, and wanted to cause a demonic disaster. However, the thunder only existed for a short while before dissipating. They also did not feel the eruption of demonic chi. At this time, some people's faces were filled with confusion. In a deep abyss, there was a blood moon in the sky. The extremely dense demonic chi was spreading throughout the entire abyss. In the huge abyss, there were many terrifying auras spreading out. There were also many figures climbing along the abyss, trying to leave this place. At this time, the demonic chi in the abyss was turbulent and vast, and a tall figure was slowly born from the demonic chi. The blood moon in the sky poured moonlight, turning into a beam of light and entering it. This sudden turn of events, it immediately attracted the attention of other terrifying existences. Which evil spirit died and is now resurrecting in this demonic abyss? There have been a lot of evil spirits resurrecting recently. Including this one, it's already the 13th. Who knows what madness they have? In the past, they sealed the evil spirits, and now they are resurrecting in the demonic abyss. Voices echoed like demonic voices, shaking the demonic chi. 6 Desire's evil lord looked at his surroundings, which were strange yet familiar at the same time. Even now, he was still in a state of confusion. Who am I, where am I, who used the Dao artifact, and who shot the arrow? That palm print should be the great desolation devil suppressing seal. The chaotic memories kept gathering, and finally, a monstrous anger erupted from 6 Desire's evil lord's chest. Roar. He raised his head to the sky and roared. The sound waves caused the demonic chi to dissipate. Finally, the demon lord of 6 Desire's eyes were revealed. It was as if flames were about to shoot out of his eyes. Humiliation, absolute humiliation. The other party released him, and then used a thunderous method to kill him. From beginning to end, He, an evil spirit, did not even have the chance to fight back. He was directly killed by the concentrated attacks. Thinking of the great desolation devil suppressing seal and the sharpness of the Tao artifact, Six Desires' evil lord still had some lingering fear. There was no reason for it. His palm touched his buttocks again, and then endless humiliation and anger surged in his heart. That arrow, who shot it? Six Desires' evil lord's anger was noticed by the other evil spirits, and they could not help but mock him. You are so angry. Don't tell me you were tortured to death. If that's the case, it's a disgrace to the evil spirits. The mocking voices made the Six Desires' evil lord furious. His bell-sized eyes stared coldly at an evil demon. Who do you think you are? How dare you mock me? Defeated general, who do you think you are? You are courting death. Six Desires' evil lord's body suddenly moved, and his palm shook the void and blasted toward the evil spirit. However, the evil spirit shrouded in demonic chi was not afraid at all. It revealed a huge snake body entangled with the evil spirit. Boom! Boom! The bodies of the two evil spirits were dozens of feet tall. Although they were still small compared to the demon abyss, every attack caused the demonic chi to surge like waves, and the stone walls of the demon abyss trembled slightly. This scene. It immediately attracted the attention of the other evil spirits. Watching the battle between the two sides, many demons revealed looks of interest. The demon abyss was too lonely. It was so lonely that it looked the same for thousands of years. The evil demons could be said to be immortal. If they could not leave the demon abyss, they would have to endure eternal loneliness. So, any evil spirit was extremely cruel and bloodthirsty, and they were violent and evil. They were born this way, and under the influence of the demonic chi, their nature had been magnified many times. Fighting like this. It was very common in the demon abyss. Only this kind of battle could make the other evil spirits feel happy. Six Desires' evil lord did not care about the other evil spirits. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to tear the evil spirit in front of him who dared to provoke him into pieces. Originally, he was humiliated by being killed in a single blow. He vented all of his anger on the evil spirit in front of him. There were no shackles in the demon abyss. Every evil spirit that was reborn in the demon abyss was able to display their true strength. Six Desires' evil lord's strength was extremely strong. Even if he had just been reborn and had not fully recovered, the strength he could display was not much weaker than an ordinary evil spirit. This battle had stirred up the devil abyss and caused it to buzz. Shocking roars and cold hisses, many evil spirits showed a cruel and bloodthirsty look in their eyes. It was as if they had been infected. Gradually, the other evil spirits who were watching from the sidelines could not hold back anymore, and their terrifying bodies directly joined the battle. The terrifying aura instantly soared into the sky. Demonic chi filled the sky like smoke signals. Was the Lord of Six Desires reborn in the demon abyss? To Qin Shujian, this had nothing to do with him. After all, he only wanted luck points. As for the rest, it had nothing to do with him. After returning from Lingchuan Fan realm, Qin Shujian was in a good mood with 10 luck points. After returning to Yuan sect, he put the bow of heaven and earth in his storage ring. Then, he took out the 1,000 mountain blood. He threw 10 luck points into it. Boom! Above Yuan sect, thunder rumbled again. A terrifying heavenly aura suddenly appeared. Xin Yuhua, who was refining pills, suddenly trembled her hand. The flame under her control suddenly rose. The alchemy furnace in front of her made a loud noise. A burnt smell came from inside. Failed, Xin Yuhua frowned slightly. It was not strange to fail in refining pills. Although she was already an upper-grade alchemist, there was a very low chance of failure even when refining pills of the first or second grade. What really caught her attention was the terrifying aura that had just appeared. When that aura swept over, this caused the true essence in her entire body to tremble. It was also because of this that she failed in refining pills. However, that aura only appeared for a moment and then disappeared without a trace. Xin Yuhua could not find it at all. Then, she thought about it. There were many strong people in Yuan sect. She was only an inner aura cultivator. If she was not proficient in alchemy, she would not be qualified to sit in the position of an elder. If something really went wrong, those outer aura cultivators would take care of it. It was not her turn to intervene. Thinking of this, Xianxia opened the lid of the furnace and cleared out the waste dregs. Then, she began to refine new pills. It was similar to this situation. It was everywhere in Yuan sect. Many people's minds were shaken by this sudden pressure. However, some of the disciples of Yuan sect who were used to it recovered after a short moment of shock. Just like this heavenly aura. It would be emitted once in a while. It was probably because the sect master's cultivation had improved again. On the peak of Mount Liang. At this moment, another pattern appeared on Xianxia's crystal blade. It was very close to the previous one, but there was still a long way to go before it could form a complete seal. After the 1 Seal Dao artifact, it should be the 2 Seal Dao artifact. Previously, I only spent more than 20 luck points and a Connate Fey to condense a 1 Seal Dao artifact. Now, I've spent more than 20 luck points on the foundation of a 1 Seal Dao artifact, but I haven't even formed a half seal. If that's the case, I'll need at least 50 points to condense the second seal. Qin Shujian didn't look too happy when he saw Xianxia's power increase. Luck points were easy to obtain. But it was still very difficult. 10 luck points were thrown in. The Dao artifact had not been upgraded, and neither had his faction's rank. A 5th grade force. Qin Shujian felt that this would be a hurdle. Once they crossed over, Yuanzong's overall strength would definitely soar. However, according to his guess, the True Dominion shouldn't be able to accommodate a 5th grade force. Plus, there weren't enough disciples in Yuanzong now. Including the previous recruitment and the original disciples, Yuanzong only had about 2,500 people now. Of course, this didn't include the players. If the players were included, Yuanzong had about 7,000 to 8,000 people now. Qin Shujian didn't care too much about the handyman he had plundered. These people all had cultivation realms. It would be easier to nurture them than others. The only problem was their loyalty. He still had to slowly assess them. If they were suitable, he could directly upgrade them and save a lot of trouble. After upgrading Xianxia, Qin Shujian released the Cosmic Bow and the Cloud-Piercing Arrow. Sect Master, can you not put me in the storage ring in the future? The spirit chi there is scarce. It's easy to suffocate if I stay there for too long. You're a Connate Fey. Why are you afraid of suffocating? But it's very uncomfortable, the Cosmic Bow said helplessly. It really didn't like staying in the storage ring. If it hadn't been unbearable, it wouldn't have dared ask this question. Alright, I'll let you follow me in the future. Qin Shujian had no choice but to let him do as he pleased. After all, although this bow's strength was average, it was still useful. Most importantly, it had profound knowledge, which was the most precious thing to him. Then, Qin Shujian took out the essence corroding bone powder and asked, how do I use this to find the location of the sealed evil fiends? The essence corroding bone powder was formed by the evil fiends after they died. As long as it enters the area where the evil fiends are located, there will naturally be a reaction. The Cosmic Bow pondered for a moment before speaking. According to my estimation, the ordinary realm has the most evil fiends sealed and is the easiest to find. If it's in the True Dominion, the seal won't be easy to find. Even if it's found, it won't be easy to break it. As for what the Cosmic Bow said, Qin Shujian agreed. If there was really an evil fiend seal in the True Dominion, it would definitely be a serious matter. Or else, once the devil calamity occurred in the True Dominion, a mere ordinary realm would not be able to compare to it. The True Dominion was vast and had an upper limit of the 10th level True Martial Realm. If one wanted to suppress such a devil calamity, they would need to expend tens or even hundreds of times more energy than the ordinary realm. On the contrary, the reason the evil fiends sealed in the ordinary realm was not strictly guarded was because there were too many ordinary realms. If one took care of all the seals, it would inevitably disperse their strength. Secondly, even if a devil calamity occurred in the ordinary realm, it would not cause too much of a problem as long as it did not break through the shackles of the region. Just like what had happened in the desolate ordinary realm. If the ordinary realm had not been destroyed in a short time, it might not have attracted the attention of the Marquis of Northern Cloud. However, even so, the devil calamity had been suppressed in a short time. Since the imperial court could suppress the devil calamity, it was obvious that they were not afraid of it. The reason why they were so afraid, according to Qin Shujian's guess, this should be the reason why everywhere the fiendish qi passed by turned into a land of death. Looking at the additional source of life, he directly piled it on the great dream spirit capture technique. This cultivation technique was immediately deduced to the 8th level of the true martial section. With the yuan corroding bone powder, Qin Shujian no longer planned to peacefully cultivate on Liang Mountain. He wanted to take a pile of yuan corroding bone powder and embark on the long road to find the fiendish qi. However, just as this thought arose, he went directly to the casting hall and found Xianxia, who was refining weapons. Compared to the dispirited look before, the current Xianxia had a bit more confidence, as if she was recovering the spirit that the genius disciple of the Pill Cauldron sect should have. Since entering the Yuan sect, thus, he became an inner sect elder and took charge of the smithing hall. In addition to that, many disciples who wanted to learn the art of casting were also willing to enter the casting hall and become a casting apprentice. To this, Xianxia naturally would not refuse. The Pill Cauldron sect had been destroyed, but he did not want the inheritance of the Pill Cauldron sect to be severed by him and Xinyuhua. On the contrary, to be able to pass down the unique martial arts of the Pill Cauldron sect in the Yuan sect could be considered an alternative way to continue the inheritance. When Qin Shujian arrived, Xianxia was guiding a few apprentices in the art of casting. Compared to other places, the temperature in the casting hall was also relatively higher. Seeing Qin Shujian arrive, Xianxia immediately cupped her hands respectfully and said, "Xianxia greets the sect master." "Elder Shen, you don't have to be so polite." "Sect master, why are you free to come to the casting hall today? Is there something wrong?" Xianxia asked with a little surprise. Ever since the casting hall was built, Qin Shujian had not come even once. Now that he suddenly visited, Xianxia would never believe that there was nothing wrong. Qin Shujian said, "I came here this time to hope that Elder Shen can cast a batch of pendants that can hold things. The style is about this." While speaking, he took out a drawing and handed it over. Xianxia reached out and took it. Looking at the ingenious pendant drawn on the drawing, she could not help but exclaim, "Good drawing." Subsequently, he also looked at it seriously, then raised his head and asked, "There is no problem in casting such a pendant, but I don't know what kind of requirements the sect master has, or what kind of ability you want the pendant to have." The art of casting was not as simple as casting a weapon or armor. It also involved rune imprints and so on, which could be inlaid on certain items, making them have all kinds of magic. This was also the reason why a master of casting could cast spiritual weapons. In the end, it was because the material of the spiritual weapon was extraordinary, and then through excellent casting methods, it was inlaid with powerful rune imprints, which made it have extraordinary power. And this was the method of artificially casting spiritual weapons. Speaking of rune imprints, when Qin Shujian became an inferior casting master, he also knew a little, but definitely not as much as Xianxia, an intermediate casting master. Hearing this, he shook his head and replied, "No need for any ability, just cast according to this style. The inside needs a center that can hold some powder, the only problem is probably the amount is a little too much." "I see." Xianxia was relieved and smiled confidently, "These are just small problems, how much does the sect master need?" "Then 5,000. 5,000. Xianxia almost thought that she had heard wrongly. The confident smile on his face had stiffened. Qin Shujian asked doubtfully, "Elder Shen, what's the problem?" No, I don't know when the sect master plans to ask for it. The sooner the better, and this batch of pendants must be cast with silver. As for how much silver is needed, you can communicate with Elder Su, I will tell him when the time comes." Hearing this, Xianxia pondered for a while and finally nodded, 5,000 pendants is a large number. I will need about 10 to 15 days, if it is completed in advance, I will inform the sect master. Okay, then I will trouble Elder Shen with this matter. Sect master is too polite. Then I will leave first. Qin Shujian simply left, waving his sleeves and not taking anything with him, only leaving the blueprint. Xianxia was left alone, looking at the blueprint in a daze. 5,000, as he said, was not a small number. Fortunately, the other party did not have any requirements for the grade, just making it into a pendant would do. In this way, even other apprentices in the casting hall could help to cast. In this case, there would be a lot of manpower. This was also the reason why Xianxia dared to say that it would be completed in 10 to 15 days. On the other side, after coming out of the casting hall, Qin Shujian went down Mount Liang directly. He asked Xianxia to cast those pendants so that they could store the yuan corroding bone powder and let the other disciples of the origin sect wear them, making it easier to find more locations of the evil fiend's seals. However, 5,000 was not a small number. Xianxia said that it would take half a month. During this period of time, Qin Shujian couldn't just sit and wait. Moreover, he had the yuan corroding bone powder on him. If he did not go out for a walk, he would feel sorry for himself. There were many places that bordered the true domain of Mount Liang. Especially after the 9-leaf ordinary domain was merged with the true domain of Mount Liang, the areas that it came into contact with had gradually expanded. A person walked on the ancient path with a saber on his back, a longbow floating beside him, as though an invisible hand was holding the bow. It has been so many years, I almost forgot how long it has been since I last walked in the outside world. TSK, the spirit chi is still so thin, far worse than that of Mount Liang. This flower is not bad, it looks like it has the potential to give birth to sentience. The heaven and earth bow controlled the spirit chi of heaven and earth to support itself. It looked at its surroundings and sighed from time to time. It had been so many years. It had been enshrined by the Coiling Stone sect and had almost no chance to come into contact with the outside world. The only place it could see was the Coiling Stone sect's land. Most of the time, it stayed in the Great Hall. After it came to the Origin sect, it basically stayed on the peak of Mount Liang, silently absorbing the spirit chi of heaven and earth to cultivate. The heaven and earth bow had a chance to walk in the outside world like now. In its memory, it had been a long time since it had the chance. However, Qin Shujian's expression was slightly dark. Since they came out, the Cosmos bow had been talking to itself non-stop. Even if it saw a cat or a dog, it would still be able to say a few words. Along the way, this had already attracted the attention of many people. Originally, a bow that could fly was amazing enough. However, a bow that could not only fly but also talk was a proper treasure. If Qin Shujian hadn't revealed it so openly, he would have been shocked. In addition, his cultivation was unfathomable. Perhaps someone would have already tried to snatch it. But even so, Qin Shujian also felt that there were many people following behind him. To this, although he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them, he was really annoyed by the heaven and earth bow. If you talk a little more, don't blame me for throwing you into the storage ring and letting you accompany your piercing cloud arrow. Sect Master, you said you wouldn't put me into the storage ring. The heaven and earth bow was shocked. Qin Shujian laughed and said, do you think I'm someone who keeps my word? The heaven and earth bow fell into silence. It wasn't easy to come out. It was better not to seek death. The heaven and earth bow stopped talking. Qin Shujian finally felt that his ears were much quieter. When he took a step forward, there seemed to be a faint imprint. His figure disappeared on the spot like a gust of wind. As for the heaven and earth bow, it followed closely behind. The people who had been silently following Qin Shujian saw the figure in front of them disappear and couldn't help but reveal a stunned expression. This time, Qin Shujian was going to the heaven-toppling ordinary realm. The heaven-toppling ordinary realm was close to the Lingchuan ordinary realm and was also close to the Liang Mountain true domain. In terms of history, the heaven-toppling ordinary realm was around the same time as the Liang Mountain true domain. It was the same when compared to the Lingchuan ordinary realm. Since the Liang Mountain true domain and the Lingchuan ordinary realm both had sealed demons, then, according to Qin Shujian's guess, there must be suppressed demons in the heaven-toppling ordinary realm. So, he carried the yuan corroding bone powder in his arms and resolutely embarked on the journey to the heaven-toppling ordinary realm. After entering the heaven-toppling ordinary realm, Qin Shujian realized that there were not many players here. As the game was opened for a long time, players walked out of the novice village one after another. And when all the players left the novice village would completely disappear. This point, Xianxia had already silently observed the movements of the novice village of the Liang Mountain True Domain. This change, it made him understand. The existence of the novice village was completely different from the existence of the other forces in this world. Or else, how could the novice village appear from the appearance of the players and then quietly disappear, if this world was a game world? Then the novice village was more like a program. The NPCs inside were more like intelligent NPCs in games. Everything was for the sake of the players. As for the other people in this world, they had 100% freedom in all aspects. They also had their own thoughts. They were fundamentally different from the NPCs in the novice village. All of a sudden, Xianxia realized that there was a faint warmth in his arms, as if something was burning. He couldn't help but take out the silver box. The box that should have been cold was now somewhat hot. The yuan corroding bone powder is reacting. Although he had never seen the reaction of the yuan corroding bone powder, it did not prevent him from knowing what was going on in front of him. The Cosmos Bow also said at the side, if the yuan corroding bone powder reacts, it proves that there is indeed a sealed demon here. Sect Master can follow the direction of the source of the feeling to find it. After holding it in all the way, it finally found an opportunity to speak. Hearing this, Xianxia held the silver box in his hand and walked forward. But after walking for a while, not only did the heat from the silver box not continue to ferment, but it also gradually cooled down. Immediately, he stopped. The gradually decreasing reaction of the yuan eroding bone powder in the box proved that he had gone in the wrong direction. After that, Xianxia walked back for a while and then changed direction. After repeating this several times, in the end, the reaction of the yuan corroding bone powder did not subside. Instead, as he continued to advance, the silver box gradually became hot to the touch. Could it be that the evil spirit is sealed below? Looking down at the bottomless cliff, Xianxia felt the heat from the silver box in his hand and had a rough guess. Right now, he was on top of a cliff. This was according to the guidance of the silver box. That was the place he finally arrived at. Xianxia had walked through more than half of the entire heaven-toppling ordinary realm, and this was the only place with the highest possibility of sealing the evil demon. He looked down at the cliff. Xianxia directly jumped down from the sky. The distance between the top of the cliff and the bottom of the cliff was at least 3,000 feet. In addition, the fog spread and the sunlight could not completely penetrate, so he could not see the bottom at a glance. Now, when he landed, he could only see the steep stone wall of the cliff flying past his eyes. All of a sudden, a protruding stone wall suddenly jumped. It was a coiled python. As if it had sensed Xianxia's landing, it suddenly opened its bloody mouth and swallowed him. Swish! Swish! 2 long arrows condensed by spiritual energy pierced through the air, directly shooting into the python's mouth and then coming out from the back of its head. Roar! The python let out a mournful roar and its huge snake body fell from the cliff powerlessly. There were only 2 small holes left by the spiritual arrows in its original position. As for Xianxia, he only glanced at the giant python briefly before shifting his gaze away. The python looked big, but it was only about the 8th level of the martial arts realm. The Qianquan Bao was once a spiritual weapon of the sect. Without using the cloud-piercing arrow, it was still a real middle-grade spiritual weapon. To kill the python of the 8th level of the martial arts realm, it did not require much effort. However, after a giant python was killed, the smell of blood seemed to spread out. The stone walls below began to squirm. One after another, giant pythons protruded from the stone walls and opened their mouths to devour Xianxia. When the Qianquan Bao's bowstring was automatically pulled, it extracted a large amount of spiritual energy and condensed it into an arrow and then shot it out. Bang! Another python was pierced through. It only took a breath of time. The Qianquan Bao condensed more than 30 spiritual arrows in one breath and shot out, killing any python that tried to get close to Xianxia. Bang! One python after another fell from the cliff, harvesting batch after batch of life sources. As he went deeper and deeper, Xianxia found that all the stone walls seemed to be condensed by pythons. The scene of all the squirming scales gave him goosebumps. Then, he saw an 8 trigrams looming under his feet. His falling momentum suddenly stopped. Then, he pulled out the 1,000 mountain blood. Under the surge of spiritual energy, the Thunder Dao seal was immediately activated. Terrifying lightning lingered on the crystal blade. Then, he slashed out with the blade. When the blade energy exploded in the air, it was accompanied by terrifying lightning that directly swept across the stone wall. An attack from a Dao artifact that could even kill demons. These pythons, who were only in the 8th stage of the martial arts realm, could not resist at all. When the lightning swept across, all the pythons that came in contact with it exploded into clouds of blood mist. And the pythons that were affected also fell from the stone wall. In less than a breath of time, a large part of the stone wall was emptied. At least hundreds of pythons fell. When Xianxia completely fell to the bottom of the cliff, he did not know how many pythons had died in his hands. Only the life sources had increased by tens of thousands. In order to calculate the respawn time, Xianxia deliberately stayed in the air for a while. When he fell to the bottom of the cliff, there were no more python corpses. Looking at the dim bottom of the cliff, Xianxia held the silver box in his hand and then walked in a random direction. Anyway, there were only 3 directions to go from the bottom of the cliff. If he was wrong, he could just explore in another direction. Since he was sure that the seal was here, then it was not a big problem to find it. Stepping on the dark and damp soil, Xianxia's ears were listening and his eyes were looking in all directions. He was always paying attention to the surrounding movements. The bell of the cosmos followed closely behind. Occasionally, some monsters appeared, but they were all killed by the bow with one arrow. The bottom of the cliff was not big, but it was not small at all. In addition, after going back and forth, Xianxia spent about an hour to find the place where the demon was suspected to be sealed. Looking at the hexagram array and the 6 bronze pillars in front of him, there was also confusion in his eyes. If I remember correctly, the evil devil in Lingchuan Ordinary Realm should have a 7-star array. Why is it that the one sealed here is a 6-star array? Maybe it's a matter of the demon's strength. The bow of the cosmos on the side casually replied. Strength and weakness. So the seal was different. Now that he put it that way, it did make sense. Xianxia directly took out a jar from his storage ring, then walked in front of the seal. Looking at the hexagram array engraved on the ground, he directly poured the blood into it. In an instant, the blood completely penetrated the hexagram array. A terrifying blood-red light spread out from it, and the 6 bronze pillars were also eroded by the blood-red light. Then he saw the ground tremble slightly. Lightning lingered and gathered in the sky like wild snakes dancing wildly. In an instant, it covered the clouds and the sun. The moment the hexagram array broke, terrifying demonic energy erupted like a volcano eruption. A sharp claw reached out from the abyss and directly hooked onto the broken hexagram array. A terrifying body seemed to be about to appear from it. Crack! There was an explosion in the sky, and lightning poured down. The terrifying lightning directly bombarded the demonic energy, causing it to disperse. But soon, more demonic energy surged out of the seal, tangling with the lightning. 10 minutes later, with the dense bombardment of lightning, the demonic energy gradually spread out. A terrifying body finally walked out of the seal, and an evil and murderous aura instantly filled the air. Boom! A terrifying figure appeared out of thin air, and with a single palm strike, it suppressed all of the demonic chi, causing the evil spirit that was soaked in the demonic chi to raise its head. Immediately, it raised its claw-like hand and slammed it toward the figure. At this moment, a ray of cold light seemed to pierce through the void, and with endless sharpness, it shot toward the evil spirit. Bang! Taking the great wilderness demon suppression seal head-on, the evil spirit's body suddenly sank by half. Then, the cloud-piercing arrow shot out, and directly pierced its chest. Roar! Roar! The great pain caused the evil spirit to roar in pain. However, a long crystal blade like the incarnation of lightning instantly slashed toward it. The terrifying power was like facing the might of the heavens, and it made the evil spirit's heart tremble. Looking at the Thunder Dao seal that was constantly enlarging in his eyes, the words Dao artifact just rose in his heart. He felt a terrible pain, and then his vision turned completely black, and he completely lost consciousness. In an instant, the thunder disappeared. Looking at the dissipating demonic energy and the yuan corroding bone powder on the ground, Qin Shujian also received the system's message. Another 10 luck points were in his account. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. One evil spirit gave 10 luck points. 10 evil spirits gave him 100 luck points. Based on the vast landscape of the Great Zhao country, there were definitely more than 10 evil spirits sealed inside. As long as he could find these evil spirits and use the power of the Dao artifact to kill them before they fully recovered, he would be able to obtain luck points. Qin Shujian could predict. If they were to follow this plan, they would be able to do it. Not to mention a 5th grade force. Perhaps a 6th grade or 7th grade force would not be too far away. In the demon abyss, many demons were killing each other. Every single one of them was an extremely powerful existence. With the demon abyss behind them, they could be said to be immortal. Therefore, even if they fought all year round, the number of demons in the demon abyss never decreased. At this moment, the blood moon shone again. An evil demon was born from the demonic chi. A sudden change. This caused the other demons who were fighting to stop involuntarily. The blood moon moved. It meant that another evil demon was reborn. How long had it been? Another evil demon was reborn in the demon abyss. One had to know. In the past hundreds of years, not even one evil demon was reborn in the demon abyss. But now, in about half a year, more than a dozen evil demons were reborn. Although the rebirth was equivalent to removing the seal, in the eyes of the other evil demons, it was more like a humiliation. Since when the evil demon clan could be slaughtered, after the battle, the Lord of Six Desires also vented a lot of his anger. He looked at the resurrected evil demon and immediately asked, "Who killed you?" Thunder Dao Seal, Great Desolate Demon Suppression Seal, and it seems like a spiritual weapon sneak attack. I can't remember clearly. The newly resurrected evil demon was obviously not fully awake. He only answered instinctively to the Lord of Six Desires' words. Thunder Dao Seal, Great Desolate Demon Suppression Seal, Spiritual Weapon Sneak Attack. If one of them was a coincidence, then all three were inevitable. Suddenly, the Lord of Six Desires' face darkened. It's him again, it's that person again. In a short period of time, a second evil demon was killed by the other party. As for the resurrected evil demon, after a short trance, he gradually woke up. Immediately, monstrous anger surged in his heart, and waves of angry roars came from the demon abyss. Marquis Bayun's mansion. At this moment, there was a letter on the table in the study in front of Marquis Bayun. It was recorded in detail. It was about the strange movements in Lingchuan Ordinary Realm and Xianxia Ordinary Realm. Thunder fell from the sky. The canyon collapsed again. All kinds of signs indicated that an evil demon broke the seal, but when he checked the scene, he didn't find any trace of demonic chi. Valley of the Dead, the bottom of the Snake Cliff. Looking at the two places written in the letter, Marquis Bayun frowned slightly. Others might not know. However, as the Marquis of North Cloud, he knew very well where the demons were sealed in North Cloud Mansion. These two places. It was indeed where the evil spirit was sealed. Moreover, the heavenly lightning mentioned in the letter was also a phenomenon caused by the birth of an evil spirit. However, what puzzled Marquis Bayun was that evil demon had broken the seal. However, there was no devil calamity. One must know that the nefarious devil clan was extremely bloodthirsty. It was impossible for them to leave so easily. More importantly, evil spirits were one of the sources of devil chi. As long as there were evil spirits, even if they didn't do anything, demonic chi would automatically infect everything in the surroundings and gradually turn it into a terrifying demonic domain. However, based on the current information, but it didn't conform to any common sense. The Marquis of Northern Cloud pondered for a moment before he said in a deep voice, "Men." "Marquis, what are your orders?" A guard pushed the door open and entered. He bowed and cupped his hands. Marquis Bayun said, "Ask Xiaohong to come over." "Yes." The guard accepted the order and retreated. Very soon, Xiaohong entered the study and bowed with cupped fists. This old servant greets the Marquis. Take a look. After he finished speaking, the letter in front of him floated up automatically and landed in front of Xiaohong without any movement from the Marquis of Northern Cloud. Xiaohong immediately reached out to take it and read the contents carefully. Then, he took 2 steps forward and returned the letter. Then, he said in a deep voice. Evil demons should have broken the seal in these 2 places, but why didn't they cause a devil calamity? I think some experts killed the evil demons that broke the seal. However, at this point, Xiaohong pondered for a moment and then said, there are very few people in the ordinary realm who can fight against the evil demons. Moreover, there are even fewer people who can kill the evil demons in a short time. If this old servant remembers correctly, Lingchuan Ordinary Realm and Xianxia Ordinary Realm should be close to the Liang Mountain True Dominion. At this point, he shut his mouth and didn't say anything. The Marquis of Northern Cloud didn't speak immediately. After a while, he said slowly, go and investigate the situation. This old servant accepts the order. Marquis Baiyun's expression changed slightly when he saw Xiaohong leave. Just as Xiaohong said, these 2 places were close to the Liang Mountain True Dominion. Who was the most likely person to kill the evil demons? Then, it could only be the Liang Mountain Protectorate Lord. After all, those who could break through the shackles and become an area lord were people who had reached the peak of their realm. Even if Marquis Baiyun did not use any extraordinary methods, he might not necessarily be a match for an area lord who had broken through the shackles in the ordinary realm. However, the Marquis of Northern Cloud couldn't understand. Why did the other party release the evil demons? Could it be? Was it purely to kill the evil demons, however? It was also because the other party killed the evil demons after releasing them and didn't cause a devil calamity. Or else, even if he cherished talents, he had no choice but to kill such a hidden danger. If it wasn't for the lack of experts who could kill the evil demons sealed in the Baiyun Manor would have been eliminated long ago. Otherwise, if a devil calamity were to occur, it would be troublesome. The Marquis of Northern Cloud thought. Sealing evil fiends had its own hidden dangers. Killing the evil demons also had hidden dangers. In the past, sealing the evil demons was undoubtedly the best choice for the Baiyun Manor. However, in the current turbulent situation of the Great Zhao Empire, what the Baiyun Manor needed was an absolutely stable rear. Therefore, the sealed evil spirit had become an unstable factor. Once a devil calamity occurred, it would definitely be a big problem. Now that the variant humans have descended from the sky and have an undying and indestructible body, if it wasn't for their low cultivation, they would be even more troublesome than the evil demons. Recently, there have been frequent devil calamities, and the ones who released the evil demons were mostly the variant humans. The Marquis of Northern Cloud thought about how he had sent out troops to suppress the devil calamities during this period of time, and his expression didn't look too good. If it wasn't for the fact that the variant humans were undying and indestructible, he didn't want to fall out with this race for the time being. Or else, he would have sent out troops to suppress all the variant humans. Therefore, for the variant humans, the Marquis of Northern Cloud could only use conciliatory methods for the time being. Fortunately, until now, the strongest variant humans were only at the first level of the true martial realm. In his eyes, they were still insignificant and wouldn't have much of an impact on the current situation. On the other side, after killing the evil demons in the heavenly toppling ordinary realm, Qin Shujian collected the yuan corroding bone powder and then wandered around several ordinary realms nearby. In the end, he didn't find the altar that sealed the evil demons. This also made him understand. Not every ordinary realm would have an evil demon sealed within it. Perhaps when the ordinary realms were born, the evil demons that were born were directly killed. When he stepped into a new ordinary realm, Qin Shujian finally found a sealed evil demon. Then, the moment the evil demon was born, he directly used thunderous methods to kill it. After doing this, Qin Shujian finally finished his journey in several ordinary realms and rushed back in the direction of the true domain of Mount Liang. When he returned to the Yuan sect, a month had already passed. During this period, the Yuan sect's disciples had contributed more than 200,000 life sources. With such a huge base of life sources, Qin Shujian directly improved the dream spirit capture technique to the perfected stage of the true martial technique. At this point, Qin Shujian cultivated the 4 cultivation techniques to the perfected stage of the true martial technique. Even though his dantian had been expanded by the ocean origin returning technique, it had reached a limit at this time. In the forging hall, Xianxia was forging weapons while imparting his experience to the apprentices beside him. Now, he was the only middle-grade blacksmith in the forging hall. In addition to that, there wasn't even a low-grade blacksmith. Whether it was imparting knowledge to the apprentices or forging weapons, he was basically the one who did it personally. In this regard, Xianxia had no choice. If it was in the Pill Cauldron sect, under a middle-grade blacksmith, there were at least a few low-grade blacksmiths. Imparting these things to the apprentices, he didn't even need to do it personally, there were people under him to do it. Now, what Xianxia wanted to do the most was to personally train a few low-grade blacksmiths. In this case, he also had time to make a breakthrough to become a high-grade blacksmith. After seeing Qin Shujian's arrival, Xianxia directly abandoned the other apprentices and stepped forward to salute and said, "Sect Master. Elder Shen, I wonder if the 5,000 pendants have been completed." "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you." Xianxia smiled and said. Then, he turned sideways and said to Qin Shujian, "Sect Master, please follow me." After that, he took a step forward and walked into the forging hall. Qin Shujian also followed behind him. Although the forging hall was a hall, it was also divided into many places. There was an inner hall for receiving guests, a forging room for forging, a living place, and a warehouse for storage. The place where Xianxia was going now, it was the warehouse for the forging hall. Entering the warehouse, there was a dense pile of pendants on the ground, the style of which was exactly the same as on Qin Shujian's blueprint. Xianxia said, "Because there are too many pendants, there is no special place in the forging hall to accommodate them, so they are piled up here. There are a total of 5,000 pendants. Sect Master, please take a look." Hearing that, Qin Shujian casually took a pendant and saw that there was a small lid on the pendant. If he unscrewed it, he could see that there was a small hole that could accommodate some small things. Seeing this, he also showed a satisfied look on his face and said with a smile, "Elder Shen has worked hard this time. Elder Shen, please give me your identity token." Xianxia immediately took out the identity token and handed it to Qin Shujian with both hands. He reached out and took the identity token. Qin Shujian glanced at the attributes inside, then with a thought, added 500 contribution points to the original one, and then returned it to Xianxia. "I believe that it took Elder Shen a lot of time to make 5,000 pendants. 500 contribution points is the reward for this matter." "Thank you, Sect Master." After obtaining 5,000 pendants, Qin Shujian asked people to fill them with corroding bone powder. From then on, Yuanzong had one more item to exchange for. Name, Evil Demon Pendant Contribution Points, 1000 Introduction. Wearing it can greatly increase the probability of finding the seal of the evil demon. F***CK, 1000 contribution points for an evil demon pendant. A mission to find the sealed evil demon only gives 500 contribution points. This is crazy. Seeing the price of the evil demon pendant, many players complained. 1000 contribution points, this was completely blackhearted to the extreme. If one was alone, one needed to find at least 2 sealed evil demons to exchange for an evil demon pendant. However, although the players complained, some still gritted their teeth and exchanged for the evil demon pendant. This was because the mission to find the sealed evil demon could be teamed up. A team could submit the mission at most 5 people at the same time. If this was the case, then, the total contribution points for a team of 5 to complete a mission was 2,500 points. After deducting 1,000 points, each person could still earn about 300 points. Also, each team only needed one person to exchange for the evil demon pendant. On the peak of Mount Liang, 20 luck points were thrown down. Another terrifying bolt of lightning lingered in the sky without dissipating. The vast heavenly might could not only be felt by the people of Mount Liang. Even the people in the surrounding regions could feel this terrifying might. Ding, the long blade hummed softly, like the sound of the heavens. But whoever heard this sound, their distracting thoughts seemed to be cleansed by the lightning, and they instantly became clear. The 7 Taoist artifact stone statues located in the main sect, branch sect, and unfinished town all emitted a dense light, and a faint power spread out from them. Anyone who approached the Taoist artifact stone statues, at that moment, it was as if they saw the lightning in the sky, the long blade cutting everything in the world, and a thunder seal appeared in it. In an instant, those who saw the thunder seal, whether it was skills or martial arts, had some kind of enlightenment, and then a breakthrough. Boom! Boom! Waves of aura of breakthrough appeared from time to time. There was a breakthrough of the beginner level. There was also a transformation of the beginner level to the true martial level. This is the Taoist artifact that suppresses the sect. It is indeed terrifying. Xianxia raised his head and looked at the sky. Although the lightning had subsided, there was still a residual power, and the shock in his eyes could not be concealed. Others might not know what that aura was. But how could he not know? It was a pressure that only a Dao artifact could emit. Moreover, it was definitely not an ordinary Dao artifact. Xianxia pressed his palm on his chest. There was a broken pendant that looked like a piece of jade. It was emitting a weak aura as if it was conveying something. It's a pity that my Lin clan doesn't have a complete Dao artifact. The only half-step Dao artifact we have is already broken. Now, only this fragment of the half-step Dao artifact remains. If we can find an opportunity to repair the half-step Dao artifact, we might be able to restore the glory of our Lin clan. Xianxia's expression kept changing, and finally, a determined look appeared on his face. When the Lin family was still around, he was just a playboy. In a family with a spirit martial realm cultivator, a direct descendant was only at the 5th stage of the basic martial realm. This was an inconceivable matter. But it was also because of this. When the celestial sect failed to snatch the half-step Dao tool that was about to become a Dao tool, they destroyed the half-step Dao tool and destroyed the Lin family. Only then was he able to escape in the chaos. The one who escaped with him. They were all people of the Lin family with unremarkable cultivations. As for those above the true martial realm, they had all been killed by the celestial sect. Holding the fragment of the half-step Dao artifact through his clothes, a trace of hatred appeared in Xianxia's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Soon, I will definitely take revenge. A rather strong aura flashed across his body for a moment before disappearing. If there was someone beside him, he would discover that the other party had already reached the 9th stage of the basic martial realm. In 2 to 3 months. From the 5th stage of the basic martial realm to the 9th stage of the basic martial realm, he had reached the critical point of the 9th stage of the basic martial realm. He was only one step away from reaching the 10th stage of the basic martial realm. Such potential could be said to be strong. However, Xianxia didn't have the slightest bit of pride in his heart. Because he discovered that there was no lack of geniuses like him in the Yuan sect. This was what he had observed. There were many people who had reached the 10th stage of the martial realm before him, even though their cultivation levels were similar to his at the beginning. This made Xianxia's reverence for the Yuan sect even greater. Although it was only a large sect of the True Dominion. But in terms of potential, it was not inferior to the large sects of the spiritual region. On the peak of Mount Liang, a long crystal blade lay quietly in Qin Shujian's hand. A Thunder Dao seal was engraved on the blade. Next to this Thunder Dao seal, half a Dao seal loomed. 20 luck points were thrown in Diana. Xianxia had also finally grown from 1 Dao seal to 1.5 Dao seals. Although the second Dao seal was not completely formed, Qin Shujian could already feel that the power contained in the blade was much stronger than before. His strength was now extremely strong. But compared to Xianxia, Qin Shujian had to admit a fact. That was, he was really not as good as this blade. After sighing inwardly, Qin Shujian looked up at the sky. The sky there should have been clear, but now it was intertwined with black threads to form a terrifying net that seemed to extend endlessly. Behind the black net, there seemed to be a 7-colored light looming. But when he looked over, there was nothing there. 7-colored light. Heaven and earth barrier? Qin Shujian thought of the end of Mount Liang's true dominion. There was a 7-colored light that covered the sky. But after a certain distance, the seven-colored light seemed to have completely disappeared. But he knew very well. The seven-colored light did not disappear. The heaven and earth barrier was still there. It was mistaken for disappearing. It was just that he could not see it. At this moment, when he saw the seven-colored light behind the black net, an image appeared in Xianxia's mind. In the vast sky above, there was a heaven and earth barrier that completely covered it. Heaven and earth were both vast and boundless. But it also seemed like a cage. The world here should be the legendary square sky and square earth. Xianxia suppressed the thought in his mind. Looking at the black net in the sky, a terrifying force pressed down, turning into an unbreakable shackle. It overflowed with true origin that was about to break the limit. Under the suppression of the shackle, it seemed like a huge net had sealed his dantian. The storage ring flashed. The bow of heaven and earth was released from it. Xianxia raised his hand and asked, "Do you know anything about this?" "What is it?" The cosmos bow was clearly stunned by the sudden question. In its opinion, there was nothing in his hand. "Can I see it?" Xianxia activated the true origin in his body and shook the shackle that sealed his dantian. In an instant, a silver chain appeared out of nowhere. One end of the silver chain was firmly locked on Xianxia's wrist, while the other end disappeared into the void as if it had penetrated the universe. There seemed to be endless Tao patterns engraved on the silver chain, but there seemed to be nothing on it. Huan Yu heavenly lock." When it saw the chain, the bow of heaven and earth stuttered. Xianxia frowned and said in a deep voice, "What is Huan Yu heavenly lock?" The bow of heaven and earth did not reply immediately, as if it had seen something terrifying and was calming down. After a long while, it opened its mouth and said in a tone that was still filled with shock, "I don't know what Huan Yu heavenly lock is, but I am sure of one thing. The Huan Yu heavenly lock will only appear when one's strength exceeds the limits of a certain heaven and earth. Its purpose is to imprison such an expert. This only exists in my memory. This is the first time I have seen the real Huan Yu heavenly lock." Huan Yu heavenly lock, that was something that would only appear when an expert exceeded the limits of a domain. It was easy to surpass the limits of a domain. However, there were very few people who could achieve this. After all, when one's cultivation realm reached the peak of the current realm, one could either advance no further or break through forcefully. There was almost no third path. As for the person who was imprisoned by the universal heavenly lock, he chose the third path from the two paths. He would not break through the realm. Instead, he would forcefully excavate the limits of the current realm and continue to open up a new path based on the limits. This was different from when a spirit martial realm expert descended to the true dominion. The strength of the spirit martial realm also exceeded the limits of the true dominion. However, in the end, these were two completely different concepts. After hearing the cosmic bow's words, Xianxia also had a certain understanding of the Huan Yu heavenly lock. This chain, it had suddenly appeared when he had upgraded the Great Dream Spirit Capture technique to the perfected True Martial chapter. Once he unleashed all his strength, the invisible shackles would appear. They would actually be forcefully suppressed at a certain critical point. At this moment, the cosmic bow added, "It is rumored that the Huan Yu heavenly lock seals an expert's future path and is also the recognition of the expert by heaven and earth. If Sect Master can condense 4 Huan Yu heavenly locks, he will have the opportunity to break the True Dominion's shackles." "For Huan Yu heavenly locks can break the True Dominion's shackles?" "That's right." The cosmic bow said firmly, "Breaking the True Dominion's shackles is dozens of times more difficult than breaking the ordinary Dominion's shackles. Although there have been very few True Dominion Protectorate Lords in history, there are still some. As far as I can remember, there has never been a Spirit Protectorate Lord. One cannot rely on external objects to break the True Dominion's shackles, not even Tao artifacts. One has to rely on one's true strength to destroy the shackles of heaven and earth and break the barriers." At this point, the cosmic bow paused for a moment before it added, "However, Sect Master, you are already extremely powerful by being able to condense the first Huan Yu heavenly lock. If you head to the Spirit Protectorate now to break through, you will become a Spirit Martial Realm expert instantly. Given your strong foundation, your strength will definitely be much stronger than an ordinary Spirit Martial Realm cultivator's." The half-Dao seal engraved on the Thousand Mountain Blood Saber was already shocking enough. However, when it saw the Huanyu heavenly lock on Qin Shujian's body, the cosmic bow immediately diverted its attention. What was a half-Dao seal? It was not a two-seal Dao artifact. In comparison, an expert who was able to condense the universal heavenly lock was the one that was truly shocking. Even if he could only condense the Huanyu heavenly lock in the true dominion, however, it also represented terrifying strength and endless potential. After understanding what the universal heavenly lock was, Qin Shujian's originally tensed heart also gradually relaxed. Upon hearing the other party's words, he could not help but ask, "You said that one cannot rely on external objects to break the true dominion's shackles?" "That's right. One can only rely on oneself to break the true dominion's shackles. If one relies on external objects, they will definitely suffer a terrifying heavenly punishment." As it spoke, the cosmic bow pondered for a while and gave an example. If the sect master uses a Dao artifact to break the shackles, heaven and earth will condense an existence that can destroy the Dao artifact. I'm afraid that even a divine martial realm expert might not be able to destroy the Dao artifact. In the past, there have been people who tried to break the true dominion's shackles with a Dao artifact. When the heavenly punishment finally struck, the true martial realm cultivator would be turned into ashes. That's enough. Just stay here. After obtaining the information he wanted, Qin Shujian did not waste any more words with the cosmic bow. He immediately stood up and left. This time, he did not go anywhere else. It was where the library was. He went straight to the 4th level of the library with ease. Then, he would take a low-grade spirit rank cultivation method and return directly. 2 to 3 hours later, Su Yuanming came to the 4th level of the library and searched for a long time. However, he did not find the cultivation technique he wanted. He looked puzzled. Why is it missing? I clearly remember that the cultivation technique was placed here. Could it have been taken away? At this thought, suddenly, he stopped his rummaging motion. There were not many books on the 4th level. Since he could not find it, it was definitely not here. The cultivation techniques and martial arts techniques in the library could only be learned here. They could not be taken out. Only one person in the Yuan sect had the right to take the cultivation technique out. Immediately, Su Yuanming gave up the idea of looking for that cultivation technique and turned to look at other martial arts techniques. The few spirit-level cultivation techniques and martial arts techniques on the 4th level, as well as the middle-grade divine-level Great Desolation Devil Suppression Seal, were all very popular. However, he could not find the cultivation technique he wanted. He immediately found the spirit paper that recorded the Great Desolation Devil Suppression Seal and carefully comprehended the martial arts intent within. On the other side, after returning to his bedroom, Qin Shujian immediately opened the cultivation technique he had taken out from the library. You have learned the low-grade spirit-level Wine Thunder True technique. Subsequently, Qin Shujian immediately used his mind to clear out the remaining life source. The low-grade spirit-level Wine Thunder True technique was upgraded from the 1st stage of the martial basic level to the 7th stage of the true martial realm in an instant. The surging vital essence filled the dantian. But immediately, a layer of black net appeared and firmly sealed the dantian. The vital essence that originally wanted to break through the shackles of the dantian. After encountering the seal, it was forced to stay in the dantian. The overflowing vital essence was constantly filling up. From the original liquefied state, it was gradually transforming into another state. However, the transformation process was extremely slow. In a split second, there was a faint sound of thunder in the bedroom. This kind of shackle is a good thing. At least I don't have to worry about my dantian bursting with quintessential essence. Qin Shujian realized that this kind of shackle had an additional benefit. He could increase his quintessential essence without worry. He did not have to worry about his quintessential essence exceeding his body's limits and causing his dantian to burst. The black net was a shackle. It was also a form of protection in disguise. However, for others, shackles were more important than protection. For Qin Shujian, the existence of the black net was actually a good thing. He could increase his quintessential essence without worry. He could deduce cultivation techniques without any scruples. Then, he could condense the 4 universal sky locks step by step and increase his strength to the point where he could break the true dominion's shackles. The lifespan of a true martial realm cultivator is between 150 to 200 years. Even if one is a genius, it would still take several years or even more than 10 years to cultivate a true rank cultivation technique to perfection. For more people, it may take decades. When a cultivation technique reaches perfection, the capacity of one's dantian will reach a state of fullness. If one wants to continue cultivating and increase the capacity of one's quintessential essence, it is not something that can be achieved simply by cultivating step by step. After all, it is very difficult to add more water to a cup that is full of water and ensure that the water does not overflow. If I use my life source to increase my dantian's capacity, I can continuously compress the volume of my quintessential essence, allowing a drop of liquefied quintessential essence to possess a strength that is several times stronger than ordinary quintessential essence. This is my own advantage. Xianxia silently analyzed his own situation. Meanwhile, he sincerely admired the experts who had broken the true dominion's shackles and become the spirit protectorate's protectorate lord. If these people did not have any other means, if they had only relied on bitter cultivation to reach that level, their innate talent would have been unprecedented. Then, Xianxia took out a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone and wrote down the Wind Thunder True technique, which he had consumed, from memory and put it back in the library. This was a spirit-level low-grade cultivation technique. It had been contributed by a sect called the Wind Thunder sect. It possessed a spirit-level cultivation technique. This sect's foundation was not bad either. Unfortunately, their foresight was not good. In the real world. In a small Taoist temple, an old Taoist who was over 50 years old was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. If it wasn't for the slight rise and fall of his abdomen, people would have thought that he was already dead. The interior of the Taoist temple was not big, only about 20 to 30 square meters. Inside, there was a statue of Zhenwu Great Emperor. There were some melons and fruits on the table, as well as incense that was about to burn out. Suddenly, there seemed to be a breeze blowing in the Taoist temple. At this moment, the air seemed to be more lively. As time passed, it was as if more and more things were gathering in the Taoist temple. The old Taoist's breathing interval also became longer and longer. With every breath, it was like a giant whale sucking in water, directly absorbing something surging from the surroundings into its body. In an instant, 3 days passed. What could be seen at this moment was, the small space in the Taoist temple was already enveloped by a light green fog. The old Taoist had been sitting there for 3 days without moving. His face was not pale at all. Instead, it was getting redder. Fortunately, the Taoist temple was located in a secluded area. With the advancement of technology, the existence of ghosts and deities became a myth. Many people no longer believed in ghosts and gods. As such, fewer and fewer people came to pray for blessings in Taoist temples and other places. Until now, no one had come for 10 days to half a month. Or else, the strange phenomenon in the Taoist temple had long been known by others. Crack, in the quiet Taoist temple, there seemed to be a clap of thunder. In the quiet atmosphere, it seemed particularly abrupt. This clap of thunder. It was as if some kind of shackle had been opened. The old Taoist's breathing was like a whale swallowing, sucking in all the light green fog around him, causing the fog in the Taoist temple to suddenly clear. Then, the old Taoist's eyes suddenly opened. A wisp of light that should not have existed appeared the moment he opened his eyes. Bursts of thunder rang out in the Taoist temple again. Lightning in the empty room, refining qi into spirit. The old Taoist exhaled. There seemed to be a breeze on the ground, sweeping away the dust in the Taoist temple. Seeing this scene, the old Taoist almost burst into tears. He felt the surging vital essence in his body, and his fingers were trembling slightly. The recovery of spiritual aura. The recovery of spiritual aura that has been waiting for thousands of years has finally come again. Since thousands of years ago, the spiritual aura had dried up. As a result, the cultivators gradually declined. Until modern times, although there were cultivation methods in the world, there were no longer legendary cultivators who could fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. But now, it was completely different. The recovery of spiritual aura. It meant that the world would start a new cultivation frenzy again. There was no reason for it. The old Taoist stood up and moved his feet. Then, according to the method in his memory, he put his index and middle fingers together. With a low shout, a sharp sword aura instantly burst out from his fingers, and then, it pierced a large hole in the wall of the temple. As expected, the martial arts in the game can also be used. The old Taoist withdrew his fingers and looked at the wall that had been pierced through. His tone was also amazed. Now that the spiritual aura has recovered, and we can learn cultivation methods and martial arts from the game, I'm afraid that this time, the cultivation world will really be able to return to its former peak. The old Taoist had only seen the peak of the cultivation world from records. But through the description of words, it could also be imagined. In ancient times, the cultivation world was full of treasures. It was not easy to obtain secret cultivation manuals, not to mention the profound means. But now, the cultivation methods and martial arts obtained in a game could be used in reality. That was completely different. This meant that everyone had the opportunity to come into contact with cultivation methods, and even profound cultivation methods. The old Taoist could already imagine it. In the future, when the cultivation world returned to its heyday, what would it be like? Thinking of this, the old Taoist's expression suddenly became solemn. The cultivation methods and martial arts are all real. Who developed this game? To be able to do this, could it be an ancient cultivation force that has retreated from the world? Just as this thought arose in his mind, thus, he chased it out. The cultivation methods and martial arts in the game were difficult to measure. It was not a foundation that a certain force could have. Moreover, increasing one's cultivation in the game would be helpful in real life. Such a method did not seem like something that a single faction would have. This was completely beyond the scope of his understanding. Then, the old Taoist stopped thinking about this idea. If it were not for the fact that there were too few people in the Taoist temple in recent years, and that a young man at the foot of the mountain saw that he was afraid of being lonely and gave him a game capsule, he might not be able to come into contact with this game, let alone obtain the cultivation methods and martial arts in it. Although the Taoist temple had its own inheritance, the old Taoist felt that he was able to directly reach the level of qi refinement in the early stages of the spirit aura recovery because of the help in the game. Especially when he felt the vital essence in his body. It was almost the same as the vital essence of the true martial realm character in his game. He was even more certain of this guess in his heart. If I have the chance, I still have to repay this opportunity. The old Taoist silently said in his heart. Then, he got up and went outside. Outside the Taoist temple that worshipped Shenwu Great Emperor, there was a medium-sized courtyard surrounded by walls. This was the range of the Taoist temple. The old Taoist looked at the world outside. Although there were no changes as usual, but after his cultivation broke through, he could feel the spirit aura of heaven and earth in the air as he breathed. But, the spirit aura of heaven and earth was still very thin. If it was not for a cultivator like him who had refined qi refinement into spirit, others might not be able to detect it. According to the old Taoist's estimation, now that the spirit aura had inexplicably recovered, a cultivator like him who had refined qi refinement into spirit was born in a short period of time. Then, some of the other long-established cultivation forces must have been born one after another at this time. And as more and more powerhouses were born, when the spirit aura of heaven and earth was swallowed, it would also accelerate the recovery of the spirit aura. Although the old Taoist did not know what it was like in the ancient times when the spirit aura was at its peak, but he was sure. At most, it would not be more than 3 years. Even people who had never been in contact with the cultivation world would eventually notice the existence of spirit aura. At that time, it would be considered that the world had officially stepped into the era of cultivation. He came to the front of the courtyard. He closed and locked the courtyard door that was originally slightly closed. The old Taoist did not directly return to the main hall. Instead, he went to the side courtyard at the side. That was where he usually rested. In a small bedroom. A game cabin took up almost half of the space. Although the Taoist temple was remote, but it was also connected to water and electricity. The old Taoist directly opened the game cabin and then lay down in it. Since the realm increase in the game could be of help to the real world, how could he give up such a benefit, 1 day in the real world, 3 days in the game world? Now, the old Taoist did not know how long it took for him to break through. He was afraid that he had fallen behind a little in the game. The scene changed. The old Taoist had already appeared in a sect. His appearance had not changed much. The only difference was that the style of the Taoist robe on his body was already different. Looking at the Taoist robe he was wearing, he also looked at his attributes and found that his realm was still at the first level of the real martial realm. Then he found someone to ask about it. Only then did he find that more than 10 days had passed in the game. There was also a Blue Cloud sect in the ancient times, but it was said that it worshipped the ancestors of the three pure ones. I wonder which Taoist ancestor is worshipped by the Blue Cloud sect here. Such a thought emerged in the old Taoist's mind. Unfortunately, he was an inner disciple and had never entered the main hall of the Blue Cloud sect. He did not know which Taoist ancestor was worshipped by the Blue Cloud sect. But according to the old Taoist's guess, with his current strength at the first level of the real martial realm, he could be considered a master in the Blue Cloud sect. He believed that it would not take long. It was time to enter the core of the Blue Cloud sect. At that time, everything would naturally be clear. In these days, Qin Shujian basically stayed in Yuan sect and did not go out. The main reason was that there was nowhere to go. To find the sealed demons, there would be players who would bring the demon pendant. He was alone. No matter how fast he was, how could he be as efficient as thousands of people? So, during this period of time, Qin Shujian stayed in Yuan sect peacefully. As long as there was enough life source, he would raise his cultivation realm. It was worth mentioning. The 7-leaf piercing flower palm was also on the premise that he spent more than 10,000 life source. He directly raised it to the level of entering the Tao. Palm technique entering the Tao, the idea that he obtained was compatible with the 7-leaf piercing flower palm itself. What he obtained was the wind intent. Although the wind intent existed, it did not appear in the special ability. According to Qin Shujian's guess, it should be that the wind intent was still too weak and did not meet the requirements to appear. Moreover, after comparing the wind intent with the blade intent, he found that the wind intent that he comprehended was too weak. If the blade intent was 20%, then the wind intent was probably only about 0.1%. Such an artistic conception. For Qin Shujian's current strength, it could not be of much help. The reason why he raised this martial art, it was purely because of his inner obsessive-compulsive disorder. After all, the martial arts that he first learned, except for the 7-leaf piercing flower palm, had all been raised to the level of entering the Tao. Only this mortal lower martial art was still at the peak of perfection level. After the new explanation was finished, Zheng Fang looked at the leaving disciple with a strange look in his eyes. During this period of time, these Yuan sect disciples seemed to have become more eager to learn. According to the previous situation, the people who spent contribution points to listen to his explanation of martial arts were mostly local sect disciples. For the variant disciples, they liked to spend their contribution points in the library or other places. But during this period of time, the two situations seemed to be reversed. Most of the local sect disciples' contribution points were spent on elixirs, while the variant disciples spent more contribution points to listen to his explanation of martial arts. Zheng Fang was also somewhat puzzled by such a change. However, he didn't care too much about it. Regardless of whether one was a native or a mutant, once they entered Yuan sect, they were all part of it. Zheng Fang would not treat them differently because of this. With a thought, Zheng Fang closed his eyes slightly. Unknowingly, he began to circulate his cultivation technique. He didn't cultivate the Origin Codex. Instead, he cultivated a high-grade truth rank cultivation technique called the Eternal Youth Technique. It was one of the martial arts techniques he obtained from exterminating the 7 sects. The reason why he chose this cultivation method was because he had chosen this cultivation method. This was because this technique was similar to the Eternal Spring art that Zheng Fang had cultivated in the past. Compared to Yuan Dian, he preferred the Everlasting Youth Technique. During this period of time, Zheng Fang had been making use of the opportunity to explain and comprehend the Eternal Youth Technique. He was slowly converting Yuan Dian's true essence into the Eternal Youth Technique. Until now, it had already reached a critical point. About 10 minutes later, Zhongfang's body shook slightly, and a warm aura spread out. His originally gray hair seemed to have a few more strands of black, and his aged complexion also became a little rosy. Eternal youth technique. He opened his eyes and felt the changes in his body. He had a deeper understanding of this technique. Compared to Yuan Dian's fierce and domineering true essence, the Eternal Youth technique's true essence was more gentle. Normal true martial realm cultivators had a lifespan of 150 to 200 years. But normal true martial realm cultivators, it was very difficult for them to truly live to 200 years. Normally, 150 to 170 years was the limit of a true martial realm cultivator. Cultivating the Eternal Youth technique, Zhongfang had a premonition. He would probably be able to truly live to 200 years. Compared to his current age, 200 years was still very long. With the remaining 100 years, Zhongfang was confident that he could break through the true martial realm and reach the spiritual martial realm. At that time, his lifespan would increase again. For an old man who was originally at the 4th level of the martial realm and might not have the chance to break through to the 6th level of the martial realm in his entire life, it was absolutely unimaginable for him to have such achievements. Therefore, if one were to talk about who was more loyal to Yuan Zong, then Zhongfang would definitely be the first. If Qin Shujian was here at this moment, he would find out. Zhongfang's loyalty had already reached the maximum. Half a month passed. In this half a month, the biggest change was in the city that was being built. From the construction to now, 2 or 3 months had already passed. At the border between Liang Mountain and the chaotic stone forest, a small town could be seen. It was about 80 miles long. It was 50 miles wide. The city occupied half of Liang Mountain on one side and half of the chaotic stone forest on the other side. To be able to achieve such an effect, almost thousands of workers worked day and night without stopping. Moreover, with the advantage of their cultivation level, their speed was much faster than normal people. Sect Master Lin Daozhen was at the side with a respectful expression on his face. And standing in front of him was Qin Shujian. Standing on top of the city wall, one could see the empty city behind the walls. A sense of pride spontaneously arose. In terms of the size of the city in front of him was far from being comparable to other cities. However, this was the first city that Yuan Zong had built. It was also the true embodiment of Yuan Zong's foundation. Qin Shujian could even imagine what kind of scene it would be when the city became prosperous in the future. Beside him, in addition to Lin Daozhen, who was the supervisor in name, there were many elders of Yuan Zong. At the side, Shen Yuqing could not help but exclaim, building a city is the symbol of a true sect. Yuan Zong has built a city today and will definitely become a great sect in the future. Compared to others, Shen Yuqing came from the Pill Cauldron sect of the spirit domain. This was not a secret. When such a person spoke, she was more persuasive than anyone else. Qin Shujian smiled faintly and said, Elder Yuqing, what do you think is the difference between Yuan Zong's city and a great sect city? Hearing this, Shen Yuqing became serious. After thinking for a while, she said, the difference is not that big. The only problem is that the city wall lacks a protective formation. Protective formation? The rest of the elders, including Qin Shujian, were surprised. Obviously, it was the first time they had heard of the term protective formation. Shen Yuqing smiled and said, Sect Master and elders should know that martial realm cultivators like us can't break mountains and rivers, but it is not a problem for us to break stones with one move. No matter how high the ordinary city wall is built, it can be destroyed in the face of attacks from martial realm cultivators. Not to mention cultivators at the true martial realm and above, they can easily destroy it with a wave of their hand. Therefore, the city wall of any city will be engraved with formation to make the ordinary bluestone city wall indestructible. Every city of the imperial court has such formation. Even a cultivator of the spirit martial realm would find it difficult to move it. After saying this, many people had thoughtful expressions on their faces. Shen Yuqing's words were reasonable. They had not thought about this problem for a while. Even the smile on Qin Shujian's face faded. Then, he asked seriously, what should we do if we want to set up the formation? We just have to find an array master who specializes in the formation. Of course, if we have a forging master, we can do the same. A forging master? Forging and formation inscriptions have the same effect. Master forgers can forge spiritual weapons because they can master terrifying runes. These runes are the same as formation inscriptions. They can be attached to objects and give them extraordinary power. Xianxia looked regretful as she said this. It's a pity that the forging master of the elixir tripod sect has passed away. Otherwise, I could invite him to set up the runes for the sect city. After saying this, Xianxia realized that she had said too much. Thus, she changed the topic and said, however, the Essence sect is now the overlord of the True Dominion. Even if it is an ordinary city, no one will dare to act rashly. In that case, the city under our feet is even more stable than the cities of the Spirit Dominion sections. Elder Yuqing is right. Which sect in the True Dominion would dare to disrespect our sect? The other elders chimed in as well. Qin Shujian shook his head slightly. Then, he turned to Lin Daozhen and said, let the other miscellaneous chores disciples continue to build the city. Follow the blueprint and make no mistakes. I understand. After this is done, you will become an elite disciple of our sect. Thank you, sect master. Lin Daozhen was overjoyed. He immediately knelt down on one knee and replied respectfully. Stand up. You don't have to be so polite in the future. I understand. Qin Shujian nodded silently when he saw the joy on Lin Daozhen's face. He had made him an elite disciple because of two reasons. Firstly, it was because of his contribution. Secondly, it was because of his loyalty. At first, he had a loyalty of 98 points. Later on, he had a loyalty of 99 points. Now, his loyalty had jumped to the level of full loyalty. Although full loyalty was acquired, it was not as good as the original bandits of the Cold Mountain Stockade, who had a loyalty of 100 points. However, his loyalty had fallen. It had always been a guess. Before it had fallen, he had been a true full loyalty. Such a person. There were not many in the entire Essence sect. Lin Daozhen's talent was not bad either. He had been at the 10th stage basic martial realm at first, but he had now reached the 1st stage true martial realm. He had reached the true martial realm at his age. In other sects, he would have been able to become a true disciple. However, the Essence sect system was different from other sections. The promotion of disciples did not depend on their talent or strength. Instead, it depended on their contribution points. Therefore, being a true disciple did not have much to do with one's talent. However, it did have something to do with one's strength. After all, powerful strength was the only thing that mattered. Only then would one have a chance to obtain more contribution points. The newly built city, Qin Shujian had personally named it Cold Mountain City. After returning from Cold Mountain City, he had already taken Xianxu's words to heart. Although the other party's words were reasonable. However, since he was doing something, he had to do it well. This might be Qin Shujian's character. Blacksmith Master. Qin Shujian's mind flashed with this word. Immediately, he focused his attention on the attribute panel. On the special martial technique column. Only the Celestial Light Alchemy book and the Ancestral Book of Forging were placed there. He looked at the life source column. Now, he had more than 70,000 life source. Qin Shujian had originally wanted to directly upgrade the Wind Thunder True technique. However, after thinking about it, he temporarily dismissed this idea. Given his current strength, even if he did not use the Dao artifact, it was already difficult to find a match in the True Dominion. Once he used the Dao artifact, in that case, Qin Shujian had the confidence to say that he was invincible. Simply put, as long as he did not leave the True Dominion, it did not matter whether his strength was upgraded or not. Unless he wanted to break the shackles. Or else, he could go to any True Dominion in the world now. Since this was the case, Qin Shujian was not in a hurry to upgrade his cultivation technique. Instead, he rushed to break the shackles of the True Dominion and upgrade the Cold Mountain True Dominion to the Cold Mountain Spirit Dominion. One had to know, the spirit dominion was not comparable to the true dominion. Once the Cold Mountain true dominion broke through to the spirit dominion, the origin sect would be completely exposed in front of the big sections. Under such circumstances, if he did not accumulate enough strength, once he broke through, the origin sect would definitely fall from its original position as the overlord of the true dominion. He had not forgotten. The origin sect had a potential enemy of the celestial martial sect. Many of the spirit dominion's big sects were behind the 7 destroyed sections. The reason these big sects did not attack the origin sect, the reason was, even the big sects of the spirit dominion were not confident that they would be a match for the origin sect if they entered the true dominion. Therefore, the Cold Mountain true dominion did not upgrade to the spirit dominion. Once it did, Qin Shujian wanted the origin sect to become one of the top sects of the spirit dominion. When his life source had reached 100,000 life source, both the Celestial Light Alchemy Tome and the Ancestral Casting Cannon had a plus sign that could be upgraded. However, because he wanted to increase his strength, thus, he directly ignored it. But now, Shen Yuqing's words made Qin Shujian realize that improving the Ancestral Forging Cannon might not be a bad thing. It was just as the other party had said. A powerful blacksmith was no longer just a support profession. This is how it is if one's skill is inferior to the Tao. Although Qin Shujian had never seen a real master forger, he understood after discussing it with Shen Yuqing. Once a blacksmith became a master, that was an extremely terrifying expert. The so-called formation master was merely a branch derived from blacksmiths. It was just that the former converted the runes into formation runes and used them to set up formations against the enemy. The latter, on the other hand, was to inscribe runes on a weapon, giving it extraordinary power. At the end of the day, different routes lead to the same destination. Qin Shujian already had plans to study the way of forging after learning about the power of forgers. After all, anything that could increase one's strength, he wouldn't refuse. Moreover, there were many disciples in Yuan sect now. As the disciples grew stronger, the amount of life force they contributed to him every day was at least 5 digits. Spending some life force to upgrade the ancestral canon of forging. For Qin Shujian, it was just a matter of waiting for a few more days. As for the initial worry that the player's level would increase too quickly and then pose a threat to him, it had long disappeared without a trace. Because he found out. Even though the players could be immortal and indestructible, leveling up was not as fast as he had expected. At least, he had been stuck at the 10th level of true martial arts for a few months. The players were still at the early stage of true martial arts. This also made Qin Shujian understand one thing. That was, there were different levels of cheats. It was obvious. The cheats that the players cheated were still not as fast as his use of life force. For this, Qin Shujian was not in a hurry at all. The players formed a team to fight monsters. How could they be as fast as him when he formed a team of thousands and then shared the experience of fighting monsters with them, just as Qin Shujian was peacefully being assaulted fish? Yuan Zong, on the other hand, welcomed a guest. In the courtyard, the osmanthus flowers were still in full bloom. It was as if every time the flowers withered, the buds would immediately open and the fragrance of the flowers would always be overflowing. On a stone table under the flowers, Qin Shujian and Xiaohong sat opposite each other. Steam was rising from a dark purple teapot. Qin Shujian poured 2 cups of tea and handed one over with a smile. "Steward Xiao, you should try the spirit tea of Yuan sect and give me some suggestions." "Thank you." Xiaohong reached out and took the cup. He sniffed it slightly before taking a sip and saying with a faint smile, "A level 3 spirit tea is considered top-notch in the True Dominion." "Good eyesight." "Haha. I don't have any other hobbies, but I do know a little about spirit tea. If I'm not wrong, this should be the spirit accumulation green sprout." "That's right, it is the spirit accumulation green sprout," Qin Shujian said with a nod. As for Xiaohong's original words, he completely believed them. After all, he could tell the origin of the tea just by taking a sip. Without deep research, he could not have reached this level. After drinking the spirit tea, the smile on Qin Shujian's face faded a little, and he asked seriously, "Steward Xiao, may I know why you came to my Yuan sect today?" Xiaohong was a subordinate of Marquis Bayun. Moreover, he himself was a mysterious and unfathomable expert. According to Qin Shujian's estimation, he was a martial saint. He was at least at the spirit martial realm or even the divine martial realm. The probability of the latter was very high. Upon hearing this, Xiaohong put down his teacup and said slowly, "Recently, I discovered that the altar that sealed the evil spirit in the Lingchuan ordinary realm and the overturning heaven ordinary realm has been broken. The evil spirit inside is also missing. In the Lingchuan ordinary realm and the overturning heaven ordinary realm, the only person who can deal with the evil spirit is Sect Master Qin." "That's right. I was the one who broke the seal of the evil spirit," Qin Shujian said bluntly. Regarding this matter, he had not intended to announce it to the public, but he had not thought of hiding it either. After all, the Yuan sect had been wantonly searching for information about the sealed evil spirit. As long as someone wanted to investigate, it would be impossible to hide it. Unless it was a secret search, then it would not be certain. However, for Qin Shujian, secretly searching for the evil spirit was too slow. It was not as fast as openly searching for it. He already had plans for the problems that might arise after this. In fact, Marquis Bayun had already thought of how to deal with him when he sent someone to question him. Xiaohong's arrival was unexpected, but at the same time, it was reasonable. Qin Shujian had known that Marquis Bayun might send someone. However, he had not thought that the person who would come would be the housekeeper of the Bayun Marquis mansion. In response to Qin Shujian's straightforward admission, Xiaohong looked straight at him and said calmly, "I would like to know why you did this, Sect Master Qin." Nowadays, the variant humans have descended from the sky and acted unscrupulously. There have been many devil calamities in the Bayun prefecture, and they have released the evil spirit. In my opinion, the evil spirit sealed in any place in the Bayun prefecture will be a hidden danger in the future. If it is released by the variant humans again, it will cause a monstrous devil calamity. As a result, I'm afraid it will be a situation of misery and suffering. Qin Shujian explained calmly with a solemn expression. When the devil calamity arises, it will cause the extinction of all living beings and also a disaster that will destroy a region. Instead of waiting for the evil spirit to be released by the variant humans and cause a devil calamity, it is better to take the initiative to release the evil spirit and then kill it with a thunderous force to eliminate the possibility of the devil calamity arising. Although the origin sect is a sect of a region, it is also connected with the Bayun prefecture. It will definitely not bear to watch the Bayun prefecture be ravaged by the devil calamity in the future. I wonder if Steward Xiao is satisfied with this answer. From the beginning to the end, Qin Shujian's expression was calm and composed. His pair of eyes looked straight at Xiaohong without the slightest flicker. After a long time, Xiaohong nodded slightly and sighed, "Sect Master Qin's heart is righteous and this old man admires you. Since Sect Master Qin has made this matter so clear, I will definitely inform the Marquis when I return." Speaking of which, he changed the topic and said with a sigh, "The evil spirit is in existence above the divine martial realm. Even if it is suppressed in the ordinary realm, it is not something that ordinary experts can contend with. Even a divine martial realm cultivator might not necessarily be a match for the evil spirit in the ordinary realm. As for killing it, that is nonsense. Sect Master Qin's method has already made many divine martial realm cultivators blush with shame." "You flatter me, Steward Xiao. I merely used the evil spirit to break the seal and my strength had not yet recovered. Thus, I barely succeeded," replied Qin Shujian with a faint smile. Subsequently, the two of them chatted for a long time. However, the topic was no longer about the evil spirit. This time, Xiaohong's attitude was obviously much more serious. Although he was a cultivator above the true martial realm, he did not put on the airs of an expert when facing Qin Shujian. Since Qin Shujian had been able to kill the evil spirit, he was already an expert that could not be ignored. Even if Qin Shujian was only an expert of the true dominion, once he grew up, his future achievements would definitely not be low. Xiaohong might have thought that his judgment was wrong. However, the Marquis of Northern Cloud's judgment was definitely not wrong. After all these years, almost everyone that the Marquis of Northern Cloud had chosen had grown to the divine martial realm in the future. Nearly an hour later, Xiaohong stood up and bid farewell. His original goal this time had only been to ask about the sealing of the evil spirit. He had already obtained the answer to this question. The reason he had stayed for so long was because Qin Shujian had asked him a lot of questions. Xiaohong was also happy to answer these questions. As Xiaohong was about to leave, Qin Shujian also stood up to send him off. The other party's identity as the steward of the Marquis of Northern Cloud's residence was unfathomable. Thus, he deserved the respect of the entire Origin sect. After watching the other party leave completely, he then turned around and returned. After this incident, I think there shouldn't be any problems if we kill the demons again. When he returned to the courtyard, the spirit tea on the stone table was still steaming. Qin Shujian sat down on the stone stool, picked up the spirit tea in front of him and drank it in one gulp. Rich spirit qi exploded in his body. However, given his current strength, the spirit qi emitted by the spirit tea was completely useless. Even without the supplementary effects of the spirit tea, the taste was still many times better than ordinary tea leaves. Rather than saying that Qin Shujian was using the spirit tea to cultivate, it was better to say that it was purely for the taste. This time, Xiaohong came. What he said was not his own problem, but something that the Marquis of Northern Cloud wanted to know. As for the evil spirit breaking the seal, in Qin Shujian's opinion, the Marquis of Northern Cloud was concerned about the demon disaster after the evil spirit broke the seal. If there was no demon disaster, then the problem of unsealing the evil spirit would not be too serious. The explanation he gave to Xiaohong this time was also to point out the dangers of the evil spirit to the Marquis of Northern Cloud. He believed that the Marquis of Northern Cloud would understand the hidden dangers of the sealed evil spirit. In addition, there were uncontrollable factors like the mutants now. The hidden dangers of the seal had been unknowingly magnified many times over. No one knew that he could obtain luck points by killing the evil spirit, and no one knew the real purpose of killing the evil spirit. Perhaps the Marquis of Northern Cloud would not completely believe his explanation. However, Qin Shujian had reason to believe that the Marquis of Northern Cloud would not stop him from continuing to kill the evil spirit. Because in the end, this was also something that was beneficial to the entire Northern Cloud residents. Otherwise, when the sealed evil spirit was released by the players one after another, it would be fine if there was only one or two demon disasters. However, if there were demon disasters everywhere, even the Marquis of Northern Cloud would be badly battered. This was also the true source of Qin Shujian's confidence. Subsequently, he shook his head again and muttered to himself, however, in the end, the Sky Origin sect is not powerful enough and cannot truly act without restraint. Otherwise, there would be no need to explain so much. The Imperial Court was powerful. The Marquis of Northern Cloud was also powerful. Qin Shujian believed that even the sects of the Spirit Protectorate and above had to act according to the Marquis of Northern Cloud's wishes and the Imperial Court's existence, let alone the Sky Origin sect. After all, how big could a sect be? The Great Zhao ruled hundreds of millions of miles of territory. Qin Shujian believed that the other party's power had definitely reached an unimaginable level. In fact, he even believed that the Great Zhao might be a rumored level 9 force. A small level 4 force could be called the True Dominion. Therefore, one could imagine how powerful a level 9 force was without having to see it with one's own eyes. After suppressing the thoughts in his heart, Qin Shujian also focused his attention on his own attributes. His original 70,000 points of life force had quietly reached 110,000 points. In the Special Martial Arts column, after the Celestial Light Alchemy Tome and the Ancestral Forging Cannon, there was a plus sign that could be upgraded. He looked at it twice. Qin Shujian focused his attention on the Ancestral Forging Cannon. With a thought, 100,000 points of vitality were consumed. The low-grade blacksmith in the brackets of the Ancestral Forging Cannon was directly distorted and transformed into a middle-grade blacksmith. At the same time, a powerful memory awakened in the depths of his mind. Everything about middle-grade blacksmiths. All of them surged like a tide. Qin Shujian sat on the stone bench in a daze for a long time. His eyes instinctively closed as if he had entered a cultivation state. After a long while, he opened his eyes again. Everything about middle-grade blacksmiths had been completely digested. In other words, at the moment, Qin Shujian was a middle-grade blacksmith. So, this is the method of a middle-grade blacksmith. Middle-grade blacksmith. In theory, he could already forge a first-grade refined weapon. However, under normal circumstances. Among the middle-grade blacksmiths, there were very few who could forge a first-grade refined weapon. In other words, the success rate was very low. Only the top middle-grade blacksmiths could. Only then could they try to forge a first-grade refined weapon. The rest. At most, they could forge a 5th-grade or 4th-grade refined weapon. As for the middle-grade blacksmiths who could forge a 3rd-grade or 2nd-grade refined weapon, they were already considered to be at a very high level. For example, the forging hall master of Yuan sect. According to Qin Shujian's understanding, the other party could only forge a 3rd-grade refined weapon. For a sect, if they only cultivated a middle-grade blacksmith with all their strength, they would definitely suffer a great loss. However, using the source of life to upgrade the ancestral canon, Qin Shujian found that he knew everything about the middle-grade blacksmiths like the back of his hand. If middle-grade blacksmiths were also divided into ranks, then he should be at the top level at this moment. Middle-grade blacksmith, Qin Shujian murmured. Looking at the stone table in front of him, his fingers suddenly moved. As the vital essence in his body spread, a stream of heaven and earth spirit qi was attracted and gathered at his fingertips. Then, his fingers fell on the stone table in front of him. Then, according to the memory of middle-grade blacksmiths in his mind, he began to draw something on it. The heaven and earth spirit qi surged like a tide. The leaves were blown by the spirit qi and rustled. At this moment, Qin Shujian seemed to have blocked everything around him. In his sight, there was only the stone table in front of him and the rune that his fingers were carving. With the guidance of the heaven and earth spirit qi and a condensation of vital essence, a strange-shaped rune that did not look like a normal character was slowly condensing on the stone table. Although the rune was strange and did not conform to any existing characters, as long as one saw the rune, the meaning it represented would involuntarily appear in one's mind. Solid rune. Soon, a rune formed on Qin Shujian's fingertips. In an instant, a large amount of heaven and earth spirit qi gathered in the rune. When its light appeared, it slowly sank into the stone table. The stone table that was integrated with a rune seemed to have an invisible brilliance looming inside at this moment. The first solid rune was successfully condensed. Qin Shujian had no intention of stopping. His fingertips moved again, forming a second rune. Similarly, it was no different from the previous rune. This time, it was still the rune of solidity. If someone was watching from the outside. Then, a large amount of spiritual qi of heaven and earth from Mount Liang was drawn into the courtyard. The dense spiritual qi converged and enveloped the courtyard like a light cyan fog. For true martial realm cultivators, naturally, such a change in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth could not be missed. When they saw the place where the spirit qi finally gathered, they immediately extinguished the thought of continuing to investigate. It was Qin Shujian's courtyard. It caused such a commotion. He was probably cultivating some powerful cultivation technique. As for why he didn't go to the summit of Mount Liang and instead chose to cultivate in the courtyard, no one knew the reason. There were some things they didn't dare to ask. Time passed. Several hours passed in the blink of an eye. Although the appearance of the stone table hadn't changed, there seemed to be a dense divine light inside. The stone table wasn't big, but it gave people the illusion that it was as heavy as a mountain. When the last rune fell, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. Qin Shujian finally retracted his finger. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth that had been converging had completely lost its target and began to disperse bit by bit. It's a pity that this stone table is made of ordinary materials. Even if it's placed here and nourished by spiritual qi, it can't change much. 72 runes is already the limit. Looking at the stone table in front of him, he shook his head helplessly. However, a faint smile still appeared on his face. Obviously, Qin Shujian was very satisfied with the masterpiece he had created. In his eyes, the attributes of the stone table in front of him had changed greatly. 72 runes had directly raised this ordinary stone table to the second stage. However, as a price, Qin Shujian now felt both physically and mentally exhausted. He had never felt so tired, even when fighting against dozens of outer invulnerability realm cultivators. If he were to carve another 36 runes, The stone table would definitely rise from the second stage to the first stage. However, if he wanted to rise from the first stage to a spiritual weapon, this hurdle would not be so easy. The stone table was still the same stone table. However, the stone table was no longer the same stone table as before. This was a stone table whose defense was comparable to a second-stage precious armor. Subsequently, Qin Shujian carved a few more runes that condensed spiritual qi on the 4 stone stools. Instantly, the spiritual qi in the surroundings seemed to be attracted and began to slowly converge towards the stone stools. However, the force of the attraction was not strong. At best, it was only 10 to 20% richer than other places in Yuan sect. At this moment, the 4 stone stools surrounded the stone table. The condensed spiritual qi had also indirectly infected the stone table. Combined with the fact that it was already at the second stage, Qin Shujian believed that he could use this to slowly raise the quality of the stone table. Perhaps it would take several months. Perhaps it would take several years. Anyway, anything that was soaked in spiritual qi would be slowly removed of impurities and its quality would be raised. When the time was right, Qin Shujian would condense another 36 runes to further raise the stone table. After doing all this, he directly returned to his bedroom. This time, he did not meditate and cultivate. Instead, he truly lay down and fell asleep. At the Baiyun Marquis residence, Xiaohong also reported the matter truthfully. Upon hearing this, Marquis Baiyun's expression did not change. After Xiaohong finished speaking, he said slowly, "How much of what he said is true and how much of it is false? In my opinion, 70% of it is true and 30% of it is false. He definitely has other plans for slaughtering the evil spirits. However, eliminating the problem of the future devil calamity should also be one of them. After all, the foundation of the Yuan sect is in the true dominion of the Liang Mountain. This is almost unshakable. According to my opinion, Qin Shujian is arrogant. I'm afraid that he wants to break the shackles of the true dominion and become the spirit dominion's protectorate lord." Xiaohong's expression was solemn as he replied in a low voice. Although he hadn't met Qin Shujian many times, he was able to deduce Qin Shujian's personality from their conversations and information on him. Marquis Baiyun said, "How many people who can become protectorate lords are not arrogant people? However, it is extremely difficult to become the spirit dominion's protectorate lord. Since the Great Zhao dynasty, only a few people have been able to become the spirit dominion's protectorate lord." At this point, he paused for a while, seemingly recalling something. Then, Marquis Baiyun looked at Xiaohong and said, "Since he wants to kill the evil spirits, I'll give him this opportunity. In the 1396 ordinary realms of the Baiyun prefecture, as long as there are places where evil spirits are sealed, tell him the location of the seal. However, there is one point. He must not cause a devil calamity." "Yes, Marquis Baiyun. You may leave." Marquis Baiyun gestured for Xiaohong to leave. The reason he had told Qin Shujian these places was to avoid the trouble of causing a devil calamity in the future. As for the location of the evil spirits in the true dominion, Marquis Baiyun did not intend to tell him. Because, the evil spirits sealed in the true dominion, the evil spirits sealed in the ordinary realms could not be compared to them. Even though the other party was the true dominion's protectorate lord, Marquis Baiyun did not think that he could kill the evil spirits in the true dominion. Once he failed, it would be enough to shake the foundation of the Baiyun prefecture. Liang Mountain, Qin Shujian lay in bed for 5 days straight. During these 5 days, he did not do any cultivation. Instead, he simply slept. On the 5th day, only then did he wake up from his sleep under the dazzling sunlight. "Phew. I haven't slept so well in a long time." Qin Shujian stretched. He felt that all his fatigue had disappeared after he woke up this time. He did not know how long he had slept. However, when it came to the Tao of forging, after waking up this time, he had a deeper understanding of it. If a blacksmith wanted to inscribe runes, it would consume a lot of his quintessential essence and mental strength. The former could be replenished by the heaven-earth spirit qi. The latter could only rely on oneself to recover slowly. This was also why Qin Shujian had only forged a grade 2 stone table before he went back to sleep. he was so tired, he could not calm down to meditate and cultivate at all. This also showed that after a blacksmith reached a certain level, as long as there were enough materials, they could forge the corresponding items without any scruples. This involved the consumption of mental strength. Based on his current status as a top-notch middle-grade blacksmith, Xianxia estimated. At most, he would be able to forge a first-grade divine weapon in a month. Any more than that and it would be detrimental to him. Unless I break through to the spirit martial realm, it is still not enough for me to become a powerful blacksmith with the strength of a true martial realm. However, if I can become a high-grade blacksmith or even a blacksmith grandmaster, it should be easier to condense such low-level runes. In this way, the mental strength consumption will not be as bad as it is now. Xianxia roughly knew how long he had slept when he saw that his life source had increased from less than 10,000 to more than 60,000. On the other side, after obtaining the evil demon pendant, the players of the Origin sect started to expand their search area for the sealed evil spirits. This was something that could not be helped. The evil demon pendant, which had been exchanged for 1,000 contribution points, had no other use other than increasing the probability of finding the evil spirits. In terms of quality, it was even inferior to a grade 9 pendant. If they could not find the sealed evil spirits, these 1,000 contribution points would be no different from throwing away a fortune. Therefore, all the teams that had exchanged for the evil demon pendant set off from the true dominion of the Liang Mountain and spread out in all directions to search. As for the places near the true dominion of the Liang Mountain, the players had already looted the place, including the land. If they wanted to find the sealed evil spirits, they could only leave the true dominion of the Liang Mountain and head to other true dominion ordinary dominion to search. In a dense forest, a bright flower bloomed in the spirit energy of heaven and earth. As time passed, it slowly withered and gave birth to a green fruit. Once the fruit was born, a spiritual fragrance wafted out. Immediately, it attracted the attention of others. This is the woodluo fruit? Sukai looked at the fruit in front of him and was puzzled for a while. Then, he immediately reacted and looked pleasantly surprised. The other 4 players beside him were also overjoyed. I remember that the last time someone collected the woodluo fruit, he submitted the mission and received 500 contribution points. It's too wasteful to exchange the woodluo fruit for contribution points. Didn't the Elixir Refinery Hall Elder issue a mission some time ago? If one collected the woodluo fruit, one would receive a triple rotation origin elixir. Upon hearing this, these people looked at the woodluo fruit with burning eyes. Although the triple rotation origin elixir was only a level 3 elixir, its effect was not much weaker than a level 4 elixir. At the current stage, the players could not consume elixirs without limit. Every time they consumed an elixir to aid their cultivation, they would need a certain amount of time to digest it. They could only consume the elixir again after the elixir's effect had subsided. Otherwise, the elixir's residue would accumulate. The effect of consuming the elixir would be greatly reduced. As for the triple rotation origin elixir, if it was compared to the essence strengthening elixir, the effect of 1 triple rotation origin elixir was at least equivalent to 10 essence strengthening elixirs. This was an elixir that could increase the experience of a true martial realm player and give them a chance to break through. If they wanted to exchange for it, a triple rotation origin elixir was worth at least 1,500 contribution points. So when he saw the woodluo fruit, Sukai directly took out one and plucked it, then put it into a jade box. Just as he was about to put it away, swoosh swoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Immediately, a sense of threat surged into his heart. Sukai did not hesitate to pull out the long sword at his waist. Then, as the sword danced, it collided with the 2 black dots. A sudden change of events. It also attracted the attention of the other 4 players. Who is it? Come out. How dare you secretly attack us? A silver needle appeared in the hand of one of the players, then he threw it in the direction of the sneak attack. In an instant, the silver needle scattered into tens of thousands of cold light spots and directly disappeared into the forest. Suddenly, accompanied by a powerful burst of true essence, nearly 10 figures burst out from the forest and surrounded Sukai and the others. At this time, Sukai had already put away the jade box. He did not even look at the long arrow that was shot down on the ground. Instead, he turned to look at the people surrounding them and said with a gloomy face, "We should have no grudges. Why did you sneak attack us?" As he spoke, a trace of seriousness flashed through his eyes. The people surrounding them were also players. There were a total of 8 people here. Although Sukai did not have the insight technique, he could sense that there were many difficult opponents among the 8 people. "Hand over the item and I'll let you go. Friend, robbing by force is not a good habit." Sukai narrowed his eyes. At this time, he had secretly raised his true chi and was ready to attack at any time. The leader sneered and said, "Either hand it over or I kill you and drop the item. You choose one, kill him first." Without waiting for the other party to finish speaking, Sukai directly burst out from the ground. His long sword was covered with true chi and emitted a powerful aura. Like a meteor, he had already killed. The white light of resurrection flashed. Sukai and the others had already appeared in Yuan's sect. Their faces were gloomy. One of the players asked, "Is the Muluo fruit still there?" "The Muluo fruit is still there, but the sinister pendant is gone." Sukai checked his backpack and finally touched his body. Finally, he found that the evil pendant hanging around his neck was gone. His face darkened even more. Demonic pendant, it was worth 1,000 contribution points. After exchanging for it, he didn't even have the chance to find a sealed evil demon to recover his HP before he was killed. Hearing this, the faces of the others were also distorted. 1,000 contribution points. After splitting it among the 5 of them, each of them lost 200 points. Even if a Muluo fruit could be exchanged for a 3 revolutions recovery pill worth 1,500 contribution points, it still couldn't erase the fact that they had lost 1,000 contribution points. "We can't just let this go." Judging from their attire, they should be players from the 10 Direction sect of the True Dominion. At this point in the game, he knew a lot about the True Dominion and the True Dominion. Furthermore, the Essence sect was very powerful and had a large number of players. Players would often head to other True Dominion to explore. Therefore, they had a certain understanding of the sects of the other True Dominion. The Buxi True Dominion was not too far away from the Liang Mountain True Dominion, as it was only separated by the Xianxia True Dominion. There were only a few sects in the Buxi True Dominion. It was hard for them not to know each other. Sukai's face was gloomy as he said coldly, "Since they're so heartless, then don't blame us for not taking it easy. We'll go find others and get back at them. I'll contact them now. We'll meet at the entrance of the village in half an hour." Sukai nodded. Shortly after, the 5 of them immediately split up to look for their close friends. After all, there were thousands of players in a sect. Everyone had a few players they were familiar with, so it wasn't too difficult to find a helper. Very soon, more than 20 players gathered at the entrance of the village. Sukai cupped his fists and said, "Since everyone came to help, I will engrave this matter in my heart. I, Sukai, will not take a single item from the dead Shifang sect's players." "Brother Su, you're exaggerating. We're all friends. How can we let a small 10 Direction sect overpower us?" The other players who came to help were also filled with righteous indignation. However, there were also some people who revealed a slight smile on their tense faces. Naturally, it was because of his friend that he was willing to help. However, if he could get some benefits, that would be even better. Shortly after, a group of more than 20 people set off from the True Dominion of the Liang Mountain and headed towards the True Dominion of the Tree Ocean. Fortunately, the Liangshan True Dominion was not far from the Xianxia True Dominion. If one wanted to enter the Forest Ocean True Dominion from the Sunhua True Dominion, one would not have to go through all the trouble of crossing the entire True Dominion. One could enter the Forest Ocean True Dominion from the side. The True Forest Ocean Dominion. Shifang sect's players were still exploring the forest. Gu Jiaming killed a venomous snake that had fallen from a tree with a single slash of his sword. However, his expression was still not good. Yesterday, in order to kill those 5 players, he had also lost 2 people on his side. Gu Jiaming didn't expect this either. Although there weren't many of those players, the martial arts they used at the last minute were really powerful. They were caught off guard and 2 of them were taken away. As for the loot, he took out the pendant from his bosom and was speechless. It was an ordinary pendant. It had no use at all. Apart from the item's description, which stated that there was a high probability of finding the sealed evil demon, it had no other use. As for finding the sealed evil demon, in Gu Jiaming's eyes, this was better than nothing. What was the point of finding the sealed evil demon, releasing the evil demon? Unleashing a devil calamity? Then, the sex players would run away with buckets. Just thinking about it made Gu Jiaming realize that there was no benefit in finding the sealed evil demon. He had originally wanted to throw this thing away. However, considering that this was his only loot, he had no choice but to keep it. It's a pity that I didn't get that spirit fruit. Otherwise, it would have been worth it. Gu Jiaming shook his head as he put away the pendant. All of a sudden, fine cold flashes shot out from the side. Gu Jiaming was shocked. As his quintessential essence erupted, he blasted out a palm in the direction of the cold flashes, striking them down. When the cold flashes landed, rows of tiny silver needles were revealed. This was a familiar scene. Immediately, he understood who the culprit was. As expected, more than 20 figures came from all directions and directly surrounded them. In the face of this sudden change, the players from Shifang's sect immediately reacted. They took out their weapons and looked at the newcomer with a solemn expression. "It's you." Gu Jiaming looked at Su Kai, who was leading the group, with a cold glint in his eyes. "Kill." Su Kai was too lazy to talk nonsense with the other party. With a wave of his hand, everyone unleashed a powerful attack. The Yuan sect did not lack true martial realm players. Among the people who followed this time, almost half of them were in the true martial realm. On the other hand, Gu Jiaming's side had 8 people. There were only 3 in the true martial realm. Therefore, from the beginning of the battle, the outcome had already been decided. More than 10 minutes of fighting passed. In the end, Gu Jiaming's chest was pierced by a sword, and he turned into white light and dissipated. On the ground, several weapons were dropped. Everyone picked them up, and they would divide them equally according to their value when they returned. In the Shifang sect, white lights flashed one after another, revealing the ugly faces of Gu Jiaming and the others. "Find them." Gu Jiaming's face was ferocious, and he growled in a low voice, "I'm going to wipe out all 20 of them today." They were wiped out. No matter what, he could not swallow this anger. As for the cause of this matter, who started it first, Gu Jiaming did not intend to think about it anymore. People fought for their dignity. He had to get back at them for this. Subsequently, another elixir appeared in his hand. Then, with a pained expression, he swallowed it directly. Because of this resurrection, the realm that fell from the true martial realm was restored to the first level of the true martial realm. To be able to become a cultivator in the true martial realm, Gu Jiaming's strength was among the best among the players in the Shifang sect. Therefore, he knew a lot of people, so his appeal was naturally not low. Not long after, Gu Jiaming directly led hundreds of players to find trouble with Su Kai and the others. While gathering the players, he had already ordered people to secretly find the location of Su Kai and the others, in order to prevent them from running away after killing people. There were spies following them. It was not difficult for the players of the Shifang sect to find Su Kai and the others. Just as Su Kai and the others were about to enter the Xianxia True Dominion, they were directly surrounded by the players of the Shifang sect. A white light appeared. Su Kai and the others directly appeared in the Yuan sect. For example, the scene of more than 20 people being resurrected in succession this time also attracted the attention of some players. After all, when a small team of 5 or 6 people encountered an invincible monster, it was normal for them to be wiped out. However, it was too shocking for more than 20 people to be resurrected in succession like this. At this moment, Su Kai and the others were not in the mood to pay attention to the gazes of the people around them. Everyone's face was gloomy. "I'll go find people. If I don't wipe them out at least once, I won't be able to swallow this anger. I'll go too. Today, I'll teach the players of the Shifang sect a lesson." Su Kai did not need to say anything. More than 20 people had already scattered out, each looking for their friends. They were surrounded and beaten by more than 100 people. No matter what, they could not swallow this anger. Very soon, the Yuan sect gathered more than 200 people again and directly set off from the Liang Mountain True Dominion, charging toward the Forest Ocean True Dominion. Such a large-scale movement, naturally, it attracted the attention of many people. The other players were also trying to find out what was going on that could attract so many people to move out together. After they found out, only then did they know that they were fighting with players from other sections. To this, the others had no intention of getting involved. After all, there was no experience for players to kill. If they died, they would lose a level. No matter what, it was not worth it. However, at this moment, as the Yuan sect players charged into the Forest Ocean True Dominion, whenever they saw players wearing the Shifeng sect uniform, they did not even ask anything and directly charged toward them. After all, there were more than 100 Shifeng sect players besieging them at that time. No one could remember who was who. Anyway, in the eyes of the Yuan sect players, it was right as long as they killed the Shifeng sect players. For a time, many Shifeng sect players were resurrected one after another. Among them were many players who had besieged Sukai and the others not long ago. Perhaps Gu Jiaming and the others did not recognize the Yuan sect's uniform, but among the 100 people, there were bound to be some who could recognize Sukai and the others as Yuan sect players. However, recognition was recognition. No matter how powerful the Yuan sect was, it was impossible for them to let the Shifeng sect players swallow the anger of being killed. Moreover, this was just a fight between players. It was impossible to alarm the Yuan sect master. Therefore, after they were resurrected, the 10 Direction sect's players immediately called for their friends to take revenge. After all, the Forest Ocean True Dominion was the home ground of the Shifeng sect. There were also many Shifeng sect players who joined the Shifeng sect. Although the Yuan sect players were generally strong, it was still difficult for the 300 over people to contend with the Shifeng sect players. Suddenly, many Yuan sect players were resurrected and returned to the Yuan sect after many encounters. As for the players who were resurrected, they directly called for more people to charge toward the Forest Ocean True Dominion. It was different from before. Although the 300 over players from the Yuan sect were no match for the Shifeng sect players, it was impossible for the Shifeng sect to completely wipe them out in one wave. Some of them were ruthless and directly tied the resurrection point to the Forest Ocean True Dominion. Therefore, when the reinforcements from the Forest Ocean True Dominion arrived, they happened to encounter the other Yuan sect players who were still resisting. The two sides converged. They directly launched a counterattack against the Shifeng sect players. At this point, both sides were already in a frenzy. After resurrecting, Shifeng sect's players led even more people and rushed toward the battlefield. A chaotic battle began. At the border between the True Forest Dominion and the True Xianxia Dominion, thousands of players were killing each other. Right now, no one knew why the battle had started, and no one wanted to pursue this question. The battle had continued until now. The number of revivals of the players from both sects had reached thousands. It could be said that the seeds of anger had taken root and sprouted. Regardless of whether it was the players from Yuan sect or Shifeng sect, they all wanted to annihilate their opponents. Such an unforeseen event. Naturally, it attracted the attention of both sections. However, neither side interfered easily. After all, this was a battle between mutants. As the native forces of this world, there were still some differences between the two sides. However, the development of the situation was gradually out of their control. The cause of the incident. It was because a player from Shifeng sect had been killed too many times. In the end, he asked a very close expert in the sect to help in an attempt to teach Yuan sect a lesson. It was not a big problem to ask a friend for help. However, the real problem was that this player did not ask for help from other players. Instead, it was an NPC expert in Shifeng sect. That NPC expert was not very clear about the original cause. However, due to their friendship, he was implicated in the end. Not only that, this NPC also straightforwardly asked a few of his close friends to help. As the NPC expert from Shifeng sect interfered. At this moment, the advantage that Yuan Zhong's players originally had was completely gone. Although the current players' realms were not low. However, compared to the experts of one sect, there was still a considerable gap. After knowing that an NPC from Shifeng sect had interfered, Yuan sect's players were instantly enraged. They were all players. It was fine to call on their friends to fight and determine the winner. However, they had now asked the NPC to help them. For this kind of thing, no one could tolerate it. Yuan sect's players expressed that they were not afraid of anyone in terms of sect experts. Immediately, some players went to look for NPCs who were close to them and asked them to help deal with the experts from Shifeng sect. Ever since Yuan sect's 1,500 internal energy shields came out of Liang Mountain, after directly destroying 7 sections. Although Yuan sect's people did not say anything on the surface, they had an inviolable pride in their hearts. Now that they heard that a sect dared to provoke Yuan sect and bully the weak, they could not sit still. Except for those who had just joined the Yuan sect. The original experts of Yuan sect were now all cultivators in the inner energy realm. Following the intervention of a few inner energy cultivators, the situation of the 10 Direction sect's players instantly became one-sided. Moreover, a true martial realm cultivator from Shifeng sect was killed by an inner energy realm cultivator from Yuan sect. Finally, the situation escalated once again. NPCs that died in the hands of players could be revived. However, if he died at the hands of another NPC, he would truly die. The death of a true martial realm cultivator immediately attracted the attention of the cultivator's master. He was a great master of physical invulnerability who loved his disciple dearly. Even if he knew that the other party was from Yuan sect. However, the anger of his disciple's death still made him unable to control himself. Yuan sect outer sect deacon Qingjin has died, cannot be revived. A system message immediately pulled Qin Shujian out of his cultivation state. Who was Qingjin, he couldn't remember clearly either. However, to be able to become an outer court deacon, it proved that he was at least an inner aura cultivator. However, the real reason that made Qin Shujian's expression turn gloomy. It was the 4 words, cannot be revived, behind this message. Cannot be revived. What did this mean? It meant that the person who killed Qingjin wasn't a player, but an NPC. Although he didn't know who it was that dared to attack Yuan sect. However, this system message, it had already made Qin Shujian furious. When he walked down from the peak of Mount Liang, he also discovered a problem. That was, the large number of players in the sect in the past had decreased by a lot. Only occasionally would a white light revive, and he would see the revived players leave angrily. When he arrived at Qingwu Hall, Qin Shujian discovered that Jing Feng and the others were already sitting here. Sect Master. Speak, what exactly happened? Qin Shujian sat down on the main seat and asked in an indifferent tone. Just from the fact that Jing Feng and the others were sitting here together, he knew that there was something that they didn't report directly. Niao Feng cupped his hands and said, the mutants in this sect have a conflict with the mutants of the 10 Direction sect in the True Forest Dominion. They are currently fighting at the border between the True Forest Dominion and the True Forest Dominion. However, I heard that the experts in the 10 Direction sect have intervened. Many inner court disciples and deacons of our sect have gone to support them. So, why are all of you gathered here now? The sudden question made Niao Feng and the others look at each other in dismay. Qin Shujian's expression was cold as he said indifferently, since when have you been able to sit here and discuss countermeasures when Yuan sect has been provoked like this? Have you been too comfortable recently? His indifferent words shocked everyone. This caused the hearts of Niao Feng and the others to tremble. Even Jing Feng's expression turned solemn. Sect Master, please calm down. Qin Shujian stood up directly. His storage ring flashed, and the bow of heaven and earth and the cloud-piercing arrow appeared. He then landed in front of everyone and left the inherited martial hall. A calm voice entered the ears of Jing Feng and the others. Bring back the sect-guarding spiritual weapon of the 10 Direction sect within 3 days. Inside the inherited martial hall, there was a sudden silence. Everyone, I look forward to working with you. An old voice sounded, breaking the silence. Everyone's gaze fell on the bow of heaven and earth. Niao Feng said with a surprised look, you can speak? Nonsense, I'm an innate spiritual object and was once the sect-guarding spiritual weapon. Now, I'm even the sect master's right-hand man. It's normal for me to know people and understand yin and yang. The bow of heaven and earth took the opportunity to brag in front of Niao Feng and the others. In the past, in front of Qin Shujian. Even if it wanted to brag, it wouldn't dare to do so. However, in front of Niao Feng and the others, the Bow of Heaven and Earth had no such scruples. Hearing that, the others didn't show any questioning look. After all, Qin Shujian left the bow and arrow behind before leaving, which proved that the bow and arrow were definitely not ordinary objects. They were probably the main means to deal with the sect guarding spiritual weapon of the Ten Direction sect this time. Zhengfang recovered his composure and said while stroking his beard, "As far as I know, there are 5 physical invulnerability realm practitioners in the Ten Direction sect. The sect master of the Ten Direction sect is an expert at the 9th level of the martial realm, close to the peak of the martial realm. He's just at the 9th level of the martial realm. Even if he's at the peak, so what?" Niao Feng sneered. He wasn't exaggerating. He himself was a physical invulnerability realm practitioner at the 7th level of the martial realm. Although his realm was lower than the 9th level of the martial realm, there were so many top martial arts techniques in the book collection pavilion. If they really fought, he might not lose. Beside him, Su Yuanming also said, "Since the sect master has spoken, let's destroy the Ten Direction sect. Elder Yuqing and Elder Yuhua will stay in the Ten Direction sect. You don't have to participate in the destruction of the Ten Direction sect." Zhengfang's eyes fell on Shin Yuqing and Shin Yuhua. Although they were all inner sect elders, Zhengfang was the great elder of technique imparting. In a sense, his position was equivalent to that of a deputy sect master. To this, Shin Yuqing and Shin Yuhua had no objections. When it came to realm, to be honest, the two of them were ranked below the top 1,000 in the origin sect. If they weren't proficient in forging and alchemy, they definitely wouldn't be able to become elders. It was important to know one's own limits. The two of them didn't dwell on this issue. Subsequently, the 5 elders led by Zhengfang and 300 inner invulnerability realm practitioners left the origin sect and headed toward the true dominion of the Forest Ocean. When so many experts passed through the true dominion of the Forest Ocean, the sects of the Xuanhua true dominion were shocked. The battle between the players of the two sects was no longer a secret in the Xuanhua true dominion, and the experts of the origin sect were most likely heading toward the Ten Direction sect. However, when so many experts stepped into the Xuanhua true dominion, the sects couldn't help but let their imaginations run wild. When the group of experts stepped into the true dominion of the Forest Ocean, they finally heaved a sigh of relief. In the Ten Direction sect, now that the battle had escalated, the entire sect had fallen into a state of anxiety. In the main hall of the sect, Ying Wenyao's expression was somewhat ugly, and the seat of the sect master he was sitting on felt somewhat hot. Originally, it had been a small fight between the cultivators. Unknowingly, it had escalated to a battle between the experts of the two sections. Now, there had been casualties on both sides, and things had gradually reached an irreversible stage. Until now, Ying Wenyao was in a state of confusion. During this period, he had been cultivating in seclusion, preparing to officially break through the threshold of the 9th stage of the true martial realm and officially enter the peak of the true martial realm. In the end, he had no choice but to withdraw from seclusion. When the elders under him reported this situation to him, only then did Ying Wenyao realize, the Ten Direction sect had unknowingly created such a big mess. Back then, the 7 sects hadn't even killed the people of the origin sect. It was only because they had competed with the origin sect master, Qin Shujian, for the connate spirit object that the other party had brought people to raise the sect to the ground. The disciples had either died or surrendered. A foundation that had lasted thousands of years had been destroyed overnight. Ying Wenyao now realized that the Ten Direction sect was more impressive than the 7 sects. Or rather, it was more impressive than the sects of the other true dominion. The Ten Direction sect dared to kill people that the other sects didn't dare to. The Ten Direction sect dared to offend the powers that the other sects didn't dare to offend. Inexplicably, Ying Wenyao felt his eyes moisten. He felt that he had let down his master and the ancestors of the Ten Direction sect. Meanwhile, there was silence in the sect hall. Sect master Ying Wenyao didn't say anything, and the other sect elders didn't dare speak either. The Ten Direction sect had created such a big mess this time, and they had neglected their duties. Forget it. Ying Wenyao suddenly shook his head and sighed. At this moment, the other elders also cast their gazes over. He stood up directly, looked at the entire sect hall, and said in a deep voice, "During this period of time, I was in seclusion for a long time and neglected the management of the sect. In the end, it led to such a result. I am ashamed. In order to prevent the 1,000-year-old foundation of the Ten Directions sect from being destroyed in my hands, I will resign from the position of sect master today. From now on, I will focus on cultivating in seclusion in order to achieve the true martial realm one day." After he finished speaking, he took out the sect master token and placed it on the main seat. Then, he left immediately. Ying Wenyao left very quickly, as if he was floating in the air. He waved his sleeves, leaving behind only the sect master token. As for the elders of the Ten Directions sect, they were all in a daze. No one had expected this. At a time like this, how could Ying Wenyao, the Grandmaster, give up his position of Grandmaster and leave without a single word of nonsense? By the time they reacted, the other party's figure had already disappeared. No one had thought of that. Ying Wenyao didn't want the position of sect master just like that, and left without hesitation. They looked at the sect master token on the main seat. The elders of the Ten Directions sect looked at each other. In the past, there were many people who wanted to take over the position. They couldn't wait for Ying Wenyao to step down so that they could take advantage of this opportunity to take over the power of the Ten Directions sect. However, at the moment, no one wanted Ying Wenyao to leave. The Ten Directions sect didn't have many physical aura realm cultivators. If they lacked the only physical aura great cultivator at the 9th level of the true martial realm, there was almost no hope of contending against Yuanzong. Although Ying Wenyao was there, it was unlikely that they could contend against Yuanzong. However, now that the Ten Directions sect's strength had weakened again, there was no point in playing. Cough cough, this old man is already old, and I'm afraid that I'm no longer capable of holding the position of elder. Now that sect master Ying has resigned from the position of sect master, I don't have the face to continue being an elder. A Shifang sect elder coughed. After leaving the elder's token behind, he also left the main hall. This time, the expressions of the remaining people were even more interesting. However, before they could plan their next step, the remaining people's expressions changed drastically as they turned to look outside the sect hall. Over there, a terrifying aura was approaching rapidly from afar. It was so fast that it even left a series of explosions in the air. Looking from the outside, a meteor carrying an endless amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy slammed into Shifang sect's main hall. In an instant, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. The Ten Directions sect elders in the sect hall took advantage of the moment when the hall collapsed to rush out. Then, they saw that more than half of the hall had collapsed. Inside the ruins, a silver arrow was stuck in the ground. Spirit weapon. This is the Monolith Arts cloud-piercing arrow. Immediately, someone recognized the origin of the arrow and couldn't help but exclaim. It was impossible for a sect's cornerstone spirit weapon to be unknown. The Monolith sect used to be a large sect in the True Dominion. The Cosmic Bow and the cloud-piercing arrow were well known in the True Dominion. How could the people of the Ten Directions sect not recognize them? What they didn't expect was, one day, the cloud-piercing arrow would shoot toward the Shifang sect and collapse half of the sect's main hall. After a brief moment of shock, there was unconcealable horror. Yuanzong. The Coiling Stone sect had already been destroyed, so the Cosmos Bow and the cloud-piercing arrow must have fallen into Yuanzong's hands. Now, the cloud-piercing arrow had arrived. In that case, the experts from Yuan's sect would definitely arrive soon. As expected, before the people of the Shifang sect could recover from their shock, waves of powerful auras gathered. In the end, a terrifying power erupted, as if it was enough to shake the entire sect. In front of Shifang sect's gate, many Yuan sect experts gathered. Zhongfang's expression was indifferent. He lifted his eyelids slightly and glanced at the mountain gate of Shifang sect. He spat out a word, "Kill." Finished speaking, killing intent surged. Immediately, energy palms blasted out, shattering the steel that belonged to Shifang sect. The cultivators of Shifang sect who had heard the commotion were shocked and furious. But before they could say too much, the experts from the Yuan sect had already charged over. Before the incoming inner energy cultivators of Shifang sect could see clearly, they felt a powerful quintessential essence rushing toward them. Immediately, they waved their palms to meet it without hesitation. In an instant, the combined quintessential essence of 300 inner energy cultivators directly blasted the few experts of Shifang's sect into pieces. Xianxia also walked toward Shifang's sect in one step. His footsteps seemed ordinary, but they were like afterimages. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from his original spot. When a Shifang sect elder saw this scene, he hurriedly shouted, "This is all a misunderstanding. Please stop. There is no misunderstanding about killing people from my Yuan sect." Xianxia shook his head and pressed down lightly with his palm as if there was no strength at all. That Shifang sect elder didn't dare be careless. He similarly struck out with his palm and collided with it. As soon as the two came into contact, that person felt that Xianxia's light palm contained endless quintessential essence, surging toward him as if there was no end to it. In an instant, his protective aura qi was destroyed. The shock made his chest feel stuffy, and his body involuntarily retreated. He didn't have much time to be shocked. Xianxia was already close. Another palm fell. The way he struck out seemed light, but in fact, it sealed off all his opponent's escape routes. Bang! He had no choice but to raise his palm to meet it. That person staggered several steps back again. Bang, bang. When he took Xianxia's ninth palm, that Shifang sect elder finally opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was already riddled with holes from the quintessential essence. Xianxia's expression didn't change. He struck out with his palm again. The palm print wasn't big, but it directly occupied his entire vision. Remember, the one who killed you is the Yuan sect's great elder of imparting arts. As soon as he finished speaking, the palm fell. It landed accurately on that person's chest. Immediately after, quintessential essence exploded, completely shattering his heart meridian. He had easily killed a physical invulnerability cultivator at the 7th level of the true martial realm. Xianxia's expression didn't change. After all, there was nothing to be happy about. His actual cultivation level was at the 8th level of the true martial realm. Many peak true martial realm cultivators had died at the hands of his own sect master. As for the other physical invulnerability cultivators, it was even more difficult to count. In comparison, he was still too weak. There weren't many physical invulnerability cultivators in Shifang's sect. After Ying Wenyao and an elder had left, and now Xianxia had killed another one, the remaining resistance instantly declined. This time, Xianxia didn't attack again. He just watched coldly. The Origin sect hadn't attacked the other sects at first. This was because there wasn't a suitable reason. They had thought that the Origin sect's power of destroying the 7 sects was enough to intimidate the other sects of the True Dominion. However, they had never imagined that there would still be sects who didn't believe in heresy and dared to challenge the Origin sect's authority. This time, they were avenging the dead members of the Origin sect and re-establishing the Origin sect's power in front of the other sections. They had to understand. They would always be the Origin sect's Origin sect. Even though it was only a small part of the Origin sect, it was still an existence that nobody could ignore. As for the players of Shifang's sect, at the moment, they also experienced the fear of the other novice villages being dominated by the Cold Mountain Stronghold. They also understood how the players of the 7 sects felt when they fled without fighting. As the last remaining corner of the sect hall collapsed, the last person of Shifang's sect also died completely. Inside the ruins, someone, probably someone with a bow, had found Shifang's sect's sect-guarding spirit weapon. This spirit weapon had never been used before. It had been captured by the Origin sect before it could unleash the power it should have. Or rather, nobody had used it to fight the enemy. Soon, the news of Shifang's sect's annihilation spread. Actually, from the start of the war between both sides, some sects had already predicted that Shifang's sect would be in trouble. When the experts of the Origin sect took action, the sects of the Sunhua True Dominion understood that Shifang's sect might no longer exist after this. In the end, reality often didn't exceed their expectations. News of Shifang's sect's annihilation spread less than half a day after the people of the Origin sect stepped into the True Dominion of the Forest Ocean. All of a sudden, the other sects of the True Dominion of the Forest Ocean were all in danger. They were afraid that the Origin sect would get too excited and annihilate the other sections. In order to show their sincerity, some disciples of Shifang's sect who had escaped were also killed by the people of the other sections. For a time, the remnants of Shifang's sect became the target of everyone in the true dominion of the Forest Ocean. As for Xianxia and the others, they had already returned to the origin sect. They had returned with them and the resources of Shifang's sect. Sect Master, almost all the members of Shifang's sect above the true martial realm were killed this time. Only the Sect Master, Yingwen Yao, and an elder of the physical invulnerability realm are missing. According to my speculation, the two of them have already escaped. In the inherited martial hall, Xianxia reported the results of this trip truthfully. Then, he took out the Qianquan bow and the cloud-piercing arrow and returned them directly. Qin Shujian waved his hand and put them back into his storage ring. Then, he asked, "Where's the sect-guarding spirit weapon of Shifang's sect?" "It's here." Niao Feng opened the tall box beside him and took out a long black saber from it. When the long saber appeared, the surrounding air seemed to have cooled down a little. Then, Niao Feng stepped forward and handed the long saber over respectfully. Qin Shujian immediately reached out and held the saber's hilt. He also learned the information about the long saber. Innate spiritual item, low-grade spirit weapon? Qin Shujian could clearly feel a faint consciousness rising from the long saber, as if it was afraid and fearful. After putting the long saber into his storage ring, he looked at the people in the hall again and asked in a deep voice, "Is there any news about Yingwen Yao?" "Not at the moment." "Pass down my order. Do your best to search for the remnants of Shifang's sect. If you can bring back his head, you'll get all the cultivation methods, martial arts, elixirs, and weapons." Qin Shujian gave the order directly. His face was full of killing intent. He couldn't let go of any hidden danger. Instead of waiting for the other party to improve his cultivation and come knocking on his door, it was better to strike first and get rid of this hidden danger completely. In this world, NPCs would usually return to heaven and earth directly after death. However, there was one situation that was different. That was if the head was separated from the body. The system would automatically determine one side as the spoils of war, which could be kept. Just like the head of the three-headed green feather kite in his storage ring, it didn't belong to the category of returning to heaven and earth. This was also the reason why. The reason why Qin Shujian directly offered a reward for the head of the Shifang sect remnant. Regarding his words, the other elders of the Yuan sect didn't have any objections. In their opinion, daring to provoke the Yuan sect, this was how it should be. Subsequently, Qin Shujian continued, "How are our losses this time?" There were too many people in the Yuan sect now, and there was also a lot of related system information. He didn't have the time to check them one by one, and it was even more impossible for him to pick out what he wanted from the pile of notifications. Even if he could get a notification when someone died, he still needed to ask about the battle losses. Xianxia replied, "In the conflict between our sect and Shifang sect this time, a total of 1 deacon and 3 inner disciples were killed, a total of 4 inner aura cultivators." After that, the inherited martial hall fell into silence. The death of 4 inner aura cultivators was not a small loss at all. Back when the 7 sects were destroyed, at most, some people were injured, but no one died. Now, Shifang sect directly caused them to lose 4 inner aura cultivators. In addition, Qin Shujian's expression was solemn as he said coldly, "In the future, if any sect disciple implicates others due to personal grudges and eventually causes an irreversible situation, he will be directly expelled from the sect. If the situation is serious, he will be killed on the spot and will not rest until he is dead." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was in awe. The matter this time around had truly infuriated their grandmaster. As for the last rule, it was obviously targeted at the Inhumans. The Inhumans were immortal. They could be resurrected after 1 kill. If this order was carried out, even if they could be resurrected continuously, they could still kill until the other party had a mental breakdown. Qin Shujian did not intend to pursue this matter. The main reason was that there were too many players involved in the battle. It was not easy to find them one by one. So, he could only give the players a warning first. He had already expected such a situation. After all, the players were an unstable factor. If he wanted to use the players to harvest the source of life for him, he had to bear this unstable risk. Unless he could not use the players. However, this was impossible. As Yuansek's power grew, Qin Shujian also understood that the number of players in this world had reached an extremely terrifying level. With the growth of the players, it would definitely have a huge impact on this world in the future. If a sect rejected the players and only took in the local people, it was not a wise move. After all, in terms of growth, most of the local people were not as good as the players. However, according to Qin Shujian's estimation, if there were some geniuses, they might be able to grow faster than most of the players. Because Qin Shujian realized, up until now, the rate at which the players were progressing had slowed down. After all, if he wanted to level up, he would either have to train step by step or kill monsters to gain experience. Compared to the former, the latter was naturally faster. However, as the players grew, their levels would get higher. The experience that ordinary monsters could provide was already very little. However, to kill powerful monsters, not to mention the scarcity of their numbers, the difficulty was not small at all. The most important point was, monsters or NPCs that could reach the real martial arts realm all had a corresponding force behind them. Killing one might attract the boss-level expert behind them to take action. If they were careless, that would be the result of total annihilation. Therefore, until now, the players' leveling speed had fallen into a relatively slow stage. Although it was still much faster than the average person, it was not as exaggerated as when they were at the low level of the basic martial arts. In just a few days, they could directly climb from nothing to the third or fourth level of the basic martial arts realm. However, the fact that players couldn't die meant that in the future, players would definitely be one of the main forces in this world, perhaps even the only main force. Unless, the players could be completely dead. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Qin Shujian was speechless. If the players would die in the game, then the game. Was it really just a game, at this moment? The news of Shifeng sect's annihilation was already known to everyone in Yuan sect. For the first time, the players felt the benefits of having a powerful faction backing them up. It was the Liangshan Fort's fort master, who had killed so many players that they trembled in fear. Now, it had become the behemoth behind them. However, after Qin sect to the end to the sect, this piece of news began to spread. It could be seen that this matter had truly angered the other party. Even if the Ten Direction sect was destroyed. Even if the Ten Direction sect of the. As for Sukai and the others, now, they were completely low-key. The matter had developed to this extent because of them and the players of the Ten Direction sect. Although they were not at fault. Later on, they had implicated the NPCs of the sect and caused the NPCs' deaths. Such a consequence. Sukai and the others knew that they could not completely extricate themselves from it. This also made the other players understand. In the future, when they had conflicts with other sects, they had to consider whether they could bear the consequences before implicating the experts of their sections. Or else, it was better to be more honest. Regarding this, the other players did not have much objection to this news. This time, if the players of the Ten Direction sect had not been the first to break the rules and seek help from the experts of their sects, they would not have done so. After the Ten Direction sect was destroyed, the other sects of the True Dominion focused their attention on the Liang Mountain True Dominion. In the end, the sect did not do anything. Gradually, the other sects were relieved. As long as the sect did not kill them, it would be fine. In the following period of time, the players of the sect continued to explore other regions where the evil fiends were sealed. This time, the other sects of the True Dominion were warned not to have conflicts with the people of the sect. Even if there was a conflict between the mutants, they could not use the power of the experts of their sects to intervene in the conflict between the two sides. After all, this was a bloody lesson. The Ten Direction sect, which had done so previously, no longer existed. No one wanted to become the second Ten Direction sect. At this moment, Xiaohong visited the sect again. Similarly, in the courtyard, Similarly, the two of them were facing each other. However, this time, Xiao Hong's face revealed a somewhat strange expression. His gaze landed on the stone table in front of him, and his wrinkled face twitched slightly. If I am not wrong, this stone table is engraved with the runes of a blacksmith? I did it on a whim. It was actually made by Sect Master Qin. It is not simple. Xiao Hong shook his head slightly and clicked his tongue in wonder. With his eyesight, naturally, he could see the many runes engraved on the stone table, even if they were hidden. According to Xiao Hong's visual estimation, the seemingly ordinary stone table in front of him was at least a grade 3 artifact. It was possible that it was even higher than that. This meant that Qin Shujian was also a middle-grade blacksmith. Originally, the fact that he could reach this stage at such a young age was already considered a shocking talent. However, under such circumstances, he still had the leisure to learn the art of blacksmithing and reach the level of a middle-grade blacksmith. This was even more remarkable. Judging from the methods on the stone table, he was probably not as simple as an ordinary middle-grade blacksmith. At this thought, Xiao Hong could not help but sigh and say, Sect Master Qin is really unpredictable. I don't know how many shocking methods you have hidden. Steward Xiao, you are being too serious. Some of the blacksmithing techniques are not even considered to have reached a higher level. Given Sect Master Qin's current age, it is possible for him to become a blacksmith master in the future. Xiao Hong shook his head and said, there are not many blacksmith masters in the entire Baiyun mansion. If Sect Master Qin can become a blacksmith grandmaster in the future, even divine martial realm cultivators will have to bow and greet him respectfully. That being said, in his heart, he thought that the possibility of Qin Shujian becoming a blacksmith grandmaster was very small. After all, a blacksmith grandmaster. There were only a few blacksmith grandmasters in the entire Baiyun mansion. Even in the great Zhao 13 mansions, there were not many blacksmith grandmasters. However, this time, he discovered another ability of Qin Shujian that really shocked Xiao Hong. Hearing this, Qin Shujian was obviously in a good mood. After all, if his strength was not recognized by others, he always felt that something was missing. Then, he opened his mouth and asked again, it has been half a month since we last met. Steward Xiao, may I know the reason for your visit this time? The Marquis heard of Sect Master Qin's contribution to the Baiyun mansion and was very pleased, so he specially ordered this old man to come and give something to Sect Master Qin. As he spoke, Xiao Hongdo took out a scroll and handed it to Qin Shujian. After reaching out and taking it, Qin Shujian did not immediately open it, but asked instead, may I ask what is inside? Sect Master Qin will know when you open it. Hearing this, Qin Shujian looked at Xiao Hong's faint smile and could not help but look at the scroll in his hand. Then, he slowly opened it. The Baiyun mansion has a total of 1,396 ordinary realms. Among them, 79 ordinary realms are still sealed with evil spirits. Recently, there was a devil calamity, so the Lingchuan ordinary realm and the Tianxiao ordinary realm were abandoned. Currently, there are still 66 intact seals in the Baiyun mansion, and all of them have been marked on this scroll. As for the seal of the True Dominion, the Marquis suggests that Sect Master Qin do not touch it for the time being. This is because once a devil calamity occurs in the True Dominion, it is not something you can handle alone. As Xiao Hong spoke, Qin Shujian had already finished reading the scroll in his hand. This was not an ordinary scroll, but a rolled-up map. Every red dot on the map represented the name of a realm in the ordinary realm. It also indicated the specific location of the evil demons. This was something like this. It was exactly what he needed now. After putting the map into his storage ring, Qin Shujian suppressed the excitement in his heart and said with a smile, of course, I will not reject the Marquis's good intentions. I am very happy to be able to contribute to the Baiyun mansion. Although he could release a mission now and ask players to help find the evil spirits sealed in the seal, the Baiyun mansion was still very big. Not to mention the Great Zhao. Just the North Cloud Manor alone was too big. It was definitely not easy for an ordinary person to travel through the entire mansion on foot. The time it would take was also calculated in years. The Marquis was located in the Liang Mountain True Dominion. It was destined that no matter how many players there were in the sect, they would not be able to travel too far away from the Liang Mountain True Dominion. After all, players who loved to explore. After all, they were very few. In this day and age, not only was the cost of teleportation extremely high, but it also required a certain level of identity. It was not an easy task to travel across too far of a region. Therefore, Xiaohong had sent this map over. For Qin Shujian, this would solve the problem of plundering providence points in the short term. Therefore, when Xiaohong bade farewell and left, he had already started to prepare to hunt other evil spirits according to the records on the map. As for the mission issued by the sect to find the sealed demons, Qin Shujian did not cancel it. This was because Xiaohong only gave him the location of the sealed demons in the ordinary realm. As for the outside of the ordinary realm, it was a blank space. The most important thing was, Qin Shujian saw from the map that there were not many demons near the Liang Mountain True Dominion. As long as he killed the 2 demons before the other players found them. In that case, it was basically impossible for the Yuan sect players to complete the mission to find the demons. This was also destined. There were so many people who exchanged for the demon pendant, but there was no way for them to break even. To this, Qin Shujian did not feel anything at all. Not only that, he still placed the demon pendant on the list and did not cancel the mission. He continued to persuade the players to exchange for it. During this period of time, the players had contributed a lot. If he did not consume some of it, he felt sorry for himself. However, since I am going to hunt the demons, it is safer to increase my strength a little more. Qin Shujian murmured to himself as he looked at the 160,000 life force source. Originally, he was going to keep these life sources. Then he would see if there was a chance for him to become a forging master. However, after seeing the Wind Thunder True technique, he still could not resist the thought in his heart. He saw that more than half of the life sources disappeared instantly. The Wind Thunder True technique directly transformed to the 10th level of the true martial arts. Boom! In an instant, the surrounding air was swept up. There seemed to be thunder and lightning vibrating in Qin Shujian's body. The sound of wind and thunder seemed to be echoing in Liang Mountain. The Wind Thunder True technique was a cultivation technique comprehended by an expert by observing the wind and thunder of heaven and earth. Even among the low-grade spiritual level, it was one of the top. Once it was mastered, his true essence would possess the power of wind and thunder. It was the most ferocious. As the Wind Thunder True technique was upgraded to perfection, a vast true essence force surged from his dantian, causing his dantian, which had already reached its limit, to suffer a strong impact. At this moment, the black silk net loomed. In the face of this strong impact, it actually showed signs of breaking. Boom! The void trembled. A universe heavenly lock appeared from the void and landed on Qin Shujian's right wrist. At this moment, the universe heavenly lock that sealed his left hand also appeared from the void. In an instant, the 2 chains in the sky stretched across the universe and were completely exposed to the entire True Dominion and the surrounding True Dominion. What is this? Chains, why are there chains in the sky? Could it be that a supreme treasure has appeared? But I don't sense any turbulence in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The physical invulnerability stage cultivators of the various sects raised their heads to look at the heavenly lock that seemed to pierce through the universe. Their faces were filled with shock and confusion. As for the universal heavenly lock, this was something that should only exist in legends. Even though they had heard of it before, they had never seen it with their own eyes. What is Yuanzong up to this time? Zhang Baiqing looked at the chains in the sky. With just a glance, he could determine where they came from. Regarding the universe heavenly lock, he himself did not recognize it either. Looking at the chains that entered the void, there seemed to be Tao rhymes flowing on them. He only took a few glances. Zhang Baiqing felt dizzy and couldn't help but shift his gaze away. He didn't dare to look at the universal heavenly lock anymore. Even the other physical invulnerability stage cultivators. After looking at the universal heavenly lock for a while, they also felt dizzy and couldn't stand steadily. While feeling shocked, they also shifted their gazes away. The heavenly lock pierces through the universe. Ordinary people cannot see it. This is the universal heavenly lock. In the Blue Cloud sect, Sect Master Qing Su could no longer maintain his composure. He didn't even feel his beard being pulled off by his hand. In his mind, only the words Universal Heavenly Lock kept reverberating. What was the Universal Heavenly Lock? He had never seen it before. He had only seen the words Universal Heavenly Lock in the handwritten letter of the founding ancestral master of the Blue Cloud sect. The founding ancestral master of the Blue Cloud sect had been an extremely talented person. He had broken the shackles of the ordinary dominion and become the protectorate lord of the Blue River True Dominion. The Blue Cloud sect of the past, just like Yuan's own now. In the True Dominion, there were no sects or powers. Only the Blue Cloud sect was powerful. Even the other sects of the True Dominion did not dare to easily obtain the Blue Cloud sect. Because, there was a protectorate lord in the Blue Cloud sect. Xianxia only knew that the founding ancestral master had once gone to the region above the True Dominion to find a way to break through the shackles of the True Dominion. When he had returned, he had already been severely injured. In the end, he had left behind some information before passing away. Because of this, the Blue Cloud sect had gradually declined. As the sect master, Xianxia had naturally read the first handwritten letter and had some understanding of the Universal Heavenly Lock. It had stated that one had to condense the Universal Heavenly Lock in order to break through the shackles of the True Dominion. When he had seen the Universal Heavenly Lock just now, he couldn't recall it immediately. However, as time passed, he gradually reacted. This was not the birth of a spirit item or priceless treasure. It was obvious that an expert had condensed the Universal Heavenly Lock. Furthermore, there were two of them. Who could condense the Universal Heavenly Lock? Xianxia was really a little scared now. If someone really broke through the True Dominion and upgraded it to a Spirit Dominion, the Blue Stream True Dominion might not be able to escape then. Given the current strength of the Blue Cloud sect, they could still flaunt their prowess in the True Dominion. If they entered the Spirit Dominion, they would definitely be finished. Xianxia's expression kept changing. Finally, he looked in the direction of the Liang Mountain True Dominion. Could it be that person who condensed the Universal Heavenly Lock? If it was really that person, if the Liang Mountain True Dominion was upgraded to the Liang Mountain Spirit Dominion, he didn't need to guess anymore. The Blue Stream True Dominion was so close that it would definitely be upgraded to the Spirit Dominion in advance. Or else, based on the current progress of the Blue Stream True Dominion, the True Dominion might not be able to upgrade to the Spirit Dominion on its own even after 1 or 2,000 years. Just as Xianxia's heart sank, the Universal Heavenly Lock in the sky had disappeared. On the peak of the Liang Mountain, Qin Shujian's aura had become even more vigorous. The Universal Heavenly Lock on his hands had already disappeared. However, as the second Universal Heavenly Lock descended, the shackles in his dantian became even stronger. The black silk net, which had been on the verge of breaking after his quintessential art had reached perfection, was now solid. The quintessential essence, which was far beyond what a quintessential martial realm cultivator could withstand, was forcefully suppressed in his dantian. There seemed to be a tiny flame dancing in the middle of the liquefied quintessential essence. Wisps of quintessential essence were becoming purer under the burning of the flame. It's getting stronger. Qin Shujian muttered to himself. Although the two Universal Heavenly Locks had shackled his cultivation level to the peak quintessential martial realm, his strength was also increasing steadily as his quintessential essence became purer. Once the Universal Heavenly Lock was unlocked in the future, Qin Shujian had a premonition. That kind of power was definitely beyond his understanding. 666. I didn't expect the sect master to be so talented. He condensed the second Universal Heavenly Lock in such a short time. It's inevitable that he will break the shackles of the True Dominion. When he becomes the Spirit Dominion's protectorate lord, he will definitely intimidate the world. The cosmic bow, which had also recovered from its shock, immediately started to flatter Xianxia. However, to be honest, this time it was truly impressed. Although it didn't know how difficult it was to condense the Universal Heavenly Lock, it was definitely not easy. After all, it had surpassed the limit. It was an extremely difficult thing to do in itself. It was needless to say that it could cause heaven and earth to descend shackles. Therefore, when it saw Qin Shujian condense the second Universal Heavenly Lock, the cosmic bow had a thought. The shackles of the True Dominion might really not be able to stop the sect master. If he broke the shackles in the future and became the Spirit Dominion's protectorate lord, it would be a spirit artifact in the hands of the Spirit Dominion's protectorate lord. When it thought of this, the Cosmos Bow was also a little excited. Such a powerful spirit artifact should only be owned by such an expert. After casually replying to the cosmic bow, Qin Shujian headed to the library. When he left the cold mountain peak, his storage ring flashed slightly and a long black saber appeared in his hand. This was the sect-guarding spirit artifact of the Shifeng sect. It had been in his storage ring all this time, so Qin Shujian had almost forgotten about it. After condensing the second universal heavenly lock, he finally remembered. Holding the long black saber in his hand, he ignored the fear expressed by the other party's weak spirit intelligence and silently said, "Convert." Immediately, he saw the long black saber disappear. In its place, hence, he had an extra 3 luck points. In addition to the remaining luck points, Qin Shujian now had 10 luck points left. He looked at the 10 luck points. Qin Shujian didn't immediately smash into the 1,000 mountain blood. Now that he had condensed half a seal, he had already consumed dozens of luck points. If he wanted to complete the last half seal, a mere 10 luck points couldn't do it. Compared to throwing all of them in, it was better to keep some luck points with him. Maybe it would be useful at some time. After heading to the library, Qin Shujian chose 2 upper true level cultivation methods and then directly left. For him, there was no difference between lower true level and upper true level. As long as there was enough life source, then he could directly pile it up. According to Qin Shujian's guess, when the Great Dream Capturing Spirit Art True Martial Chapter was perfected, he had already perfected a total of 4 True Martial Chapter cultivation methods, so he condensed the first Universal Heavenly Lock. When the Wind and Thunder True Technique was perfected, he condensed the second Universal Heavenly Lock. In this case, there should be another cultivation method after that. When the True Martial Chapter was perfected, he could have 1 more Universal Heavenly Lock. When all 7 cultivation methods were perfected, he could directly condense the complete 4 Universal Heavenly Locks. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian thought of the time when he fused the cultivation methods. There were also a total of 7 grids in it. He didn't think there was a problem. But now, with his own guess, Qin Shujian, on the other hand, was able to discern something from this. Setting sun, ancient road. Green robe, long saber. A person carrying a long saber on his back walked on the ancient road. It seemed like a normal pace, but in the blink of an eye, he disappeared on the spot. When he looked again, he had already walked a distance of more than 10 feet. According to the map given by Xiaohong, Qin Shujian was going to the place where the evil demon was sealed. If it was another expert, he didn't need to move himself, he could just rely on the people of Yuan sect to deal with it. However, the evil demon was different. In Yuan sect, except for him, the sect master, who had the power to instantly kill the evil demon. The rest, they were too far apart. Even if everyone in the ordinary realm was at the 10th level of the martial arts realm, the evil demon was definitely someone else who could contend with it. The 4 god martial arts realm cultivators sent by Marquis Bayun in the ordinary realm were also no match for the evil demon. If not for relying on the incomplete Dao artifact, they couldn't even hurt the evil demon. And even if an ordinary person had a Dao artifact, they might not necessarily be a match for the evil demon. Otherwise, the word evil demon wouldn't be so terrifying. Qin Shujian was now used to walking on 2 legs. When the experts of the other sects went out, most of them drove carriages or rode strange beasts. However, he didn't have such thoughts. Of course, the main reason was that ordinary means of transportation were too slow. Although there were so many beasts in the demon vein created by Nyodali, in terms of speed, there was still a big gap between them and Qin Shujian who had entered the Dao. So, it was more practical to rely on himself. In front of a valley, Qin Shujian stopped in his tracks. According to the map, the altar where the evil demon was sealed was here. The storage ring flashed, and after taking out the Chankuan bow and the cloud-piercing arrow, he said lightly, "If anything happens, kill them all." Understood. The Chankuan bow was eager to try. After being trapped in the storage ring for so long, it was naturally an excellent thing to be able to relax now. Seeing this, Qin Shujian took the lead and entered the valley. The evil demon seal in the ordinary realm. They were all hidden or dangerous places, which were specially chosen to prevent ordinary people from discovering them. And while sealing the evil demon, it was also accompanied by the protection of many monsters. Some of these monsters had been infected by devil chi, while others had been created by humans. There was only one reason for this. That was, the place where the evil spirit was sealed would become a dangerous place. Any living being that dared to approach this place would be brutally attacked. Not long after Qin Shujian entered the valley, a large number of wolves slowly appeared in front of him. The eyes of every wild wolf were a strange blood red, and the hair on their bodies stood up like steel spikes. Sharp and slender teeth appeared in their open mouths, and their saliva unconsciously dripped onto the ground. Qin Shujian didn't need to say anything. The bow of heaven and earth had already absorbed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It then condensed a spiritual arrow and shot it out. When the spiritual arrow was shot, the arrow split into dozens of arrows and shot out. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 wild wolves were pierced through. When their corpses fell to the ground, a strong smell of blood instantly spread out. Inside the spirit spring, these wild wolves were mostly in the 7th or 8th stage of the basic martial realm. In front of the cosmos bow, it was practically useless. The strong smell of blood spread out. In an instant, the other wild wolves were irritated, and they immediately pounced towards Qin Shujian. Shwa! Shwa! The spiritual arrow pierced through the air, piercing through all the wild wolves that approached. Qin Shujian, on the other hand, continued to walk forward. There were at least hundreds and thousands of wolves in the dense pack. But no matter how they pounced, they couldn't get close to Qin Shujian. The source of life continued to enter. Soon, a sealing altar appeared in Qin Shujian's line of sight. It was the same as the heaven-toppling ordinary realm. This was also the 6-star array's altar. The seal uses the 6-star array as the foundation. The higher the seal, the stronger the evil spirit is. It seems that the strength of the evil spirit sealed here is only average. Qin Shujian thought to himself. Then, he took out a jar from his storage ring and emptied it of the remaining blood. Then, the heavenly thunder rumbled again, and the altar shattered. An evil spirit broke out of the seal and came out, facing the thunderous attack that had been waiting for a long time. It was the fiend-suppressing seal. This caused the evil spirit to roar furiously as it was forcefully suppressed. Then, a shocking saber aura slashed down. A complete Dao seal and half a Dao seal shone brightly and swallowed the evil spirit. From beginning to end, the Cosmos Bow didn't even have a chance to attack. The evil spirit didn't even have a chance to resist. The attack came quickly and left quickly as well. When the evil spirit died, the thunder lingering in the sky dissipated completely. Let's go somewhere else. After seeing 10 luck points and a large amount of source of life enter his account, Qin Shujian immediately turned and left. An evil spirit. It had contributed at least 10,000 points of source of life to him. This was for Qin Shujian now. This was also the amount that the entire Yuan sect would need to spend about a day to gather for him. Then, Qin Shujian followed the guidance of the map again. He spent almost a month. He traveled through 5 true provinces and 13 ordinary provinces and finally killed all 7 evil spirits near the Liang Mountain True Dominion. What replaced them was, a total of 70 luck points were credited to him. Combined with the original 10 points of luck points, the total number of luck points had reached 80 points. As for the source of life, it had reached 500,000 points during this period. It could be said that 500,000 points of source of life was the largest amount of money Qin Shujian had ever spent. Other than a few martial arts of the Dao entry level, all of them, including the Great Desolate Devil Suppressing Seal, could be upgraded. Among them, there was the Celestial Light Alchemy Book and the Forging Ancestral Cannon. Qin Shujian only hesitated for a moment. He used up 500,000 points of source of life to upgrade the Forging Ancestral Cannon by 1 level. Suddenly, an even more vast memory surged from the depths of Ouyangming's mind. Everything about being a high-grade blacksmith was revealed. A powerful memory impact. Even though Qin Shujian's mental strength was very strong, he couldn't help but stand rooted to the ground. After a long while, he absorbed everything about a high-grade blacksmith. His sluggish eyes gradually regained their luster. A high-grade blacksmith. Xianxia took a deep breath. It was as if the things around him were slightly different now. A high-grade blacksmith, he was only one step away from becoming a blacksmith master. More importantly, a high-grade blacksmith already had the qualifications to forge spirit weapons. A middle-grade blacksmith could only be considered a beginner. A high-grade blacksmith had already reached the pinnacle of blacksmithing. They could forge high-grade spirit weapons. Even though the success rate was not high, it was enough to raise the status of a high-grade blacksmith. A middle-grade blacksmith couldn't compare to this. A blacksmith who had reached this level, he could already see through the essence of things. Even if it was a mountain rock in front of him, the first thing that appeared in Xianxia's mind was what flaws it had, and then how to forge and inscribe runes to make it more powerful. Recalling everything about a high-grade blacksmith in his mind, Xianxia stroked his chin and thought to himself, "It seems that after I go back this time, I have to try and see if I can make a spirit weapon to solve the financial problem of the Xiaoyuan sect." Thinking of the auction. A spirit weapon started at more than 1 million. His heart immediately began to burn. Although it was difficult to forge a spirit weapon, after absorbing all the memories about a high-grade blacksmith in the forging treasured cannon, he was already at the top of the high-grade blacksmiths. In other words, that was to break through to the peak of the current realm. It was very difficult for other high-grade blacksmiths to forge a spirit weapon, but Xianxia had a little confidence. Or else, wouldn't the 500,000 points of life be a waste? As for why he didn't upgrade the Great Desolate Devil Suppressing Seal, after all, the current Great Desolate Devil Suppressing Seal was enough for him to run amok in the ordinary realm and the true dominion. So what if he advanced to the next level? He would still be suppressed and would not bring about any substantial changes. As for the cultivation technique, Xianxia did not intend to break through to the spirit domain so quickly. He wanted to suppress everything. When he reached a perfect stage, it would naturally be time for him to advance. According to his guess, this would not take too long. While Xianxia was searching for the altar and killing the evil spirits, the fiend abyss was in an uproar again. Now, a few more evil spirits had died and were resurrected in the fiend abyss. In a short time, such a large number of incidents naturally attracted the attention of many evil spirits. After a big battle, the angry evil spirits calmed down. When they started to talk, they realized that the person who had attacked seemed to be the same person from the beginning. In other words, during this period, nearly 10 evil spirits had died in the hands of the other party. An evil spirit roared at the sky, shaking the fiend chi crazily surging. "I swear to tear him into pieces and seal his soul in the fiend abyss forever. Soon, I can sense that a new area is about to be born in that place. When the time comes, we will use the heaven-earth barrier to kill him and cut him into pieces." 6 Desires Evil Lord said sinisterly. He had already remembered the aura of the person who killed him. When he walked out of the fiend abyss, he would be able to find the other party with the aura left behind. When the time came, a monstrous fiend disaster would occur. He would make the other party pay the price in blood. Not only would his soul be sealed in the fiend abyss forever, but anyone related to the other party would also die. If he did not destroy their souls, 6 Desires Evil Lord felt that he could not vent his anger. That human emperor's lifespan is almost exhausted. The peace of the great Zhao will not last long. When the human emperor passes away, it will be the best time for us to kill our way into that world. When the time comes, billions of territories will become fiend lands. An uncountable number of living beings should also become food in our stomachs. An evil spirit's cold voice rang out, instantly arousing the bloodlust in the hearts of the other evil spirits. After eliminating the demons near the true dominion of the Liang Mountain, Xianxia returned to the Yuan sect. As for the evil devils in other places, they were too far away. He had no intention of heading there for the time being. More importantly, now, he had accumulated 80 luck points. Xianxia felt that if he digested them completely, he would undergo a huge transformation. As for whether he could become a level 5 force, it was hard to be sure. By the time Xianxia returned to the Yuan sect, nearly 1.5 months had passed since he had left. During this time, the Yuan sect had not changed much. However, more and more players had broken through to the true martial realm from the 10th stage of the martial realm. However, after breaking through to the true martial realm, the speed of the player's advancement had slowed down significantly. Until now, the player with the highest cultivation level in the Yuan sect was only at the 2nd stage of the true martial realm. Of course, many people's cultivation levels had dropped during the battle with the 10 Direction sect. Some of them had dropped several cultivation levels consecutively. After Qin Shujian returned to the Yuan sect, the first thing he had to do, he had to open the sect again and recruit disciples. This time, he did not set the time very early. Instead, he set it 1.5 months later and sent people to spread the news. Instantly, most of the true dominion in the North Cloud Mansion received the news. As the Yuan sect's power grew stronger, naturally, more and more people wanted to join the Yuan sect. However, after the opening of the sect the last time, the Yuan sect had no intention of recruiting disciples again. As a result, many people were waiting for an opportunity in secret. However, when the news of the Yuan sect opening the sect again spread, the people who received the news were shocked. Then, there was an uproar. Ordinary sects, after the sect opened the sect once, it would be 1 year or even 3 to 5 years before opening the sect again. Just like the Yuan sect, in less than a year, a sect that opened the sect 3 times in a row could be considered unique. However, some people understood the Yuan sect's plan based on this matter. They had opened the sect frequently to recruit disciples without restraint. They wanted to expand the Yuan sect's strength as much as possible. The fact that the Origin sect was now an overlord of the true dominion, yet it was still in such a hurry to increase its strength made people suspicious. Some sects were even suspicious. Was the Origin sect not satisfied with the true dominion of the Liang Mountain? Was he planning to slaughter the other true dominion, as for the Blue Cloud sect? When Qingsu heard this news, his beard trembled a few more times. He was almost certain. Yuanzong must have done this to prepare for the true domain's ascension to the spirit realm. Ever since he saw the 2 universal heavenly locks, he had been in a daze for a long time. During this period of time, Qingsu was unable to eat or sleep in peace. With the current strength of the Blue Cloud sect, if they went to the spirit realm, even a cultivator of the spirit martial realm could destroy their 1,000 years of foundation. No, the Blue Cloud sect must not be destroyed in my hands. Qingsu's expression turned ruthless. He had long abandoned the tranquility and inaction of his cultivation. Compared to the existence of the Blue Cloud sect, everything else was floating clouds. Very soon, the Blue Cloud sect also spread the news that they were opening their doors and recruiting disciples. Compared to Yuanzong, the Blue Cloud sect was a sect established by a protectorate lord. Naturally, its reputation was not small. However, Yuanzong was in the lead. Although the news of the Blue Cloud sect opening their doors spread, it did not cause much of a stir. On the other side, after spreading the news of the sect's opening, Qin Shujian went directly to the forging hall. Sect Master, are there any ores of level 5 or above in the forging hall? After seeing Xinjiang Qing, Qin Shujian went straight to the point. Ores of level 5 or above. Xinjiang Qing was stunned for a moment. Then, he smiled faintly and said, I have some here, but not many. How many do you need? During this period of time, while teaching the players the forging art, he had also issued many missions to collect precious ores. Among them, there were ores of level 5 or above. Although Xinjiang Qing was only a middle-grade forging master, ores of level 5 or above could only be used when forging spirit weapons. However, this did not prevent him from having a motivated heart. He was now a middle-grade forging master. However, this did not mean that he would definitely be a middle-grade forging master in the future. As for his own talent, Xinjiang Qing was still very confident. According to his thoughts, in about 3 to 5 years, he should be able to break through the threshold of middle-grade forging master and enter the ranks of high-grade forging master. When that time came, he would be able to sit in the position of Yuanzong's elder calmly. Subsequently, Xinjiang Qing turned and entered the warehouse. He took out several pieces of reddish-brown ores the size of 2 palms and handed them over. Sect Master, this is a level 6 ore, which is the highest grade in the forging hall. Level 6, that's enough. Qin Shujian reached out and took it. With his vision as a high-grade forging master, even if he did not know the name of the ore, he could tell what grade the ore was and roughly what it was used for. This was the means of a top-grade forging master. Just by relying on his eyesight, he could distinguish a lot of things. Seeing that Qin Shujian was about to leave, Xianxia could not help but ask, I wonder what sect master wants to do with this level 6 ore. Oh, I want to forge a spirit weapon to play with. Qin Shujian casually replied and then left the forging hall. On the spot. Only Xianxia was left there in a daze. He did not notice that the other party had left at all. Because in his mind, only Qin Shujian's words echoed. Forge a spirit weapon to play with. Could it be that this sect master was a forging master? After all, even for a high-grade forging master, it was not easy to forge a spirit weapon. Only a forging master would dare to say that he would forge a spirit weapon to play with. When Xianxia came back to his senses, Qin Shujian was long gone in the forging hall. Could it be that the sect master is really a forging master, or because he got the ancestral book of forging, he directly had the idea of forging a spirit weapon? His thoughts were running fast in his mind. Obviously, Xianxia was more convinced of the last guess. That was, after Qin Shujian got the ancestral book of forging, he was attracted by the esoteric forging techniques in it and directly had the idea of forging a spirit weapon. He might not even be a low-grade forging master. Thinking of this, he immediately wanted to chase after him. After all, it was not easy to get a 6th grade ore. He could not let it go to waste. However, when he was about to take a step forward, Xianxia stopped abruptly. Because he suddenly realized. No matter what, the other party was the sect master of Yuan sect. In a sense, the things in the forging hall belonged to the sect master. If the other party wanted to use the 6th grade ore to practice, he could not say anything. Well, let it be a waste. Although the 6th grade ore is precious, it is not too rare. There will always be a chance to get it in the future. Xianxia shook his head and finally let go of the plan in his heart. Immediately. Thus, he temporarily forgot about this matter. On the other side, after Qin Shujian got the 6th grade ore, he directly returned to his courtyard. He closed the courtyard door. The storage ring flashed slightly and 5 6th grade ores appeared in front of him. Then, he put them on the stone table by the side. Subsequently, Qin Shujian sat directly on the stone bench as if he was resting with his eyes closed. After a while, he opened his eyes and picked up a piece of ore with his left hand. Then, he stretched out his right hand and the vital essence in his body surged crazily. The vast vital essence finally condensed in his palm. Immediately, a ball of fire was burning in the air. There seemed to be faint purple lightning flashing in the blazing flame. Level 10 Yang Fire, Extreme Yang Fire. Then, Qin Shujian directly threw the ore in his hand into the Yang Fire. 1 piece, 2 pieces, very soon. He threw all 5 6th grade ores in. At this moment, the vital essence gushed out from his dantian and constantly stimulated the Yang Fire. However, no matter how hot the Yang Fire was, the 5 reddish-brown ores were still floating in the flame and showed no signs of melting. To this, Qin Shujian's expression remained the same. His right hand maintained the vital essence and stimulated the Yang Fire. His left hand guided the spiritual energy of heaven and earth with his fingertips and then wrote runes in the air. Almost in less than 2 or 3 breaths, a strange rune that represented the fire condensed in the air and was then thrown into the Yang Fire. In the blink of an eye, the Yang Fire seemed to have met some fuel and suddenly soared. The temperature of the surrounding air also rose. Then, Qin Shujian's movements didn't stop at all. His left hand condensed 18 fire runes in one breath and then threw them all into the Yang Fire. The originally slightly red flame had now turned dark red. The 6th grade ores that were originally unmoving in the Yang Fire seemed to be melting little by little. Traces of impurities were being separated from them. But the speed of separation was somewhat slow. Suddenly, Qin Shujian suddenly withdrew his right hand. The Yang Fire, without the support of the vital essence, still used the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as fuel and maintained its original state. Then, he formed a seal with both hands. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the entire Liang mountain seemed to be attracted and gathered towards the courtyard. In the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth, one rune after another condensed. Here. Xianxia let out a soft cry and threw all the runes he had condensed into the yang fire. Coupled with the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the yang fire was already burning fiercely. Now, with the addition of the runes, the dark red flame suddenly soared. At this moment, the yang fire suddenly spread out. Waves of heat constantly swept in all directions, causing the temperature of the courtyard to rise by several levels. Even outside the courtyard, one could clearly feel the terrible heat. Seeing this, Xianxia's expression became serious. He no longer condensed new runes. Instead, using the vital essence in his dantian as a foundation, he began to gradually compress the burning space of the yang fire. The surging vital essence condensed. Under the pressure of the vital essence, the yang fire that was originally spreading out shrank bit by bit. After a long time, the yang fire had already been compressed into a dark red lotus platform. Above the lotus platform, it was the 6th grade ore that had been partially decomposed. Until now, Xianxia's expression finally became serious. The vital essence was constantly maintaining the operation of the lotus platform and then forcing out the impurities of the ore bit by bit. Right now, the yang fire had been compressed to the limit. He could clearly feel the berserk power contained within. If there was no vital essence to maintain it. Once the lotus platform exploded, everything that Xianxia suspected could be directly leveled. The change of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and the gradually increasing temperature, it finally attracted the attention of others. What happened? Niao Feng chased after the source of the heat and finally stopped outside the courtyard. As the mountain guardian elder, he paid special attention to every movement in Mount Liang. Now, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was being drawn. A powerful scorching aura spread out, forcing Niao Feng to go and see what was going on. Standing in front of the courtyard, he could clearly feel a terrifying aura brewing inside, as if it could directly devour him once it erupted. What kind of divine technique is the sect master cultivating? Without permission, Niao Feng didn't dare to barge in. Then, Niao Feng directly retreated to the side and meditated on a large stone. He didn't turn around and leave. Now, the sect master was cultivating inside. Since he had met him, he naturally had to protect him. In the courtyard, Xianxia was still controlling his vital essence to maintain the stability of the yang fire lotus platform and then further calcined the ore. The lotus fire calcined. The impurities were separated. Time passed little by little. The surrounding temperature also gradually rose, and finally maintained at a relative level. Finally, a day had passed. Xianxia's originally serious expression became calm. His vital essence was still suppressing the eruption of the yang fire. Fortunately, he was someone who had condensed 2 universal heavenly locks. In terms of the density of his vital essence, it was far from comparable to other peak true martial arts. Even the speed of self-recovery was incomparable to that of ordinary people. It was also because of this. After maintaining this state for a day and a night, the consumption of vital essence could still be maintained. At this time, the 6th grade ores had completely melted and turned into a silver-white liquid that was repeatedly calcined by the yang fire. As for the other side, there was a mass of reddish-brown impurities. Xianxia maintained the vital essence control with one hand and used the other to remove the impurities. Then, he recalled the shape of the item he wanted to forge in his mind. His hands continued to inscribe runes, and then he sent them into the silver-white liquid. The yang fire impurities. Another strand of the impurities were like threads by the fire by the impurities. Then, Xianxia used a spiritual ether to further compress the silvery white liquid, slowly approaching the shape of a long sword. When the long sword was formed, he then used his spiritual qi and vital essence to carve a few runes to stabilize the shape of the long sword. Then, he used his vital essence to isolate the connection between the yang fire and the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Soon after, the dark red lotus platform slowly dissipated in the air as if it had lost some kind of support. Very soon, The dark red lotus platform disappeared, leaving only a silver-white longsword floating in the air. At this time, Qin Shujian's face finally became serious again. Stabilizing the form was only the first step. Whether or not he could successfully forge a spirit artifact would depend on the following steps. In an instant, a huge amount of heaven and earth spirit qi gathered. Everything about high-grade blacksmiths appeared in his mind again. At this moment, Qin Shujian felt as if he had forged a spirit weapon thousands of times. His hands constantly used his own Jin Yuan as the foundation, and then used the spirit qi of heaven and earth as the support. A rune was quietly imprinted on the sword. As the runes fell, the long sword trembled slightly. The body of the sword, which was originally a little liquefied, seemed to have solidified a little. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth on Mount Liang seemed to have been subjected to some kind of terrifying suction force. Almost all of it was converging towards a certain direction. Then, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth that had been sucked out quickly rushed in from other places, making up for this temporary gap. Niao Feng, who was sitting on a large rock, felt the scene. He had no choice but to withdraw from his meditative state. He opened his eyes, only to see that a vast sea of spiritual energy had already gathered in the courtyard. A faint cyan color appeared in his eyes. What a rich spiritual qi of heaven and earth! Niao Feng's heart shook violently. With such a rich spiritual qi of heaven and earth, even if he only took a breath, he could feel his Jin Yuan becoming restless. At this moment, Qin Shujian didn't care about the changes in the outside world at all. As the spiritual qi of heaven and earth increased, the speed at which he carved the runes also changed. In an instant, 365 runes were all imprinted on the body of the sword. Hum. When the last rune fell, the long sword let out a crisp hum. In the sky, at some point, lightning had already gathered. When the last rune fell, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. A loud crack sounded. A bolt of lightning that was as thick as a baby's arm suddenly fell from the sky, and then accurately bombarded the long sword. A bolt of lightning struck. The sword body trembled violently from the impact. However, after the first bolt of lightning fell, a second bolt of lightning fell, and once again bombarded the long sword. Everyone in the Yuan sect was awakened by this earth-shattering sound. Then, when they looked up at the thunderbolts that kept falling from the sky, their faces were filled with horror. Is someone advancing to the tribulation passing stage, or is he preparing to ascend? A player couldn't help but complain again, but the shock on his face was real. If he didn't know that he wasn't in the immortal cultivation world, there was no so-called tribulation passing stage. He really thought that he was playing a Xianxia game. Suddenly, some people were attracted by the thunderbolts, and wanted to go in the direction of the thunderbolts. But soon, they were stopped by Niao Feng, who was guarding outside. Niao Feng looked around at the people and sternly shouted, "Without the permission of the sect master, no one is allowed to come near. All of you, back off." Those who originally wanted to see the situation heard him. After all of them cupped their hands, they immediately turned around and left. They were just attracted by this strange phenomenon, so they wanted to see what was going on. But now that they were stopped by Niao Feng, no one was bold enough to really want to force their way in. After all, not to mention other things, just the identity of the mountain guarding elder made few people dare to easily offend him. The three elders. He was an existence that was above the other elders. As for Xin Yuqing, when he saw the thunderbolts fall, his whole body seemed to have been struck by lightning, and he directly stood there in a daze. The birth of a spiritual artifact, thunder body tempering. He suddenly thought of what Qin Shujian had said before, and then thought of the few pieces of grade 6 ores that the other party had taken away. Originally, Xin Yuqing thought that the other party was just saying. It was simply a fantasy to want to forge a spiritual artifact. Even in the pill tripod sect, there were only a few people who could forge a spiritual artifact. However, the other party's actions yesterday, and the thunderbolts that fell from the sky today, they were all constantly stimulating Xin Yuqing's nerves. Could it be that the sect master is also a high-grade blacksmith, or a master blacksmith? He couldn't help but have this thought in his mind. Although he had never heard of the other party having any achievements in the path of forging. But couldn't he keep a low profile, Perhaps the other party had long been a powerful blacksmith, but he just didn't expose it. Thinking of this, Xianxia couldn't sit still anymore. He immediately went out of the forging hall, and then rushed in the direction of the thunderbolts. In the end, he was just a small middle-grade blacksmith. If he could get some pointers, he might be able to take fewer detours and become a high-grade blacksmith faster. This wasn't Xianxia's imagination. Sometimes, a word of advice was better than several years of hard work. If the pill tripod sect was still around, a young middle-grade blacksmith like him naturally wouldn't lack the guidance of a powerhouse. But now the pill tripod sect was gone. He could only rely on himself to explore the path of forging bit by bit. This process was extremely slow. Now, he finally met a senior expert in the path of forging. No matter what, Xianxia wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. However, before he could reach the courtyard, a voice rang out. He was already stopped by Niao Feng. Without the sect master's permission, no one is allowed to come close. Elder Yuqing, please go back. Xianxia stood in place and hesitated. Looking at Niao Feng, who was like an iron tower blocking him, he didn't know whether to leave or stay. If he just left like this, he was a little unwilling. It wasn't easy to see someone forge a spiritual artifact. If he just missed it, it would be too regretful. But if he didn't leave, Niao Feng obviously wouldn't let him go. At this moment, lightning continued to fall in the courtyard. The terrifying heavenly might spread, causing Qin Shujian to take 2 steps back slightly. He didn't confront the power of the lightning head-on. As for the osmanthus tree, now under the awe of the power of the lightning, the branches and leaves trembled slightly. The flowers kept falling and then were easily crushed by the power of the lightning. Thunderbolts fell one after another. The long sword was nurtured in the sea of lightning and withstood the constant bombardment of lightning. The runes that were originally engraved on the surface of the sword were also shining brightly at this time. It was as if with each lightning strike, they gradually merged with the sword itself. Qin Shujian stared at the scene in front of him but didn't do anything. If the spiritual artifact was about to be born, it had to withstand the tempering of the lightning. Or else, it couldn't become a real spiritual artifact. If it wasn't for the tempering of the lightning, the spiritual artifact couldn't have extraordinary power. This was a process that had to go through and no one could stop it. Now, the only thing Qin Shujian had to consider was whether the long sword could withstand the tempering of the lightning. This was also the last step that stopped most blacksmiths. Suddenly, Qin Shujian's ears twitched slightly. Then, he said lightly, "Come in." Outside the courtyard, Xianxia was hesitant. Niao Feng was also helpless. After all, they were both elders. Although he was more powerful than Xianxia, he could not embarrass Xianxia too much. Therefore, Xianxia was hesitating. Niao Feng could only turn a blind eye and pretend that he did not see anything. At this time, Qin Shujian's words were heard. Both of them were stunned. Immediately, Xianxia reacted and said joyfully, "Elder Niao, sect master has already spoken. Please let me go in. Please." Seeing this, Niao Feng did not insist. In fact, he also wanted to know what was going on inside. Now that he had Qin Shujian's permission, he planned to go in and see what was going on. The courtyard door opened automatically. After the two of them stepped into the courtyard, they felt a strong power rushing towards them, forcing them to use their protective qi to resist. When they fixed their eyes on it, only lightning filled their vision. In the middle of the lightning, there was a silver-white long sword floating in the air, silently enduring the lightning strikes. The lightning strikes the body. It is indeed the birth of a spiritual weapon. Seeing this, Xianxia was completely excited. The runes that appeared on the sword were extremely mysterious and unpredictable in his eyes. Every stroke seemed normal, but when he looked carefully, there seemed to be a big difference. As for Niao Feng, he looked at the scene in front of him in shock and confusion. When the two of them came in, Qin Shujian did not pay much attention to them. His eyes were still on the long sword. As time went by, the silver-white sword finally reached its limit. The sword was still trembling as if it would crack at any time. However, the lightning in the sky did not stop. Why is it taking so long? Qin Shujian looked at the lightning that did not seem to have any intention of dissipating and thought to himself. According to his estimation, generally, the lightning tribulation would be over after 36 strikes. Now, more than 50 strikes had fallen, which obviously exceeded the range that an ordinary low-grade spiritual weapon could withstand. Although the long sword was a 6th-grade ore. However, it wasn't truly invincible. Looking at the lightning that was still falling, Qin Shujian did not stand idly by. He blasted out a palm. The palm instantly expanded and pressed towards the lightning in the sky. Rumble. When the energy palm collided with the thunderbolt, the energy exploded, but the thunderbolt was also destroyed. He suddenly made a move. As if angering the thunderbolts in the sky, several more thunderbolts descended in an instant. Each one of them was at least twice as thick as before. Before they descended, the terrifying might already caused one's expression to change. Xin Zhangqing immediately exclaimed, "Oh no, when thunder is tempering spiritual weapons, outsiders must not interfere. Otherwise, it will be seen as a provocation and an even more terrifying thunder punishment will descend." Lightning punishment from the sky, that was definitely not a joke. Even an expert in the spiritual martial realm could be severely injured or even killed. However, he was currently in the true dominion. The lightning punishment shouldn't be that strong. However, Xin Yuqing looked at Qin Shujian, who had a calm expression on his face. He wasn't confident either. If the lightning punishment couldn't hold on any longer, perhaps 1/3 of the Yuan sects would be affected. He looked at the descending thunderbolts. A terrifying might instantly erupted from his body. The vast quintessential essence in his dantian surged violently, as if it was about to break through some kind of restriction. 2 silver chains appeared out of thin air and locked Qin Shujian's wrists tightly. However, Qin Shujian didn't sense anything. He immediately formed a seal with both hands. A terrifying shadow appeared in the sky. The figure, whose face couldn't be seen clearly, looked up at the sky and roared silently. An ancient aura instantly spread out in all directions. Middle-grade divine level, great desolate devil suppressing seal. The seal was formed. A huge palm supported the sky. From afar, only the 2 chains pierced through the universe and the thunderbolts descended from the sky. A terrifying figure stepped on the ground and faced the thunderbolts with a palm strike, venting his anger. Qing Su immediately stopped in his tracks. Looking at the scene in the distance, his eyes were filled with horror. Although he didn't go near, he could still feel an unparalleled power. That was a power that could easily crush those at the peak of the true force. Universe Heavenly Lock. Qing Su murmured. Then he looked at the source of the strange phenomenon and exclaimed, as expected, the person who condensed the universe heavenly lock is from the Yuan sect. At this moment, a demon-subduing seal directly destroyed the thunderbolts under everyone's horrified gazes, and the remaining power blasted into the sky. Boom! Invisible waves rippled. The thunderclouds that gathered in the sky instantly dispersed. In just a few breaths, the sky became clear again. However, no one spoke. They recalled the scene just now in a daze, as if they had seen something incredible. Gulp, Lin Jia swallowed hard. The scene of the thunderclouds being destroyed with one blow had been deeply engraved in his mind. It was just a blow from a true force-level warrior. However, it gave him an illusion that even a spirit martial-level warrior was far inferior. It couldn't be helped. The shock of destroying the thunderclouds with one blow was even greater than the shock of a battle between powerful warriors. That was a real contest with the power of heaven and earth. Fighting with heaven was endless fun. For some reason, such a sentence suddenly appeared in Lin Jia's mind. As for the other players from the Yuan sect, they had completely turned into spectators. F***ck, F***ck. F***ck. There are no words to express it. I can only use the word F***ck to express my respect. Did anyone record a video just now? If so, remember to send me a copy. After a short period of shock, the players were in an uproar. Facing the thunderbolts head-on. Splitting the thunderclouds with a palm. No matter which one it was not something that players at this stage could come into contact with. Therefore, the shock that it brought to them was needless to say. As the vital energy that exploded quieted down, the universe heavenly lock gradually disappeared. Qin Shujian retracted his palm, and the thunderbolts in the sky had all disappeared. To be honest, even he was a little surprised that he had released all his strength. At the last moment, if the universe heavenly lock hadn't appeared and forcefully suppressed the power, he might have been able to release even more power. Although he was shocked, however, on the surface, Qin Shujian appeared to be at ease, as if he had expected this. He simply waved his sleeves, as if dispelling the non-existent dust in front of him. Then, he walked up to the longsword and grabbed it. As for Niao Feng and Shen Yuqing, they were already stunned. Especially Shen Yuqing. As the saying went, the more one saw, the more one could understand how terrifying Qin Shujian's move was. Although he didn't know what those two chains were, he could understand how magnificent it was to shatter the thunder punishment and destroy the thunderclouds with one palm. After the shock, Shen Yuqing looked at the longsword in Qin Shujian's hand and couldn't help but take a few steps forward. She exclaimed, "The aura of the sword is strong, and the aura of the sword is like frost." Yuqing boldly asks, "Has sect leader already reached the level of smithing master?" "Just a mere superior grade smithing master." It was just 2 words, but Shen Yuqing felt as if he had suffered a fatal blow. Then, he forced a smile to wipe away his embarrassment and sighed. "I didn't expect sect leader to be a superior grade smithing master. Yuqing has been rude." While speaking, he bowed respectfully. This had nothing to do with strength. It had nothing to do with the other party's identity and status. The reason was entirely because of the other party's achievements in the Tao of smithing. There was no seniority in learning, and the one who reached the top was the teacher. This bow, it was a big bow he gave to the senior in the Tao of smithing as a smithing master. After the bow, Shen Yuqing straightened up and looked at the longsword in Qin Shujian's hand with a burning gaze. She asked in a deep voice, "Sect leader, may I know the name of this sword?" "Nameless." "So it's the nameless sword. Good name." Looking at Shen Yuqing, who didn't seem to be lying, Qin Shujian looked at her as if she was a fool. He wanted to say that he hadn't thought of a name yet, so he didn't have a name for the time being. But on second thought, it seemed that it wasn't a bad name to just call it the nameless sword. Not noticing Qin Shujian's gaze, Shen Yuqing continued, "Sect leader, can I take a look at this spirit artifact?" "As you wish." Qin Shujian casually tossed the nameless sword out. Shen Yuqing hurriedly reached out to catch it. When she caught the sword, she didn't dare to carelessly catch it. She could only choose to hold the hilt. After all, the spirit artifact's sharpness was shocking. If she was careless, she would end up with a limb separated from her body. After holding the nameless sword, Shen Yuqing's fingers gently stroked the sword. A cold chill surged from it. She could vaguely feel the fire energy that hadn't completely dissipated, as well as a slight remnant of lightning energy. Faint patterns could be seen on the silver-white sword. Those were the runes that the smithing master had engraved on the sword. They were the true foundation of the spirit artifact. After being forged by lightning, they had completely merged with the sword. Once she obtained the nameless sword, Shen Yuqing stood on the spot without moving. Her attention was completely focused on the longsword. On the other side, Niao Feng also cupped his hands and said, "Sect leader." Qin Shujian walked up to Niao Feng and said, "I'm just forging something so that the people in the sect don't panic and don't cause any chaos." This time, the forging of the spirit artifact caused a huge commotion. It was much more powerful than he had expected. If nothing unexpected happened, many people in Yuan's sect would definitely be affected. These problems had to be solved. Niao Feng nodded and said, "Don't worry, sect leader. I know what to do." "Then go." Hearing that, Niao Feng didn't say anything else. He immediately turned and left. On the other side, Qin Shujian turned back and sat down on the stone bench. Then, he used his vital essence to boil the water. Then, he made a pot of spirit tea and enjoyed it. Although the lightning energy was powerful, under the control of his vital essence, it didn't cause any major problems. Everything in the courtyard was basically in good condition. The only thing that was affected was, Qin Shujian glanced at the osmanthus tree. The branches and leaves swayed slightly with the breeze. However, it seemed to be trembling slightly. As for Xin Yuqing, she was already obsessed with the profound runes of the nameless sword. The scene became quiet for a moment. Forging a spiritual weapon. Even as an upper-grade forging master, Qin Shujian still felt tired. But as he drank the spirit tea, the tiredness dissipated a little. But Qin Shujian also understood one thing. That was, spiritual weapons couldn't be forged casually. This time, if he wasn't strong enough to directly disperse the thundercloud, the forging would be a failure. Of course, the most important thing was the mental exhaustion. Each of the 365 runes on the nameless sword took a lot of energy to inscribe. Qin Shujian secretly estimated his own state. In the next 2 months, there was basically no possibility of forging a spiritual weapon. Once he forced it. Not to mention whether it would succeed or not, once the mental exhaustion was excessive, it was likely to cause permanent damage. Half a day passed. Xin Yuqing reluctantly returned the nameless sword and then said, "Sect Master, I'd like to ask about forging. I wonder if it's convenient?" "Answer my question first." Sect Master, please go ahead." "Let me ask you, how much is a spiritual weapon like the nameless sword worth?" Qin Shujian opened his mouth and asked. The price of a low-grade spiritual weapon wasn't fixed, it depended on the quality, and the fluctuation each time was not small. Xin Yuqing was a disciple of the alchemy sect. The alchemy sect was famous for alchemy and forging, so she should know more about the market of spiritual weapons. Hearing this, Xin Yuqing was also stunned for a moment, but quickly recovered and said in a deep voice, "In my opinion, the nameless sword's quality should be of medium level among low-grade spiritual weapons." However, the sect master's understanding of the art of forging made it so that although the quality was medium, its power was enough to be ranked as high. If it was in the outside world, a spiritual weapon like this should be worth about 4 to 6 million. 4 to 6 million taels, hearing the other party's words. Qin Shujian's face also showed a smile. Now the origin sect's treasury was less than 2 million, and it had to maintain the sect's daily expenses. Now, a spiritual weapon. It was equivalent to 3 times the silver in the origin sect's treasury. Of course, this didn't include other assets. If one were to include cultivation methods, martial arts, and even other things, Yuanzhong was still relatively wealthy. At least, they were much wealthier than the other true dominion sects. In any case, they had swallowed the resources of 8 sections. No matter how poor he was, he couldn't possibly be that poor. Subsequently, Qin Shujian seriously explained some problems in forging to Xin Yuqing. This was especially true for the gap between an intermediate blacksmith and an upper blacksmith. Although he hadn't been in contact with the art of forging for a long time, he was still very familiar with it. However, after becoming a high-grade blacksmith, he was already not inferior to those who had accumulated decades of experience in the Tao of forging. Very quickly, another few hours passed. Qin Shujian finally shut his mouth. Xin Yuqing, who was standing by the side, was also satisfied. The explanation this time. This allowed Xin Yuqing to have a clearer understanding of her future path as an intermediate blacksmith. This was the benefit of having the experience of a senior. Otherwise, he would have to rely on himself to figure things out. At the very least, it would take several times longer. As for Qin Shujian, he had no intention of being stingy. After all, in the end, Xin Yuqing, she was still the face of Yuanzhong's forging hall and a talent that he planned to nurture in the future. Although his forging art had already surpassed her by a lot. However, as the leader of a sect, he had no choice but to accept it. No matter how he looked at it, it was impossible for him to personally preside over the forging hall. The real support of the forging hall still depended on Xin Yuqing and some talents that he would nurture in the future. As for Qin Shujian himself, the forging art was only one of his personal techniques. Perhaps when he was interested, he would use the forging art. However, most of the time, he wouldn't do it personally. At that moment, Qin Shujian's expression suddenly froze. Attention, Blue Cloud Sect Master Qing Su has stepped into Yuanzhong's territory. When he saw the system's message, he quickly came to his senses. Qing Su, why did you suddenly come to Yuanzhong instead of staying in the Blue Cloud Sect? Qin Shujian was puzzled at first. However, he still got up and left the courtyard with Xianxia. No matter what, the arrival of a sect master couldn't be too rude. At the foot of Liang Mountain, Xianxia stood there and didn't move forward. Looking at the already large-scale village, he could feel Yuanzong's vigor. This was different from the tranquility of the Blue Cloud sect. They were two completely different concepts. He was both amazed by Yuanzong's strength and silently waiting for Yuanzong's people to come. After stepping into Yuanzong's territory, Xianxia knew that Qin Shujian had received a warning from the heavenly Tao. What he had to do now was to wait for Yuanzong's people to come. An unfamiliar old Taoist stood at the entrance of the village. Many passers-by were puzzled. There were even some players who wanted to go up and say hello to see if they could trigger some mission. After all, Xianxia, who had white hair and a youthful complexion, was like an immortal figure. He stood there motionless. He gave people an unfathomable feeling. Not long after, a person came down from Mount Liang and saw Xianxia standing at the entrance of the village. He immediately cupped his hands and said, "Yuanzong Su Yuanming, may I ask if you are the Blue Cloud sect master Xianxia?" Xianxia greets Elder Su. Xianxia cupped his hands and said. Following Yuanzong's rise to fame, the elders within the sect were also known by the other sections. Su Yuanming smiled and said, "When the sect master heard that you were coming, he asked me to come and welcome you. Please follow me up the mountain. Please. Please." Then, Su Yuanming took the lead and led Xianxia up the mountain. As for the players on the other side, after hearing the conversation between the two, they realized that this seemingly unfathomable old Taoist was the sect master of the Blue Cloud sect. Why is the sect master of the Blue Cloud sect here? Is he ready to surrender after seeing how powerful Yuanzong is? Hey, that's not impossible. I thought it was some powerful figure. It's just the sect master of the Blue Cloud sect. TSK. The players discussed animatedly, but they soon forgot about Xianxia. He was the sect master of the neighboring True Dominion. There was nothing worth discussing. On the other side, Su Yuanming brought Xianxia to meet Qin Shujian. In the courtyard, Qin Shujian and Xianxia sat opposite each other. He did not know when it had started. He was not used to meeting guests in the Legacy Martial Hall. Instead, he liked to sit in his small courtyard and brew a cup of spirit tea. It was more comfortable than anything else. After pouring a cup of spirit tea for Xianxia, Qin Shujian said gently, "What brings you here today, Sect Master Xianxia?" "I won't beat around the bush. I only have one thing to ask Sect Master Qin. Feel free to speak." Upon seeing how solemn Xianxia was, Qin Shujian also became serious. Upon hearing this, Xianxia looked at Qin Shujian's expression and asked word by word, "May I ask if Sect Master Qin has condensed the Universal Skylock?" Sect Master Xianxia knows about the Universal Skylock too? This rhetorical question was actually a direct answer. Xianxia took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "I would like to ask again. Does Sect Master Qin want to break the shackles of the True Dominion and upgrade the Liang Mountain True Dominion to the Spirit Dominion? Who wouldn't want to be the Protectorate Lord of the Spirit Dominion if they had the chance?" Qin Shujian smiled faintly. On the other hand, Xianxia's expression changed again. That's right. The Spirit Dominion did not want to be the Spirit Dominion. If Xianxia had the chance to break the shackles of the True Dominion, he might not be able to resist the temptation. After all, the Spirit Dominion was not comparable to the True Dominion Spirit Dominion. If one could become the Spirit Dominion, one had to be an expert who could dominate a region. Upon seeing the change in Xianxia's expression, Qin Shujian said, "Sect Master Xianxia must have come here for more than these two questions. If there is anything else, you can say it all at once." Xianxia did not reply immediately. After a moment of silence, he suddenly stood up, cupped his hands and said in a low voice, "I am willing to share 30% of the profits of the Blue Cloud sect's businesses with your sect. I only hope that Sect Master Qin can take care of the Blue Cloud sect when you become the Spirit Dominion in the future." Sect Master Xianxia, some jokes should not be made. I'm not joking. Upon seeing Xianxia's expression, Qin Shujian finally knew why the other party had come to visit him. Just like the True Dominion could assimilate the ordinary Dominion around it, The spirit dominion could also assimilate the true dominion. Although the Blue Cloud sect and other sects of the true dominion seemed powerful, they were still very weak in comparison to the spirit dominion. Or else, these sects would not be content to stay in a corner of the true dominion. They would have left the true dominion and entered the spirit dominion or even the land above the spirit dominion. The sects that were still in the true dominion. To put it bluntly, they were still not strong enough to establish themselves in the land above the true dominion. Qin Shujian took a sip of the spirit tea and said with a faint smile, "Please take a seat, Sect Master Qing Su. I would like to know how many businesses the Blue Cloud sect owns and how much they are worth." The Blue Cloud sect has been established for thousands of years. There are 57 True Dominion properties in the North Cloud Mansion. Our sect is involved in all kinds of legitimate businesses and provides about 2.7 million taels of silver annually. 2.7 million taels of silver. Upon hearing this, Qin Shujian's expression did not change much. 2.7 million taels of silver seemed like a lot. However, after deducting all the expenses of the thousands of disciples in the Blue Cloud sect, the actual amount left was not that impressive. Ever since he had become the head of the sect, he was becoming more and more sensitive to the number of taels of silver. Although the other party had offered 30% of the profits, it was actually 810,000 taels of silver. If this had been in the past, Qin Shujian had no reason to reject such a huge sum of silver. However, times had changed. 2 million taels of silver annually. Qin Shujian said seriously as he stretched out 2 fingers. Qing Su's face twitched as he said with difficulty, "Sect Master Qin, you are also the master of a sect. You should know that the operation of a sect requires a lot of resources. The Blue Cloud sect's annual profit is only 2.7 million taels of silver. If you take away most of it, how can I explain this to the sect disciples? 2 million taels of silver. I will ensure that the Blue Cloud sect will not be destroyed in 20 years. Qin Shujian said firmly. Our sects will discuss this again after 20 years. In the courtyard, the seat where Qing Su had been sitting was empty. Only Qin Shujian was left drinking alone. Compared to before, he was obviously in a good mood now. He was sitting at home. Money was falling from the sky. The Blue Cloud sect had crossed the True Dominion and sent him 2 million taels of silver. To be honest, he was quite satisfied. According to what Qing Su had said, Qin Shujian had only believed half of the Blue Cloud sect's annual profit of 2,700,000 taels of silver. If it had been him, when they went to seek protection, they would not honestly explain their family's background. Therefore, since Qing Su had quoted 2,700,000 taels of silver, according to Qin Shujian's estimation, the Blue Cloud sect's annual profit would be at least 4 million taels of silver. It was not very possible for it to be higher. After all, the Blue Cloud sect was only one of the sects in the True Dominion. It could not even dominate the True Dominion of the Blue River sect, let alone the rest. Or else, Qin Shujian would not ask for 2 million taels of silver. Of course, he was not afraid that the Blue Cloud sect would reject him. The Origin sect would not attack the Blue Cloud sect now. However, once he broke the shackles of the True Dominion and became the Spirit Dominion Protectorate Lord, the Blue Cloud sect would not be able to protect itself. 2 million taels of silver a year, in exchange for the survival of a sect. Qin Shujian believed that Qing Su would know how to choose. Besides, he had not thought about this in the beginning. He had only planned to accumulate strength steadily and wait for the moment to explode. Then, he would swallow the surrounding sects and suppress them. When the time came, the imperial court would not make things difficult for a large sect of the Spirit Dominion for the sake of a few sects of the True Dominion. When the time came, in the Great Zhao 13 prefectures, the Origin sect would be considered a true entrant and would not be comparable to the title of a True Dominion overlord. Therefore, Qing Su had come first this time. On the other hand, Qin Shujian had a higher opinion of him, which had also made him think differently. In the past, he had basically obtained a one-time reward by destroying sections. To be honest, it was like killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. If other sects were like the Blue Cloud sect, they would be able to sustain themselves. The Origin sect would be supported by many sects and its power would develop faster. For a period of time to come. Qin Shujian stayed in the Yuan sect and rarely came out. While silently cultivating his own cultivation method, he also silently stored his life source. It was fine if the true domain of Mount Liang did not advance to the spirit domain. Once he advanced, they were about to become one of the great sects of spirit realm. More than a month passed. Without consuming his life force, he had directly upgraded the 2 cultivation methods he had learned to the 2nd stage of the true martial scripture. It wasn't just because he hadn't cultivated a single cultivation technique to perfection. Or was it because the superposition of the power of the 2nd stage of the true martial chapter was not enough? The 3rd universal heavenly lock did not appear for a long time. Regarding this, Qin Shujian, too, remained indifferent. As for his indifferent confidence, after more than a month of accumulation, he had already obtained more than 500,000, almost 600,000 points of life force. As long as he was willing, at any time, he would be able to push these 2 cultivation methods to the point of perfection. In other words, Qin Shujian could condense 4 universal heavenly locks at any time, break the shackles of the true dominion, and become the rumored protectorate lord of the spirit protectorate. For others, the protectorate lord of the spirit protectorate only existed in legends. Even a person with monstrous talent had almost zero chance of breaking this shackle. Even if they spent their entire life, they might not be able to do it. Regarding this, Qin Shujian didn't feel much. For him, the most difficult thing to do was to silently wait for his life points to increase. This was supposed to be a normal mountain range. Even though the spirit chi was relatively dense, there were many such mountain ranges in the fallen dust spirit protectorate. However, this mountain range was almost known to everyone in the fallen dust spirit protectorate. The reason was, it was because in the mountain range, there was one of the few large sects in the fallen dust spirit protectorate, the celestial martial sect. In an elegant courtyard, 2 elders, one black and one white, were playing chess. Luo Jiang is dead. The 2 remaining members of the elixir tripod sect escaped in the end, Zhang Xingming said calmly as he placed a chess piece. As the breeze blew, his white robe fluttered slightly. Humph. Luo Jiang was also a good-for-nothing. He was a peak true martial realm cultivator after all and had other helpers. How could he let the 2 of them escape for so long? In the end, he even died. You can't say that. The elixir tripod sect used to be a large sect in the spirit protectorate. They have some trump cards. It's normal that Luo Jiang and the others couldn't catch them. Zhang Xingming shook his head slightly and placed another chess piece. The problem now is that the 2 of them have joined the Essence sect. It won't be so easy to make a move now. It's just a sect in the true dominion. We can just destroy it. Although the Essence sect is a true dominion sect, it's still a superpower of the true dominion. It's very likely that it's a level 4 force and has more than 1,000 inner energy cultivators. If it was in the spirit protectorate, it would naturally be destroyed with a wave of the hand. However, it's still too risky for the celestial martial sect to fight it head-on in the true dominion. What do you plan to do then? Everything in the world is driven by profit. Zhang Xingming smiled faintly and said, I heard that the sect master of the Essence sect is very greedy. It shouldn't be difficult to cater to his liking and exchange for the 2 of them. Zhong Lin's face was solemn, and his eyes were as sharp as hooks. He sneered and said, Since when has the eldest elder been so gentle? Or do you have other plans? Everything is relative. The Essence sect does indeed have the ability to do so in the true dominion. Why should the celestial martial sect fall out with them? However, at this point, Zhang Xingming paused and his expression turned cold. The elixir tripod sect might be able to kill Luo Jiang because of their hidden trump card. However, I'm afraid the 2 of them are not capable of killing 5 outer energy realm cultivators. Qin Shujian dared to kill 5 outer energy realm cultivators of the celestial martial sect. This debt naturally has to be settled. This person is very ambitious and will definitely not be willing to waste his time in the true dominion. He will enter the spirit protectorate sooner or later. When the time comes, he will know the consequences of offending the celestial martial sect. He. If I remember correctly, the remaining members of the Lin family seem to have headed there as well. If nothing goes wrong, they should be in the Essence sect as well. then bring them back together. No matter what price the Essence sect offers, the Celestial Martial sect will be able to afford it. Zhang Xingming smiled confidently. In his opinion, no matter what price the Essence sect offered, they would have to pay it back sooner or later. Now, he should give the other party a taste of the sweetness so that they would let down their guard and no longer care about the existence of the Celestial Martial sect. When the other party walked out of the True Dominion, what should come would naturally come. Zhong Lin also placed a chess piece down. His tone did not fluctuate much. Is this the sect master's idea or the eldest elders? The sect master is already in seclusion. Unless something major happens in the Celestial Martial sect, it is best not to disturb it. As Zhang Xingming finished speaking, instantly, the courtyard quietened down again. Only the two of them were still playing chess on the chessboard. They were unable to determine the winner for a while. The development of the Essence sect was extremely stable during this period. However, to the players, there was one thing that puzzled them. That was, ever since someone had completed a mission to find the sealed evil fiend, no other player had found a second place where the evil fiend was sealed. Even if they had the evil fiend pendant, which was worth 1,000 contribution points and was said to be able to greatly increase the efficiency of the mission, the result was the same. They had traveled to several True Dominions surrounding the Liang Mountain True Dominion and hundreds of ordinary Dominion. They had not found a single place where the evil fiend was sealed. The players had not even seen the evil fiend spokesperson that they had occasionally encountered in the past. It was like the altar where the evil fiend was sealed. There was also the evil fiend spokesperson. All these things seemed to have disappeared at the same time. As for walking in the True Dominion, the evil fiend pendant had reacted before. However, before the players could follow the guidance of the pendant and completely find the place where the evil fiend was sealed, they were either persuaded to retreat or killed by the experts of the Imperial Court guarding the place. Some players had also wanted to rely on such clues to go back and submit their missions. The results were needless to say. None of the players who had submitted their missions had succeeded. It could be said that, for more than 2 months, all the players who had accepted the mission to find the sealed evil fiend had returned empty-handed. As for those who had exchanged for the evil fiend pendant, in the end they had to admit one thing. They might have been cheated. However, the players did not have any evidence to prove that the sect had cheated them. After all, the evil fiend was too mysterious. Apart from this unpleasant task, Yi Zichen had no other choice. The players of the Origin sect had been killing monsters and leveling up during this period of time. Correspondingly, the increase in the speed of the players' killing of monsters had also provided Qin Shujian with a large amount of life force. Originally, he had less than 600,000 life force. Now, in less than a month, he had broken through the 1 million level. When his life force had increased to 1 million, Qin Shujian had discovered the ancestral book of forging, which had been silent for a long time, had finally been upgraded. Upon seeing this, his heart was filled with excitement. If the ancestral book of forging could be upgraded, it meant that he could directly break through from a superior grade blacksmith to a master blacksmith. Once he became a master blacksmith, his strength in the Tao of forging would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Now, even if he was only a superior grade blacksmith, Qin Shujian had already sensed the profoundness of the runes and started to come into contact with the means of using the runes to deal with enemies. He believed, once he became a master blacksmith, in this aspect, there would definitely be a qualitative change. So, he looked at the life force that had just broken through 7 digits and the plus sign that could be upgraded behind the ancestral book of forging. Qin Shujian immediately closed his eyes, and his mind moved along with it. He saw the 7-digit life force decrease crazily at a speed that could not be accurately captured by the naked eye. Very soon, thus, it stopped at 3 digits. At the same time, everything about the master blacksmith recorded in the ancestral book of forging was officially unsealed. More than half an hour passed. Everything gradually returned to calm. After breaking through to the master blacksmith, only then did Qin Shujian understand. Why did Xin Yuqing say that in order to inscribe runes for the city, one had to be a master blacksmith? After digesting everything about the master blacksmith, once again, Qin Shujian began to cultivate peacefully. Before this, the Origin sect had once again opened the mountain gate and recruited many disciples. He had not participated much from the beginning to the end. The only time he participated, it was the last round of screening a group of people and then eliminating those traitors whose loyalty was negative. Other than that, there was nothing else. At this moment, then, they once again recruited disciples. The number of Origin sect locals had already reached more than 5,000 people. As for the number of players, it had reached more than 11,000 people. Compared to the other sects, the two added together only had 4,000 to 5,000 people. Origin sect had already surpassed them by several times. In the end, it was still because it cost a lot to nurture disciples and the other sects did not have the competence to expand their recruitment. But for the Origin sect that had annexed the 8 sects, these were not big problems. More importantly, the players were easy to raise. As long as the missions were not over, the players basically would not have any complaints. In addition, there were now 2 more halls of alchemy and forging. The things that could be exchanged with contribution points were also more practical. For the Origin sect players, the contribution points given by each mission were equivalent to real gold and silver. In the endless mountain range, a monster that looked like a giant ape was raging and roaring. Every punch was bombarding the tree that needed 2 people to hug. The branches and leaves kept falling. Around the giant ape, there were 8 players tightly surrounding it. Compared to the giant ape's 20 feet tall body, compared to the players, it was obviously much smaller. Boom! The giant fist smashed down with a strong wind. Wang Jiu's heart skipped a beat. His feet moved and his body immediately dodged to the side. It was also at this moment, the giant fist landed. A medium-sized pit appeared on the ground. Brothers who cultivate ice and thunder attribute vital essence, quickly take action and restrict its movements. After dodging, Wang Jiu immediately shouted and the long sword in his hand pierced out like a meteor. However, just as it pierced less than 1 or 2 inches into the giant ape's arm, it could no longer pierce through. As soon as he finished speaking, vital essence instantly blasted through the air and accurately landed on the giant ape's body. A gust of cold and thunder energy attacked, causing it to roar furiously. However, the frequency of its attacks decreased. Seeing this, Wang Jiu's eyes lit up and he immediately shouted, "Quick, shoot its eyes." However, before he could finish his words, 2 arrows had already flown through the air. One of them directly pierced the giant ape's left eye, while the other was instinctively dodged by the giant ape. The arrow pierced the eye. Blood splattered. The giant ape let out a shrill cry and its huge body staggered backward. It grabbed the end of the arrow in its eye with one hand and then forcefully pulled it out. Blood splattered again. The heart-wrenching pain caused the giant ape to go completely crazy. A faint red energy rose from its body and instantly dispelled the ice and thunder vital essence that restricted its movements. Subsequently, the giant ape bared its teeth and stared at Miao Yuqing in the distance with a scarlet eye. It ignored the attacks of the others and charged straight at her. Retreat, Miao Yuqing felt a chill in her heart, but her speed did not slow down at all. Not long after she retreated, a huge foot stomped down on the spot where he was originally standing. The ground shook slightly. Then, another huge fist smashed down with a strong and swift momentum. On this side, the giant ape chased after Miao Yuqing. Behind it, Wang Jiu and the others saw the opportunity and crazily attacked the giant ape's back. It didn't matter if they had vital essence out of their bodies or weapons in their hands. All the attacks landed on the giant ape's body at the same time. The players who surrounded the giant ape this time, every one of them had reached the true martial realm. And the lowest was the 2nd level of the true martial realm. Elite players like Wang Jiu had even reached the 3rd level of the true martial realm, close to the inner invulnerability stage. Although the giant ape in front of them was a monster of the 5th level of the true martial realm, but its defense alone was not enough to offset the attacks of the players. As for the players, as long as they could break through its defense, even if it was a god, they would still die in front of you. Roar. Roar. Although the giant ape's skin was rough and thick, it could not withstand such an attack. In an instant, its back was wounded, and blood soaked most of its hair. The giant ape's attack slowed down due to the intense pain. Miao Yuqing took this opportunity to pull apart the distance between the 2 sides. While the giant ape was about to turn around and attack the others, she immediately drew her bow and nocked an arrow. The bowstring bounced back and made a loud sound in the air. Whoosh, the arrow sank into a wound, causing the giant ape to roar again. The wound on its body widened, and blood flowed even more violently. Almost an hour later, when the last attack landed, the giant ape finally fell to the ground. This demonic beast is really F***king hard to deal with. Wang Jiao saw the experience points he had obtained and let out a long sigh of relief, but he also cursed angrily. The strength of the 5th level of the true martial realm, logically speaking, in front of 8 cultivators of the 2nd and 3rd level of the true martial realm, it should not have been able to hold on for long. But the giant ape had relied on its vigorous chi and blood, as well as its powerful vitality to drag on for so long. If not for the fact that the team was fully equipped with both long-range support and close combat, they might not have been able to take it down. Lu Dazhong glanced at the experience points he had gained and said with a smile, "It's hard to deal with, but the experience points are enough. Based on this, if we get another 20 or 30 of these demonic beasts, we'll probably be able to reach the 4th level of the true martial realm." Hearing this, the others also agreed in their hearts. The experience points of one demonic beast were divided among the 8 people. In the end, everyone got a lot of experience points. There was never a lack of demonic beasts like the giant ape in the Xianxia mountain range. Especially with the upgrade of the Liang Mountain True Dominion, the upper limit of the Xianxia mountain range and the Liang Mountain True Dominion had also increased. True martial realm demonic beasts could be seen everywhere. The only thing they had to pay attention to was, it was probably not to encounter demonic beasts at the level of the 3-headed green feather kite. The main reason was that although the demonic beasts were very strong, their strength was generally not high. Compared to the old bull in the demonic bull cave, the true martial realm demonic beasts here were obviously weaker. It was as if all their advantages were developed toward their physical bodies, resulting in a lack of intelligence. For Wang Jiao and the others, it did not matter if their skin was rough or their flesh was thick, as long as they could break through their defenses. Even if their strength was high, it was acceptable as long as their intelligence was low. According to the method used to deal with the giant ape, no less than 7 or 8 true martial realm demonic beasts had died in their hands. Then, Wang Jiao stepped forward and used the long sword in his hand to start collecting. After the giant ape died, its surging chi and blood died, causing its strong physical defense to disappear. The long sword easily separated the 2 bodies. After a long time, Wang Jiao finally took out a light red crystal from the giant ape's body with excitement. He laughed and said, "I didn't expect this demonic beast to have a beast core. It's not a loss." Seeing this, the other players, a smile also appeared on their faces. Beast core, only demonic beasts at the true martial realm and above could condense it. However, not all demonic beasts at the true martial realm would have a beast core. As for the function of the beast core, it was also very simple. They could either take it back and exchange it for contribution points, give it to the alchemy hall to make elixirs, or simply absorb the essence of the demonic beast in the beast core to improve their strength. No matter which choice they made, the beast core had a great function. Even if it was only exchanged for contribution points, a beast core was worth 100 to 1000 contribution points. As for the beast core that was worth more than 1000 contribution points, it was not something a true martial realm demonic beast could contribute. After putting away the beast core, Wang Jiao said, "As usual, we'll distribute it when we return." "No problem." The others also nodded. As time went by, the body of the giant ape gradually disappeared. They had already obtained the most precious beast core, so they didn't care about the other things on the giant ape's body. It's a pity that there aren't many demonic beasts like this left. The more we kill, the less there are. Fortunately, there are really many demonic beasts in the Endless Mountain range, so we don't have to worry about killing them all. A player shook his head and said. At this point in the game, it was no secret that the NPCs would be refreshed after they died in the hands of players. However, there were also some differences. That was, they belonged to a force and would only be refreshed after they died. If they didn't belong to a force, they would really die after they died, and there would be no chance for them to be refreshed. At least, until now, many players had killed those NPCs or monsters that didn't belong to a force, but they had never encountered them again. Gradually, the players also figured out the routine in the game. If they wanted to successfully destroy all the NPCs, they had to destroy the force they belonged to. Or else, they couldn't successfully kill them at all. As for the demonic beasts in the endless mountain range, most of them had very low IQ. Needless to say, they wanted to form a force or something. This was completely non-existent. Just like the giant ape in front of them. After killing them, they probably wouldn't be refreshed again. Demonic beasts with thick skin and flesh like this, which gave enough experience and didn't have much risk to kill, were also the player's favorite. After a simple tidying up, everyone immediately left the place and went further in other directions to explore further. Along the way, Wang Jiao and the others also encountered some demonic beasts at the basic martial arts level. For this kind of demonic beast, basically, any one of them would be able to kill him easily. Blue spirit grass. Miao Yuqing suddenly stopped in her tracks, looking at a blue grass on the side. She immediately walked over and carefully picked it up. Seeing this, the others didn't say anything. In addition to the demonic beasts in the endless mountain range, there were also many heaven and earth treasures. According to the team rules, unless the harvest from the joint effort needed to be divided equally. Things like the blue spirit grass. Basically, the first person who found it would have it, and the others couldn't snatch it. As for picking the heaven and earth treasures, if there was any trouble that couldn't be solved and needed the help of teammates, then the person who helped was qualified to share it equally. However, any heaven and earth treasure of a slightly better quality was worth a lot of contribution points. Especially now with the addition of the alchemy hall, it was even more so. After waiting for Miao Yuqing to put away the blue spirit grass, the team moved forward again. Rumble. A huge sound came from afar, followed by the trembling of the ground, and a terrifying aura spread out. Be careful. Wang Jiao's expression changed slightly, and he immediately rushed into a bush to hide. As for the others, at this time they also consciously looked for cover. Very soon, the ground seemed to darken, and a huge black shadow covered the ground. Wang Jiao raised his head cautiously, and when he looked up, he saw a demonic beast that was more than 10 feet tall, like a giant ape, walking over. Compared to the demonic beast in front of them, the giant ape they had hunted earlier. Only in size. It was the difference between heaven and earth. And the fierce aura on its body spread out, almost making it difficult for people to breathe. Everyone looked at the huge demonic beast walking over with a horrified expression, not daring to make any sound, and even trying to suppress their breathing as much as possible. Even the players who had the profound insight technique didn't dare to check the attributes of this demonic beast. Because although the profound insight technique could see the attributes of the demonic beast, it was also very likely to be noticed by some powerful demonic beasts, and then it would cause the other party to be furious. Looking at the demonic beast that was like a mountain range, Wang Jiao and the others felt the other party might only need to lightly step on them to kill them all. The peak of the real martial arts realm, it's definitely a demonic beast at the peak of the real martial arts realm, or even higher. Lu Dazhong was secretly sweating in his heart. Compared to this demonic beast, the previous three-headed green feather kite was just a little brother. Even if the other party didn't make a move, just this size alone was enough to make people despair. From the moment the demonic beast appeared, he didn't have the thought of attacking it. Because, it was really too big. When the size of a demonic beast reached a certain level, it could bring a strong visual impact to people. Fortunately, from the beginning to the end, the demonic beast didn't notice the existence of Wang Jiao and the others. Maybe because they were too weak, the demonic beast didn't bother to make a move. Or maybe it didn't notice their existence at all. As the ground trembled, the demonic beast walked into the distance. On the ground, there were huge footprints that looked like deep pits. In the distance, the birds and beasts all scattered. The huge demonic beast was a threat to Wang Jiao and the others. For other demonic beasts in the endless mountains, it was a fatal existence. After waiting for a long time, after confirming that the demonic beast had completely left, they walked out of the place where they were hiding. Looking at the footprints on the ground, Lu Dazhong couldn't help but complain, this isn't a demonic beast that came down from the spirit domain to shop. Let's go in another direction. Wang Jiao looked at the demonic beast's path and immediately suggested. Well, when the demonic beast came, it probably drove the other demonic beasts away. We probably won't get anything if we go forward. It's not a bad idea to change direction. Another person nodded and replied. They couldn't go where the demonic beast came from. They couldn't go where they were now. After a simple discussion, they directly changed direction and continued to explore. Bang! A demonic beast flew out and instantly fell to the ground. Sukai took a step forward. He pierced the throat of the demonic beast that fell to the ground with a sword and immediately gained a wave of experience points. Then he bent down to search the corpse. After searching for a while, his eyes lit up slightly. He immediately took out a small beast core from the corpse of the demonic beast and directly handed it to Zhang Ergu, who was standing to the side, and said with a smile, "Elder Zhang, this is a good harvest. There is a beast core hidden in this demonic beast." Okay. Zhang Ergu glanced at the beast core in the other's hand, then reached out and took it. After weighing it slightly, he put it away, and his expression was much gentler. "How many more demonic beasts do you want to kill?" "About 10 more will do," Wang Yao said. Sukai looked at the experience points of his cultivation method and secretly calculated before replying. At the same time, for his harvest this time, he was sincerely excited. After entering the Endless Mountains for only half a day, he had already hunted nearly 10 demonic beasts, all of which were in the real martial arts realm. There were even some in the 4th or 5th level of the real martial arts realm. This efficiency was much faster than teaming up with other players. For this, Sukai also despised those players who needed to team up to kill monsters. Like him. As long as he had a good relationship with the NPCs in the sect, he would spend some contribution points to ask these NPCs to help him severely injure the demonic beasts, and then he would go up and kill them to gain experience points. However, thinking of the contribution points, Sukai also felt a little heartache. A real martial arts realm demonic beast started with 50 contribution points. Increasing one level would increase by 50 points. After reaching the 4th level of the real martial arts realm, the leap was even 101 levels. Looking at his more than 2,000 contribution points, he also calmed down. Fortunately, he did not use the contribution points to be promoted to an elite disciple. Or else, these contribution points were definitely not enough for him to use. As for exchanging elixirs, Sukai also rarely did so. After all, a 2nd-level spirit-strengthening elixir could not play a big role in the real martial arts realm. But such an elixir required hundreds of contribution points. As for the others, that was even more expensive. Moreover, swallowing elixirs would also produce resistance, so he could not take them consecutively in a short period of time. For Sukai, instead of wasting contribution points to exchange for elixirs, it was better to use the contribution points to ask an expert to help him level up. Of course, the bad part was that any income from killing monsters had nothing to do with him, and he had to pay a part of the contribution points. Although contribution points could not be directly exchanged, but they could be exchanged for something of equivalent value in the sect and then given to the other party. It was also a way of bartering. Zhang Ergu did not care about Sukai's thoughts. After becoming an outer sect elder, although there was an additional weapon hall that he needed to take care of, these were done by the deacons under him. To this, Brother Go was also very idle every day. It just so happened that he had a good relationship with Sukai. When the other party proposed to use contribution points to exchange for helping to kill demonic beasts, he directly agreed after thinking for a while. As Yuan sect was promoted to a 4th-level force, Zhang Ergu himself directly became a cultivator of the 5th level of the real martial arts realm, the internal aura realm. After the cultivation reached his level, if he wanted to go further, he needed time to polish. If he wanted to level up quickly, he needed the help of external objects. But even if he was an outer sect elder, it did not mean that he could use the sect's resources at will. Like the other disciples, the elders also needed contribution points to use the sect's resources. If the elders wanted to get contribution points, they could only do missions. However, the contribution points obtained were not many. Therefore, Zhang Ergu had no reason to refuse Sukai's request. Boom! Black Xinyuan exploded as Zhang Ergu took a step forward with a cold look on his face. His palm suddenly bombarded the forehead of a ferocious tiger demon beast. At the last moment, Zhang Ergu suddenly withdrew some of his strength, causing the head of the tiger demon beast to crack. However, the tiger demon beast didn't die immediately. Sukai, who was standing on the side, saw the opportunity and stabbed his sword through the wound on the head, ending the life of the tiger demonic beast. But before he could go and search the corpse, Zhang Ergu suddenly grabbed his collar, and then flashed directly to the side of an ancient tree. Shut up! Seeing that Sukai was about to speak, Zhang Ergu shouted in a low voice, as if he had sensed something terrible. Not long after, the ground trembled slightly. A strong aura was approaching from afar, and then a huge black shadow shrouded them. Sukai's originally puzzled expression changed instantly. The two of them hid under the ancient tree, and did not dare to make any movements. They did not even dare to turn their heads to look. Zhang Ergu looked calm, but in fact, he was panicking. He did not expect to encounter such a terrifying existence in the endless mountains. When the aura approached, even the vital essence in his dantian was trembling slightly. Such power! Even ordinary physical invulnerability adepts couldn't compare to him. Now Zhang Ergu could only minimize his breathing, and did not dare to make any movements, for fear of attracting the attention of the terrifying existence. This was also why, when he sensed the terrifying existence, he did not immediately turn and run. Sometimes, under the huge gap in cultivation, the average distance, it was really useless. The ground trembled as if it was under heavy pressure. When the black shadow approached, the two of them had goosebumps all over their bodies. They suppressed the fear in their hearts and maintained their dodging posture. They did not flee in panic because of fear. When the black shadow gradually disappeared into the distance, Zhang Ergu stuck his head out and saw the back of the demon beast, which was hundreds of feet tall and looked like a mountain range, appear in his line of sight. Just a glance. His heart skipped a few beats. As for Sukai, his face was pale and ugly. Elder, we have not left the true dominion, have we? What are you thinking about? Zhang Ergu came back to his senses and glanced at him. The spirit dominion is still very far away. That demon beast should have come from there. However, its cultivation level should have been suppressed to the peak true martial realm here. This is the peak true martial realm? Sukai looked at the huge demon beast, which looked like it could crush a mountain with one foot. He felt that a peak true martial realm cultivator could be killed with one slap. Hearing this, Zhang Ergu sneered and said, if having a big body was useful, the world would have been conquered by demon beasts long ago. Don't be fooled by this demon beast's shocking aura. If it dared to step out of the endless mountain range, it would definitely not be a match for the sect master. That's right, that's right. Sukai flattered without leaving a trace. However, strictly speaking, it was not completely flattery. After all, the strength of the Cold Mountain Stockade Master. He was recognized as strong among the player community. At the very least. In terms of threat and influence, the Cold Mountain Stockade Master was ranked first on the player's boss list. Furthermore, not long ago, the scene of him shattering the thunder clouds with one palm showed his terrifying strength. There was no reason for it. Sukai wanted to see who was stronger between the Cold Mountain Stockade Master and this demon beast. Wherever the demon beast goes, all the other beasts will retreat. Let's go in another direction, Zhang Ergu said in a low voice as he watched the mountain-like body disappear into the distance. If they did not encounter a powerful demon beast like the one just now. As a cultivator at the 5th level of the true martial realm, it would not be a problem for him to walk around the endless mountain range in the true domain of Mount Liang. Hearing this, Sukai did not hesitate anymore. Rumble. As the giant demon beast walked, many demon beasts in the endless mountain range fled. No matter if they were powerful demon beasts at the 7th level of the true martial realm or above, or those at the basic martial realm, or even those who had just entered the true martial realm, they were all scared out of their wits and fled in all directions. A palm covered in black hair fell down and grabbed two demon beasts that were fleeing. Then, the giant ape opened its bloody mouth and threw the demon beast at the 8th level of the true martial realm into it. After chewing a few times, the demon beast was swallowed. Looking from the sky, one could only see many demon beasts fleeing in panic. The demon beasts that had fled to the border of the endless mountain range could no longer suppress the fear in their hearts and fled toward the outside of the mountain range. Rumble! 10,000 demon beasts galloped. They charged out of the endless mountain range and officially entered the boundary of Mount Liang and the Xining Plains. A huge noise. Everyone was completely shocked. The demon beasts are trying to wreak havoc in the true domain of Mount Liang. Mystic lineage disciples at the true martial realm and above, kill the demon beasts with me. After receiving the news, Fu Gang immediately ordered. In the mystic lineage, players and other disciples did not hesitate after receiving the order. At the same time, the people of the other lineage did the same. Excluding the demon lineage, the origin sect had a total of 5 lineages. They were the Heaven and Earth Mystic Yang Wind. 2 of the Mystic Yang lineages were in the Xining Plains. The other 3 lineages were in the boundary of the Stone Forest. Among them, only the Immortal Plains, the boundary of Mount Liang, and the Xining Plains were close to the Endless Mountain Range. Perhaps it was because of the Devil Chi. No demon beasts set foot in the Immortal Plains. Instead, they were all driven toward the Xining Plains and the boundary of Mount Liang by the giant ape. Fu Gang and the other mystic lineage people attacked. The Yang lineage elder Li Zhongyi also led many experts to deal with them. The 2 lineages had a total of 600 inner aura cultivators. There were also many true martial realm cultivators below the inner aura stage. With such a huge amount of power gathered, even if they were facing an army of demon beasts, no one would feel fear. Fighting. Just like that, it suddenly unfolded. On the other side, in the boundary of Mount Liang, facing the demon beasts crossing the border, the origin sect also sent experts to intercept them. Qin Shujian, who received the news, did not appear at all. Instead, he directly used the system and spent 50,000 experience points to issue a mission to exterminate demon beasts. The current level of the players was getting higher and higher. If he used too little life force to issue a mission, it would be hard to arouse their enthusiasm. Luckily, 50,000 life force points were directly used, together with the contribution points reward. Instantly, the players who received the mission notification were all excited. Demon beasts attacking the city, or demon beasts wreaking havoc? After accepting the mission, the players did not think so much. After all, such a large-scale mission that was accompanied by experience points reward was really too rare. The missions within the mission. 99% of them did not give experience points, but only contribution points. After issuing the mission to exterminate demon beasts, Qin Shujian then issued the second mission. Investigate the reason why the demon beasts walked out of the Endless Mountain Range. After this mission was issued, soon, someone came forward to submit the mission. A gigantic ape that looks like a mountain range? Qin Shujian asked that person to leave. Then, he turned around and went to the peak of Mount Liang. Then, he looked in the direction of the Endless Mountain Range. There, he saw a huge black shadow that looked like a small mountain moving slowly. With Qin Shujian's eyesight, even though he was far away, he could still see the true appearance of the black shadow. Is this the gigantic ape that drove the demon beasts out of the Endless Mountain Range? Upon seeing this, Qin Shujian's heart trembled. His expression became serious. Although he had not fought with this gigantic ape before, just by looking at its mountain-like body, he knew that it was an extremely terrifying demon beast. Such a demon beast, it was definitely not something that could be born in the True Dominion. It could only exist in the True Dominion's territory. Unfortunately, the two were too far apart. Qin Shujian wanted to use his spirit eye to look, but there was no way he could do so. The cosmic bow was originally silently absorbing the spirit chi of heaven and earth. At this moment, he saw Qin Shujian staring in one direction without moving. It immediately turned its attention in the same direction. However, what the F***ck? It's a sky-piercing ape. The cosmic bow had heard this from an unknown player. However, when it saw the mountain-like figure, it could not help but blurt it out. It seemed to be the only word it could think of. It was able to express its current feelings. Xianxia retracted his gaze, tilted his head and asked, "Why? Do you know this demon beast?" "Yes, I do." The cosmic bow's body shook as an old voice was heard. "There are good and bad demon beast races. The sky-piercing ape is one of the more powerful races. At birth, it is a true martial realm. At youth, it is a spirit martial realm. At maturity, it is a divine martial realm. It is rumored that there are sky-piercing apes that are above the divine martial realm. They can really be described as sky-piercing. At birth, it was a true martial realm. At maturity, it was a divine martial realm." Upon hearing the Cosmos Bow's words, Xianxia turned to look at the mountain-like body. His heart was also greatly shaken. What kind of outstanding race was this to be able to do this, the divine martial realm? Even among the great Zhao's 13 prefectures, it was considered a top-notch expert. The so-called sky-piercing ape was at the divine martial realm when it matured. Based on the Cosmic Bow's words, Xianxia could understand how powerful this race was. Suddenly, the Cosmic Bow added, "An adult sky-piercing ape is comparable to the current Liang Mountain. I think that sky-piercing ape is still in its youth. Its cultivation level should be around the spirit martial realm. However, sky-piercing apes have the advantage of size, especially at the true martial realm. A peak true martial realm sky-piercing ape can easily suppress a peak true martial realm cultivator. A physical invulnerability expert is just a decoration in front of such a race." However, the Cosmic Bow paused for a moment before speaking again. "There should be very few sky-piercing apes. They would not like the true dominion, which is lacking in spirit chi. In my opinion, it is just passing by." Just passing by, Xianxia did not agree with the Cosmic Bow's words. That mountain-like body. Everywhere it passed, the ground would shake and trees would collapse. If it was allowed to run amok in the Liang Mountain True Dominion, let's not talk about the distant places. The origin sect's territory alone would be greatly affected. However, although that sky-piercing ape was constantly approaching, it had not really walked out of the range of the endless mountain range. Xianxia looked on coldly and did not do anything else. The Cosmic Bow, which was beside him, also remained silent. It knew its sect master's character. If the sky-piercing ape really dared to walk into the Liang Mountain range, it would definitely be a battle to the death. Based on its understanding of the sky-piercing ape race, the Cosmic Bow really did not want the two of them to fight. Or else, there might be a lot of trouble in the future. Meanwhile, as the demon beast walked out of the endless mountain range and rushed into the Liang Mountain range, more than half of the origin sect's true martial realm cultivators were mobilized to fight the demon beast. Netherworld 7 killing palms, Niao Feng struck out with his palm. His vigorous quintessential essence instantly erupted. A black palm aura burst out instantly, enveloping an endless cold aura and suppressing a 7th-stage true martial realm demon beast. Blood chi fluctuated, the demon beast, which looked like a black bear, struck out with its huge claws and collided heavily with the palm aura. A powerful gale erupted. The black bear demon beast took a small step back. Immediately after, it let out an anxious roar and charged madly at Niao Feng. Evil beast. Niao Feng was not afraid. He directly faced it head-on. At this moment, his physical invulnerability quintessential essence also spread out. Boom. Boom, similar to this kind of battle, it was almost carried out in the Liang Mountain True Domain. Under the sky-piercing ape's driving, these demon beasts' hearts were already replaced by fear. They fled in panic. Anything that stood in their way would be destroyed. Because in the eyes of these demon beasts, nothing stood in their way. They were not as frightening as the sky-piercing ape behind them. One side wanted to trample through the Liang Mountain range. The other side was determined to not let the demon beast cross the Liang Mountain range. Therefore, the two sides only met face to face, and a bloody battle broke out. Although the 5 branch meridians had produced 1,500 internal energy cultivators, there were still more than 1,500 internal energy cultivators in the origin sect. In addition, there were tens of thousands of players. When such a force gathered together, it had already completely suppressed the number of demon beasts. If not for the fact that the average strength of the players was not high, it had already surpassed the strength of the demon beasts. The group of Physical Invulnerability Realm elders led by Niao Feng blocked the strongest Physical Invulnerability Realm demon beasts. As for the other internal energy cultivators, they teamed up in 2s and 3s to fight against one Physical Invulnerability Realm demon beast. Although there were not many demon beasts this time, their quality was not bad at all. There were no less than 100 demon beasts comparable to the 7th tier of the true martial realm and above. As for the demon beasts comparable to the true martial realm, there were more than 1,000 of them. Kill. Su Yuanming held the nameless sword in his hand. His sword was as fast and fierce as lightning. In the blink of an eye, the sound of wind and thunder rolled. The sword left faint sword marks in the air as it slashed through the air. The wind and thunder sword technique, it was also an ultimate technique from the wind and thunder sword technique of the 8 sects. As for the nameless sword, it was temporarily lent to him by Qin Shujian. A sword technique of the low class of the spiritual level, combined with a powerful low-class spiritual weapon, suddenly played a terrible role. Driven by Su Yuanming's cultivation at the 7th level of the martial realm, endless killing intent immediately filled the air. Whoosh! The wind and thunder sword technique had both the swiftness of a gale and the fierceness of a thunderbolt. The long sword slashed through the air. The blood and chi shattered. A demon beast comparable to the 8th tier of the true martial realm let out a mournful wail. Its head was directly pierced through by the sword and it fell to the ground. The reason why the spiritual weapon was so powerful, because it was so easy for a warrior of the true martial realm to kill a practitioner of the same level. After killing a demon beast comparable to the 8th tier of the true martial realm, Su Yuanming immediately changed the direction of his sword and charged towards another demonic beast. What's that? As the sky-piercing ape approached, someone finally saw its mountain-like body. A desolate and ancient aura swept out, causing everyone who sensed it to involuntarily tremble in their hearts. It's the giant demon beast that drives away the demon beasts. Su Yuanming also glanced at the giant figure out of the corner of his eyes. His face also became serious. That powerful aura, even with his physical invulnerability realm strength, he felt small in front of it. It was no secret in the Yuan sect that there was a giant demon beast rampaging in the endless mountains and driving away many demon beasts. But when they really saw the heaven-reaching ape, others would understand. How big was the so-called giant demon beast? Suddenly, seeing the heaven-reaching ape caused a lot of panic on the battlefield. Niao Feng's body abruptly grew taller as he exerted all his strength to kill the black bear demonic beast with a single palm strike. His pair of tiger-like eyes stared at the gigantic body of the sky-piercing ape as he shouted angrily, "No matter how strong this demonic beast is, it is still no match for the sovereign. We only need to kill the other demonic beasts." Hearing that, the originally somewhat chaotic scene also gradually calmed down. That's right. The giant demon beast did give people a lot of pressure. But there was still a master in the sect. Thinking of Qin Shujian's unfathomable strength, some people's hearts were greatly relieved. Qin Shujian stood on the top of Mount Liang with his hands clasped behind his back. He stared straight at the approaching heaven-reaching ape. The system's message was occasionally refreshed, indicating the death of a certain person. There was no way around it. No matter what kind of war it was, death was inevitable. The only thing to be happy about was, in the battle with the demon beasts, Yuan sect's side obviously had a big advantage. It wasn't that Qin Shujian didn't want to help. But even if he did, it would be difficult to kill all the demon beasts in an instant. Moreover, if they had to rely on him to solve everything, Yuan sect's people would have a slack mentality sooner or later. For Qin Shujian, Yuan sect was now an existence that provided him with a source of life. At the same time, it was also a team that he sincerely wanted to cultivate. The strength of one person was limited after all. If he wanted to establish himself, he needed a force to support him. The current beast tide. It was also a training for Yuan sect. Even if there would be some losses, it wasn't entirely a bad thing. As time went by, the heaven-reaching ape was getting closer and closer to Mount Liang. Qin Shujian stretched out his hand and waved. The Qiankuan bow and the cloud-piercing arrow were already in his hands. Immediately, he drew the bow and loaded the arrow. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly condensed, and an invisible killing intent was hidden. The heaven-reaching ape that was walking in the distance seemed to have sensed something. It hammered its chest with its two large hands and roared angrily at Yuan sect. Then, he increased his speed and rushed toward the boundary of Liang Mountain. When the sky-reaching ape stepped into the territory of Mount Liang, boom, an earth-shattering blast of air swept out in all directions. A long rainbow shot out from the peak of Mount Liang, as if it was piercing through the heavens and earth, and headed straight for the sky-reaching ape. The long rainbow came quickly. However, the sky-reaching ape wasn't slow at all. Its big hand covered in black hair was like a huge millstone, and it slapped towards the long rainbow. The two collided, a terrifying gust of wind spread out in all directions. The sky-reaching ape let out an angry roar. A small hole appeared in its palm, and blood dripped from the wound. As for the cloud-piercing arrow, it was sent flying as if it had suffered a heavy blow. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth rolled back, and the cloud-piercing arrow was sent flying back. Xianxia stepped into the air from the peak of Mount Liang. He reached out and put away the long arrow. Then, he walked towards the border between Mount Liang and the endless mountain range. It only took a few breaths of time. Xianxia had already appeared in front of the sky-reaching ape. At this moment, a physical invulnerability realm monster pounced towards him. He didn't move at all. Only the long saber on his back was slightly unsheathed. A hidden saber aura burst out, and it directly killed the physical invulnerability realm monster. In an instant, its head was separated from its body. Sect Master. Seeing Xianxia's appearance, the Yuan sect disciples at the side were excited. Xianxia stood with his hands behind his back. He looked straight at the sky-reaching ape, and said calmly, "Don't worry about the enemy. Kill all the monsters that trespass." Yes. After Xianxia's appearance, all the Yuan sect disciples were energized. The panic caused by the sky-reaching ape had completely disappeared. As for the other players, at this moment, they also calmed down. Although they wouldn't die, it was too painful to lose a level each time they died. The mountain-like body of the sky-reaching ape gave people a strong visual impact. They weren't even on the same level as the sky-reaching ape. According to the players' estimation, apart from the Mount Liang Stockade Master, there was probably no one in Yuan sect who was a match for this monster. It wasn't that no player had tried to use the insight technique to see through the sky-reaching ape's attributes. In the end, the information obtained was, it was a complete blank. From this, it could be seen. This was the terrifying aspect of this demonic beast. Dao artifact. The moment the mountain blood left its scabbard, the heaven-piercing ape slowly opened its mouth. In his eyes, Xianxia was as small as an ant. It also made him feel a great threat. It was precisely because of this. After being injured by the cloud-piercing arrow, the sky-piercing ape did not immediately attack in rage. Instead, it stayed where it was. The origin sect has nothing to do with the heaven-reaching ape clan. Why did you drive the demon beasts to invade the true dominion of Mount Liang? Xianxia's voice wasn't loud, but it was as loud as a sky-piercing ape, covering all the noise in the hall. The sky-reaching apes were not weak. Even though he was currently in the true dominion and his cultivation level had been suppressed to the 10th level true martial realm, he was still a true dominion expert. But no one really treated the other as a martial artist in the 10th level of martial realm. He would definitely die a horrible death. Most importantly, the heaven-piercing ape was the second demon beast that could speak human language after meeting the Ox Demon Lord. He could speak human language. Xianxia didn't know if it had anything to do with strength. But after thinking about it, he felt that it was unlikely. After all, in terms of strength, there were many demon beasts in the endless mountain range that could crush Niodali. These demon beasts had never spoken human language before. Also, their intelligence was generally low. At most, they were similar to the slightly intelligent demon beasts in the demon vein. Demon beasts like the heaven-reaching ape, which had high intelligence and strong individual strength, were very difficult to deal with. On the other side, the heaven-reaching ape said in a muffled voice, "The three-headed green feather kite of my clan died in the true dominion of Mount Liang. You should give me an explanation." While it was talking, Xianxia had already focused his attention on the cultivation technique. 280,000 points of vitality were gone. Instead, the two cultivation techniques that had been cultivated to the 5th level of the true martial technique were directly deduced to the perfected stage. Boom, the void trembled. 2 universal heavenly locks were derived and directly locked Qin Shujian's legs. At that moment, the vital essence in his dantian was vibrating wildly. The vital essence was suppressed to the extreme, and an open flame could be seen burning from the center. In an instant, the vital essence in his dantian was completely boiling. The black silk net suddenly appeared and firmly sealed the entire dantian. Then, under the burning of the open flame, the black silk net also began to gradually collapse. Boom! Boom! Another 2 universal heavenly locks that had originally existed condensed. The black silk net shone brightly and forcibly suppressed the open flame. Qin Shujian also moved his mind slightly and cooperated with the shackles to suppress the surging power. Then, looking at the heaven-reaching ape's originally ferocious face, which was gradually replaced by shock, he said calmly, "The 3-headed green feather kite trespassed into the true dominion of Mount Liang and killed my sect's disciples. What's wrong with me killing it personally?" Calm words. However, they were accompanied by a vast aura that spread. The 4 universal heavenly locks trembled slightly. Thousands of Dao runes seemed to appear on the silver chains. At this moment, all the demon beasts stopped in their tracks. The fear that was originally caused by the heaven-reaching ape spontaneously arose under the impact of this aura. There was a wolf in front. There was a tiger behind. Advancing or retreating could lead to death. Under the threat of death, these demon beasts actually directly prostrated themselves. Their bodies trembled slightly and they did not dare to make any more movements. As for the others, including the players, their faces were filled with shock at this moment. Universal heavenly locks. It pierced through the universal void. For universal heavenly locks. The heaven-reaching ape was really shocked at this moment. According to his original plan. As for driving the demon beasts to severely injure Yuanzong, then showing himself to intimidate Yuanzong and finally mentioning the 3-headed green feather kite. As for Yuanzong having a Dao artifact. To be honest, the heaven-reaching ape did not know at first. He only knew that there was a new protectorate lord in the true dominion of Mount Liang who had established a sect. If Yuanzong was strong enough, then the matter of the 3-headed green feather kite would be over as long as he gave the appropriate compensation. If Yuanzong was weak, if that was the case, he wouldn't mind personally wiping out the entire Yuan sect. When he saw the Dao artifact, the heaven-reaching ape dismissed the idea of destroying Yuanzong. After all, although he was strong, he was still not strong enough to fight against the Dao artifact. However, the heaven-reaching ape still had no intention of retreating. However, when he saw Qin Shujian erupt with 4 universal heavenly locks, the heaven-reaching ape finally had the thought of retreating. A Dao artifact was scary. However, a Dao artifact coupled with an expert who had condensed 4 universal heavenly locks was definitely fatal. Not to mention him, even if the heaven-reaching ape, who was at the divine martial realm or above, was here, he might not be able to fight against the other party. Because, for universal heavenly locks could easily break the shackles of the true dominion and become the protectorate lord of the spirit dominion. Such a person, every one of them was an unparalleled expert. Invincible among the same level, these words were most appropriate for Qin Shujian at the moment. The heaven-reaching ape knew very well, invincible among the same level. No matter what level an expert belonged to, as long as they entered the true dominion, they would only be defeated in front of an expert who had condensed 4 universal heavenly locks. This was an existence who could break the shackles of the true dominion. Unbelievably strong, he was also unreasonably strong, therefore, after hearing Qin Shujian's words, the heaven-reaching ape suddenly fell silent. After a while, he then said slowly, "The 3-headed green feather kite trespassed into the true dominion of Mount Liang and wantonly massacred. It was only natural that it was killed. Our tribe has already understood this matter." While he was speaking, the heaven-reaching ape's broad palm groped the back of his head before he pulled it out forcefully. A thick, light golden thread landed in his palm and floated towards Qin Shujian. Our tribe has always respected experts. This is my intrinsic hair. The person who holds this item is a friend of our tribe. In the future, if you meet other heaven-reaching apes, you can show this item and be treated with respect. If the future Protectorate Lord of the Spirit Dominion is interested, you can also head to the Thousand Demon City. That is the territory of the heaven-reaching ape tribe. Our tribe is very willing to befriend an expert like you. After he finished speaking, the heaven-reaching ape turned his mountain-like body and walked towards the endless mountain range. Only the golden hairs floated down. Looking at the golden hairs that were like tiny hairs in the heaven-reaching ape's hand, but now they were like pillars more than 10 feet long, Xianxia directly used his vital essence to hold them up and put them into his storage ring. As for the heaven-reaching ape's departure, he did not stop it. After all, the heaven-reaching ape tribe was extremely strong. It was easy to leave one heaven-reaching ape behind, but it was still too reckless to face the entire heaven-reaching ape tribe. As he pressed down with his vital essence, the 4 universal heavenly locks gradually disappeared. The expected battle did not unfold. No one had expected that the seemingly powerful and ruthless heaven-reaching ape would actually flee without a fight. At the same time, this also showed that Xianxia's strength was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Did you not see the mountain-like heaven-reaching ape? When they saw each other, they would give something to each other as a sign of weakness and then turn around and retreat. If they did not have absolute strength, how could such a powerful demonic beast leave so easily? As for the other crawling demon beasts, when the heaven-reaching ape left and the universal heavenly locks disappeared, they finally got up from the ground. He looked at Xianxia who was standing there. These demon beasts with low intelligence instinctively wanted to retreat towards the endless mountain range. However, the demon beasts wanted to retreat, but it did not mean that the people of Yuan's sect were willing to let them go. Buzz, the Tao artifact was unsheathed and the blade she swept out. 5 physical invulnerability realm demon beasts could not even resist and were directly cut in half at the waist. Any demon beast that steps into Liang Mountain's territory, kill them all. Leave no one alive. The players were already prepared to attack. When the mountain blood was unsheathed, they were stunned for a moment. Then they heard Xianxia's indifferent words. Instantly, they all looked at the retreating demon beasts with shining eyes and then chased after them. For the players, the sect mission issued by the system had not ended yet. That meant, every living demonic beast was a walking EXP and contribution points. So, there was no reason for them to let them go. The demon beasts fled. This didn't mean that they wouldn't fight back. Soon, another great battle broke out. However, compared to before, the demon beast's resistance was obviously much weaker now. Xianxia stood at the border of Liang Mountain. Behind him, the 1,000 mountain blood was suddenly unsheathed. The power of a Tao artifact. Even without activating it, it could still intimidate everything. He held the saber hilt with one hand and a Tao seal appeared on the saber. Then, he used the tip of the saber as a brush and carved a huge talisman that looked like a combination in the air. Boom! Boom! The spirit chi of heaven and earth swarmed over. The huge talisman seemed to come alive as it danced in the air. Endless sharp coldness was revealed between the strokes. An aura as terrifying as the heavenly might spread instantly. Hide! Xianxia shouted in a low voice. The talisman was hidden in the void. After doing all this, he looked calm, but in fact, his Dantian's quintessential essence was half empty. One had to know. With his current strength, he could break through the shackles of the true dominion at any time. Not to mention half of his quintessential essence. Just a little bit of quintessential essence. It might be enough to make a physical invulnerability realm cultivator explode. Void seal carving, combination talisman. Master blacksmith. When Xing Yuqing saw this, he suddenly felt that it was difficult to breathe. Even Xing Yuhua, who was beside him, was shocked. Based on their experience in the Elixir Tripod sect, how could they not know what level Xianxia's technique was at, although one of them was a high-grade alchemist and the other was a middle-grade blacksmith? But in the Elixir Tripod sect, they were also blacksmiths. Therefore, the technique Xianxia used just now, only master blacksmiths were qualified to use it. And only blacksmiths. They didn't need any physical medium to carve the talisman directly using the void as a foundation. He's just a high-grade blacksmith. When he thought of what Qin Shujian had said to him, Xianxia felt that he had been fooled. You're telling me that he's just a high-grade blacksmith? He didn't believe that it was possible for him to break through from a high-grade blacksmith to a blacksmith in just 2 months. Furthermore, that kind of void seal carving seemed to be very casual. It was definitely not at the level of a beginner forging master. This is a top-notch forging master, immediately. Xianxia's heart was burning. Even if it was the Pill Cauldron sect, only during its most glorious times would there be a top-notch master blacksmith. Later on, it declined. The top master forger no longer existed. Or else, facing the oppression of the Celestial sect, the Pill Cauldron sect would not be destroyed so quickly. In the end. Or was it because the Pill Cauldron sect no longer had the qualifications to be feared by the Celestial sect? Senior brother, can you tell what kind of runes the sect master is inscribing? Xianxia asked in a low voice. Although the two of them were brother and sister. However, she was still used to addressing them as martial brother and sister. Xianxia frowned and said uncertainly, the meaning of the rune seems to be demon slay, but I can't see it clearly either. It was the work of a master forger. Even if the runes were engraved, it was definitely not something an ordinary person could decipher. The reason he could recognize this point was because of his deep foundation. Demon slay. Hearing this, Xianxia was shocked and looked at Qin Shujian with a different expression. At this moment, the people of the Yuan sect had already collected all the loot that they could collect from the battlefield. Among them, the ones who worked the hardest were the players. Other than the experience gained from killing monsters, the thing that people looked forward to the most was to loot the corpses. Although in this game, killing monsters would not be like other games where equipment would be directly dropped from the corpses. However, they could still loot the corpses to obtain valuable items from the monsters. What was the most valuable thing in the Endless Mountain Range? It was definitely the beast core, for the players. It belonged to whoever looted it. The price of a beast core was not cheap. If they were to exchange it with the sect, their strength would increase by a lot. Not long after, the corpses had already been refreshed. When everyone turned around, Qin Shujian glanced into the distance from the corner of his eyes. Soon after, he took a step into the air and directly headed towards the direction of the stone forest. In the distance, 2 men dressed in celestial sect attire were secretly hiding at the side. When they felt Qin Shujian glancing at them, their hearts raced as if they were being stared at by a terrifying existence. Fortunately, Qin Shujian only glanced at them once before he turned around and left. Did he discover us? Xianxia had a lingering fear. That glance just now almost made him think that he was done for. It's not strange for such an expert to discover us. Zhang Hong's face was extremely solemn and there was still a hint of fear in his eyes. However, he did not make a move after that. That proves that he has no intention to kill us. Condensing 4 universal heavenly lock, for such an existence to kill them, it would not be any harder than killing a chick. Do you think we should still go to the Yuan sect? Hearing Xianxia's words, Zhang Hong fell silent. The two of them were originally ordered by the Great Elder of the Celestial sect to come to the Celestial sect to ask for the remaining members of the Alchemy sect and the Lin family. Although it was a reward. However, they still had the intention to suppress them. After all, the Celestial sect was a large sect in the spirit domain and was one of the top existences in the fallen dust spirit domain. No matter how powerful the Yuan sect was, it was only famous in the True Dominion. If such a sect was brought out, it would not be able to cause any waves in the spirit domain. Xianxia and Zhang Hong were originally full of confidence about this matter. However, now, the two of them had no confidence at all. Originally, they had encountered the beast tide. When the sky-piercing ape appeared, it was already shocking enough. Such a top-notch demonic beast. It had a great reputation in the spirit domain and even in the entire Great Zhao 13 prefectures. Its strength was also formidable. Although they were peak true martial realm cultivators. If a peak true martial realm sky-piercing ape wanted to kill them, it would be a matter of a slap. In the end, when the 4 universal heavenly locks appeared, the sky-piercing ape actually retreated under the deterrence of the Dao artifact. Even such a top-notch demonic beast of the same level. it did not dare to confront it. Even though Shuixian and Zhang Hong had not seen an expert with 4 universal heavenly locks, they could understand how terrifying it was. On the other side, as the demonic beasts in the Liang Mountain area were exterminated, the battle at the chaotic stone forest was also intense. Fortunately, the sky-piercing ape was heading towards the Liang Mountain area. Most of the demonic beasts that were driven away were also heading towards the Liang Mountain area. The number of demonic beasts that actually fled to the chaotic stone forest was much smaller. With the help of the 600 inner energy cultivators from the 2 branch sects and the reinforcements from the other branch sects, facing such a demonic beast that intruded, it was not a complete suppression, but it was not a big problem to deal with interception. When Qin Shujian arrived, the battle here was not over yet. However, he did not waste too much time. He used the Great Desolate Devil suppressing seal 3 times and killed dozens of demonic beasts that were comparable to the 4th level of the true martial realm. Then, he used the Dao artifact and the Saber Qi and Thunder wreaked havoc. Almost every second, different demonic beasts fell. Very soon, all the demonic beasts that entered the chaotic stone forest were almost completely exterminated by Qin Shujian and the joint forces of the experts from the 2 branch sections. The remaining demonic beasts, when they felt fear, they also retreated towards the endless mountain range. Following the same pattern, Qin Shujian also used the same method as he did in the Liang Mountain area. In the space between the chaotic stone forest and the endless mountain range, he carved a huge seal to conceal it. At this point, the matter of this beast tide could be considered to have completely come to an end. Within the inherited martial hall, Qin Shujian sat in the main seat. On the left and right were many elders, including the elders from the branch sections. Everyone report the losses of this beast tide. Hearing this, the scene was silent for a moment. Then Fu Gang stood up first, clasping his hands and saying, reporting to the sect master, this time my Xian lineage has a total of 17 true martial realm cultivators that have fallen, of which 4 are at the inner energy realm. Earth Vein, very quickly, everyone reported the losses of this beast tide. After that, they also roughly reported the results of this battle. Qin Shujian's expression did not change much. In this battle, the Yuan sect had lost over 100 true martial realm cultivators, of which 30% were at the inner energy realm. Such a loss, it could not be said to be small. But it was relative. They had killed over 4,000 demon beasts, of which 300 were at the outer energy realm, and over 1,200 were at the inner energy realm. Compared with such a battle result, the losses of the Yuan sect were relatively light. If it were other sections, under the attack of such a beast tide, they would either close the mountain gate and not come out, or they would be easily trampled by the beast tide. After everyone finished reporting, Qin Shujian said, there are many beast cores in this beast tide. You can let the disciples who have seized beast cores go to the alchemy hall to exchange for elixirs for cultivation. This time our sect has suffered a lot, and the reason is because we are not strong enough. Sect master is right. The rest of the elders also responded in unison. Except for one person. Or rather, it was Niu. Now he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. His expression was a little stiff and awkward. As the head of the demon lineage and also an elder of the Yuan sect, Niu Dali's life was no different from before. Basically, he changed his identity and continued to sleep. After receiving Qin Shujian's message, he came to participate in the Yuan sect elders meeting. In the end, when the others opened their mouths, they talked about how many demon beasts they had killed. This made Niu Dali feel a chill on his neck. He was afraid that these people would get excited and remember that there was still a Niu demon here and directly catch him and kill him. Apart from that, he did not have any other feelings. Although they were both demon beasts, Niu Dali had always stayed in the lion-tiger plain and was not familiar with the demon beasts in the endless mountain range. He also looked down on those demon beasts with low IQ from the bottom of his heart. And the fight between demon beasts, it was not any less than the fight between demon beasts and humans. So, Niu Dali did not feel any grief or indignation about the demon beasts being slaughtered. He was only worried about the possible danger he might face. Fortunately, When the last meeting ended, no one attacked him, the Neo demon. Master, there are 2 people from the celestial sect at the foot of the mountain asking for an audience. Celestial sect? Qin Shujian's eyes flickered a little, and said, let them come up. Yes. An inner sect deacon turned around and left. In the Chenggu Hall, Qin Shujian, on the other hand, stayed there alone. At this moment, the accumulated vital essence in his dantian was gradually recovering. And the burning flame in the center of the vital essence. It gave him a terrifying feeling. It was as if the flame was drawn out, even a physical invulnerability practitioner could be easily annihilated. As the vital essence continued to recover, the burning flame in his dantian became more and more intense with the vital essence as the fuel. The black silk net was looming. It was as if it would be suppressed by the universal heavenly lock at any time. Qin Shujian's mind was dark, and together with the black silk net, he suppressed the vital essence that was about to break through the shackles. It seems that this time I have really reached the limit. Looking at the changes in his body, he thought to himself. If the 10th level of the martial realm was already able to touch the limit of ordinary people, then the 4 universal heavenly locks now. It meant that he had truly reached the critical point of this world's limit. In a certain sense, he had already surpassed this critical point. With a light touch, the so-called shackles would disappear like flying ashes. Originally, he saw the sky reaching ape coming menacingly. It was as if it was going to destroy the Yuan sect. Considering the opponent's unfathomable strength, Qin Shujian felt that the 2 universal heavenly locks might not be very reliable. In order to avoid a breakthrough during the battle, he directly raised his strength to the peak. As a result, the sky-reaching ape retreated. At the same time, it also made Qin Shujian understand. He, who had condensed 4 universal heavenly locks, might be more terrifying than he imagined. Although the shackles could be destroyed with a wave of his hand. However, Qin Shujian did not plan to break through immediately. Looking at the remaining 300,000 points of vital essence, he estimated in his mind. If all of them were piled up, it might not be able to directly promote him from the beginning of the spiritual martial realm to the peak of the spiritual martial realm. So, Qin Shujian planned to press for a bit more. Once everything was ready, he would upgrade spirit realm in one go. At this moment, the people from the celestial sect also entered the Chenggu Hall. Sect master has arrived. All right, you may leave. Yes. The deacon bowed and retreated. Upon seeing Qin Shujian, Zhang Hong and Xianxia bowed and said, Celestial Sect Deacon Zhang Hong, Xianxia, greets Sect Leader Qin. The Sky Yuan Sect and the Celestial Sect have never had any contact with each other. I wonder what the 2 of you are here for. Qin Shujian looked at the 2 of them and said calmly. While speaking, he had no intention of giving them a seat. Regarding this, the 2 of them didn't dare to harbor any resentment. Xianxia cupped his fists and said, to tell you the truth, ever since my sect heard of your sect's reputation, we've always yearned for Sect Master Qin. Let's cut the crap and get straight to the point. Xianxia, who was prepared to give a long speech, was interrupted by Qin Shujian. His expression was a little awkward, but he didn't dare to say anything more. After calming himself down, he changed his tone and continued. The Pill Cauldron sect and the Lin family of the Fallen Dust domain have a grudge against the Celestial sect. Now that we've heard that the Pill Cauldron sect and the Lin family are hiding in your sect, we hope that Sect Master Qin can return these people to us. As a reward, Sect Master Qin can name any price you want. As long as it's reasonable, we won't say anything. Pill Cauldron sect, Lin family? Qin Shujian's eyes flashed with doubt. He knew about the Pill Cauldron sect. But when did they have anything to do with the Lin family? But doubt was doubt. Whether or not the Celestial sect had received the wrong information, it had nothing to do with him. On Liang Mountain, there are only people from the Sky Yuan sect. There are no Pill Cauldron sect or Lin family survivors. Please return. Sect Master Qin, why do you have to make things difficult for the Celestial sect for these survivors? You must know that our sect is sincere in building a good relationship with your sect. Xianxia's expression was ugly as he continued, as long as Sect Master Qin is willing to hand these people over, our sect will definitely fulfill your request. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Sect Master Qin, I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you leave, I can pretend that nothing happened. Xianxia still wanted to say something, but Zhang Hong secretly pulled him back. Soon after, Zhang Hong cupped his hands and said, "Looks like we've made a mistake. We hope that Sect Master Qin won't be offended. We'll take our leave now." After he finished speaking, he pulled Xianxia and left. Seeing this, Qin Shujian didn't do anything. He didn't force the 2 of them to stay and didn't do anything else. After all, when 2 armies fight, they don't kill envoys. Furthermore, the Sky Yuan sect and the Celestial sect weren't at war. The other party came to their door so politely. He couldn't possibly force them to stay. As for Xinyu Qing and Xinyu Hua, Qin Shujian never thought of handing them over. After all, right now, Yuan sect's alchemy and blacksmithing halls were supported by the 2 of them. The supply of pills to Yuan sect disciples couldn't be cut off. As for the Lin family, Qin Shujian shook his head. It was just as he said. Once they entered Yuan sect, they were part of it. As for their previous identities, they could abandon them. Anyway, they were now disciples of Yuan sect. There wasn't much of a problem in terms of loyalty. Soon after, Qin Shujian stood up and left Qingwu Hall. On the other side, Zhang Hong and Xianxia went down Liang Mountain. Then, they walked out of Liang Mountain. At this moment, their expressions were somewhat unsightly. Although Celestial Sect didn't strongly request for this mission, they had to complete it. But if they went back with their tails between their legs, nothing good would happen. Xianxia's expression was ugly as he said in a low voice, "Yuan sect doesn't intend to hand over the remaining members of Pill Cauldron sect and Lin family. What should we do? What else can we do?" Zhang Hong glanced at him and shook his head. The Yuan sect has condensed 4 universal sky locks and has a Dao artifact to protect the sect. Does Yuan sect have the confidence to fight against Celestial sect? We can't do anything to them in the True Dominion. He was very clear. If the news of the 4 universal sky locks spread back, the elders in Celestial sect would probably give up on Yuan sect for the time being. After all, in the True Dominion, the existence of the 4 universal sky locks was the symbol of invincibility. According to Celestial sect's records, such an expert hadn't appeared for more than 1,000 years. The reason why there were records of the universal sky locks was because the Celestial sect had a deep foundation and existed in the falling dust territory for more than 1,000 years. Rumor has it that the 4 universal sky locks can break the shackles of the True Dominion and become the Spirit Dominion's protectorate lord. Zhang Hong took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "We have to report this as soon as possible." All right. While they were talking, the 2 of them didn't dare to slow down. Qin Shujian didn't make them stay. But given that he didn't have a good impression of Celestial sect, it was very likely that Luo Jiang would die in his hands. There was no guarantee. When did he go back on his word? Suddenly, he attacked and killed the 2 of them. The 2 of them were on tenterhooks as they left the True Dominion quickly. When they had completely left the True Dominion, only then did they feel relieved. Subsequently, the 2 of them headed directly to the ancient city of the Spirit Resonance True Dominion. There weren't many cities with teleportation doors. Only 1 or 2 cities in each True Dominion had teleportation doors. As for teleportation doors, they were divided into 2 types. One type existed specifically in the inner city and was used by the Imperial Court to deploy troops and generals. It was also used by people of high status in the Imperial Court. The other type only required a high price and some status, but it didn't require people of the Imperial Court to use it. Zhang Hong and the 2 of them naturally chose the latter. It took them more than 2 days to reach the ancient city. The 2 of them showed their Celestial sect tokens and paid a certain fee before disappearing into the teleportation door. On the other side, Qin Shujian, on the other hand, stayed in his courtyard as usual. However, it was different from when he cultivated silently in the past. Now, he was mainly doing something. He was trying his best to suppress his strength so that he wouldn't be able to break through the shackles. As for the players, after the beast tide, many of them had been lacking in contribution points. However, they had recovered quite a bit now. Their contribution points had also recovered. The first thing they did was convert their contribution points into their own strength. In the library, Xianxia paid 100 contribution points and went up to the 3rd level. He walked to the familiar bookshelf. After a short search, he picked out a martial technique and sat down to read it carefully. This was already the 5th time he had entered the library this month. When he thought about how he had to spend 100 contribution points each time he entered, Xianxia's heart ached. Xianxia's heart ached. It's a pity that using the recording function in the library is useless. Otherwise, I would be able to empty the library after entering a few more times. I wouldn't have to waste so many contribution points each time. He sighed in his heart before shaking his head secretly. Actually, he had tried to use the recording function before. Many players in the game had the same idea and made the same attempt. However, there was no exception. Any recorded martial technique, once it was broadcasted, it would only be a blank. The content would be completely blocked by the game. This was also indirect. Players who wanted to find loopholes in the game by taking advantage of the sex could only sigh in disappointment. After learning this martial technique, I should be able to get a good ranking in the competition in 2 days. By then, it would be a huge sum of money. Soon after, Xianxia thought about it again. The 100 contribution points didn't seem to be that painful anymore. Soon after, he started to focus on the martial technique in front of him and memorized it using his own memory. 2 hours wasn't a long time. But it wasn't short either. If it was converted to a player's concept of time, it would be equivalent to 2 hours. When there was still 10 minutes left, Xianxia finally closed the martial technique in his hands and put it back to its original position. He then turned around and left the library. With the revival of the spirit qi in the real world, many people tried to cultivate martial arts in the real world and had different gains. Over time, many competitions were held in various places. They were nothing more than a competition between cultivators. If one could get a ranking, one could also get a generous reward. The competition that Xianxia was about to participate in was similar to this. Or even, many of the Yuan Zong's players stayed in the library during this period of time. After all, elixirs were good, but they could only be used in the game. Martial arts, they could cultivate outside of the game. However, there was something strange. Some players had tried to write down martial arts in the real world and give it to others to cultivate. However, there was no effect at all. It was no different from a fake secret manual bought from a roadside stall. This put an end to it. There were some players who wanted to use other means to sell their martial arts skills from the game. Regarding the abnormalities of the Yuan sect players, Xianxia could not be bothered. In his opinion, the only thing he had to do, he had to suppress his cultivation level as much as possible and wait for the accumulation of life force. Then, he would break through the shackles of the true dominion and reach the peak of the spirit dominion. Before that, Xianxia used another 40 luck points to upgrade Xianxia to a 2-seal Dao artifact. A 2-seal Dao artifact, its power was far beyond a 1-seal Dao artifact. If a 1-seal Dao artifact could easily kill a physical invulnerability cultivator in the true dominion, a 2-seal Dao artifact, it could make a physical invulnerability cultivator bow down just by leaking its aura. The Dao artifact is divided into 9 seals. It is not bad to be able to reach 2 seals, the cosmic Bao said sourly as it looked at Xianxia. It was envious in its heart. Only it knew the answer to that question. How long had it been? The original 1-seal Dao artifact had been upgraded to a 2-seal Dao artifact. The cosmic Bao was sure that Xianxia definitely had the means to upgrade the Dao artifact. When it saw Xianxia leveling up, it also wanted to ask Xianxia to help it level up. However, it only dared to think about it, but it did not dare to say it out loud. Xianxia stroked the crystal blade with his palm, and the engraved Dao seal faintly appeared. After hearing this, he couldn't help but ask, "Have you seen a 9-seal Dao artifact?" "No." The Bao of Heaven and Earth's ancient voice sounded. The inherited memories of connate spiritual objects are very ancient. Some terrifying existences can even leave their imprints in the world and pass them on as memories. Although I have never seen a true 9-seal Dao artifact, I know from my memories that once a Dao artifact reaches 9 seals, it is almost comparable to Zhu Bing to a certain extent. Isn't Zhu Bing in existence above Dao artifacts? It's different. The Bao of Heaven and Earth explained slowly, Zhu Bing is indeed in existence above Dao artifacts, but it doesn't mean that one can become Zhu Bing after breaking through the limits of Dao artifacts. Or rather, a 9-seal Dao artifact was the limit that any divine weapon in the world could reach. As for Zhu Bing, he is above Dao treasures and is an existence that distinguishes Dao treasures. It is not that simple. Hearing this, Qin Shujian seemed to have a better understanding of the concept of Zhu Bing. At the same time, he was also surprised by the inherited memories of connate spiritual objects. However, there were many connate spiritual objects. There were very few of them whose spiritual wisdom could grow to the level of the Bao of Heaven and Earth. The right time, the right place, and the right people. Everything couldn't be missing. Or else, even though connate spiritual objects had the memory imprint of heaven and earth, it was difficult for them to express it completely if their spiritual wisdom was not high enough. There was an old man in the family. It was like a treasure. Qin Shujian also had a deeper feeling about this sentence. The Bao of Heaven and Earth, which had existed for thousands of years, could be considered a different kind of old man. Qin Shujian suddenly asked, "Do you know what realm the supreme expert of this world is in?" "I know, but I can't say." "Can't say?" "My current level is not high enough. If I force myself to say it, I'm afraid my body and soul will be destroyed." The Bao of Heaven and Earth seemed to tremble for a moment. The bowstring buzzed slightly, and an old voice sounded, "Once the realm reaches a certain level, even if it's just mentioning something, it will suffer unpredictable changes. Do you think I can reach that level in the future?" The Bao of Heaven and Earth was silent for a while. Finally, on the bow, a voice sounded, "Those who can condense 4 universal heavenly locks have the capital to become the supreme expert. The sect master is a dragon among men. If you have the chance to step into that realm in the future, your possibility will be much higher than others." Such an answer. It was very pertinent, and there was no bragging in it. Qin Shujian stretched out his hand, and the Bao of Heaven and Earth fell into his hand. "If you were a Dao artifact, what is the probability of killing evil demons in the ordinary realm by yourself?" Suddenly, the Bao of Heaven and Earth trembled. The other party's words had already given it a faint premonition. So when Qin Shujian finished speaking, the Bao of Heaven and Earth replied without thinking, "If I can become a 1-seal Dao artifact, with the current cloud-piercing arrow, as long as it's not an evil demon sealed with 7-star radiance or above, I can kill it. If it's an evil demon sealed with 7-star radiance or above, it needs to be promoted to a 2-seal Dao artifact. If it's combined with the sect master's 2-seal Dao artifact, all the sealed evil demons in the ordinary realm can be killed." "Good, I'll give you this opportunity." "Thank you, sect master." Hearing this, the Bao of Heaven and Earth became even more excited. Then, Qin Shujian placed his palm on the Bao of Heaven and Earth. Then, the attributes of this spiritual item also appeared in his eyes. Looking at the words, "can be upgraded." Out of the remaining 40 luck points, he spent 30 luck points on it. Wind. A terrifying hurricane swept across the sky. Then, he saw a large amount of heaven and earth spirit chi swarming over. Then, the shadow of a large Bao appeared on the summit of Mount Liang. A vast and mighty power spread out from it. Everyone within a radius of several hundred miles around Mount Liang could feel this frightening pressure. But everyone who felt this power looked at the sky in horror, at the slowly dissipating illusion of the large Bao. Many people were shocked, and a trace of doubt rose in their hearts. Yuanzong now had another terrifying weapon. However, those who had seen the Bao of Heaven and Earth unconsciously associated it with their minds. But compared to the 1,000 Mountain Bloods Dao artifact name, regarding the Bao of Heaven and Earth, they only thought it was an ordinary weapon. But now the situation. This proved that the large Bao was not an ordinary existence. On the peak of Mount Liang. At this moment, the appearance of the Bao of Heaven and Earth had changed a little. The originally dark green body of the Bao had now become jade-like green. A Dao seal was engraved on the Bao. A formless aura was emitted from it. The surrounding wind swept and wreaked havoc, but within a radius of 1 zhang around the bow of heaven and earth, there was no wind at all. It was as if this longbow was like a god of the wind, controlling the power of heaven and earth. Tao seal of wind, at this moment. The bow of heaven and earth felt that the power it contained had reached an unprecedented level. At the same time, it felt even more reverence for the power Qin Shujian controlled. Almost in an instant, the bow of heaven and earth had been upgraded from a middle-grade spiritual artifact to a one-seal Dao artifact. This kind of power, it was enough to make people fearful. However, although it was in awe, the bow of heaven and earth was still surprised. A one-seal Dao artifact, this was definitely a great opportunity. If it was allowed to upgrade by itself, it might not be able to reach this level even after 1 or 2,000 years. At this moment, the bow of heaven and earth was already confident. By relying on the grade of his one-seal Dao artifact, he would not need to use that broken saber to deal with the evil spirit-breaking seal. He would be able to deal with the evil spirit-breaking seal by himself. If the piercing cloud arrow could also be upgraded to a Dao artifact grade, its strength would definitely double. However, the bow of heaven and earth was only thinking about it. Being able to upgrade to a one-seal Dao artifact was already a great opportunity. As for whether the piercing cloud arrow could obtain such an opportunity, it would depend on its own luck. After the gale subsided, Qin Shujian directly took out the piercing cloud arrow and threw the remaining 10 luck points into it. Another huge commotion was heard. However, compared to the movement caused by the bow of heaven and earth just now, this time, the movement was obviously smaller. After a long time, on the body of the piercing cloud arrow, half a Dao seal appeared. This middle-grade spiritual artifact, it had also officially stepped into the ranks of a half-step Dao artifact. At this point, all the remaining luck points had been used up, and there was no more left. In the courtyard, Qin Shujian was still sitting in his original position. It was different from when he was alone in the past. Now in the courtyard, there were also 2 more people. Outer sect elder Zhang Ergu and Zhao Shanlin, who had also been promoted from an outer sect deacon to an outer sect elder. Zhang Ergu naturally did not need to be said. The other party was the original bandit of the Cold Mountain Stronghold, and his loyalty had always been in the state of being loyal to the death. As for Zhao Shanlin, after such a long time, his loyalty had also risen sharply, reaching the level of 100 points of full loyalty. Full loyalty, although it did not mean that he was loyal to the death, there was not much difference. At the level of full loyalty, as long as there were no major changes, there was basically no possibility of reducing his loyalty, let alone betrayal. As for those who did not reach full loyalty, even if his loyalty had reached 99 points, it would still fluctuate from time to time. However, it was not easy for a person to reach full loyalty among the tens of thousands of people in the Yuan sect. According to Qin Shujian's observation, there were not many people who had really reached full loyalty. Do you know why I asked you to come here? Sect Master, please tell us. Zhao Shanlin and Zhang Ergu looked at each other, and both cupped their hands and said. Qin Shujian did not say directly, but took out 2 maps and directly placed them in front of the 2. When the 2 picked up the maps, he opened his mouth and said. These 2 maps record the locations of the demons in the ordinary realm of the North Cloud Mansion. Hearing that, the 2 also spread out the maps and looked at them a few times, then their eyes fell back on Qin Shujian. A map that recorded the seal of the demons. Whether it was Zhang Ergu or Zhao Shanlin, they could not understand what their sect master meant. It couldn't be. He wanted them to release the sealed demons and then create a demon disaster, so. Both of them were waiting for Qin Shujian's next words. You guys follow the locations recorded on the map and release the demons one by one. Both of their faces changed greatly. It was really releasing the demons to create a demon disaster. Looking at the 2's changed faces, Qin Shujian did not keep them in suspense and said directly, I will give you something. When the demons are born, kill them directly. Speaking of which, the storage ring on his hand flashed slightly, and a bow and arrow appeared in his hand. This is the Dao artifact Qiankuan Bao and the half-step Dao artifact Cloud Piercing Arrow. With it, you can kill the demons sealed in the 7-star array or below. I will temporarily give them to you. As Qin Shujian spoke, the Qianquan bow and the cloud-piercing arrow floated up and then landed in front of Zhang Ergu. Seeing this, Zhang Ergu could not help but reach out and hold the bow and arrow in his hand. At this moment, whether it was him or Zhao Shanlin, their eyes were focused on the Qianquan bow and the cloud-piercing arrow. Dao artifact, especially Zhang Ergu. He had never thought that one day he would be able to hold a Dao artifact in his hand. Although the Qianquan bow was now restrained and did not show the power it should have. However, Zhang Ergu could still sense a hidden and terrifying power from the bow. After that, the storage ring flashed again, and a long saber with a black scabbard directly appeared in Qin Shujian's hand. Suddenly, Zhao Shanlin's eyes were fixed on the long saber. Seeing the familiar scabbard, it was the Dao artifact that their sect master had been carrying in the past, and it was also the real treasure of Yuan's sect that was rumored to be. This is the Dao artifact Qianquan blood. It can kill demons sealed in the 7-star array and below. I will temporarily give it to you to use. Qin Shujian stroked the scabbard with his palm, and then a faint sound was heard. Then the Qianquan blood left his palm. Then it flew towards Zhao Shanlin. Seeing this, Zhao Shanlin immediately came back to his senses and respectfully received the Qianquan blood with both hands. At the same time, he said respectfully, "Thank you for the treasure, sect master." "Thank you for the treasure, sect master." After the surprise, Zhang Ergu also came back to his senses and hurriedly thanked him. Qin Shujian's face gradually became solemn, and he said in a deep voice, "The world is not stable now, and there is a great hidden danger in the seal of the demons. Once they accidentally break the seal, it will set off a demon disaster. At that time, the people will be in a terrible situation. Today, with the Dao artifact of Yuan sect, you must kill all the demons sealed in the ordinary realm. Do not let them escape. Otherwise, when the demon disaster arises, you will be the sinner of Baiyun Mansion." "We understand." Both of them felt a chill in their hearts and replied seriously. Qin Shujian continued, "If you encounter the demons sealed in the 8-star array or 9-star array, don't act alone. You can only kill the demons with the help of the 2 Dao artifacts. In addition, you only have 3 months. After 3 months, no matter if the demons are killed or not, you must return with the Dao artifact." Seeing the solemn look on their faces, he paused and finally cut to the last point. "Every time you kill a demon, you will get 500 contribution points. At the same time, there is a Dao seal on the Dao artifact. If you can comprehend it, you can improve your cultivation. It is also one of the rewards for this mission. 500 contribution points." After hearing this, the two's eyes lit up. The Origin sect's contribution points were becoming more and more useful. However, in comparison, it was also very difficult to obtain contribution points. Or else, Zhang Ergu wouldn't fall to the point of being a fighter for the players. One evil spirit was worth 500 contribution points. The two of them looked at the areas circled on the map and were very excited. If they could take all of them, each of them would be able to obtain tens of thousands of contribution points. Needless to say, when they borrowed the Dao artifact, they could also gain insight into the Dao seal within it. Just based on the words "increase one's cultivation level," this was already very attractive. Therefore, without any hesitation, Zhang Ergu and Zhao Shanlin immediately agreed. Qin Shujian said, "There is no time to lose. Make some preparations and go down the mountain." "Yes, sir." The two of them nodded in response. As he watched the two of them leave, Qin Shujian did not get up. Instead, he sat in front of the stone table and sipped his spirit tea. The reason he had asked Zhang Ergu and Zhao Shanlin to kill the evil spirits was because, firstly, the power of the Dao artifact would allow him to kill the evil spirits that had just broken out of the seal and had yet to fully recover their strength. Secondly, it was because he was alone. The seal locations on the map were almost everywhere in the Baiyun prefecture. Even though he used the teleportation door to travel back and forth, it would still take a lot of time. More importantly, the Origin sect no longer needed the Dao artifact to guard the sect in the True Dominion. Qin Shujian himself, this was the strongest deterrent force to suppress a sect. An expert who had condensed 4 universal heavenly locks. In the true dominion, it was not any weaker than a Tao artifact guarding the sect. In fact, it was even possible that he was a few times stronger. In view of this, Qin Shujian had given the Tao artifact to the 2 of them. As for whether the 2 of them would escape with the Tao artifact, he did not have much concern. The Tao artifact had an amazing spirituality when it recognized its owner. If one was loyal to the other, there was no possibility of betrayal. On the other side, Zhang Ergu and Zhao Shanlin quickly left Mount Liang and headed straight for the Lingxi True Domain. They also knew quite a lot about the True Dominion that existed around the Liang Mountain True Dominion and where the teleportation doors existed. The Blue River True Dominion also had a teleportation gate. However, if one were to really calculate the distance, the ancient city was still relatively close. For the 2 of them, 3 months was a race against time. Too much was wasted. Perhaps it was the loss of hundreds or thousands of contribution points. Furthermore, Zhang Ergu and Zhao Shanlin were both 5th stage true martial realm inner aura realm cultivators. They were considered great experts in the True Dominion and had Tao weapons with them. Therefore, they had no qualms about walking around the True Dominion. In less than 2 days, the 2 of them arrived at the ancient city. I'm going to the Anlin True Dominion. Where do you want to go first? Zhang Ergu tilted his head and asked. Zhao Shanlin pondered for a while and said, since you're in the Anlin True Dominion, I'll head to the Fengxing True Dominion. 2 True Dominion. One in the south and the other in the north. Alright, we'll meet in the Eastern Ming True Dominion's Jade Illumination City after we've eliminated all the evil spirits below the 7-star level. No problem. Zhao Shanlin nodded slightly. Near the Eastern Ming True Dominion, there was an 8-star array that sealed the evil spirits. Qin Shujian had already told them about it. If they wanted to deal with an evil spirit at this level, they would need the combined power of 2 Tao weapons. Therefore, the 2 of them did not dare make a decision on their own. Or else, once the demons escaped and set off a devil calamity, they would be the sinners of the Baiyun matter, just like what they said earlier. If this matter was exposed, it would also have a great impact on the reputation of the Origin sect. After asking a simple question, the 2 of them immediately found the teleportation gate. They simply showed the Origin sect's identity card, paid a fee, and used the teleportation gate to leave. Almost every few days, Qin Shujian would receive a notification that the Providence points had been transferred to his account. It was just as he had guessed. He had used his Tao weapon to kill the evil spirit, so the Providence points would be credited to him. However, the Origin sect was relatively peaceful now. In the Thousand Mountains Prefecture, flames of war had already risen everywhere. The former Thousand Mountains Marquis Palace had now become the center of half of the Thousand Mountains Prefecture. In the main hall of the Marquis Palace, a tall middle-aged man wearing a black and gold python robe and a black and gold belt around his waist was sitting on the main seat. This was the Marquis Xianxia. He had been in charge of the Thousand Mountains Prefecture for hundreds of years, protecting the stability of the prefecture. Now, he was the first to rebel, causing the flames of war to rise everywhere in the Thousand Mountains Prefecture. The Marquis Xianxia, Gu Chongqing. Marquis, we have already occupied half of the Thousand Mountains Prefecture. Although the Great Zhao has been sending reinforcements, they are powerless against the heaven-sealing earth-locking array. I think that we should establish a state title now and make everyone in the Thousand Mountains Prefecture submit. This way, everyone will definitely respond. When the time comes, we will have a great victory and overthrow the Great Zhao Imperial Court. Jianghe glanced at everyone and stood up first with cupped fists. He was originally the deputy general of one of the generals under the Marquis Xianxia. As the war rose, he took the opportunity to make many contributions and was promoted to a general. Now, he had the right to sit in the main hall and discuss matters. To this, Jianghe had always treasured this opportunity and hoped that he could be put in an important position by the Marquis Xianxia so that he could use this opportunity to advance further. He believed there were many people who wanted the Marquis Xianxia to establish a state. But as the first to propose it, his reputation would spread. Establish a state? The Marquis Xianxia glanced at Jianghe and then looked at the other generals in the main hall. He asked, "Do you also want me to establish a state?" As he finished speaking, Another person stood up and cupped his fists. Marquis, General Jiang is right. If we can establish a state, we will win people's hearts. As the main force against the tyranny of the Great Zhao, we will definitely attract people's support. I agree. As for the others, most of them agreed. Only a very small number of people remained silent. Seeing this, the Marquis Qianshan shook his head and said with slight disappointment, "Do you know why there are many forces resisting the Great Zhao, but none of the existing forces have the idea of establishing a state? They are not strong enough." Then do you know why the Marquis of Yifeng established a state but was destroyed? The Marquis of Yifeng is just an idle marquis. How can he be compared to you, Marquis? Fine, let's not talk about establishing a state for now. Let's talk about it after the Thousand Mountains Prefecture is pacified. This Marquis is a bit tired. You can all leave. The Marquis Qianshan picked up the teacup at the side and ordered the guests to leave. We will leave. The others did not dare to say more and all stood to leave. Very quickly. Only the Marquis Qianshan remained in the main hall. A long while later, a barely discernible sigh sounded. The Marquis Qianshan shook his head and sneered. In the end, they are a group of boorish people who only know how to fight. It is a pity that they do not have a military advisor. If it was about establishing a state, he wanted to do it more than anyone else. But thinking was just thinking. Whether he could do it was another matter. Everyone only knew. Right now, in the Thousand Mountains Prefecture, the Great Zhao was at a disadvantage. Most of the territory had fallen into their hands. They thought that the imperial court was powerless. But in reality, only the Marquis Qianshan knew. As long as the human emperor had not died, then no one could establish a state in the Great Zhao. The last person to do so was the Marquis of Yifeng. Now, his clan had been destroyed and his bloodline had been completely severed. The Marquis Qianshan did not want to become the next stepping stone. According to the High Priest's divination, the human emperor has at most 10 years before his lifespan ends. At that time, it will be the best time for you to establish a state and call yourself king. Black mist surged. A person wearing a long black robe suddenly appeared in the main hall. A hoarse voice like that of a crow came from the hood. The appearance of this person. The Marquis Qianshan was not surprised at all. 10 years? Hearing this news, his face seemed to imperceptibly twitch. Then he looked at the person with a ghost of a smile and asked, "Is the high priest of your clan well?" The divination backfired. He died and his Tao disappeared. He recklessly divined the fate of the human emperor. It is natural that he would suffer such a backlash. Although the high priest has died, the result of his divination is enough. In the next few years, the Great Zhao will be even more unstable. As the strongest force in the rebel army, you should have a greater advantage. Then what do you think I should do? The Marquis Qianshan asked with a slight smile. The black-robed person said in a hoarse voice, "My clan thinks you should take the initiative to completely subdue the Thousand Mountains Prefecture." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying power rose from the Marquis Qianshan's body. Then, it directly bombarded the black-robed person half a meter away. After landing, he spat out a mouthful of dark green blood from his hood. The Marquis Qianshan's smile was no longer there. He said with a cold expression, "When did it become your place to tell me what to do?" Boom, the black-robed person had just stood up and opened his mouth when he was bombarded by an invisible wind. In an instant, he flew a little more and spat out another mouthful of dark green blood. "Also, remember to call me Marquis in front of me. Otherwise, you will lose your seniority." "I will definitely pass on Marquis's words." This time, the black-robed person did not dare to say anything more. He struggled to get up from the ground, then bowed his head and cupped his hands. Then, a faint black mist surged from his body and he disappeared in an instant. After the black-robed person had completely left, the Marquis Qianshan's eyes flickered. A shocking murderous intent was brewing in them, but it was quickly concealed. Now was not the time to make a move. He had to fight against the Great Zhao army. He could not leave the other party's support. Or else, with the black-robed person's rudeness just now, he would have already sent him to the Western Paradise. How could he let him escape, in the end? What he did just now was just to give the other party a deterrent and a warning to the forces behind him. To let them understand. Don't try to interfere too much. He, the Marquis Xianxia, was not a puppet that could be manipulated by others. After a long time, in the main hall that had fallen into silence, a faintly discernible voice seemed to be ringing out. Those who are not of my clan must have different intentions. How long do you think it will take for me to reach the level of physical invulnerability if I comprehend the Tao Seal? TSK, with your talent, it will probably take a few months. A man and a bow walked in the wilderness. Zhang Ergu turned his head from time to time to talk to the bow of heaven and earth. It had been more than a month. He was convinced by this Tao artifact bow of heaven and earth. Needless to say, it was powerful. Many people saw the extraordinariness of the bow of heaven and earth and wanted to snatch it. There were even physical invulnerability cultivators among them. The result was, without waiting for him to escape, the Cosmos bow killed all of them in a matter of seconds. As for when he was facing the demons, his role was to break the seal. The only thing left to solve the problem was to rely on the bow of heaven and earth. So, Zhang Ergu was sincerely impressed by the power of the bow of heaven and earth. However, what he really admired was the profound knowledge of the bow of heaven and earth. They talked along the way. Zhang Ergu realized there was basically nothing that the bow of heaven and earth didn't know. Even if it was guidance on cultivation, it also benefited him a lot. Along the way, instead of saying that he went out to kill demons, it was more like following an expert grandpa and going out to train. Hearing the bow of heaven and earth, Zhang Ergu smiled and said, "It's enough to reach the physical invulnerability realm in a few months. In the past, it would be enough." Elder Qian, what do you mean? With 2 Tao artifacts, I think the sect's luck has reached its peak. If it goes any further, it might be time for the sect to advance. The bow of heaven and earth was in the air. An old voice came from it. Since ancient times, there haven't been many 5th grade forces. But if it can be promoted to a 5th grade force, the benefits will be great. The higher your realm before the promotion, the more benefits it will have after the promotion. 2 Tao artifacts guarding the sect. One of them was a 2-seal Tao artifact. With the bow of heaven and earth's inherited memories and sharp senses, how could it not notice the change in luck, even though luck was ethereal and invisible? It could still sense it. Zhang Ergu's face froze. A 5th grade force, he also understood what the bow of heaven and earth meant. The promotion of a 4th class force had pushed him from the basic martial arts realm to the inner aura realm of the 5th level of the martial arts realm. If they were promoted to a 5th grade force, there was a high probability that he would break through the threshold of the spirit martial realm. In that case, the higher one's cultivation base was, the greater the benefits one could obtain from the advancement of one's forces. After all, no matter how the true martial realm was, it was much easier to raise the realm than the spirit martial realm. The Qiankuan Bao said, "I suggest that you exchange all your contribution points for elixirs to increase your cultivation after you go back. Don't worry about your foundation being unstable. You'll have plenty of time to slowly consolidate it in the future." I understand. As a few months passed, the construction of Cold Mountain City could be considered complete. Many odd jobs disciples. At that moment, they all stopped what they were doing and silently looked at the back of the figure on the city wall, not daring to make any noise or cause any disturbance. A few months. These disciples who had surrendered from the various sects had basically gradually adapted to their current lives. Even though they were odd job workers. Perhaps it was nothing in Yuan Zhong's eyes. But at least he didn't mistreat them. Many of them had even accumulated enough contribution points to get rid of their status as odd job workers and officially become Yuan sect's outer sect disciples. Once they became outer sect disciples, they would be able to enjoy the benefits of Yuan sect, including a series of things that could be exchanged for contribution points. They were all particularly attractive. After all, among the thousands of odd jobs disciples, there would always be some who, after getting along with each other for a few months, had a relatively harmonious relationship with some outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, or deacons. In the midst of their conversation, they also had a deeper understanding of Yuan sect. So, many people had the idea of joining Yuan sect. Compared to the sect they were originally in. No matter how one looked at it, Yuan sect was several times better than the sect they were originally in. Moreover, since these people could surrender, it proved that they didn't have much of a sense of belonging to their original sect. However, regarding their thoughts, Qin Shujian didn't care too much. It would be best if odd job workers could be converted. It would also save him some trouble of slowly nurturing disciples from the bottom. If he couldn't, then so be it. Standing on the city wall, Qin Shujian looked at the entire Cold Mountain City. For universe heavenly locks had already quietly appeared. Under the activation of terrifying true essence, the shaking heaven and earth spirit chi swarmed over. Immediately, he took a step into the air and directly floated in the air above the city. His fingers were like a brush of heaven and earth. The spirit chi gathered like the tide of the sea. Immediately after, he carved in the air and a huge rune appeared in the sky. Quick! When the rune appeared, Qin Shujian turned his finger into a palm and directly slammed it into the ground of the city below. Buzz, an invisible wave spread out. The city didn't change at all. However, when one looked carefully, it seemed to be a little different. At this moment, many experts of Yuan sect gathered here and looked at Qin Shujian who was standing in the air above the city. With a wave of his hand, the heaven and earth spirit chi could be seen rolling back and then turning into runes. Or hidden in the void. Or smashed into the city below. A vast and mighty aura spread out from the center of the Liang Mountain. Void seal engraving, waving his hand to create runes. He is indeed a top-notch forging master. Xianxia looked greedily at the scene in front of her, as if she wanted to engrave everything in her mind. A top-notch forging master. One more step and she would be able to reach the Grandmaster level. As for the Grandmaster level, that was already close to the peak of the forging path. Even the former Pill Cauldron sect, there was no Grandmaster level forging master at all. If Yuan sect could produce a Grandmaster level forging master, Xianxia believed, all the forging masters in the world would definitely come and join Yuan sect without any conditions in order to be able to get close to the Grandmaster. It was like a pilgrimage. If they could get 1 or 2 pointers, it would be enough for some people to enjoy endless benefits. Not to mention anything else, just based on Qin Shujian's identity as a top-notch forging master, she believed that many middle-grade and even upper-grade forging masters would come because of his reputation. Thinking of this, a sense of crisis rose in Xianxia's heart. Now, excluding Qin Shujian, she was the only middle-grade forging master in Yuan sect. The other party would still put her in an important position. If a few more middle-grade and even upper-grade forging masters came, she was afraid that her position as the head of the forging hall would be unstable. No, I have to break through to become an upper-grade forging master as soon as possible. Xianxia was determined, but her gaze never left Qin Shujian's figure and the runes carved in the void. Rumble, as more and more runes were carved, more and more heaven-earth spirit energy was attracted. Very soon, 90% of the heaven-earth spirit energy in the entire Liang Mountain True Dominion was forcefully pulled over. In an instant, everyone who was cultivating felt the surrounding heaven-earth spirit energy become scarce in an instant. They could not help but withdraw from their cultivation state. When they walked out, they saw a huge phenomenon in the distant sky. It was Yuan sect again. Seeing the location of the anomaly, almost everyone had the same thought in their minds. If it was in the Liang Mountain True Dominion, which sect could cause such a change? Only Yuan sect could do that. At that moment, Qin Shujian was already enveloped by a huge amount of heaven-earth spirit energy. The 4 universal heavenly locks pierced through the void, causing the surrounding True Dominion to be able to see the heavenly locks clearly. He looked solemn. With a wave of his hand, his fingertips moved and a rune appeared instantly. Runes fell one after another. The entire Liang Mountain city was enveloped by a layer of dense light. On the 4 walls, mysterious runes appeared out of thin air and quickly spread across all the walls, as if they had formed a whole. Boom, heaven and earth roared. Thunderbolts seemed to be rolling. In an instant, black clouds covered the sky, and purple thunderbolts filled the sky. The next moment, thunderbolts as thick as an adult's arm struck down. In the sky above Cold Mountain City, countless runes appeared in the void. Then, they transformed into a huge shield, enveloping the entire cold mountain city within. When the thunderbolts fell, the shield shook slightly, but there were no signs of it breaking. Instead, the power of the thunderbolts was drawn down by the shield and fell directly into the city. In an instant, the entire Liang mountain city seemed to be flashing with thunderbolts. The runes that appeared on the walls also seemed to be merging. Boom! Boom! Thunderbolts fell continuously, one after another, without any gaps. The shield shook violently, and many runes appeared in the void. As the thunderbolts struck, the shield shook even more violently, and the runes seemed to be about to collapse at any time. However, Qin Shujian had already landed in the center of the city. Looking at the thunderbolts falling from the sky, his face was solemn, but he had no intention of making a move. Heavenly Thunder Forging City. The sect master wants to forge the entire Liang mountain city into a spiritual weapon. Xianxia could no longer maintain her calm, and she suddenly cried out in alarm. Hearing her words, the rest of the people also turned to look at him. He was now proficient in forging. Only Xianxia was present. Although they had seen the changes in Liang mountain city, they did not know what was going on. However, after Xianxia exclaimed, she did not say anything else. She did not intend to answer the other people's questions. Instead, she did not dare to relax at all as she watched what was happening in front of her. A top forging master was displaying his skills in front of her. If she did not comprehend it now, after everything was over, it would be too late to regret it. At this moment, dense thunderbolts fell from the sky, forming a terrifying sea of thunder. In Liang Mountain City, the runes were shining brightly. Only the shield was able to withstand the thunderbolts. Then, the power of the thunderbolts gathered in the city, melting and absorbing this terrifying power. As for the runes that formed the shield, at this moment, most of them had already collapsed. The broken runes condensed in the air and slowly gathered towards the center of the thunderbolts. When the last rune was completely broken, an uncountable amount of rune fragments gathered. In the end, it turned into a huge rune. Immediately, it was completely hidden in the air. At this moment, the protective shield had disappeared. The thunderbolts continued to fall. However, when the descending thunderbolts were about 20 feet above Liangshan City, they seemed to have encountered some kind of terrifying attack and disappeared without a trace. Bang! Bang! More than 2 hours passed. No matter how the thunderbolts struck, Cold Mountain City was not affected at all. By the time the last bolt of lightning struck down, the dark clouds in the sky disappeared without a trace. However, a terrifying wave of energy exploded from Cold Mountain City. Qin Shujian stepped into the air. The 4 universal heavenly chains trembled in the air. The silver chains seemed to have terrifying flames burning within them. In his dantian, the black net that was like a shackle had quietly disintegrated. An open flame that was fueled by vital essence burst out in an instant. In an instant, heaven and earth shook. Qin Shujian looked at his own attributes and then focused on the luck value. Immediately, the familiar fusion interface appeared once again. Driven by his thoughts, the 7 cultivation techniques that he cultivated were all placed in the grid. After the cultivation technique was placed in, the lattice immediately became overflowing with light and vibrant colors. At the same time, the system's information also appeared. Without thinking, he directly chose to fuse. You have consumed the origin code. You have consumed the raging flame technique. You have consumed the ocean origin returning technique. You have consumed the great dream spirit capturing technique. You have consumed the wind thunder true technique. You have consumed the 10,000 mysterious technique. You have consumed the limitless universe technique. You have consumed 30 luck value. You have obtained an unknown cultivation technique. Please name it. You have obtained the 21st layer of the unknown cultivation technique. Your strength has increased. Bang! At this moment, Qin Shujian felt that his true essence had reached an unprecedented peak. As far as his eyes could see, the sky was already covered in black nets. However, the open flame burned the sky and directly destroyed the black nets. In an instant, it seemed as if something had been born in Qin Shujian's mind. And an invisible thought swept across the entire Liang mountain. Soon, this thought covered the entire area. However, the rate at which it was spreading did not stop. In less than a minute, the entire Liang Mountain True Dominion was covered by this intent. Meanwhile, Qin Shujian instantly understood what was going on as if he was enlightened by a stroke of inspiration. Spirit God, Basic Martial Arts Body Tempering. Zhenwu Qi Refinement. The combination of the two would give birth to a spiritual deity. Only the spiritual deity could give birth to them. It meant that a cultivator had officially stepped into the spirit martial realm from the peak of the true martial realm. At this moment, the universe heavenly lock shattered. The entire Liangshan True Dominion was like a giant beast that was greedily absorbing the spirit qi that was traveling between heaven and earth. Immediately, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, which was as vast as the sea, surged over. Almost half of the Baiyun mansion felt the powerful energy wave. No matter if it was the spirit martial force or the divine martial force. At this moment, they were all looking in the direction of the true dominion of the Liang Mountain. The promotion of the true dominion is like a whale swallowing heaven and earth. An expert has broken through the shackles of the true dominion and become the domain lord of the spirit dominion. In a city, an old Taoist who was setting up a stall suddenly changed his expression. He pinched his fingers and made a slight calculation. A powerful backlash bombarded him, causing him to vomit blood. His eyes were filled with shock. The domain lord of the spirit dominion, how many years had it been since this had happened? 1000 years, 2000 years, then, the old Taoist rejoiced. If he had recklessly calculated a domain lord of the spirit dominion, he could have died from the backlash if he was not careful. He had only vomited 2 mouthfuls of blood. The promotion of the true dominion of the Liang Mountain. Immediately, many of the major sects of the spirit dominion and even the sects above the spirit dominion were in an uproar. It was different from the promotion of the ordinary dominion to the true dominion. The promotion of the true dominion to the spirit dominion was definitely a big deal. Looking at the entire Baiyun mansion, after countless years of evolution, there were a total of 17 spirit dominion. This was different from the thousands and hundreds of true dominion. The promotion of each spirit dominion. It meant a change in the strength of the mansion. Similarly, it also meant new resources. A newly promoted spirit dominion would plunder a large amount of heaven-earth spirit qi, which was enough to produce many spirit mountains and rivers in an instant. These spirit mountains and rivers were an irresistible temptation for any sect. Not to mention, under the impact of the spirit qi, it could also produce many rare heaven-earth treasures. These things, every single one of them was priceless. In the Azure Cloud sect, as the heaven-earth spirit qi surged, many strange things happened in the Liang Mountain True Dominion, causing everyone to be shocked. On the other hand, Qingsu looked calm. He raised his head and looked at the sky. There, the black silk net was breaking inch by inch. That was the shackle that prevented everyone from advancing to the spirit martial realm in the Blue River True Dominion. At the same time, it was the barrier that protected the entire Blue River True Dominion. But now, this was both a shackle and a barrier breaking. This meant that the Blue River True Dominion was gradually breaking away from the scope of the True Dominion and advancing to a higher level. It was not just the Blue River True Dominion, the Xuanhua True Dominion, the Spirit Resonance True Dominion, the Tree Ocean True Dominion, the Mystic Void True Dominion, and the surrounding Ordinary Dominion. As long as one's cultivation reached the peak of a certain region, one could see the breaking of the shackles. He has broken the shackles of the True Dominion after all. In the Heaven Saber sect, Gue Haichuan was shocked as he looked at the scene in the sky. Breaking the shackles of the True Dominion. This had always been his innermost wish. However, as he continued to pursue this level, he gradually understood what kind of level he had to reach in order to achieve this. This was especially so when he saw that Qin Shujian's strength, which made people despair, had not been able to break the shackles of the True Dominion. Gue Haichuan also extinguished that arrogant thought of his. Back then, based on the saber intent he had comprehended, he had thought of looking down on everyone in the world. He had laughed self-deprecatingly. Looking at it now, back then, he had been no different from a frog in a well. However, as the shackles of the Mystic Void True Dominion broke, Gue Haichuan also felt as if something was being born in his mind. A powerful intent was being emitted from his body. Liang Mountain True Dominion, Liang Mountain City. Everyone was looking at Qin Shujian, who was standing proudly in the sky. Needless to say, they were shocked by the heaven-earth spirit chi that was more than a few times richer. The Spirit Dominion. The Liang Mountain True Dominion is breaking through to the Spirit Dominion. The expressions of Xin Yuqing, Lin Shiji, and the others from the Spirit Dominion changed drastically. The Spirit Dominion, the Liang Mountain True Dominion was about to advance to the Spirit Dominion. In that case, as they thought of something, they looked at Qin Shujian in shock again. The heaven-earth spirit chi had suddenly increased by a few times. The sudden advancement of the True Dominion. It was obvious that someone had forcefully broken the shackles of the True Dominion and promoted it to the Spirit Dominion. The person who could do this now, only the sect master could do it. The Spirit Dominion, the Protectorate Lord. You have broken the shackles and advanced the True Dominion to the Spirit Dominion. You can name the Spirit Dominion. A system notification sounded. Qin Shujian did not even think before he said, Liang Mountain. It was a simple word. It spread across all the regions it covered. It also meant, from this moment on, the Liang Mountain True Dominion, the Blue River True Dominion, and the Mystic Void True Dominion would no longer exist. What existed now? Only the Liang Mountain Spirit Dominion. You have successfully broken the shackles and advanced the Liang Mountain True Dominion to the Liang Mountain Spirit Dominion. You have received the blessings of the heavens and earth. You have received the title, Liang Mountain Protectorate Lord. Liang Mountain Protectorate Lord title, while in the Liang Mountain Spirit Dominion, you have received the blessings of the heavens and earth. Your cultivation level has increased by 9 small realms. Liang Mountain Protectorate Lord title, while in the Liang Mountain Spirit Dominion, your attacks will be reduced by 30%. Liang Mountain Protectorate Lord title, while in the Liang Mountain True Dominion, your attacks will be increased by 30%. Liang Mountain Protectorate Lord title, while in the Liang Mountain Spirit Dominion, your cultivation speed will be increased. A series of messages were transmitted. Qin Shujian's aura suddenly skyrocketed. The spirit god that was born became even more powerful in an instant. You already have your own sect. The foundation of the sect has received the blessings of the heavens and earth. Your cultivation level will automatically increase. Rumble, 3,000 feet, 4,000 feet, 5,000 feet, 6,000 feet, in just a few breaths' time, Liang Mountain was already towering into the clouds. Rumble. 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 Originally, Liang Mountain was very far away from Liang Mountain City. Now, it was less than 5 miles away from Liang Mountain City. Such an unforeseen event, before the others could recover from the shock of the True Dominion's advancement, they fell into a state of shock once again. Qin Shujian stood in the air. As if he had sensed something, he shouted, Saber. Swish, Tao artifact, blood of 1,000 mountains. With the blood of 1,000 mountains in his hand, Qin Shujian used his remaining 300 luck points on it. Rumble, rumble. 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 Rumble, rumble. Rumble, rumble. Rumble. Rumble, rumble. Rumble, rumble. Rumble, rumble. Rumble, rumble. Rumble, rumble, rumble. 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 Rumble, rumble, rumble. 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 Then, rumble. This is the spirit martial realm. The origin sect is favored by the heavens and the earth, and its luck is flourishing. It has been upgraded to a 5th grade force. 5th grade force, the people of the origin sect, excluding variant humans, have been upgraded by 6 levels, cannot exceed level 5 spiritual martial realm. The influence of the origin sect has been expanded. As the sect master of the origin sect, your realm has been upgraded. The moment he received the system notification, Qin Shujian felt the aura on his body skyrocket. As his spiritual soul expanded, he realized that he no longer needed to rely on the footwork of the Tao initiation realm. He could rely on his divine will to fly. With one step, he was already standing on the city wall of Liangshan City. Below, it was the people of the origin sect. From today onwards, repair Liangshan. Send a message to all the sects in the Liangshan spiritual region to meet me within 10 days. Yes, sir. In addition, the Xianxia spiritual region has been upgraded. If any forces outside the spiritual region try to take advantage of this opportunity, kill them all. Yes, sir. All the people of the Origin sect bowed respectfully. As for the players, they could only feel envy in their hearts. This was the spiritual martial realm, and all the people above level 5 of the true martial realm had been upgraded to the spiritual martial realm. Such a leap. They would be lying to themselves if they said that they were not envious at all. But so what if they were envious? This was obviously a boost that only NPCs could have. The players could only watch from the sidelines. Subsequently, Xianxia used his divine will to fly and headed towards Xianxia. As for the other people of the Origin sect, they started to prepare for other things. At this moment, as the Xianxia spiritual region was upgraded, including the original Xianxia true region, there were a total of 6 true regions and 36 ordinary regions that were affected were forcefully upgraded to the spiritual region level. This was equivalent to saying that the Xianxia spiritual region's territory had expanded by tens or hundreds of times. After all, the original Xianxia true region was only the size of 2 ordinary regions. An old true region like the Mystic Void true region. The size of the region it encompassed was no less than 10 ordinary regions. Other than the Azure Cloud sect, who had been prepared, the other sects were in a state of panic right now. For them, it was not a good thing for their region to upgrade to the spiritual region. Once it was upgraded to the spiritual region, that meant that those at the peak of the martial realm were no longer the top powerhouses, and those at the spiritual martial realm were the top. These sects that had originally relied on the strength of the true martial realm to dominate a region, if they were in spirit realm, his position fell from the top in a single leap. Although it was not to the point of falling into the dust, it could only be considered to be in the lower middle level. If a spirit martial realm cultivator wanted to make a move against them, even if they had the sect guarding spirit weapon in hand, they would not have much power to resist such a change. The experts of these sects were all caught off guard. Meanwhile, in the Liang Mountain spirit domain, there were experts appearing at almost every moment in the major cities that had teleportation gates. These were the experts that had appeared. The aura on their bodies was shockingly powerful. Almost all of them were cultivators of the spirit martial realm. The appearance of a spirit realm. It was enough to arouse the greed of various forces. However, after these experts arrived, they did not immediately attack. Instead, they entered a strange period of silence. The true dominion had advanced to the spirit dominion. If it wasn't a natural evolution, it meant that someone had broken through the shackles and become the ruler of spirit realm. He was different from the true dominion protectorate lord. Even a cultivator of the divine martial realm had to be cautious when facing the domain master of spirit realm. After all, someone who could break through the shackles of the true dominion had to have condensed 4 universal heavenly locks. Looking at the people who had become the ruler of spirit realm, as long as they did not die prematurely, they would definitely be experts above the divine martial realm. Such a person, either they could not offend him, or they had to get rid of him once and for all to prevent future troubles. Before testing out the means of the domain master of spirit realm, no sect would be willing to be the first to take the lead and confront the domain master of spirit realm head-on. The spirit realm had just evolved. It would take some time for the news of the domain master to spread. Although some local sects could already guess that the person who had broken through was very likely the sect master of Yuan sect. Before they had concrete evidence, they did not dare jump to conclusions. However, at this time, there were people from local sects and other sects of spirit realm who had sent experts to Yuan Zone to investigate the situation. Meanwhile, Marquis Bayun, who was in charge of the Bayun mansion, naturally received the news immediately. The domain master of spirit realm. Marquis Bayun's expression changed. He could not help but feel slightly shocked when he read the information in his hands. Others might not be sure who had broken the shackles. However, he had forces all over the 3,600 cities in the Bayun mansion. He even had spies in the former true dominion of Liang Mountain. How could he hide the fact that Qin Shujian had broken the shackles and promoted the true dominion to the spirit realm? After a while, Marquis Bayun shattered the information in his hands. After his expression changed a few times, he smiled faintly. The domain master of Spirit Realm is not bad. No matter what, he is still a genius of the Bayun Mansion. Now that the situation is unclear, we need such a talent. He had also heard about the beast tide in the true dominion of Liang Mountain and the appearance of the sky. Reaching ape. Since then, Marquis Bayun had learned that Qin Shujian had condensed 4 universal heavenly locks. Since then, he knew that Qin Shujian would break the shackles of the true dominion and become the domain master of Spirit Realm sooner or later. However, Marquis Bayun had not expected Qin Shujian had broken the shackles so quickly. It had only been 3 months. Qin Shujian had completed the last step and achieved an achievement that no one had ever achieved in 1,000 years. After the trip to the desolate void ordinary realm, Marquis Bayun had looked at Qin Shujian in a new light and wanted to nurture him. Regardless of whether Qin Shujian would be useful to him in the future, it might be useful to have a connection with such a potential expert in the future. In the end, Marquis Bayun was surprised by Qin Shujian's potential. Even with his status, he had to treat a domain master of the spirit realm seriously. This kind of genius, it was almost certain that Qin Shujian would become a heavenly man. Xiaohong, who was sitting below, and the other family generals and consecrators of the Bayun Mansion all had different expressions on their faces. However, without exception, there was a hint of shock. Obviously, the appearance of a domain master of the spirit realm shocked these cultivators, who were at least at the divine martial realm. Especially Xiaohong. He had met Qin Shujian several times and recognized his potential. However, when he found out that Qin Shujian was a high-grade blacksmith, he did not think that Qin Shujian would have the chance to break the shackles of the true dominion. After all, ultimate experts pursued one Dao wholeheartedly. Qin Shujian was obsessed with cultivation and blacksmithing at the same time. Given his talent and potential, it would not be difficult for him to become an expert in the future. However, it was almost impossible for him to become an ultimate expert who could break the shackles of the true dominion. However, the reality before his eyes was a heavy blow to Xiaohong. He could not help but believe one thing. Some people could not be guessed using common sense. The appearance of the Liang Mountain Spirit Realm means that the Bayun Mansion has the 18th Spirit Realm. This is something worth celebrating, Marquis Bayun said slowly as his gaze landed on Xiaohong. You have the most contact with Qin Shujian. You represent the Bayun Mansion and send him a congratulatory gift. This is also a congratulatory gift from the Imperial Court. Yes, Marquis Bayun. Xiaohong stood up and accepted the order before sitting down again. Li Guanan said, now that the Liang Mountain Spirit Realm has been upgraded, I'm afraid that the sects of the other spirit realms and even the Great Dominion will have their eyes on it. I believe that these forces will have a conflict with the Origin sect. We'll leave the matters of the cultivation world to the cultivation world. Marquis Bayun shook his head slightly and paused for a while before saying, if it's too much, we can help solve the Origin sect's predicament. Upon hearing this, everyone else was silent. The Imperial Court rarely interfered with the matters of the cultivation world. Just like what Marquis Bayun had said, this had already proved that he valued the Origin sect. In the Liang Mountain Spirit Realm, due to the presence of the Liang Mountain Protectorate Lord, many sects did not immediately take action on the spirit realm. Instead, they would make other arrangements after finding out the situation. However, the sect's cultivators did not take action, but it did not mean that everyone could tolerate it. Boom, a terrifying fluctuation spread and the mountain gate of the Heaven Saber sect shattered. Who dares to cause trouble at the Heaven Saber sect? The sudden change immediately attracted the attention of the Heaven Saber sect disciples. Suddenly, many disciples appeared and shouted sternly when they saw a tall and thin middle-aged man with a slightly withered face in front of them. Hand over your sect-guarding spirit weapon or I'll level your sect. How dare you? How dare you be so presumptuous in front of the Heaven Saber sect? The middle-aged man's words completely enraged the people of the Heaven Saber sect. At this moment, the elder of the Heaven Saber sect also heard the commotion and came over. When he saw the broken mountain gate tablet, there was an obvious flash of anger in the elder's eyes. However, when he saw the middle-aged man, his expression changed slightly. He then cupped his hands and said, the Heaven Saber sect has nothing to do with you. Why did you destroy our mountain gate? Elder, he wants to take our sect-guarding spirit weapon. a Heaven Saber sect disciple said. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene suddenly fell silent. The elder of the Heaven Saber sect looked gloomy and his eyes turned cold as he looked at the middle-aged man. Take the sect guarding spirit weapon. It had been hundreds of years since the Heaven Saber sect was established. No one had ever dared to be so presumptuous. However, before the elder of the Heaven Saber sect could say anything, the middle-aged man sneered. Then, without any movement, a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Then, the elder of the Heaven Saber sect did not even have time to react before he was sent flying with a scream. After landing on the ground, he was still coughing up blood. Spiritual martial realm cultivators attack. Enduring the splitting pain in his head, the elder of the Heaven Saber sect looked at the middle-aged man as if he had seen something terrifying. Only a spiritual martial realm cultivator could stand still and severely injure a physical invulnerability realm cultivator. Thinking of the terrifying divine thought attack just now, the elder felt a chill in his heart. As for the other people of the Heaven Saber sect, their expressions changed drastically at this moment. The spiritual martial realm, the disciples of the Heaven Saber sect had only heard of this realm but had never seen it before. Especially when they saw their physical invulnerability realm elder. He was sent flying and coughing up blood before he even had the chance to attack. Such strength. It was enough to shock them. Just as the middle-aged man was about to attack again, he suddenly exclaimed. Spiritual martial realm? Boom, before he could think too much. A saber energy came from afar and slashed at his head. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's shocked and doubtful expression instantly turned cold. He released his energy and turned it into a huge palm energy that collided with the saber energy. Bang, the two collided and a strong wind spread. The saber energy shattered at the same time. A streak of cold light burst out from it and instantly tore the palm apart. The middle-aged man's heart skipped a beat and he instinctively retreated quickly. At the same time, a saber mark started from where he was standing and spread out for more than 3 meters before it stopped. Sect Master. Seeing the newcomer, the people of the Heaven Saber sect felt a little relieved. Gue Haichuan ignored them and looked at the middle-aged man. He said in a deep voice, a spiritual martial realm cultivator must be famous. May I know who you are? The Liang Mountain Spirit Domain has just been promoted. I didn't expect someone to break through to the spiritual martial realm. What a surprise. Zhang Kun's expression was solemn as he stared at Gue Haichuan. He didn't expect it either. A sect that had just been promoted to the spirit domain had someone who had reached the spiritual martial realm. Although this kind of newly promoted spiritual martial realm was much weaker than a veteran spiritual martial realm cultivator like him. However, Zhang Kun looked at the saber in Gue Haichuan's hand and wanted to retreat. A cultivator at the first level of the spiritual martial realm was not scary. What was scary was that such a cultivator had a powerful spiritual weapon to help him. With the combination of the two, his strength was comparable to the second or even third level of the spiritual martial realm. So, Zhang Kun retreated in the end. With Gue Haichuan here, he couldn't take the Heaven Saber sect's spiritual weapon. If he attacked by force. Although he didn't think Gue Haichuan would be a match for him, there was a high chance that both of them would be injured. To this, Gue Haichuan did not stop him either. In the end, he had just broken through to the spirit martial realm and had not even stabilized his realm. He only dared to confront Zhang Kun because of his spiritual weapon. If they really wanted to fight, he wasn't sure either. Now that Mount Liang's spirit realm had just been promoted, the situation was not completely stable yet. As the only spirit martial realm cultivator in the Heaven Saber sect, Gue Haichuan had to ensure that he was in peak condition at all times. Only then would he not put the sect in danger. Especially after what had just happened. He wanted him to understand what kind of situation the sects of the Liang Mountain Spirit Realm were in. Take elderly away to treat his injuries. Also, from today onwards, the disciples of the Heaven Saber sect are not allowed to leave the mountain as they please. Those who violate the sect rules will be punished. Yes, sir. The remaining Heaven Saber sect disciples replied respectfully. After understanding that their sect master was also a spirit martial realm cultivator, these people's hearts were also greatly relieved. The Heaven Saber sect had Gue Haichuan, a cultivator who had broken through to the spirit martial realm at the last minute. However, the other sects did not. For cultivators of the spirit martial realm, a sect guarding spiritual artifact was extremely tempting. Because it could become a sect guarding spiritual artifact. Basically, it was an innate spiritual artifact that could carry the sect's luck. Such a fey was a completely different concept compared to a normal artifact that was forged by humans. The former had the possibility of growth. The latter was basically fixed. If one wanted to break the shackles, it would cost a lot. In terms of value, a sect guarding spiritual artifact was much more valuable than other spiritual artifacts. In the spirit realm, not all sects had a sect guarding spiritual artifact. Even if some sects without a spirit martial realm cultivator had a sect guarding spiritual artifact, they were basically related to some of the major sects of the spirit realm. For this, very few spirit martial realm cultivators would attack these sections. Because of carelessness, they might provoke the experts of the major sects of the spirit realm to suppress them. Therefore, when Mount Liang True Dominion was promoted to the spirit realm, some independent cultivators had their eyes on the sects here. The spirit realm had just been promoted. There were no spirit martial realm cultivators in the sect. Such an existence. It was like a child holding a piece of gold in his hand and walking openly in a busy city. It was difficult not to attract attention. Boom! Xianxia staggered back. The spiritual artifact in his hand was flickering. His white beard was already stained with traces of blood. In front of him, there were two spirit martial realm cultivators. As for the surroundings, many Blue Cloud sect disciples had already fallen to the ground. There were even two physical invulnerability realm elders. Hand over the sect guarding spiritual artifact and I'll spare your life. Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Just kill him. The two spirit martial realm cultivators didn't take Xianxia seriously. If he didn't have a spiritual artifact in his hand, how could a cultivator at the peak of the true martial realm contend against them, if the basic martial realm and true martial realm had a huge gap? Then the gap between true martial realm and spirit martial realm was even bigger. The spirit god was nurtured. Even a physical invulnerability realm cultivator couldn't completely block a spiritual attack. Xianxia didn't speak. He felt a little sad. The current situation. He had already expected it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to Yuanzhong to seek protection. However, now that Qin Shujian had just reached the spirit martial realm, Yuanzhong, as the biggest beneficiary of the Liang Mountain spiritual realm's advancement, was probably still in a state of rest. His Blue Cloud sect was in trouble. They might not be able to help him in time. Xianxia took a deep breath and used his true yuan to suppress the injuries in his body. He shouted in a deep voice, "You guys run for your lives. I'll stay here alone to stop them." Master. The Blue Cloud sect disciples looked sad. As for the players, most of them had already escaped. Most of the players didn't have a sense of belonging to the sects in the game. Compared to dropping levels to die, it was better to avoid the danger. Without the Blue Cloud sect, there would be Blue Cloud sect and Red Cloud sect. At worst, they could take this opportunity to sneak into Yuanzhong. After saying that, Xianxia's true yuan surged. The spiritual artifact in his hand fluttered without wind. A powerful aura rose. Seeing this, the faces of the two spirit martial realm cultivators turned serious. They didn't take Xianxia seriously. However, they couldn't ignore this sect-guarding treasure that was comparable to an upper-grade spiritual artifact. Just as they were about to make a move. Boom! A cold light instantly pierced through the void. One of the spirit martial realm cultivators didn't even have time to turn around before his entire body exploded. Blood splattered all over the ground. What a sudden change. Everyone at the scene was horrified. Especially the other spirit martial realm cultivator. The shock in his heart was greater than anyone else's. Just now, he only felt an impending danger. However, before he could come back to his senses, a spirit martial realm cultivator died just like that. He died so quickly, and so directly, the spirit martial realm cultivator was shocked. Xianxia was pleasantly surprised. Only the light at the end of the tunnel could describe his current mood. In the distance, a person holding a longbow came directly to the Blue Cloud sect's mountain gate. The seemingly broken gate and the corpses on the ground. His eyes turned cold. He said in a deep voice, "Under the orders of the sect master, no one is allowed to attack the local sects of the Liang Mountain spiritual realm. Those who violate this will be killed without mercy. Greetings, Elder Zhang." At this moment, Xianxia stepped forward and cupped his hands. As for Zhang Ergu, Xianxia knew him. After all, he was one of the elders of the Yuan sect. However, Xianxia didn't expect that. He didn't know when this outer sect elder of the Yuan sect had become so powerful. Even Xianxia couldn't see through him. Then, he saw the longbow in his hand. A Dao seal could be vaguely seen on it. His expression changed slightly. A Dao artifact, a second Dao artifact. As for the other side, the spirit martial realm cultivator's expression stiffened after Zhang Ergu appeared. With his eyesight, he could see that the person in front of him was also in the spirit martial realm like him. However, if that was all, it wasn't enough to shock him. However, when his gaze fell on the Qiankuan bow in Zhang Ergu's hand, his heart trembled. Then, he swallowed hard. Then, he cupped his hands and said, "I'm Du Feng. May I know your name?" Yuan sect Zhang Ergu. Zhang Ergu? Hearing this name, Du Feng almost choked. If it weren't for the fact that the other party's expression didn't seem to be fake, he would have thought that he was teasing him. After taking a deep breath, Du Feng said in a deep voice, "I've never been an enemy of the Yuan sect. I just have some grievances with the Blue Cloud sect. Why do you have to intervene?" While speaking, he always paid attention to his tone and didn't dare to anger the other party. With a Dao artifact in hand, he learned from his companion's mistake. Du Feng was also very weak in his heart. However, the temptation of the Blue Cloud sect's spiritual artifact was too great. He was unwilling to give it up. He could only think of a way to persuade Zhang Ergu to leave and get the spiritual artifact. As for the dead spirit martial realm, Du Feng had to thank Zhang Ergu. In this way, he wouldn't have to share the spiritual artifact with the other party. Hearing this, Zhang Ergu glanced sideways at the Blue Cloud sect master. Xianxia said in a deep voice, "If the spiritual artifact exists, the Blue Cloud sect exists. If it doesn't exist, the Blue Cloud sect will not exist." Seeing this, Zhang Ergu retracted his gaze and looked at Du Feng with a smile. "My Yuan sect will protect the Blue Cloud sect for 20 years. Please go back. In that case, I'll take my leave." Du Feng didn't dare to argue. Since the other party's words were resolute, he had to take a step back. As for the spiritual artifact, he could only wait until the future to plan. Just as Du Feng turned around, a terrifying threat instantly surged into his heart. Before he turned around to look back, the protective aura that he had just instinctively propped up was broken. The next moment, the attack hit him. Suddenly, like the previous spirit martial realm cultivator, his whole body directly exploded. At this time, Zhang Ergu slowly lowered the hand holding the Qiankuan bow, shook his head and said to himself, "If I let you go now, what if you go back and destroy the Blue Cloud sect? The sect master's task can't be messed up." Some true Dominion sects managed to keep their sect guarding spirit weapons. Some true Dominion sects were completely annihilated. In just one day, the entire Liang Mountain Spirit Protectorate was in chaos. Boom, terrifying attacks were unleashed. Dozens of people were fighting. Every attack caused the air to explode. Under the attack of the spirit deity, the surroundings had turned into a dangerous place that ordinary people could not approach. "Who are you people?" Deng Chenjiang was shocked and angry. The long whip in his hand danced like a silver snake as he dealt with the attacks of the surrounding people. Until now, he did not understand what was going on. He had just annihilated a sect called the Wanhua sect and seized their sect-guarding spirit weapon. However, before he could go far, he was surrounded by dozens of spirit martial realm cultivators. Although they were all cultivators at the first level of the spirit martial realm, there were too many of them. Plus, he was only at the third level of the spirit martial realm. If he did not have the support of the spirit weapon in his hand, at this moment, he would have been attacked by the terrifying spirit deity and his soul would have been destroyed. However, even if he had the support of the spirit weapon, it was only a matter of time before he was defeated. Deng Qinjiang did not understand how he had offended so many experts. Logically speaking, he had been walking in the cultivation world all these years and had not offended any of the spirit protectorate's large sections. Or else, so many years had passed and he would not still be free and unfettered. Kill. Fu Gang's expression was indifferent. However, the attacks in his hands did not stop. He was not as strong as the person in front of him. However, there were too many people around him. A cultivator at the third level of the spirit martial realm could not cause much trouble. After more than 10 minutes, under the powerful attack of the spirit deity, Deng Qinjiang's body suddenly shook violently. Then, blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. His head was in pain and the quintessential essence that he had just summoned dissipated. Immediately, numerous attacks bombarded his body. His flesh was torn apart and he was sent flying while coughing blood. When he landed, he was already on the verge of death. He struggled for a few seconds before he breathed his last. Fu Gang walked forward and bent down to take the spirit weapon from the other party's hand. Then, he searched the other party's body and found all the valuable items. Soon, he took them and left. Everyone had just left for 1 or 2 minutes. Suddenly, other people appeared from the dark. After all, the battle of the spirit martial realm was not small. Especially now that the situation was a bit delicate, it was even more eye-catching. I didn't think that Deng Qinjiang would die in this newly promoted spirit realm. Who is that person from? Why does he look so unfamiliar? Seeing Deng Qinjiang die with his eyes wide open, one of them was also shocked. Deng Qinjiang's strength was not considered very powerful. But in the end, he was still a spirit martial realm cultivator. In spirit realm, almost every cultivator in the spirit martial realm was a famous expert. But just like just now, more than a dozen spiritual martial realm warriors were all unfamiliar faces. Such a thing was indeed a little strange. Could it be a native force of the Cold Mountain spirit realm? Someone asked. After saying this, everyone else looked at him in a daze. Although they didn't look at him like he was an idiot, he was close to it. It has only been a day since the Liang Mountain spiritual region advanced. It is already rare for 1 or 2 peak genuine martial force cultivators to break through. It is not likely that they are spiritual martial force cultivators. Looks like I'll have to investigate which sect this cultivator in disguise is from. The others secretly calculated in their hearts. Then, they looked at each other and turned to leave. In the same place. Not long after, Deng Qinjiang's corpse gradually disappeared from the place. Similar to this scene, it happened in almost every place in the Liang Mountain spirit realm. Facing the attack of a newly advanced spirit realm, some sects that knew that the spirit realm's master could not be underestimated would have a cautious attitude. However, there were many sects in a spirit realm. The number of experts was even more immeasurable. There were always some people. After the spirit realm advanced, they coveted everything in the newly advanced spirit realm and attacked. As for the sects in the Liang Mountain spirit realm, even if there were peak genuine martial force cultivators, but to give birth to a spiritual martial force cultivator in just 1 day, it was needless to say how difficult it was. Therefore, when these spiritual martial force cultivators attacked the Liang Mountain spirit realm, the spiritual martial force cultivators of the Yuan sect also traveled across the entire spirit realm and attacked any spiritual martial force cultivators in the Liang Mountain spirit realm. When it came to a single realm, the spiritual martial force cultivators of the Yuan sect were not very strong. Most of them were at the first level of the spiritual martial force. Only a group of elders could reach the 3rd or 4th level. However, the Yuan sect had a lot of people. This time, at least 1,500 spiritual martial force cultivators were born in the rank 5 force. Such a huge force. It was enough to make everyone look askance. The long sword pierced through the air. The sword intent made people feel cold. A spiritual martial force cultivator immediately retreated. At the same time, he slashed with the long sword in his hand. In an instant, his earth energy surged violently in an attempt to completely block the sword. Test Sword Edge's expression was calm. He moved his feet. The 3-foot-long sword in his hand was like a stroke of God. Every sword attack happened to hit the opponent's weak point. It broke through the opponent's defense and left wounds on his body. With the advancement of the Yuan sect, he also broke through from the 7th level of the spiritual martial force to the 3rd level of the spiritual martial force. After being in the Yuan sect for so long, Test Sword Edge had already cultivated the sword intent. Now that he had broken through to the spiritual martial force, his sword intent had become even more terrifying with the help of the spirit god. Originally, he had only cultivated a low-grade truth rank sword technique. But now, this sword technique was in his hands. It had already broken through the original barrier and reached another mysterious level. Even when facing a cultivator at the 3rd level of the spiritual martial force, Test Sword Edge had the absolute upper hand. Why do you have to be so aggressive? If you really want to fight to the death, it won't be good for either of us. You dare to mess up the Liang Mountain spiritual region. You deserve to die. Test Sword Edge's calm words came out. The 3-foot-long sword in his hand was like the flowing light of the god of death. It directly pierced toward the opponent's throat. It seemed to be a slow sword. In fact, it was extremely fast. The spiritual martial force cultivator couldn't help but turn pale with fright. A dense light rose from the armor on his body, blocking the sword. However, in less than a breath's time, the light shattered with a loud bang. The long sword continued to slash forward. However, he also took advantage of this small obstruction. The spiritual martial force cultivator directly seized the opportunity to open up the distance between himself and Test Sword Edge. Then, without thinking, he turned around to escape. It didn't make sense. He couldn't beat him. If he didn't escape now and continued to fight in the same place, he would most likely be defeated and killed. It was just that he wanted to leave. But Test Sword Edge didn't intend to let him go. When the spirit god exploded, the sword intent almost appeared. The cold chill instantly made the spiritual martial force cultivator's heart turn cold. Even his movements were slightly sluggish. Then, he saw the sword light fly over. The next second, his chest felt a sharp pain. So you've been using me to practice your sword? The spiritual martial force cultivator clutched his chest and staggered back. In the end, he fell to the ground. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth. He looked at Test Sword Edge with eyes full of fear. His opponent's strength. It was far beyond his expectations. Previously, he didn't use his true strength. Only when he was about to escape did he make a fatal move. On the other side, the long sword returned to its sheath. Test Jianfeng walked up to the cultivator and bent down. He searched the cultivator's body and took away all the valuable items. This scene, it made the cultivator feel ashamed and angry. He spat out a large mouthful of blood. In the end, he couldn't hold on and died. To this, Test Jianfeng's face remained calm from the beginning to the end. The third one. Looking at the corpse on the ground, he muttered. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes. Soon, he left the place. According to Qin Shujian's order, it was to kill all the people who reached into the Liang Mountain spirit domain and tried to plunder it. So Test Sword Edge took action. Basically, he picked those spiritual martial force cultivators who had injured or killed people. As for the cultivators from other regions who were attracted by the promotion of the spirit domain, as long as they didn't casually attack, then he would turn a blind eye. After all, if he killed randomly, Yuanzong would make too many enemies. It wouldn't be good for the future. More importantly, now that Yuanzong had just been promoted, everything needed to be stable. There couldn't be too big of a change. Soon, what happened in the Liang Mountain spirit domain was directly transmitted to the ears of the major forces. It immediately caused a lot of commotion. After all, so many unfamiliar spiritual martial force cultivators appeared and so many spiritual martial force cultivators died in a short period of time. It was hard not to attract attention. More importantly, after investigating, they found that these spiritual martial force cultivators seemed to be from the same force. Soon, these sects expanded their manpower in an attempt to find out which faction was supporting these people behind the scenes. Not long later, these sects and forces had investigated everything thoroughly. Actually, this wasn't a difficult thing. After all, Yuanzhong was in the Liang Mountain spirit domain. There were very few people who didn't know about it. As for Yuanzhong's clothing, it was well known by all the forces. The reason why this happened. It was also because these forces were worried that there would be people who didn't open their eyes and offended Yuanzhong for no reason. In the end, it would lead to a disaster. When they found out that Yuanzhong had 1,500 inner energy cultivators, combined with the large number of spiritual martial force cultivators that appeared, many forces had the same guess in their minds. Promotion of force. According to the information they received, Yuanzhong was originally a 4th grade force. If it was promoted again, it would be a 5th grade force. In the spirit domain, a 5th grade force was almost unique. Similarly, after they found out that Yuanzhong might be promoted, it caused a huge commotion. A 5th grade force, all the cultivators in the sect increased by 6 minor realms. What did this mean? Combined with the current situation, Yuanzhong might have more than 1,500 spiritual martial force cultivators. More than 1,500 spiritual martial force cultivators, even if all of them had just entered the spiritual god realm. This was terrifying enough. One had to know that it wasn't easy for a large sect in the spirit domain to have 100 spiritual martial force cultivators, let alone 1,500 spiritual martial force cultivators. That was definitely a terrifying strength. Immediately, in the hearts of all the sects, the danger level of the Liang Mountain spirit domain rose sharply. There were so many spiritual martial force cultivators. It was enough to let Yuanzhong become one of the largest sects in the spirit domain. If any sect wanted to interfere with the Liang Mountain spirit domain, then they would have to consider whether they had the qualifications to fight against so many spiritual martial force cultivators. Because if they weren't careful, perhaps this would be the result of destroying the sect. The promotion of the Liang Mountain spirit domain. The commotion it caused was not just limited to the Baiyun prefecture. Even other prefectures received the news. As for the players, naturally, they were no exception. Compared to the previous commotion, this time, Qin Shujian had broken through to the spirit martial realm. Although the video of the True Dominion upgrading to the spirit domain was shocking, the effect it had on the players was not as great as before. Some things were too shocking. Furthermore, it was caused by one person frequently. Over time, they slowly got used to it. In the hearts of many players, perhaps the Liang Mountain Stockade Master should be so awesome. However, it wasn't like there was no movement at all. As a player of a small sect in the True Dominion, I would like to ask the players of the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain if you kill monsters and gain experience. Do you feel good leveling up? A post was posted on the forum. As for the comments below, it was a group of players' replies. First comment, yes, the monsters of the Spirit Domain are enthusiastic and experience is abundant. The leveling up is also very fast. We welcome all players to come. Second comment, I was out for half a day today, but I only leveled up twice. I feel very happy. Third comment, fourth comment, the spirit domain is the player's heaven. The True Dominion is nothing. There is still a place for the sect. Is there anyone who wants to come? Below the post, all the comments were positive. However, bang, the white light dissipated. Is there a mistake? Why did the Spirit Martial Realm monster appear so quickly? I dropped a level. F*CK. The 3 players cursed. Ever since the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain, the Heaven and Earth Spirit Chi had become denser. Even the self-cultivation speed was faster than before. This was naturally a good thing for the players. However, when the players went to the Endless Mountain range to kill monsters as usual, they discovered a problem. That was the monsters of the True Martial Realm in the past. Now, they had reached the Spirit Martial Realm. A large number of True Martial Realm monsters mixed with a small number of Spirit Martial Realm monsters. Any player who encountered these monsters, almost all of them could not withstand a single attack before they were teleported back to the resurrection point. As a result, the drawbacks of the upgrading of the spirit domain were revealed. In the Liang Mountain spirit domain, the strongest player at the current stage had just reached the inner energy realm. He had not even touched the physical energy realm, let alone the spirit martial realm. With such strength, entering the endless mountain range alone was almost certain death. Even if they entered as a team. Once they encountered a monster in the spirit martial realm, there was a high probability that they would be wiped out. In this way, the players were in an awkward situation. In the courtyard. Ever since he had broken through to the spirit martial realm, Qin Shujian had been sitting here, quietly familiarizing himself with the power of his body and absorbing the things he had gained from this breakthrough. Name, Qin Shujian. Title, Liangshan Region Leader. Identity, Sect Master of Yuan Sect. Affiliation, Yuan Sect. Faction Level, Level 5 Realm, LV10 Spiritual Martial Realm, inside the true domain of Liang Mountain, Realm +9, inside the Yuan Sect, Realm +5, Cultivation Technique, 21st Layer of the Gui Yuan Ancestral Canon, plus, Level 32 Life Extension, Level 1 Immortal King Body, Level 1 Ming King Hellfire, Level 1 Divine Will, Level 1 Spiritual God, Middle Grade Spiritual Rank, Martial Arts, Black Tiger. Saber Technique, Entering Tao, 5 Elements 8 Trigram Steps, Entering Tao, 7 Leaves Piercing Flower Palm, Entering Tao, Ming King Prison Breaking Saber, Entering Tao, Great Wilderness Demon Suppression Seal, plus, Perfection, Middle Grade Divine Rank, Special Martial Arts, Celestial Light Alchemy Book, Low Grade Alchemy Master, plus, Forging Ancestral Canon, Forging Master, Special Ability, Spiritual Eye, Saber Intent, 20%, Life Source, 59865532 Luck Value, 0. These were his current attributes. For an unknown cultivation technique, Qin Shujian was too lazy to change its name too much. He directly named it the Gui Yuan Ancestral Canon. As for the attributes of this cultivation technique, it had completely changed. After fusing the characteristics of the 7 cultivation techniques, no matter how one looked at it, it had already reached an extremely powerful level. But there was one thing. It was what Qin Shujian paid the most attention to. That was the attribute of prolonging one's life. This attribute had been closely following him ever since he had obtained the Eternal Spring technique. Even after fusing 2 cultivation techniques, the other attributes had changed greatly. This attribute. But it still remained. Qin Shujian had no idea how much lifespan could be increased by the life extension technique. According to normal circumstances, the lifespan of a cultivator in the spirit martial realm would be around 500 to 1,000 years. It could be said that once one's cultivation broke through to this level, for ordinary people, this was already close to a different kind of longevity. Even for cultivators, a lifespan of 500 to 1,000 years was not an exaggeration to say that the sea had turned into mulberry fields. However, in Qin Shujian's perception, he could only sense that his lifespan was vast. As for where the end was, he did not dare to jump to a conclusion. Rumor has it that the emperors in my previous life were all pursuing immortality. Now I have reached this level. Even if I can only live for 1,000 years, it is enough to experience the rise and fall of the dynasty. Qin Shujian secretly sighed. The spirit martial realm was already like this. The lifespan of the spirit martial realm was at least 1,000 years. However, for cultivators at this level, he was not too sure how long they could live. After all, with Yuan Zong's previous methods, at most, he could only come into contact with the first level of the spirit martial realm. But he was sure of one thing. Their lifespan would definitely be more than 1,000 years, not less than 1,000 years. Not to mention anything else. Since the Emperor of the Great Zhao established the world, it had been no less than a few thousand years. Now, he was still in power. Looking at the life extension technique, Qin Shujian could not help but guess, perhaps one day, I can really aspire for longevity. Even if I can't really live forever, it is enough to live for 10,000 or a few thousand years. Thoughts were spinning in his mind. He quickly shook them off and refocused his attention on himself. After breaking through to the spirit martial realm, Yuan Zong was promoted to a 5th level force. As the sect master, it was also the first time he enjoyed the increase in realm after the promotion of the sect. However, Qin Shujian found that this was of no use. Because it was true that his realm had increased. But his main cultivation method was still at the first level of the spirit martial technique. Unless he slowly cultivated. Only then could he be counted as a cultivator at the 5th level of the spirit martial realm. But for himself, it was obviously impossible to slowly cultivate. So, no matter what, he still needed to use his life source to directly increase his realm. In this case, when the sect was promoted, it was better to directly convert his life source. It was a small loss. Qin Shujian did not care too much. What he needed to do now was to increase his strength first. Otherwise, if an expert came to Yuanzhong, he might not be a match for him without the help of a Taoist artifact. With a thought, 100,000 life source was consumed. The Guiyuan ancestral canon twisted and changed from the 21st level to the 22nd level. At the same time, his body was strengthened in all aspects, but there was no change in his divine sense. According to Qin Shujian's estimation, this should be because his divine sense had already reached the 5th level of the spirit martial realm. So, the upgrade of the Guiyuan ancestral canon, it was just to make up for the gap in his cultivation method. It did not cause much change to the divine sense of the spirit martial realm. It only consumed 100,000 life source to increase one level. It seems that nearly 6 million life source should be able to directly deduce the Guiyuan ancestral canon to the peak of the spirit martial realm. Looking at the consumption of life source, Qin Shujian's heart settled. Then, with another thought, the life source was constantly consumed. The Guiyuan ancestral canon was also constantly being improved. But when it reached the 5th level of the spirit martial technique, he stopped. It was not because of anything else. It was simply because the life source was not enough. Looking at the remaining 1 million life source and the plus sign that no longer appeared behind the Guiyuan ancestral canon, Qin Shujian's face suddenly darkened. He originally thought that 6 million life source could directly deduce the cultivation method to the perfection stage. In the end, it was only half of it, and it was not enough. One had to know. 6 million life source had been accumulated by him for a few months. Looking at the remaining 1 million life source, Qin Shujian sighed. It is not easy to directly raise to the peak of the spirit martial realm. 6 million life source only raised to the 5th level. He already had a premonition. If he wanted to deduce to the perfection stage of the spirit martial technique, he was afraid that the life source he needed was not something that could be solved by a simple 7-digit number. Next, he looked at his attributes again. Qin Shujian's idea moved. The great desolate devil suppressing seal, which was originally a pure furnace fire, was now directly raised to the peak of perfection after consuming 1 million life source. Everything about the great desolate devil suppressing seal. It kept replaying in his mind. At this moment, Qin Shujian seemed to have transformed into the person who created this martial art. He had transformed into a powerful existence that suppressed all enemies with a raise of his hand. After a long time, everything about the great desolate devil suppressing seal was digested by him. This was a mid-grade divine level martial art. It had been completely digested. Apart from the difference in realm between him and the founder, his understanding of this martial art was no weaker than the founder of this martial art. Subsequently, Qin Shujian used the remaining life source on the celestial light alchemy tome. Immediately, there were only 300,000 life source left. As a reward, the celestial light alchemy tome was directly raised to the level of a high-grade alchemist. At the same time, everything about a high-grade alchemist was released bit by bit from the memories that were sealed in the depths of his mind. It seemed like a moment had passed. It also seemed like a long time had passed. When Qin Shujian came back to his senses, he found that he had already grasped everything about a high-grade alchemist and had directly become a peak existence at this level. Next, he seriously looked at his own attributes a few more times. After confirming that there was no possibility of improvement, he finally gave up the idea of looking at the attribute panel. Then he silently checked the changes in his body. Until now, Qin Shujian could be considered a true cultivator at the 5th level of the spirit martial realm. Level 25 of the Guiyuan Ancestral Canon, Mid-Spiritual Level 40 of Life Extension, Level 5 of Immortal King Body, Level 5 of King Ming Hellfire, Level 5 of God's Will, Level 5 of Spiritual God. These were the current attributes of the Guiyuan Ancestral Canon. Qin Shujian's palm didn't move at all, but a fire lotus bloomed in it. The flame didn't emit any heat, but it seemed to be able to burn everything. King Ming Hellfire. This was the fire that was born when the vital essence in his dantian was piled up to the extreme. Then, as the technique leveled up, it evolved into the King Ming Hellfire. Perhaps as the owner of the King Ming Hellfire, Qin Shujian couldn't exactly feel how strong this ability was. But it was definitely not weak. As for the so-called God's Will, he still didn't understand what it was. It was only a level 5 spiritual god. It represented the ability of the 5th level of the spiritual martial realm. Or rather, when his sect was leveled up, he had already reached the level of a level 5 spiritual god. But because the technique hadn't been deduced, this characteristic wasn't completely revealed. Now, with the improvement of the Guiyuan Ancestral Canon, it was perfected. It was only then that the 5th level spiritual god was fully revealed. Level 5 spiritual god. Qin Shujian secretly moved his mind. His body seemed to be lifted up, and he directly reached the point of flying. This wasn't a technique that relied on footwork to enter the Tao. It relied on the powerful spiritual god. It allowed him to reach the true level of flying. This was also a characteristic that cultivators of the spiritual martial realm had after reaching a certain level. The first level, spiritual god; the second level, flying. Qin Shujian was currently in the second level of the spiritual martial realm. In the entire Yuan sect, excluding him, there were a total of 2 people who had reached the level of flying. One was Jingfang. The other was Zhang Tiniu. Both of them were originally cultivators of the 8th level of the spiritual martial realm. After the Yuan sect leveled up, they directly reached the 4th level of the spiritual martial realm. After leaving the courtyard, Qin Shujian walked on Mount Liang. Compared to before, it was more than 200 feet tall. The mountain peak now was more than 900 feet tall. It could be said to be truly towering into the clouds, making people daunted. Accordingly, Mount Liang changed. It also caused most of the buildings in the Yuan sect to collapse because of the shaking. Fortunately, apart from the collapse of the building, there was no other damage. As for Yuan Zong's treasury, there was no problem at all. While the treasury was being built, Qin Shujian had already considered the possibility that Liang Mountain might change in the future. As expected, after the true domain of Mount Liang had been promoted to the spirit domain, the entire Liang Mountain had undergone earth-shaking changes. Furthermore, the heaven-earth spirit qi of the entire spirit domain had become several times richer than it had been in the true dominion after it had advanced to the spirit domain. Liang Mountain was the core of the Liang Mountain spirit domain. The spiritual energy in his body rose in a straight line. According to Qin Shujian's estimation, the concentration of spiritual energy was at least 5 times denser than before the advancement. 5 times the concentration of spiritual energy. Although it didn't directly say that 1 day of cultivation was equivalent to 5 days of cultivation for others, one's cultivation speed would indeed be faster than before. Any sect must have a blessed land with rich spirit qi. Only by using this as a foundation can the sect's legacy be passed down endlessly and the younger generation of experts emerge one after another. Qin Shujian was in a good mood as he observed the changes in his surroundings. As the spirit qi became denser, on Liang Mountain, it was like spring all year round. After coming to this world for so long, he actually rarely paid attention to the changes in seasons. This was because as his cultivation deepened, cultivators would no longer be afraid of cold and heat. It was easy to ignore the changes in climate. However, standing on Liang Mountain, looking at the area in the distance, the withered yellow leaves drifting down, and comparing it with the environment under his feet, it was easy to notice the difference. Sect Master. Seeing Qin Shujian, Su Yuanming was stunned for a moment. However, he quickly reacted. How are the losses of our sect? The losses aren't great. Based on rough estimates, it shouldn't exceed 200,000 taels. Okay. Qin Shujian nodded. For the current Yuan sect, 200,000 taels wasn't a great loss. Including the players. There were already more than 10,000 people in the sect. The monthly consumption was more than 100,000 taels. After asking about the losses, Qin Shujian continued, if we were to rebuild the Yuan sect now, how long would it take to complete it? I have already contacted the carrier trading company. The corresponding materials will be sent over in 5 days. If we want to repair it to its original state, it will take about half a month. Half a month? That's right. Su Yuanming nodded and said, now that Liang Mountain is many times larger than before, many places have to be demolished and rebuilt. Half a month is the fastest we can do. Compared to the first time they rebuilt the sect, this time they could do it so quickly because of the reputation of the Spirit Protectorate Lord. If the true Protectorate Lord was worthy of the Carrier Trading Company's friendship, then the Spirit Protectorate Lord, even the entire Carrier Trading Company would pay attention to him. He had a high chance of becoming an expert above the Divine Martial Realm in the future. No power would be unwilling to befriend him. Therefore, when Su Yuanming sent a message, Gu Feng immediately contacted the upper management of the trading company to make all kinds of preparations. At that moment, Zheng Feng came. Eldest Elder. Su Yuanming cupped his fist slightly. Elder Su. Zheng Feng smiled in response. Then, he looked at Qin Shujian and said seriously, Sect Master, people from various sects have come in hopes of meeting you. How do you respond to this? Which sects are they from? There are sects from the Liang Mountain Spirit Protectorate and sects from outside the Spirit Protectorate. Now that the Yuan sect is undergoing renovation, it is not convenient to meet guests. The sects from outside the Liang Mountain Spirit Protectorate have all been rejected. As for the sects from the Spirit Protectorate, let them go back first and come back in 7 days. Qin Shujian shook his head and said. Everyone knew why the sects from outside the Spirit Protectorate had come. As for the sects from the Spirit Protectorate, they could guess. However, he was not prepared to meet them so soon. On the other side, after Zheng Feng received Qin Shujian's instructions, he directly passed them on. Regarding this, the people from these sects did not dare to say anything. If the Spirit Protectorate Lord did not want to meet them, no one could force him to meet them. Then, I will take my leave first. Qi Yinshu said and left with a worried look on her face. Although Qin Shujian said that they would meet again in 7 days, to her and the entire Watermoon sect, 7 days, it was too long. Ever since the Spirit Protectorate was promoted, the Watermoon sect, like the other sects, was attacked by cultivators of the Spirit Martial Realm. Not to mention the casualties, even the sect's spiritual weapon was almost taken away. In the end, a Grand Elder who was in seclusion forced his way out and used his spiritual weapon to repel the cultivator of the Spirit Martial Realm. As a price, that Supreme Elder also passed away in a seated posture. It could be said, Qi Yinshu only now understood how weak the Watermoon sect was in front of the real sections. Any cultivator of the Spirit Martial Realm came to their door. They almost destroyed the sect. Right now, only the Yuan sect could stabilize the situation in the Liang Mountain Spirit Protectorate. No other sect could do it. Especially the more than 1,000 cultivators of the Spirit Martial Realm from the Yuan sect. In a short 2 to 3 days, they killed dozens of cultivators of the Spirit Martial Realm. It also showed their absolute strength. Therefore, for the Watermoon sect, only the Yuan sect could solve the current predicament. After a series of negotiations, Qi Yinshu came directly to the Liang Mountain Spirit Protectorate, hoping to pay a certain price to get the Yuan sect's help. Unfortunately, in the end, she did not even see Qin Shujian's face. Sect leader, how is it? After returning to the Watermoon sect, an elder immediately asked. It could be seen, the current Watermoon sect had really reached a point of no return. Qi Yinshu took a deep breath, shook her head, and said, Qin Shujian is not willing to meet. He said that all the forces will go after 7 days. During this period of time, it is not possible to rely on the Yuan sect. I've received news that the Emerald Cloud sect has encountered a strong enemy. The outer sect elder of the Yuan sect has gone to help them and has declared that he will ensure that the Emerald Cloud sect will not be destroyed for 20 years, said an elder who was over 50 years old. Protect the Blue Cloud sect from destruction for 20 years? That's right. I suspect that the Blue Cloud sect has already reached an agreement with the Yuan sect. What an old Taoist Xianxia. He is indeed scheming and astute. A cold light flashed in Xianxia's beautiful eyes. When she spoke, she seemed to be gnashing her teeth. In the original Blue River True Domain, the Watermoon sect, the Golden Sun sect, and the Blue Cloud sect had never been on good terms. Therefore, the Watermoon sect naturally would not let go of the opportunity to plant spies in the other two sections. If there was any news from the other two sects, the spies would also send it back to the Watermoon sect so that they could know the movements of the two sects in real time. Similarly, Xianxia was also very clear. There would definitely be spies in the Watermoon sect from the other two sections. That elder added, besides the Watermoon sect, the other sects must not be having a good time in such a situation. The Wanhua sect has already been completely annihilated. Now, all the sects hope that the Yuan sect can take charge of the situation. Combined with the Yuan sect's current actions, Qin Shujian will not let go of this opportunity. Since he said that he would come in 7 days, we will wait for him for 7 days. At that time everything will naturally become clear. The current situation had all been caused by Qin Shujian breaking the shackles of the True Domain and promoting the True Domain to the Spirit Domain. However, regardless of whether it was the Watermoon sect or the other sects, nobody dared to mention this matter. After all, the Yuan sect had originally been the overlord of the True Domain. Now that it had been promoted, it had become a Spirit Domain sect and was even more powerful than an ordinary Spirit Domain sect. If they angered the other party, there was almost no doubt. A moment later, a Spirit Martial Realm cultivator would descend on the sect and wipe it out with a wave of his hand. Qin Shujian was ruthless and merciless. This was something that everyone who knew about the other party's deeds tacitly agreed on. Upon hearing this, Xianxia also fell silent. She could already foresee this. When the sects met in 7 days, Yuan sect would definitely demand an exorbitant price. However, the Watermoon sect had no other choice. The promotion of the True Domain to the Spirit Domain had already forced them into a dead end. Now that Yuan Zong refuses to meet with any sects or forces, what should we do? Let's wait and see. In the Celestial sect, Zhang Xingming listened to the words of the people around him. His sharp eyes flashed with a cold light as he spoke. He had not expected this at all. Yuan Zong did not leave the Liang Mountain True Dominion. Instead, he had broken through the shackles and upgraded the True Dominion to the Spirit Dominion level. At the same time, he had not expected this. When the Essence sect advanced from the True Dominion to the Spirit Dominion, it would also advance to a level 5 force. What was even more unexpected was that the Origin sect would have over 1,000 domain enlightened spirit gods. In the 3 realms of spiritual martial arts, those who could reach the final realm were almost all the foundations of each sect. Those at the airborne realm were the ones who took charge of the situation on the surface. As for the domain spirit god realm, they were already the mainstay of every sect. Even a sect like the Celestial sect that had been passed down for over 1,000 years only possessed a mere 100 domain enlightened spirit gods. But that was how it was. The Celestial sect was already one of the top sects in the Fallen Dust spirit region. After all, although the spirit martial realm was the mainstream in the spirit realm, it did not mean that the streets were filled with spirit martial realm cultivators. To break into the spiritual martial force, this was a huge threshold for cultivators. Many cultivators wasted their entire lives, perhaps only reaching the peak of the true martial realm. Originally, Zhang Xingming had planned to attack this sect directly after Sky Origin sect entered the spirit domain and snatch away their sect treasure. However, but now, he had completely dispelled this idea. Over 1,000 domain enlightened spirit gods. Even if the Celestial sect mobilized all of its forces, it would still be difficult for them to contend against it. However, when the quantity reached a terrifying level, it was no longer something that could be made up for with ordinary quality. Even if he was a god martial realm cultivator. When facing such a large number of domain enlightened spirit gods, they would probably have no choice but to retreat. Thinking of this, Zhang Xingming shook his head and said, "What do you think?" At this moment, in the Celestial sect's main hall, the main seat was empty. Only Zhang Xingming spoke, and the others remained silent. After the other party finished speaking, Just then, another elder opened his mouth and said, "The Liang Mountain spirit domain is currently filled with heaven and earth spirit qi, giving birth to many spirit mountains and great rivers, and even heaven and earth spirit treasures. If these things fell into the hands of those sects that only had true martial realm cultivators, it would be too much of a waste. If we can occupy a portion of the resources, I'm afraid it will be beneficial to the sect." Then what does Elder Feng mean? The Sky Origin sect is powerful, and it would be difficult for us to fight against them alone. However, there are many sects eyeing the spirit domain of Mount Liang right now. If we joined forces with the other sects, even Qin Shujian would not dare to fight against so many sects. After that, the hall fell into a brief silence. Zhang Xingming stroked his beard and muttered, "Elder Feng's suggestion is not bad. It's a pity that the other sects may not be of the same mind as Celestial sect. If they join forces and push the Celestial sect into the teeth of the storm, I'm afraid it will be a troublesome matter." "Great Elder, wealth comes from danger." Elder Feng's face was solemn as he said in a low voice, "The Celestial sect has not been able to develop to this stage by blindly planning before acting. If we don't take advantage of this opportunity and wait for Qin Shujian to stabilize the situation in Mount Liang Spirit Realm, it will be even harder for us to interfere." Hearing this, Zhang Xingming's expression changed slightly. It was just as the other party had said. He didn't want to put the Celestial sect in a dangerous situation. However, Elder Feng's words, it also caused some waves to rise in his heart. On the other side, in Mount Liang Spirit Realm, after Yuan Zhong's 1,000 over Spirit God Realm cultivators attacked and massacred a group of cultivators who had caused chaos in Mount Liang Spirit Realm, they finally intimidated the others. Because during this period of time, they had died in Yuan Zhong's hands. Other than the Spirit God Realm cultivators, there were even 3 airborne realm cultivators among them. No one had expected this. In addition to a long saber Dao artifact in Yuan Zhong's hands, he also had a longbow Dao artifact. A one-seal Dao artifact Bow of the Cosmos, coupled with a half-step Dao artifact Cloud-piercing arrow. The combination of the two, it was enough to make any spirit martial realm cultivator feel fearful. Those were the 3 airborne realm cultivators. They had directly fallen in the hands of the Cosmos Bow. When those 3 airborne realm cultivators were shot to death, the other experts from the outside world fell into silence. Even some experts from large sects, they didn't dare to act rashly. After all, an airborne realm cultivator was already an expert at the level of a sect master in the spirit realm. As for cultivators at a higher realm, most of the time they were cultivating in seclusion in an attempt to reach the threshold of the divine martial realm. Even if it was a top sect like the Celestial sect, an airborne realm cultivator, they also had a pivotal position. Now that the blood of 3 airborne realm cultivators had spilled in Mount Liang Spirit Realm, it caused the other Spirit God Realm and even airborne realm cultivators to tremble in fear. Mount Liang City. After the city was officially built, Qin Shujian began to let some of Yuan Zhong's people live in it. After all, it was a city. Its main purpose was to steadily collect taxes to support a sect. However, the city was newly built. He didn't wantonly recruit people from the Chamber of Commerce or other sects to live in this city. So, only Yuan Zhong's people were in Mount Liang City. But even so, there was still some prosperity in the city. In the end, Yuan Zhong was a large sect with more than 10,000 people. This is Mount Liang City. Standing not far away from the city, Yang Zhongning looked at the tall city. There was no need to describe the shock in his heart. Although the Gold Sun sect's status was not low in the past, but it was far from the point of building a city. Standing in front of the city, he even felt that this city was also a terrifying powerhouse, giving people a great sense of oppression. This kind of oppression, Yang Zhongning had only felt it on the sect guarding spirit artifact of the Gold Sun sect. Could it be? This city is a huge spirit artifact? For no reason, such a thought arose in Yang Zhongning's mind, but he quickly shook his head and threw it away. How was that possible, if a city was to be forged into a spirit artifact? What kind of shocking method would that be? At least in Yang Zhongning's knowledge, he had never heard of it. When he stepped within 30 meters of Mount Liang City, Yang Zhongning felt as if his body had passed through some kind of membrane, and the surrounding spirit chi of heaven and earth instantly became dense. At the city gate, there were no guards. There were only people coming in and out from time to time, as if it was extraordinarily lively. Is that Elder Yang Zhongning of the Gold Sun sect? I'm Yang Zhongning. Greetings, Elder Su. Looking at the person walking towards him, Yang Zhongning had a solemn expression as he cupped his hands and said. If it was in the past when he faced Su Yuanming, perhaps there was no need to be so polite. No matter what, he was the Grand Elder of the Gold Sun sect, and his authority was equivalent to that of the deputy sect master. However, Yang Zhongning was very clear in his heart. Although the person in front of him was only one of the elders of Yuanzhong, he was a great cultivator in the spirit martial realm. As for the spirit god realm, or the airborne realm, that was unknown. However, even if he was only a spirit god realm cultivator, he was not someone a true martial realm cultivator could contend against. Su Yuanming smiled and cupped his hands. The sect master knew that Elder Yang was coming and specially ordered me to come and welcome you. Please follow me in. Thank you. Please. Su Yuanming took the lead and walked into Mount Liang City. Yang Zhongning followed beside him. After walking into Mount Liang City, looking at the wide streets on both sides, some of the open shops, and the people hawking on the streets, Yang Zhongning could not help but praise, your sect city already has signs of prosperity. It will definitely be more prosperous in the future. Haha, Elder Yang, you praise me too much. Su Yuanming laughed. He would not directly tell Yang Zhongning the people he saw. Actually, they were all from Yuanzhong. The people who had set up stalls along the streets were all from Yuanzhong. After all, these people were not wearing Yuanzhong's disciple uniform. If one did not know them well, it would be very difficult to see any clues. The more they walked in, Yang Zhongning was more shocked by Mount Liang City. Apart from the population, this city was not much inferior to the city built by the imperial court. However, in terms of the spirit chi of heaven and earth, it was even superior. Brother, how much are you selling this for? A beast core at the 5th level of the true martial realm. F***ck, that's too expensive. It's not expensive at all. Even if you exchange this for contribution points, it will cost 200. If you take it to the smithing hall, you can exchange it for a tier 4 armor. It's just that I'm too lazy to pay more. The player who set up the stall rolled his eyes and said, a beast core at the 5th level of the true martial realm is definitely not a loss. If you want to buy it, hurry up. Otherwise, if someone else buys it, it will be too late to regret it. Deal. The player hesitated for a while, then finally threw down a beast core. Then, he took a huge scale armor from the ground and left with satisfaction. Similar to this situation, it could be found everywhere in the city. As Mount Liang City expanded, the village where the outer court disciples lived and set up stalls to trade had been destroyed. The players wanted to trade. They could only move their stalls to Mount Liang City. However, there were some benefits to this. Disciples of Yuanzhong did not have to pay any taxes when they set up stalls. Fighting is forbidden in Mount Liang City. If someone fights without permission, the guards will appear. If it's light, they will be expelled from the city. If it's heavy, they will be killed on the spot. Walking in the city, Su Yuanming gave Yang Zhongning a brief introduction of the city's situation. On the side, Yang Zhongning listened silently. My Yuanzhong now has 2 halls of alchemy and smithing. We will also set up shops here. If the Golden Sun sect needs anything in the future, you can come here to buy. I didn't expect your sect to have experts in alchemy and smithing. This really surprises me. Yang Zhongning's expression changed slightly. Looking at the empty shops around him, he smiled and said, I wonder if your sect will allow other forces to enter this city? If the Golden Sun sect is interested, I believe the sect master will welcome you with open arms. Yang Zhongning chuckled, but did not continue to talk about this issue. However, looking at his expression, it was obvious that he took Su Yuanming's words to heart. With the current power of the Yuanzhong, if nothing unexpected happened, Mount Liang City would definitely become a big city in the Mount Liang spiritual region. To be able to occupy a place here. For the Golden Sun sect. It might not be a bad thing. In the city, there was also a building similar to the City Lord Mansion. When Yang Zhongning followed Su Yuanming into the building, he discovered that there seemed to be too many experts in the City Lord Mansion. When he entered the banquet hall, he also saw that the people from the other sects were already seated there. Elder Yang. Elder Yang. When they saw Yang Zhongning, many people cupped their hands and greeted him from afar. Yang Zhongning also cupped his hands in response. As for Su Yuanming, they had already seen him before. When Yang Zhongning sat down at the seat exclusive to the Gold Sun sect, he silently sized up the other people in the banquet hall. The promotion of the Liang Mountain Spirit Protectorate, it had affected there were a total of 6 true dominions. Everyone present, they were all sects in the 6 true dominions. Apart from that, there were no other people from other powers present. When he saw this, Yang Zhongning had a rough idea. Apart from a few large sects, even if there were true martial realm cultivators in the other powers, they could only be considered mediocre. Not long after, 2 more people arrived one after another. At this point, all the sects and powers of the 6 true dominions were considered to have arrived. The sect master has arrived. A voice was heard from outside. Everyone was stunned. They immediately looked at the entrance of the banquet hall and saw Qin Shujian, who was dressed in a green robe, striding in. Instantly, everyone stood up, bowed their heads and cupped their fists. Greetings, Sect Master Qin. Everyone, please take a seat. After sitting down at the main seat, Qin Shujian gestured with his hands in the air and said with a faint smile. Thank you, Sect Master Qin. Everyone obeyed and sat down. Qin Shujian clapped his hands twice. Immediately, people came forward to serve tea to the cultivators of the various sections. In an instant, the banquet hall was filled with a fragrance and the spirit qi seemed to have become denser. It was definitely not an ordinary spirit tea that could achieve this level of effect. However, everyone's attention was not on this, so no one paid too much attention to this. After taking a sip of the spirit tea, Qin Shujian put down the teacup in his hand. The soft collision between the bottom of the teacup and the table was extremely eye-catching in the banquet hall, causing the hearts of the others to involuntarily tremble. Soon after, their gazes fell on the other party. Now that the spirit realm has been promoted, the world's spirit energy is flowing backwards and nourishing, causing many experts from other spirit realms to covet our Liang Mountain spirit realm. There is no lack of cultivators from other spirit realms. These days, my Yuan sect's spirit martial realm cultivators have been roaming all over the spirit domain. Their goal is to maintain the stability of Mount Liang's spirit domain and to restore peace and order. Qin Shujian said slowly. Regarding this, the others remained silent. Everyone was well aware of who the culprit was, and why things had escalated to such a state. But knowing these things was one thing. But he could not say it out loud. Not long after Qin Shujian finished speaking, the Blue Cloud Sect's sect master Qing Su immediately said in a clear voice, Yuan sect has done a lot for Mount Liang's spirit domain and saved the other sects from danger. This Taoist admires you. Sect master Qing Su is too kind. Yuan sect is a part of Mount Liang's spirit domain. How could we sit and watch the spirit domain fall into chaos? Qin Shujian replied with a smile. Yang Zhongning and the others looked at the 2 people praising each other and did not know what to say for a moment. The people present now. Who didn't know that the Blue Cloud sect and Yuan sect had something fishy going on? Zhang Ergu's words of protecting the Blue Cloud sect for 20 years had spread to the ears of almost all the sections. They believed. Qin Su definitely knew that this matter had spread. But even so, the other party still shamelessly praised them, making them understand the bottom line of this old Taoist even more. However, now that Qin Su had spoken, if the others remained silent, they would be giving Yuan sect a hard time. Therefore, after Qin Su spoke, Yang Zhongning and the others also cupped their fists and said, Sect Master Qin Su is right. Sect Master Qin's sacrifice for Mount Liang's spirit domain is obvious to all. We also admire him. Since everyone is able to understand my Yuan Zong's efforts, then I will not beat around the bush. The others' faces stiffened again. Qin Shujian ignored them and said in a deep voice, "Now that the spirit domain has been upgraded, true martial realm cultivators are no longer the top experts. Spirit martial realm cultivators are the mainstream. Cultivators from other regions covet the sect guarding spirit artifacts of Mount Liang's spirit domain, spirit mountains and rivers with rich spirit energy, and other things. The sects that you belong to used to be the top sects of the true domain. However, in the spirit domain, sects without spirit martial realm cultivators can only be considered inferior. Sects and clans without airborne realm cultivators would have a hard time keeping their heritage intact. These days, the sects should have encountered a lot of trouble. The Spirit Resonance True Domain's Wanhua sect was destroyed and its sect-guarding spirit artifact was stolen. Although the cultivator who attacked was killed by my sect, the situation had reached a point of no return. I dare to say this. If it weren't for the fact that our Yuan sect's cultivators were exhausted from running around and killing these cultivators one by one, how many sects would still be able to sit here today?" As he spoke, the smile on Qin Shujian's face disappeared. As for Yang Zhouning and the others, their expressions were also changing unpredictably. Since the spirit domain had been upgraded, all the sects that had sect-guarding spirit artifacts had been attacked by spirit martial realm cultivators. Some sects had even paid a heavy price. But no matter how heavy the price was, true martial realm cultivators couldn't compete with spirit martial realm cultivators. If Yuan sect hadn't intimidated the experts these days, most likely, all the sects present would have been destroyed. After all, now, among the sects in Mount Liang's spirit domain, only the Heaven Saber sect had spirit martial realm cultivators besides Yuan sect. But, looking at Gue Haichuan's unpleasant expression, they secretly shook their heads. During this time, the Heaven Saber sect had welcomed 3 waves of spirit martial realm cultivators. Although they were defeated by the other party with the help of their sect-guarding spirit artifacts, they still paid a heavy price. Qing Su at the side also spoke at the right time. "If your sect hadn't acted at the right time, my Blue Cloud sect would have followed in the footsteps of the Wanhua sect. Today, I wouldn't have been able to sit here." Although these words were meant to echo, it was also the truth. Qi Yunshu, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said, "Right now, in Mount Liang's spirit domain, only the Origin sect can contend against the foreign cultivators. The Water Moon sect hopes that Sect Master Qin can lend a helping hand. If you can preserve the sect's inheritance, we are willing to pay any price." Following Qi Yunshu's words, Sect Master Qi's words are also Nine Rivers sect's intentions. Li Fei also cupped his fists and said. Everyone was well aware of the reason why Qin Shujian had gathered all the sects here. Instead of waiting for the other party to speak, it was better to take the initiative to avoid awkwardness. Moreover, if they lost Yuan sect's support, they didn't have the confidence to protect their sect's inheritance in front of the foreign cultivators. In the end, they were still too weak. Qin Shujian's solemn expression also became gentle. He looked at the people from the other sects and said calmly, "I wonder what the other sects think. As long as we can protect our sect's inheritance, we will follow Sect Master Qin." "Good," Qin Shujian immediately said. "In that case, I won't beat around the bush. For 20 years, each sect will pay 2 million taels of silver annually. My Yuan sect will protect your sect from destruction. After 20 years, if the sects think that they can protect themselves, then I won't force it. In addition, my Yuan sect will only guarantee that you won't be attacked by foreign cultivators. However, if you take the initiative to start a fight, then it doesn't fall under the scope of my promise." 2 million taels of silver. Hearing this, apart from Qing Su, who still maintained a calm expression, everyone else's expression changed greatly. "Sect Master Qin, isn't 2 million taels too high?" Sect Master Xinyu's expression changed slightly as she said hesitantly. Qin Shujian glanced at her and said in a deep voice, "Everyone here used to be the top sects in their respective regions. The amount of assets under your name is immeasurable. I'm afraid that your annual profit is more than 3 or 4 million taels. I'm only taking 2 million taels because you and I are from the same sect in the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain. If it's a foreign sect, even if it's many times more, my Yuan sect won't take a fancy to it. This, Sect Master Shen, if you can't make a decision immediately, you can return to your sect and think about it. After you've thought it through, it won't be too late for us to talk about it. After saying this, Shen Yu's face turned pale as she hurriedly said, Sect Master Qin, don't misunderstand. My sect definitely doesn't mean to refuse. Go back and think about it. She wasn't naive enough to think that she would have a chance to think about it after going back. With Qin Shujian's ruthlessness, she was afraid that after walking out of this banquet hall, the fate of her sect was destined. 2 million taels of silver was a lot. However, compared to the survival of the sect, it wasn't much. The Blue Cloud sect is willing to offer 2 million taels of silver every year in exchange for your sect's protection. Before Shen Yu could say anything, Qing Su had already stood up and cupped his hands. Subsequently, the other sects didn't say anything and all cupped their hands in agreement. There was nothing they could do even if they didn't agree. It was obvious that Yuan's sect had them under control. When they were still in the True Dominion, all the sects present combined might not be able to contend against Yuan's sect. Now that the spirit domain had advanced, Yuan's sect had 1,500 spirit martial realm cultivators and could dominate a region. The sects present had no chance of contending against them. Therefore, either they agreed, or they perished. As for whether they perished in the hands of Yuan's sect or the foreign cultivators, this was perhaps the only variable. If they wanted to get closer to the other sects of the spirit domain, that was something they didn't even need to think about. Unless the entire sect moved. Or else, if any other sect showed signs of doing so, Yuan's sect would crush their sect in the next moment. The other sects were sensible. This also made Qin Shujian have a faint smile on his face. Excluding the original Liang Mountain True Dominion, there were a total of 12 sects in the other 5 True Dominion. This way, Yuan's sect would receive a total of 24 million taels of silver every year. Such a profit. Even if Yuan's sect had a few times more people now, it would be enough to support the sect's operations. Indeed, collecting protection fees was the right way to maintain a sect. At this thought, Qin Shujian raised his teacup and said loudly, "Let me toast everyone today." Please. Sect Master Qin, I still have a question. Sect Master Li, feel free to ask. Li Fei calmed himself down and coughed lightly. The spirit domain is not as vast as the True Dominion. Even a spirit martial realm cultivator would need more than 1 or 2 days to traverse the entire spirit domain. If foreign cultivators come, will your sect not be able to provide support in time? As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes flickered. This question. They had thought about it before, but they had to bring it up at the right time. However, Li Fei had said it out loud. That would be for the best. Hearing this, Qin Shujian's expression remained calm instead, and he said, My sect will station 5 domain enlightened spirit gods in every single sect. Of course, this depends on your own opinion. As soon as he finished speaking, many people's faces froze. They naturally knew about the 3 realms of the spirit martial realm. The main point was the problem of stationing 5 spirit god realm cultivators. If these cultivators went to the various sects, who would be the boss? However, if they refused, no one dared to refuse. After all, they had paid 2 million taels. If they really encountered a situation beyond their reach, it would definitely be troublesome. Looking at everyone's expressions, Qin Shujian said, Within a year, I will open a teleportation door at a suitable place with Cold Mountain City as the center. At that time, it will not be a big problem for all parties to come and go. The people stationed there can also be withdrawn. Open a teleportation door. Does Sect Master Qin know an Array Grandmaster? Many people revealed astonished expressions. Only an Array Grandmaster could open a teleportation door. However, a cultivator of this level. He was very rare in the entire Baiyun mansion. More people. They belonged to the imperial court. Idle grandmasters were like drifting clouds and wild cranes. They were not easy to find. However, if they could find one, with the identity of the spirit domain's domain lord, they might be able to invite such a person. Since I dare to make such a promise, I will not fool everyone. The 2 million taels of silver is definitely worth it. You should relax. Qin Shujian smiled confidently. Array grandmasters could open a teleportation door. Forging grandmasters could do the same. It could even be said that, after reaching the level of a grandmaster in forging, one's control over runes was much stronger than that of a formation grandmaster of the same level. In the end, the Tao of formations was just a branch of the Tao of forging. Now, he had only used 1 million life force to become a master alchemist. In that case, he would be promoted from master forger to grandmaster forger. Qin Shujian estimated that it would be around 10 million yuan. Previously, when he was close to 6 million life sources, the ancestral forging codex did not show any signs of improvement. So he guessed. The gap between master and grandmaster should be about 10 times. As for the hundredfold, the possibility of that happening was minuscule. 1 year. It was enough for Yuanzong's people to contribute tens of millions of contribution points to him. This was also the reason why. That was the reason why Qin Shujian was so confident. Speaking of which, he changed the topic and continued, I presume that all of you have already seen the appearance of my cold mountain city before coming here. I wonder if any of you are interested in settling down here. I believe that it won't be long before this city becomes the most prosperous city in the entire Liang Mountain Spirit Domain. I wonder what kind of conditions are required to enter this place. Yang Zhongning asked first. With Yuanzong's current reputation, the future of Cold Mountain City was promising. Qin Shujian said, the shops are different in size and location, so the rent will naturally fluctuate. In addition, every year, my Yuanzong will take 5% of the net profit from the shops as tax. As a price, my sect will have experts stationed in the city to prevent any unruly people from doing anything out of line. After he finished speaking, everyone's expression changed slightly. It was obvious that they were considering this matter. Then, Qin Shujian stood up and said in a deep voice, if you have any ideas, you can discuss it with my sect's elder Su. While they were talking, Su Yuanming had already come in from outside. Farewell, Sect Master Qin. As his voice fell, Qin Shujian had already left the city lord's mansion. 3 days passed. The people of the 12 sects sent over 2 million silver as promised. After checking, Qin Shujian stored all of them. At this time, Gufeng from the Qingyun Trading Company had arrived once again. Along with him, there were a lot of people. And the things that Yuanzong needed this time. In the courtyard, Gufeng sat opposite Qin Shujian, feeling the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He couldn't help but sigh, in less than a year, Yuanzong has changed completely. I knew that Sect Master was not an ordinary person, but now it seems that I have underestimated him. Looking at Qin Shujian in front of him, the pressure he was under was not small at all. When he was just a bandit leader, he had already seen how extraordinary the other party was. But no matter what, Gufeng didn't think about it. A bandit leader could one day reach the level of Spirit Region's Domain Master. Spirit Region's Domain Master, in his memory, he had only heard of it from rumors. And only this time, Qin Shujian had a breakthrough. While looking through the ancient books, Gufeng only knew that the last Spirit Region's Domain Master was about 2,000 years ago. Any Spirit Region's Domain Master. In the future, they would at least be God Martial Realm cultivators. If there were no accidents, it was not impossible to become above God Martial Realm. What did a God Martial Realm cultivator mean? Now, the Carrier Trading Company had 5 peak God Martial Realm cultivators in charge, establishing their position as the #1 trading company in the Great Zhao dynasty. Thinking of this, Gufeng felt a little dreamy. As Spirit Region advanced, the Carrier Trading Company had also begun to invest large amounts of manpower and resources into this new spirit realm. They were prepared to do well in this new spirit realm. His position as the branch manager was not taken away. Not only was it not taken away, instead, many experts were sent to assist him. Unknowingly, Gufeng had gone from a small ordinary realm branch manager to a spirit realm branch manager. Although his cultivation was not slow at all, he had almost reached the inner aura realm. But compared to the rise in status, it was a completely different matter. he was very clear. The change in his status could not be separated from Yuanzong's halo. Haha, I'm afraid there is still a gap between Yuanzong and those large sects of Spirit Region. Seeing Gu Feng, Qin Shujian was in a good mood. Actually, this time, I have another matter to discuss with Sect Master Qin. Feel free to speak your mind. The trading company heard that Cold Mountain City has been opened. Many people value your sect's potential and want to obtain a place in the city for our trading company to set up a branch. What does Sect Master Qin think? Gu Feng said in a low voice. Okay. Qin Shujian did not think for too long and slowly nodded. If Cold Mountain City wanted to expand, apart from Yuanzong's influence, more trading companies were bound to move in. Similarly, Yuanzong wanted to take a portion of the profits and taxes. It was also because Cold Mountain City had enough people. Or else, the profits were next to nothing. Next, after the two discussed the relevant matters, Gu Feng stood up and said goodbye. Qin Shujian did not try to save him. But just as Gu Feng left, then someone else came forward. If meeting Gu Feng just now was to give him face, then Qin Shujian really had to personally meet the person from the Baiyun Marquis mansion. It was still the same place. The difference was, when Xiaohong looked at Qin Shujian now, he was looking at him as an equal. When the Marquis heard that Sect Master Qin broke through to the spiritual martial force and became the domain master of the Cold Mountain spiritual region, he was very happy. But because the Imperial Court is busy, he did not have time to meet you. He specially ordered me to come and congratulate you. The Marquis is so considerate. I don't deserve it. Qin Shujian replied with a smile. The more powerful one was, the more one could understand how powerful the Imperial Court was. In the Baiyun Mansion, including the Cold Mountain spiritual region, there were a total of 18 spiritual regions and 5 large regions. The Great Zhao had a total of 13 mansions. One could imagine how many powerful people there were in the cultivation world. Even so, the Great Zhao could suppress the entire cultivation world for thousands of years and maintain the orthodoxy of the Imperial Court. Just thinking about the power it contained was enough to shock people. As for the Marquis Baiyun being able to control a mansion, the power in his hands was definitely not weak. Although he did not know how strong. But it was not something Yuanzong could contend against. Moreover, the Marquis Baiyun had always taken care of Yuanzong. Qin Shujian also had a good impression of him, so he had to give him face. Xiaohong's storage ring flashed slightly, and a sandalwood brocade box appeared. He immediately handed it over. Qin Shujian took it with a puzzled expression. When the Marquis heard that Sect Master Qin helped a region to break through, he was very happy and asked me to bring this over. Consider it a congratulatory gift from the Baiyun Mansion to Sect Master Qin. The Marquis is so considerate. Qin Shujian quickly recovered and kept the box. Although he did not know what the Marquis Baiyun gave him. Since it was a gift from the Marquis Baiyun, that meant that it was definitely not an ordinary item. Since the establishment of the Baiyun Mansion, the domain master of the spiritual region has never appeared. Sect Master Qin's move is really shocking. Xiaohong's smile faded and he said seriously. However, there are some things that Sect Master Qin needs to treat with caution. The advancement of a spiritual region is enough to attract the attention of other spiritual regions and even the large regions. Although Yuanzong is not weak. However, it wasn't wise to fight against the other forces on his own. The Marquis belongs to the Imperial Court. Although he thinks highly of Sect Master Qin, it is not good for him to interfere too much in the cultivation world. While speaking, he looked at Qin Shujian's expression and continued, sometimes, concealing one's strength and biding one's time is not necessarily a bad thing. With the current power and influence of the Yuan sect, no one will dare to take the initiative to provoke us. This Qin naturally understands Steward Zhao's meaning. However, Qin Shujian gently put down the teacup in his hand, but a cold look appeared in his eyes. There are some things that if you retreat, the disadvantages will outweigh the advantages. At this moment, Xiaohong seemed to have seen an unyielding will from the other party. That kind of will. Although it was not very strong for him, who was in the god martial arts realm. It was extremely pure. Even. There was something that couldn't be explained clearly. Regarding this, Xiaohong stopped talking about this issue and said with a faint smile, "Since Sect Master Qin has his own ideas, then I won't say much." But the Marquis once said that if Yuanzong is in trouble, the Marquis of Northern Cloud will not sit idly by. It's just a battle in the cultivation world. It's not good for the imperial court to intervene directly. I hope Sect Master Qin can understand this. I hope Steward Xiao can go back and thank the Marquis for his kindness. The cold light in Qin Shujian's eyes dissipated. He raised the teacup in his hand and slightly motioned to Xiaohong. Seeing this, Xiaohong also raised his cup and responded, "I will naturally convey Sect Master Qin's words." Not long after, Xiaohong also got up and left. He had done everything the Marquis of Northern Cloud asked him to do. There was no need to stay in Mount Liang anymore. Regarding this, Qin Shujian also got up to see him off. At night, in the bedroom, Qin Shujian took out the sandalwood brocade box that Xiaohong gave him during the day and then opened it. There were 3 bluish-white pills that were about the size of an adult's thumb. Along with the opening of the box, a wisp of fragrance also overflowed from it. Just a simple sniff was enough to make people feel relaxed and happy. "This is the spirit consolidating pill?" Qin Shujian picked up one of the pills. After a few glances, he immediately recognized the origin of the pill. When he automatically checked its attributes with his spiritual eye, it was indeed as he knew. It was the spirit consolidating pill. The 5th level pill, the spirit consolidating pill. There was only one effect after taking it. That was to help cultivators who had just broken through to the spirit martial arts realm to quickly stabilize their divine sense and make their divine sense grow. But judging from the 3 spirit consolidating pills, he knew that what the Marquis of Northern Cloud gave was indeed what a normal cultivator needed to break through. He could also see that the other party attached great importance to him. "It's a pity that the spirit solidifying pill is of no use to me at the moment. However, it's still a tier 5 medicinal pill after all. Every single one of them is quite valuable, so it's not a waste." After putting away the spirit consolidating pill, Qin Shujian sat cross-legged and silently cultivated the Gui Yuan ancestral scripture. It was a mid-grade spirit level cultivation technique. The upper limit was the 6th level of the spirit martial realm, which was also the peak of the airborne realm. Right now, he was only at the 5th level of the spirit realm and there was still a certain distance away from the 6th level. He did not need to rely on his life source to deduce and he could directly cultivate. As Qin Shujian calmed down, he calmed down. His divine sense spread out from his body, and in the blink of an eye, it drifted above Mount Liang. It was as if he could see the entire Mount Liang in his eyes. If someone had a spirit eye, a huge illusory figure could be seen hovering above Yuanzong. That was the spirit god. As he breathed in and out, naturally, a huge amount of spiritual chi of heaven and earth surged over. The spiritual energy entered the spiritual deity. Then, following the guidance of the spirit god, it fell directly on Qin Shujian's body. Rumble, it was as if the sea was overturned in his dantian. A large amount of spiritual energy surged in, causing the true origin to surge like waves. A bright king hellfire took root in it, as if it would last forever. A person's dantian. There was a limit. Originally, when Qin Shujian cultivated the ocean origin returning technique, his dantian had already doubled in size compared to other true martial realm cultivators. And when he broke the limit of the true martial realm, the spirit god was born. It also broke some kind of shackle, causing the capacity of his dantian to increase by several times. Although the characteristic of the ocean origin returning technique disappeared after fusing with the cultivation technique, it did not disappear in the true sense. Instead, it was fused with the immortal king body. As the Gui Yuan ancestral scripture improved, the level of the immortal king body also continued to increase. Qin Shujian could clearly feel that the capacity of his dantian increased with every level of the immortal king body. Although this increase was not as terrifying as the true martial realm, which directly increased by 10%. But with the 5th level of the immortal king body, It also expanded his dantian by about 20%. Combined with the original increase, he had a premonition. The capacity of his dantian's vital essence had already far exceeded that of cultivators of the same level. As for how big the gap was, he still needed to fight with people of the same level to know. One had to know. The more vital essence one had, the greater the increase in a cultivator's strength. Although a spirit martial realm cultivator gave birth to a spirit god, it did not mean that he completely abandoned the role of vital essence. Only when the two were combined could he truly display the true strength of a spirit martial realm cultivator. The spirit god was in a trance. He sat in the void. He freely absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The amount of spiritual energy he absorbed every second was dozens of times more than when he was in the true martial realm. Although there was the bonus of the title of Liang Mountain Region Lord. But it also explained the difference between the spirit martial realm and the true martial realm. A night passed. At dawn, the spirit god that occupied the void was immediately taken back by Xianxia. Just at this moment, the sky was white, and a faint ray of light dispelled the darkness. The spirit god returned to his body. It brought back a huge amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth, causing the vital essence in his dantian to be vast. The immortal King Hellfire that took root became even brighter. Huff! Xianxia exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and a strong wind rolled up. Just a moment ago. The moment when the sky was about to break. A huge threat surged into his heart, causing him to directly wake up from his cultivation state. Then, he quickly took back the spirit god. A newborn spirit god is still too weak. Even if I reach the 5th level of the spirit martial realm, I can't let the spirit god directly face the sun. Otherwise, even if it doesn't turn into ashes, it will be seriously injured. Xianxia's expression was quite dignified. Although the spirit martial realm was powerful, it was much more dangerous than ordinary cultivators when cultivating. Unless one reached the 7th level of the spirit martial realm or above. Or else, the spirit martial realm cultivator's divine sense needed to avoid the existence of the sun. This made Xianxia feel. The so-called divine sense was a bit similar to the Yin god that he understood in his previous life. At night, it could travel the world. During the day, it could only hide itself. It seems that I have to improve my strength as soon as possible. Whether it is because of the weak spirit god or the threat of foreign cultivators, it can't be separated from this. After a simple wash, Xianxia opened the door. The morning dew could still be seen on the branches and leaves of the osmanthus tree. His divine sense became stronger and stronger. He could also feel that the osmanthus tree planted in his courtyard seemed to be breeding something. It seemed to be spiritual intelligence, but it was extremely weak. In view of this, Xianxia didn't interfere too much. If one day, this tree could really give birth to spiritual intelligence, it would be its opportunity. If it couldn't, that was also something that couldn't be forced. Sitting down on the stone bench, Xianxia directly took out the map that Xiaohong gave him before. After spreading it out on the stone table, he could see that there were already obvious black marks on many places on the map. All the places that were marked. It meant that the sealed demons had been destroyed. According to the records on the map, in the Baiyun mansion, there were a total of 79 places where demons were sealed. Some time ago, Zhang Ergu and Zhao Shanlin had destroyed no less than 30 seals of demons, and combined with the demons that died in their hands. Now, there were only about 38 seal locations recorded on the map. To improve my strength, I must have enough life force. It is difficult to make any changes in a short time by relying on my own hard work. But now, to improve a realm, I need more than a day or two of life force. If that's the case, I guess I can only start with luck points. Looking at the seals of demons recorded on the map, Xianxia already had a plan in his mind. If he couldn't improve his realm, then he would improve external objects. Whether it was the Qiankuan Bao or Qian Shangsu, their strength was not comparable to ordinary cultivators in the spirit martial realm. Especially Qian Shangsu. As a two-seal Taoist artifact, it was enough to let an airborne realm cultivator match the existence of the peak of the spirit martial realm. A two-seal Taoist artifact was like this. if it could be improved to the 3rd or even the 4th seal level. Then, with just one Taoist artifact, it was enough to deter cultivators from other realms and make them not dare to act rashly. However, in order to improve a 2-seal Taoist artifact, the luck value needed was definitely not small. Previously, when he used 300 luck value to smash it, Xianxia only had 2 more lines, and it was still a little short of condensing a half-seal. In Qin Shujian's opinion, if all the remaining demons were to be killed, the luck value collected, it should be able to help Xianxia to the level of a 3-seal Taoist artifact. As for the promotion of the sect level, there was no need to think about it in a short period of time. The promotion from level 5 to level 6. Even if it was an optimistic estimate, it would require more than 1,000 luck value. If it was not optimistic, the luck value required was enough to make people despair. Looking at the entire 18 spirit realms of Baiyun Mansion, except for his Yuan sect, which was a level 5 force, no other force had reached the level of level 5. As for whether there were any level 5 forces in the large realms, Qin Shujian did not know. But there was a high probability. It was impossible for there to be a level 5 force. After all, when other sects and forces were promoted, they either expanded their territory and slowly increased their luck or collected enough innate spirit objects. This was the territory of the Great Zhao. If a sect dared to expand their territory to increase their luck, it was no different from a rebellion. Not to mention whether it could increase the level of the force. The next moment, it would be the end of the sect being destroyed. Moreover, with the existence of the imperial court, the luck of hundreds of millions of territories belonged to the Great Zhao, and no sect could snatch it. Therefore, if other sects wanted to increase the level of their force, they could only collect innate spirit objects. However, it was difficult to collect innate spirit objects, and Qin Shujian had a deep understanding of it. If they only relied on innate spirit objects to promote, Yuan sect was probably still a level 2 or 3 force, not to mention a level 5 force. At the same time, Qin Shujian also noticed something. Except for himself, other sects did not have the ability to kill demons and snatch their luck, nor did they have the ability to annex other forces to promote. These abilities were more like the source of life, and belonged to oneself. Regarding this, Qin Shujian did not announce it to the public. If some things were leaked out, the trouble it would cause was not something a spirit realm master could solve. In the ancient city, Qin Shujian directly used the teleportation gate. This was the Cold Mountain Protectorate Lord. There was almost no one in the Cold Mountain Protectorate that he did not know. The imperial court was in charge of the teleportation gate. In the Baiyun Mansion, the imperial court also had a portrait of Qin Shujian. Therefore, after seeing Qin Shujian, after confirming his identity, the person guarding the teleportation gate, after collecting the corresponding fee, respectfully sent Qin Shujian away. When he entered the teleportation gate again, Qin Shujian could clearly feel the power of space that had been added to his body. In an instant, a bright light appeared. It was as if there were thousands of runes flashing within it, displaying the ability to move the stars. This time, the teleportation, Qin Shujian did not relax at all. In a breath's time, the scene changed. The unique title of the Cold Mountain Protectorate Lord had completely disappeared. Soon, Qin Shujian directly left the teleportation gate's range and walked out of the city. This was Dingzhou City, located in the True Dingbian Dominion. The distance from the Cold Mountain Protectorate, it was already more than 10 true dominions away. The reason he came here, it was because an evil demon was sealed in the ordinary dominion, which was close to the true dominion. It was an 8-star array. It was a powerful evil demon that was sealed. Perhaps it was because of the great distance between them, although the style of Dingzhou City was somewhat similar to the Cold Mountain Protectorate, there were obvious differences. A large number of local citizens mixed with a large number of players, making the place somewhat crowded. There was nothing that could be done about it. This was because there were simply too many players. There were so many of them that they could be found everywhere. Based on Qin Shujian's understanding of the Cold Mountain Protectorate, he knew that the number of players in the Protectorate had already reached 1 million. This was a very large number. Fortunately, the Protectorate was vast. Even though the Cold Mountain Protectorate had just been upgraded, its territory was still not small. 1,000,000 players were thrown in. It could only cause some ripples. It was still far from being able to cause a huge wave. Huh? Why does that guy look so familiar? A player asked as he stopped in his tracks and watched Qin Shujian walk through the crowd, confusion flashing in his eyes. As Qin Shujian logged into the forum more and more frequently, Qin Shujian began to log into the forum. His image was deeply etched in people's hearts. However, because there were too many NPCs in the game, there were almost all kinds of faces. Even if he saw Qin Shujian face to face, very few people would recognize him directly. At most, he did find her familiar. The more he looked at Qin Shujian's back, the more he thought about it. The more familiar it was to some people, the more familiar it seemed. Then, she couldn't help but chase after him. In the end, no matter how he chased, he couldn't close the gap at all. Instead, as time passed, the distance between the two parties grew wider and wider until they finally disappeared into the vast sea of people. F***CK, don't you think that he looked like Mount Liang's fort master? Now that you mention it, they do resemble each other. However, Mount Liang's fort master always carries a saber on his back, while this person is all alone. They probably just look alike. The players looked in the direction Qin Shujian had disappeared and had no choice but to stop. If they didn't remember wrongly, Qin Shujian should be in Mount Liang's spirit domain at this moment. Mount Liang's spirit domain was separated from Ding Bian's true dominion by a vast territory. It was impossible for him to appear here. Combined with the image in the forum video. Then, they compared him to the person just now. Although they were both in green robes, Mount Liang's fort master always carried a long saber on his back and almost never left his body. As for that saber, now, he was famous among the players. Yuan Sek's sect guarding Dao artifact. In the eyes of the players, it was an unparalleled divine weapon. After taking a few more glances, the players could only turn around and leave regretfully. If Qin Shujian was a big boss in the past, then the current Qin Shujian in the eyes of the players was a hidden NPC with unfathomable cultivation. After all, ever since he established Yuan sect, he no longer took pleasure in killing players. On the contrary, many players had joined Yuan sect, and most of them were still living very comfortably. Many players were secretly guessing. If they could join Mount Liang's fort master, they might be able to soar into the sky. But unfortunately, until now, they had not heard of anyone being chosen by this big boss. Or else, they would definitely be able to reach the sky in one step and join the ranks of the top players. On the other side, Qin Shujian had already walked out of Dingzhou City and was heading toward the ordinary realm recorded on the map. As for the scene of the players following him just now, they could not hide from his senses. But for him, killing players wasn't fun at all. Their levels were not high. The source of life that they contributed was also very little. Even if he killed tens of thousands of players, it could not compare to the source of life obtained from killing a spirit martial realm demon beast or a spirit martial realm cultivator. After exiting Dingzhou City, Qin Shujian had wanted to use his spiritual force to lift himself up and fly in the air to reduce the time spent on the road. However, just as he had this thought, he realized that his spiritual force was suppressed by the shackles of the true dominion and could not be used much. Although this kind of shackles, in Qin Shujian's opinion, they could be broken with a wave of his hand. However, there was only one outcome if he entered a region of a lower level with a higher cultivation realm and used his original cultivation realm to break through the shackles. Heaven's punishment would befall him. He would turn into ashes. This did not matter if he was the Protectorate Lord of the Spirit Protectorate or a divine martial realm cultivator. In the face of the heavenly punishment, they would all die. In that case, Marquis Bayun and the others could fly in the air not simply by relying on their spiritual force. They might have used other methods. Qin Shujian had originally thought that Marquis Bayun and the others relied on their spiritual force to fly in the air. However, he had experienced it personally now. He realized that his spiritual force could not fly in the air at all under the suppression of the shackles. Either the spiritual force of Marquis Bayun and the others was so powerful that they could still lift themselves up even under the suppression of the Earth Domain shackles. Or they had other methods that he did not know about. He shook his head. Qin Shujian was too lazy to think so much. Since his spiritual force could not fly in the air, he might as well use his footwork to fly in the air. He took a step forward and rose into the air. Then, a weak spiritual force enveloped his body, causing his speed to increase significantly. He rushed toward the border of the True Dominion. It took less than 3 hours. He had already reached the border of the True Dominion. When Qin Shujian stepped out of the True Dominion and entered the Ordinary Dominion, the weak spiritual force that had enveloped his body was immediately suppressed to the point that it did not exist. The shackles of the Ordinary Dominion are much stricter than the shackles of the True Dominion. Qin Shujian was not too surprised by this. After all, in terms of fragility, the Ordinary Dominion was much more fragile than the True Dominion. Accordingly, the shackles becoming stronger was also a self-protection method of heaven and earth. As he stood in the air, Qin Shujian took out a map. After looking at the precise location, he immediately put the map away and rushed in a certain direction. After obtaining the map, he had already thrown the essence-corroding bone powder into the corner of his storage ring. He had not used it much. In a valley filled with fog, suddenly, a person stepped into the air. His valiant aura suddenly penetrated the fog and landed in front of an 8-star flare array. A valley again. Qin Shujian shook his head and lamented helplessly. The person who sealed the evil spirits would not change locations. Almost all the locations of the seals in the Ordinary Dominion were in the same valley. There were only a few occasionally. They were at the bottom of some cliff. As he looked at the surrounding fog, Qin Shujian used to think that it was formed by the natural environment. However, now that he was a blacksmith master, he could see the hidden runes in the void. The fog was not fog. It was a concealment array. The runes are hidden in the void. The person who did this must be at least an array master or a blacksmith master. However, he should not be a grandmaster yet. Qin Shujian looked at everything around him as he pondered silently. In the eyes of ordinary people, the runes were hidden. However, in his eyes, they were no different from being on the surface. He was also a blacksmith master. Qin Shujian was at the top of this level. He was only one step away from breaking through to the grandmaster level. Of course, it wasn't an easy task to take that step. Perhaps in the next moment, it might take decades or even centuries. Breaking through at this level required luck and coincidence. It was not something that could be achieved by simply relying on hard work. Subsequently, Qin Shujian moved his gaze away from the valley and finally fell on the 8-star array in front of him. Compared to the runes hidden in the void, the runes engraved on the 8-star array were the real highlight. The demon sealing runes were engraved with Zhou Tian's number and then absorbed the power of the earth as an eternal kinetic seal. The 8 bronze pillars were the foundation of the array. The combination of the two was a demon sealing array. Although there are still some small loopholes in the method of engraving runes, compared to the demon sealing array that made up Zhou Tian's number, such small loopholes are insignificant. This kind of demon sealing array can only be broken with the array Dao or with blood. If one wants to break the seal purely by brute force, I'm afraid that ordinary spirit martial realm cultivators may not be able to do it. Moreover, it's impossible for there to be a spirit martial realm cultivator in the Ordinary Dominion. Looking at the array in front of him, Qin Shujian clicked his tongue in wonder. Although he knew that the blacksmith Dao and the array Dao were different paths to the same goal. However, when he saw a complete spirit formation, he was still somewhat attracted. When he saw the great demon sealing formation, he was shocked. Qin Shujian finally understood. Although the array was a branch of the forging Dao, after so many years of evolution, it already had some things that the forging masters could not grasp. But a pure forging master like Xianxia, she did not think that the array Dao could surpass the forging Dao. This was also because the forging masters looked down on array masters from the bottom of their hearts. But now, Qin Shujian also had some thoughts about the array Dao in his heart. It was also runes. Although the forging master could arrange it into an array, or engrave it on an object or engrave it in the void, however, array masters obviously had a deeper understanding of the Dao of array formation. If the array set up in Liangshan City, it was Qin Shujian's foundation as a forging master. Then the demon sealing array in front of him, it had already surpassed this category. End of chapter 243. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.